Supreme God Emperor Chapter 1787 to Chapter 1844. Originally, logically speaking, it should be Xianxia who explained alchemy knowledge to Mu Yun, but now, in the room, Mu Yun kept explaining the operation, while Ximeng and Xianxia nodded repeatedly, looking like they had benefited from it. If this scene was seen by others, they would definitely be shocked. Regarding this, Mu Yun did not avoid anything, and also displayed her alchemy skills as she spoke. 1000 Transformations Technique. Ximeng finally nodded, and said, I'm afraid this is an ancient inheritance technique. When I was young, I heard that in the divine realm, there was a technique to clean pill furnaces called 1000 Transformations Technique. This technique can be said to be very strange. According to legends, there are thousands of transformations, and when combined, any pill furnace in the world, there is no pill ash that cannot be cleaned and eradicated. It's so magical? Unfortunately, this technique has evolved over time, and many parts are missing. I see that what Mu Yun used seems to be one of the 1000 Transformations technique. If this technique can see the light of day again, it would be a great thing for alchemists in the divine realm. Mu Yun did not make any comments at this moment. Great-grandfather said that the 1000 Transformations technique was indeed lost, but now, Mu Feng completely knew it, and it was only a matter of time before he learned it all. Mu Yun did not say anything at this moment. You being able to tell us this technique is enough to see your sincerity. In the future, follow us sisters, and I guarantee that you will enter the ranks of 3-star alchemists. In the future, when I refine pills, you can watch from the side. Thank you, Grandmaster Ximeng. Mu Yun bowed again. Alright, when I refine pills, you can also watch from the side. Xianxia giggled, and said, Sister may be a 5-star alchemist, and I'm a 4-star alchemist, but in reality, Sister may not necessarily do better than me in many areas. You're the only one who talks nonsense. Grandmaster Ximeng said with a smile, You two practice first, I'll go back and think carefully. If there is anything I don't understand, I'll ask you again. Yes. After Ximeng left, Xianxia immediately pestered Mu Yun and explained again. In the following period of time, Mu Yun busied herself in the academy. Mu Yun had indeed learned a lot from refining pills with Xianxia. In addition, with her great-grandfather Mu Feng's guidance, a full 3 months had passed. On this day, Mu Yun was alone in the pill room. In front of her, in the alchemy cauldron, flames slowly rose, and streaks of fire chi appeared. Mu Yun calmed her mind and focused. She sat where she was, and the heavenly fire twisted and twisted, condensing in front of her. Buzz, at this moment, a buzzing sound could be heard coming from within the pill furnace. A popping sound could be heard as a medicinal pill suddenly appeared. 3-star divine pill, 9 revolution spirit heart pill, success. At this moment, Mu Yun picked up the verdant divine pill and was overjoyed. In 3 months' time, he finally succeeded in refining an earth essence divine pill. Although it was only a low-grade earth essence divine pill, it was enough to prove that after 3 months of concentrated refining, he had already become a 3-star low-grade alchemist. Not bad, not bad. In 3 months' time, he has advanced from a 2-star alchemist to a 3-star alchemist. As expected of the great-grandson of Mu Feng. Mu Feng was also quite satisfied at this moment. Mu Yun's foundation was very good. In his 2nd and 3rd lives, he was very proficient in alchemy. Now that he had reached the divine realm, under his guidance, he could be said to have improved 1,000 miles a day. This kind of improvement in alchemy was indeed innate talent and intelligence. Thank you, great-grandfather. Mu Yun held the 9 revolution spirit heart pill and was also very excited. Being able to successfully refine a low-grade earth essence divine pill, then he would gradually control the middle grade and high grade. This was only a matter of time. Sitting down, Mu Yun began to think about his previous mistakes. Thump, thump, thump. However, right at this moment, a knock suddenly sounded. Opening the door, Mu Yun discovered that it was Lin Junsheng. In these 3 months, Mu Yun and Xianxia had also refined a lot of divine pills in private in the Alchemy Academy. Many of them were given to Lin Junsheng. Since then, Lin Junsheng's impression of Mu Yun had greatly increased. Brother Lin, what's wrong? There's a disciple called Lu Yuxue outside looking for you. Looks like there's an urgent matter. Lu Yuxue? Mu Yun furrowed his brows. During this period of time, Lu Yuxue, Mu Bufan, Xie Qing, and Zhao Yanming were all in the outer sect, cultivating steadily without any problems. This time, they were in such a hurry that something big must have happened. Arriving at the entrance of the Alchemy Academy, Lu Yushua's expression was anxious. When she saw Mu Yun, she immediately pulled Mu Yun and left without saying anything. What happened? Let's talk as we walk. Lu Yushua said, the people of the Wind Cloud Guild seem to know that Mo Fan is dead, and they've found out that it was us. This time, the three upper echelons of the Wind Cloud Guild's outer sect, Shuang Fei, Chen Xian, and Kong Qingfeng, have issued a challenge. Challenge? These three people are the upper echelons of the Wind Cloud Guild's outer sect, experts of the Earth Spirit ranking. This time, they directly challenged Bufan. They insulted you, and Bufan couldn't stand it anymore, so he directly accepted the challenge. Oh? Looks like they're here to find trouble. That's right. Mu Yun smiled and said, if that's the case, then let's fight. Following Lu Yushua to the outer sect's martial field, there were hundreds of people surrounding an arena. On the arena, two figures were fighting. If one looked carefully, one of them was Mu Bufan. As for the other person, Mu Yun did not recognize him. That strong man is Kong Qingfeng. Lu Yushue explained. At this moment, on the arena, Mu Bufan was dressed in coarse hemp clothes. His face was young and tender. During this period of time, he had learned many divine arts, and his strength had greatly increased. Although he had not broken through, his foundation was completely different. Kong Qingfeng, ranked 240 on the Earth Spirit ranking. He's only slightly weaker than Mo Fan. Oh, Mu Yun said indifferently, it's fine, he's not Bufan's opponent. At this moment, on the other side of the arena, when they saw Mu Yun arrive, Shuang Fei and Chen Xian's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Why do you hate me so much? Humph. Shuang Fei shouted, Mu Yun, don't be too arrogant. You're not invincible in the outer sect. Furthermore, if our Fengyun Union wants you dead, we have 100 ways. 100 ways? Mu Yun sneered, alright, why don't you come on stage and fight with me after their battle? You, Shuang Fei naturally did not dare. Mu Yun's current ranking was 221st. It was also because of this that they suspected that Mu Yun had killed Mo Fan. Even Mo Fan had been killed by Mu Yun. Shuang Fei did not think that he was a match for Mu Yun. Let's fight. Chen Xian could not bear it. Although you're ranked 221st, that doesn't mean that you have this strength. Chen Xian shouted, Mu Yun, if you offend my Fengyun Union, you will die without a doubt. Alright. Mu Yun smiled faintly, I'm asking for death. You can come and kill me. Before the battle on the stage ended, the smell of gunpowder had already spread out below the stage. Bang, right at that moment, a loud explosion was heard. On the stage, Kong Qingfeng's figure suddenly fell to the ground. Kong Qingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, rolled his eyes, and fainted. Qingfeng. Seeing this scene, Chen Xian and Shuang Fei's faces turned pale. Kong Qingfeng was ranked 240 on the Earth Spirit list, but he had actually lost to Mu Bufan, who was at the peak of the true God realm. This was simply a great humiliation. Mu Bufan walked down the stage at this moment. He looked at the opposite side and snorted, next time, remember what kind of trash you are when you scold others. Good job. Mu Yun patted Mu Bufan's shoulder and walked onto the stage. Outer Sect Disciple challenges Chen Xian. Senior brother Chen Xian, do you dare to accept the challenge? Mu Yun directly walked onto the stage with an imposing aura. Humph, why wouldn't I dare? How could Chen Xian tolerate this? Even if Shuang Fei wanted to pull Chen Xian back, he could not do so. Stepping onto the stage, Chen Xian's face was flushed red. He looked at Mu Yun and wished he could skin Mu Yun alive. Mu Yun, you're dead meat. You offended the Fengyun meat. Do you think only outer sect disciples will deal with you? Any one of the inner sect disciples of our Fengyun meat would be enough to kill you. Unfortunately, this is the Kenshin sect. If they want to kill me, they can't do it in the sect. They can only do it outside the sect. At most, I won't go out. Chen Xian was too lazy to say more and directly attacked. He was ranked 290 on the Earth Spirit list. He was at the peak of the true God realm, which was one level higher than Mu Yun. It was not difficult for him to kill Mu Yun. Kill! Xianxia roared and directly attacked. Seeing Xianxia rushing over, Mu Yun sneered. She took a step forward, waved her hand, and pointed her finger. Spirit connecting finger. In an instant, 3 fingerprints shot out. He had already mastered this finger technique to the most proficient level. It could be said that he could freely switch from 1-finger seal to 9-finger seals at will. However, facing Xianxia, there was no need for her to use 9 fingerprints. 3 was enough. Bang, 3 fingerprints shot out and blocked Xianxia's path forward. At this moment, Mu Yun's figure flashed and directly approached Xianxia. At the peak of the true God realm, her body's strength and reaction were at the peak level. This was the result of him suppressing his own cultivation step by step. Scram! Her shoulder moved forward and suddenly collided. Suddenly, Xianxia's figure turned into a fallen leaf and fell to the ground with a bang. The shoulder area that was hit by Mu Yun let out cracking sounds. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He lay on the ground, unable to move. Trash! Looking at Xianxia, Mu Yun cursed and her gaze fell on Xianxia. Disciples of the Fengyun meet, do you still dare to fight? During this period of time, Mu Yun had been busy cultivating her alchemy skills, which made these people think that she was really afraid of them. Mu Yun, you're too arrogant. I'm arrogant? No matter how arrogant I am, I can't be more arrogant than you Fengyun meet disciples. Mu Yun stood on the stage and looked at the crowd. What an arrogant person. I wonder if I, Xianxia, am qualified to experience your strength. At this moment, a loud voice sounded. The crowd moved aside and a figure walked forward. Although Xianxia was not a disciple of the Fengyun meet, he was very famous. This person was a free man and was ranked 180 on the Earth Spirit list. This time, Xianxia was afraid that things would change, so he specially invited Xianxia to come in advance. Now, let's see how arrogant Mu Yun can be. Little brat, how dare you be so arrogant? Do you really think that our Kenshin Sect's Earth Spirit list disciples are pushovers? Xianxia looked at Xianxia, nodded, and glared at Mu Yun. Blabbering nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Just come up. Mu Yun looked at Xianxia and shouted, this kind of competition is really boring. Xianxia, how many experts? Did you invite? Bring them all up. I think, since it's a competition, why don't we sign a life and death contract? Xianxia, do you dare? Mu Yun had a sneer on his face as he looked at Lin Fan with contempt. He wanted to look down on Xianxia. If one was injured, another one would come up. But if one was killed, who would dare to come again? They would have to think twice. Why wouldn't I dare? Xianxia laughed and said, life and death contract, only you can think of it. Mu Yun, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Men, bring me a pen and paper. Immediately, the two of them signed a life and death contract. At this moment, Xianxia was full of encouragement. Xianxia was a complete true god and ranked 180 on the Earth Spirit list. In the outer sect, he was famous. The top 300 on the Earth Spirit list were all experts. However, the top 200 and the top 300 were two completely different concepts. At this moment, the two sides were fighting, regardless of life and death. A sneer appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. In his eyes, it was not an exaggeration to say that a true god was invincible. Now that Xianxia was courting death, he naturally clenched his fist. Earth Fury Fist Dash. Xianxia did not say anything and directly attacked Mu Yun with a killing move. Are you afraid? You're using your trump card right from the start? Mu Yun laughed sinisterly. He raised his palm and shot out the spiritual pulse finger again. 5 fingerprints directly attacked at this moment. Puff puff puff, in an instant, 5 fingerprints were left on Xianxia's body. With a crash, Xianxia's body fell to the ground. Those disciples who wanted to cheer didn't even have time to shout the first word before the battle ended. Was it over? Everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, Mu Bufan and the others sighed in their hearts. Mu Bufan knew how terrifying Mu Yun was. He was born with divine strength and had boundless strength. However, at the same realm, he had sparred with Mu Yun before. Just based on strength alone, he was no match for Mu Yun. Strength was his forte, but he was still no match for Mu Yun. Not to mention Mu Yun's swordsmanship, as well as his terrifying divine art attack. When it came to Mu Yun, there was only one word in his heart: strong. At this moment, Xianxia was completely dumbfounded when he saw Xiao Yuanshan's corpse on the stage. One move, extermination. Was this a fake Xiao Yuanshan? Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. Senior brother Feng. However, he didn't give up. Xianxia looked at a young man beside him and said, "Senior brother Feng, I'll double the reward for this Feng Yun gathering." Hearing Xianxia's words, the young man nodded. Xiao Yuanshan is only ranked 180, and I'm indeed ranked 149. Compared to me, the gap between him and me is huge. Alright. Xianxia regained his confidence. Xiao Yuanshan was trash and only had an undeserved reputation. What bullshit 180? He was simply an idiot. Feng Tianxing is here to ask for advice. On the stage, Xiao Yuanshan's corpse was carried away, and a figure walked forward. Mu Yun looked at the person who came and sneered, "Xianxia, I've told you how many experts you've invited. Call them all out. I don't have time to play with you to the end." Feng Tianxing laughed and said, "Mu Yun, you're too arrogant. I'm the 149th disciple on the Earth Spirit list. Now that I've made my move, your arrogance will end here. A peak true god, the dignity of the Earth Spirit list, is not for you to challenge." "Is that so?" Mu Yun sneered and said, "Since that's the case, why are you talking so much nonsense? Moreover, while you're talking nonsense, you're already prepared to kill me?" Sure enough, as soon as Mu Yun's words fell, 2 daggers appeared in Feng Tianxing's hands and he rushed towards Mu Yun. Seeing the 2 daggers, Mu Yun sneered. Spiritual pulse finger, 7-finger seal kill. With a low shout in his heart, he slashed out 7 seals with both hands. Poochie poochie, in an instant, Feng Tianxing's body stopped. With a bang, his body fell to the ground. Once again, one move, annihilation. This scene instantly gave everyone a huge shock. Although they were surprised to kill Xiao Yuanshan, they were not so surprised. This time was different. Feng Tianxing and Mu Yun were killed in one move. This was very terrifying. Feng Tianxing, ranked 149, what did that mean? In the entire outer sect, there were only 148 people who were stronger than him. However, Mu Yun directly killed Feng Tianxing. That was enough to prove that Mu Yun, at the peak of the true god realm, had the strength of the top 149 in the outer sect. Then when Mu Yun reached the peak of the true god realm, wouldn't she be unstoppable? Thinking about it carefully, Mu Yun was really terrifying. "Xianxia, who else is there? The experts you invited, please come up and die." Mu Yun looked at Xianxia and said coldly. Too weak, these people were really too weak. In Mu Yun's heart, she could not raise the slightest bit of serious fighting mood. The top 300 of the Earth Spirit list could be said to be the strongest among the hundreds of thousands of outer sect disciples in the Kenshin sect. Could it be that they were so weak? Mu Yun could not help but feel a little disappointed in her heart. After the baptism of the spirit fox Divine Jade, he was now at the peak of the true god realm. He was able to unleash the perfect strength of the peak of the true god realm. It was this perfect strength that no one could stop at the peak of the true god realm. This could only mean that they were too weak. If these people had also reached the perfect level at the peak of the true god realm, then it would be impossible for Mu Yun to succeed in the challenge. "You guys have disappointed me too much." Looking down, Mu Yun shook her head and said. At this moment, Xianxia's face was flushed red, and he could not say a word. He had spent a lot of money to invite Xiao Yuanshan and Feng Tianxing, but now, they were all defeated. Mu Yun's strength had already reached such a level. He really had no choice. Only the inner sect disciples could deal with Mu Yun. But how could the inner sect disciples use their status to suppress others? This was against the Kenshin sect's purpose. From ancient times until now, only the outer sect challenged the inner sect. The weaker side challenged the stronger side, and the stronger side was not allowed to challenge the weaker side. At this moment, everyone was filled with fear. After today, Mu Yun's reputation would definitely spread in the outer sect. Such big words, aren't you afraid of biting your own tongue? However, when everyone was silent, a voice suddenly sounded. Among the crowd, a young man in white walked over leisurely. White clothes, white hair, and a white fan in his hand, he looked like an immortal. Seeing this person's arrival, the crowd was affected. It's senior brother Xianxia. Xianxia? White-robed Xianxia with a sword. So it's him. Everyone immediately started discussing. Xianxia, Mu Yun looked at the person who came, her expression calm. As long as it was an outer sect disciple, Mu Yun was confident that she would not be defeated. What big words and courage! Xianxia put away his white fan, looked at Mu Yun, and said with a smile, I'm just an incompetent person, and I want to experience Mu Yun's skills. Do you dare? The life and death contract is signed, and life and death will not be changed. How about it? Okay. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, I didn't expect senior brother Chu to be so displeased with my arrogance that you're willing to take action. This is a good thing. It's not that I don't like it. I just didn't expect that the Fengyun gathering would be so embarrassed by a new disciple at the peak of the true God realm. It's really embarrassing. As a member of the Shrouding Heaven Society, I think that if the Fengyun gathering can't do it, we can do it. Then, we should let the outer sect disciples know who is stronger between the Fengyun gathering and the Shrouding Heaven Society, right? Hearing this, Mu Yun understood. Xianxia was a member of the Shrouding Heaven Society. No wonder Xianxia's face drooped when he saw this person. Humph, Xianxia, be careful. Don't die. Xianxia said sarcastically. Tisk, he's just a peak true god. No matter how weak he is, I can still suppress him. Lose? Impossible. Xianxia looked at Mu Yun with a smile and said, Mu Yun, you've just entered the Kenshin sect, and you're already so arrogant. You'll die sooner or later. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Chu. But sometimes, if I don't put on a tough attitude, I'll be treated as a pushover. It's not good. Mu Yun said with a smile, just like today. Someone treated my friend as a pushover. If I don't show up, it won't make sense. Once I show up, they want to kill me. I might as well kill them. It'll be better once and for all. You're so confident. At this moment, far away from the arena, at the edge of the training field, 3 figures stood still. The training field was surrounded by stone walls. At this moment, the 3 people on the stone walls were dressed in distinctive clothes. There was a black sword seal embroidered on their chests. They were also outer sect disciples. Among the 3 people, the one in the middle was tall and strong, but his breath was long and deep. Of the 2 in the middle, one was taller and a little thin, while the other was handsome and elegant. Some of the female disciples who passed by threw flirtatious glances at him. Tangda, how many moves do you think this Xianxia will lose? The taller and thinner man said with a smile. I can't tell. Ioyo. The tall and thin man said with a smile, you, Tangda, are the leader of our Shadow Alliance's outer sect, 4th on the Earth Spirit list. You actually said that you can't tell? Then ask Yi. This guy is 10th on the Earth Spirit list, about the same as me. Ask him if he knows? Tangda retorted. Yi, tell me. Me? The handsome man shook his head and said, I don't know either, but I think it should be 1 move. Haha, hearing this, the tall and thin man laughed loudly. Hearing Diane's words, Tangda and Yi looked at each other and smiled. What are you 2 laughing at? Diane, you're so mean. You don't think Xianxia will win, but you're talking about us? Okay, but I think it's impossible to defeat him in 1 move. Bang, just as Diane finished speaking, a loud bang was heard. In the distance, a figure fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. He spat out blood and did not stop. That figure was none other than Xianxia. The white fan was dyed red with blood. Xianxia's figure fell to the ground and turned into a shadow. He was motionless. Dead, 1 move, it was still the spirit channeling finger. This time, Tangda, Yi, and Diane were completely dumbfounded. I only know that the spirit channeling finger is difficult to cultivate. It requires an extremely strong flesh and blood to support it, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. When I was in the martial scripture pavilion, I also saw this divine technique, but I gave it up because my body wasn't strong enough. It's not the divine technique that's strong, it's the person. At this moment, the three of them looked at each other and sighed emotionally. But the people around the arena were completely dumbfounded. After today, Mu Yun's name would shine in the outer sect. Tangda turned around and said, if such a talent joins the Snow Alliance, Battle Alliance, or Xianxia Alliance, he'll be missing in our Shadow Alliance. I'll leave this matter to you too. Wow, Tangda, are you that shameless? Diane said with a bitter face, how can we recruit such a genius? It's nothing. As long as he's in the Kenshin sect, he'll need something. Our Shadow Alliance can fulfill his needs. Diane and Inyi looked at each other and could only shake their heads. This was a difficult matter to handle, but when Diane turned around, he suddenly saw a figure walking over the arena. Here's my chance. A smile appeared on Diane's face. What chance? Inyi was confused. Look, who's going over? Diane pointed to the front. It's him. Inyi smiled when he saw this. That's right, the opportunity had come. The opportunity to rope in Mu Yun had come. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, preparing to watch what was about to happen next. At this moment, a commotion broke out in the martial arts field. Seeing Chuchinshan's corpse, the crowd was in an uproar. After killing 3 people in a row, the divine art that Mu Yun used was still the spirit connecting finger. Was this divine art that powerful? Most importantly, Mu Yun was only at the peak true god realm. This time, it could be said that he had become famous after this battle. Xianxia was completely scared out of his wits. He no longer had the guts to fight with Mu Yun. What should he do now? None of the Fengyun Meets Outer Sect members could stop Mu Yun. On the Earth Spirit list, Mu Yun's ranking had jumped from rank 221 to rank 101st. This time, other than the top 100 of the Earth Spirit list, who could be his match? However, within the Fengyun gathering, within the Outer Sect, there were no existences in the top 100 of the Earth Spirit list. How is it? Mu Yun looked at Xianxia and said with a faint smile, this result is enough to tell you that in the future, if I don't provoke you, you don't touch my people. Xianxia wiped the sweat off his forehead and could not say a word. Under such circumstances, if he said anything more, he would be directly pulled onto the stage by Mu Yun and beaten up. Not to mention being injured, how would he survive in the Kenshin sect's outer sect in the future? I also want to say this to you. However, just as Mu Yun finished speaking, a voice suddenly drifted out from behind the crowd. Everyone opened up a path and a figure appeared. He was dressed in a light blue robe and had a tall figure. His cheekbones were slightly high and his eyes were filled with spring. This was a handsome man with a flaw in his perfection. However, upon closer inspection, he was still a handsome man. Big brother Ling Xiao. However, seeing the person who came, Xianxia seemed to have seen hope. Feng Ling Xiao. In the past, he was an outer sect disciple of the Fengyun Society, an existence on the Earth Spirit leaderboard. Later on, he advanced to the early stage of the Earth God realm and entered the inner sect. It was also because of this that the current leader of the Fengyun Society, Mo Fan, was not outstanding enough. Seeing Feng Ling Xiao appear, Xianxia was so excited that he was about to cry. If someone who could control the situation did not come, the Fengyun Society's reputation would really be swept to the ground. Earth God realm, seeing the person who came, the corner of Mu Yun's mouth rose slightly. The Earth God realm used their soul to communicate with the soul of the Earth. Every time they attacked, they would secretly combine the power of the Earth. Martial artists of this realm were already able to borrow the power of the Earth. Fighting with them would feel like fighting with the Earth. Since ancient times, heaven and earth referred to the heaven and earth. When the heaven was vigorous, a gentleman would constantly strive for self-improvement. When the earth was earth, a gentleman would carry things with great virtue. The place where the ancient saying was popular was also the ancient people's understanding of the heaven and earth. The earth was earth, carrying things with great virtue. Compared to the earth, humans were simply insignificant. In the Earth God realm, martial artists merged with the earth and communicated with the soul of the earth. During battle, they would draw the power of the earth and resonate with themselves to increase their strength. This was an area that true God realm martial artists could not compare to. How could one compete with the earth with their own strength? As for the heaven god realm, it was communicating with the soul of the heaven and combining with the soul of the earth. When the soul of the heaven and earth combined with the human soul, that was the true tyranny and invincibility. At this moment, Feng Lingxiao's appearance made everyone's breathing stagnate. An inner sect disciple and an earth god realm disciple were enough to make them fearful. Feng Lingxiao slowly walked over and looked at Mu Yun. Peak true god realm. You think you understand some of the mysteries of cultivation, so you can strut around and show off your power here? You don't know that to the heaven and earth, you're just a pitiful ant. You're just a little stronger than other ants. As an inner sect disciple, Feng Lingxiao had his pride and untamed nature. You're right. As an inner sect disciple, you're just a little stronger than an ant. But in the end, aren't you an ant too? Mu Yun replied with a smile. Looks like you don't know what's good for you. Do you really think the sect's rules can restrain me? Feng Lingxiao said proudly, do you believe that the sect won't kill me because of this if I kill you? Because my value is greater than yours. Then do you believe that the sect won't kill me even if I kill you? Because that way, my value will be greater. As Mu Yun's words fell, Feng Lingxiao's figure flashed and stepped onto the stage. He had already revealed his killing intent towards Mu Yun. Senior brother Feng. Xianxia was so nervous that he couldn't speak. If Feng Lingxiao really killed Mu Yun, he would definitely be attacked by the other inner sect alliances. At that time, he would bring out the sect's rules, and Feng Lingxiao would inevitably be punished. Shut up. Feng Lingxiao looked at Xianxia and said coldly. No matter what, he had already made up his mind to kill. At this moment, Mu Yun also became cautious. An Earth God realm martial artist was incomparably powerful. Even if he reached the pinnacle of the true God realm and used his full strength, he might not be a match. Of course, this was under the premise that he didn't use the Saint Monument secret technique, blood crystal explosion, and bloodline talent. With 3 trump cards in hand, if Feng Lingxiao really wanted to kill him, then it didn't matter if he was exposed. Eh? So it's so lively here because you're back. Feng Lingxiao, long time no see. Right at this moment, a laugh suddenly sounded out. 2 figures walked out from the crowd. Dian and Yinyi came together at this moment and looked at the crowd. Seeing the 2 people appear, Feng Lingxiao frowned. Feng Lingxiao, what are you doing standing on this stage? Isn't this the place where outer sect disciples spar and fight? If I remember correctly, you're an inner sect disciple now, right? Dian said with a smile. It seems to have nothing to do with you. How can you say that? Back then, you were ranked 9th, and I was ranked 11th. After you left, I entered the top 10 of the Earth Spirit list because of you. No matter what, I have to thank you. Dian's words carried a trace of threat. Feng Lingxiao's expression was cold at this moment, his hands making creaking sounds. Dian, if you don't accept me, I'll find you to spar when you reach the inner sect. Feng Lingxiao let out a breath and said, it's just that right now, I don't want to find trouble with your Shadow Alliance people, do you understand? I really don't, Dian. Dian hadn't finished speaking when Feng Lingxiao directly opened his mouth and said, if you say another word, I don't mind killing you too. Slap, except, Feng Lingxiao had just finished speaking when suddenly, a clear slap sounded out in the air. Feng Lingxiao's entire body spun a few times on the spot. With a thud, he fell to the ground, falling unsightly as if eating dog shit. This scene immediately caused everyone to turn pale with fright. Who do you think you are? What is a dog of the Wind Cloud Association barking wildly here for? If this young lady is unhappy, I'll punish you to the burial sword tomb to reflect on your mistakes. Do you believe it or not? Feng Lingxiao's handsome and confident appearance from before completely collapsed at this moment. It was as if a rich family's young master was walking on the street in luxurious clothes, but in the next moment, he became a beggar that everyone ridiculed, suddenly having his gorgeous appearance torn off. Feng Lingxiao's anger rose at this moment, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Who is it? With a loud roar, the entire training field started to shake. Me. However, in the next instant, a clear and cold voice sounded out. Immediately, the aura from Feng Lingxiao's entire body vanished into nothingness. A long emerald green dress tightly wrapped around her curvy figure. A belt tied around her waist, and her hands were behind her back. With a smile on her face, the beauty who appeared had a voice that was neither high nor low, but it gave people a very comfortable feeling. "Who do you think you are? Speak." The woman smiled faintly and said, "Continue speaking. Tell me, what am I?" "No, no, no." Feng Lingxiao's face turned pale at this moment, and he hurriedly shook his head and said, "Miss Xing'er, how can you be a thing? You're not a thing." "I'm not a thing? No, 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 I didn't mean that." "Then what do you mean?" Xing'er looked at Feng Lingxiao in front of her and said indifferently, "How dare you? Mu Yun is a 2-star alchemist, and is my sister Xi Meng's imperial alchemy apprentice. You want to kill him? Fine, if you kill him, then find a satisfactory alchemy apprentice for my sister." Master Xi Meng's alchemy apprentice, Mu Yun, how could this be? Feng Lingxiao was stunned at this moment. He only thought that Mu Yun was an outer sect disciple with a slightly outstanding performance, but who would have thought that this guy was actually an alchemy master? This was hard to believe. "What's wrong? You don't believe my words?" "No, no, no." Feng Lingxiao hurriedly shook his head and said, "This disciple doesn't dare, this disciple doesn't dare." "It's fine if you don't dare. Remember, Mu Yun is my alchemy apprentice. Whoever dares to deal with him is going against me, Xing'er. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Xing'er snorted. The moment these words came out, everyone was stunned. What was going on? Didn't Xing'er say just now that Mu Yun was Master Xi Meng's alchemy apprentice? How did he become her alchemy apprentice now? However, everyone understood that no matter whose alchemy apprentice he was, Xing'er, a dignified titular disciple, was willing to stand up for Mu Yun, an outer sect disciple. This was enough to show how important Mu Yun was in Xing'er's eyes. "Mu Yun, come with me." Xing'er looked at Mu Yun and said, "I've been looking for you for a long time, and you're fighting with someone here. Next time, if you have trouble, just look for me directly." With that said, Xing'er pulled Mu Yun and left, ignoring everyone's gazes. Diane and Yinyi looked at each other, not knowing what to say. They originally wanted to rely on Shadow League's background to help Mu Yun get through this difficult time. They wanted to sell Mu Yun a favor and let Mu Yun remember how good Shadow League was. At the same time, they wanted to rope Mu Yun into Shadow League. But who would have thought that Xing'er would directly step forward and slap Feng Lingxiao so hard that he lost his sense of direction? He was completely stupefied. "Let's go." Yinyi smiled bitterly and said, "Looks like there's nothing for us to do." Sigh, a prodigy, as expected of a prodigy. A 2-star alchemist who has caught the eye of Grandmaster Xi Meng and Xing'er. It will be difficult for us to rope him in. Diane let out a sigh and left without another word. The scene was in an uproar. Many disciples left, but the shock in their hearts could not be any greater. If news of this spread, the entire Kenshin sect would definitely be in an uproar. It had been a long time since a titular disciple stepped in because of an outer sect disciple. And as the news spread like wildfire, the entire sect was discussing it. At the core of the Kenshin sect, among the mountains. There were about hundreds of mountains here. At the top and halfway up each mountain, there were pavilions. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed. It was as tranquil and beautiful as a paradise. These were the mountains where titular disciples lived. Each mountain had an individual spiritual formation. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was endless. Even weeds that grew here would give birth to spirituality. At this moment, on a mountain peak, a figure sat calmly. One figure after another quickly walked up the mountain peak from the foot of the mountain. "Slow down." Before those figures reached halfway up the mountain, the man sitting in the pavilion on the mountain peak spoke softly. "Such a quiet environment was disturbed because of your panic. Don't you feel that it's a killjoy?" The man was dressed in a blue robe. His eyes were slightly dark and his face was slightly pale. The combination of his facial features gave off a very comfortable feeling. Alliance leader. Below him, the man leading the group had a nervous expression. Upon closer inspection, his cultivation was at the perfect stage of the Earth God realm. Such a cultivation level was definitely one of the top in the inner sect. However, in front of this person, this perfect stage of the Earth God realm cultivator was as timid as a child. "Come up." "Yes." The man led the group to the top of the mountain. Lei Peng, how many times have I told you to be careful every time you come? The man in a blue robe instructed. Yes, Alliance leader. As the leader of the inner sect, Lei Peng was extremely cautious at this moment. The alliance leader before him was the alliance leader of one of the four great alliances of the Kenshin sect, alliance leader Luo He. Luo He's name was well known in the entire Kenshin sect. The alliance leader of the Heavens Alliance, Tian Feng Shao. The alliance leader of the Battle Alliance, Luo He. The alliance leader of the Snow Alliance, Yun Yufei. The alliance leader of the Shadow Alliance, Mo Ying. Who didn't know the names of these four people? Luo He, in a short 17 years, went from outer sect to inner sect, and then to titular disciple. He was a legend. What is it? Speak. Rohan waved his hand and said indifferently. Reporting to the Alliance Master, something unexpected happened in the outer sect today. Lei Peng immediately recounted the matter. You're saying that Xinger stood up for this Muyun? Luo He raised his brows and said unhappily, Xinger personally stood up for a mere alchemy apprentice and a 2-star alchemist? That's right. Lei Peng was also very cautious at this moment. He knew that alliance leader Luo He had personally established the alliance leader and made it one of the four great alliances of the Kenshin sect. His methods were extremely ruthless. More importantly, this alliance leader had a special liking for Miss Xinger. He loved her so much that he couldn't extricate himself. He didn't allow any disciple to get close to Xinger. Now that he heard that Xinger stood up for a mere outer sect disciple, it would be strange if he wasn't angry. What's the background of this Muyun? He doesn't have any background. He's just an ordinary outer sect disciple. If there's anything strange about him, it would be that he defeated a perfection stage true god disciple at the peak of the true god realm. That's all there is to it. When I was at the peak of the true god realm, I even killed an early stage earth god martial artist. Luo He waved his hand and said, investigate this Muyun carefully. Keep a close eye on him. If you find that Xinger has any other feelings for him, he can't be left alive. Yes. Lei Peng received the order and immediately retreated. At the same time, on the other side, Muyun left with Xinger. Actually, I can handle today's matter. Muyun said softly. You can handle it? Xinger looked at Muyun and said, Feng Lingxiao is an inner sect disciple who has just been promoted. Although he's only at the early stage earth god realm, his talent is quite good. He's also highly valued in the Wind Cloud Union. The two presidents of the Wind Cloud Union, Feng Xingtian and Yun Ji, both pay close attention to him. Are you confident that you can handle him? I should be able to. Muyun smiled bitterly. He was not afraid of offending Feng Lingxiao, but Xinger was a titular disciple. If she stood up for him, there would be even greater trouble waiting for him in the future. All right. With my reputation, who dares to provoke you? I'll help you beat him up. Xinger looked at Muyun with the posture of a heroine. Muyun could only smile bitterly. Hurry up, I'm going to start refining pills. It's a good opportunity for you to learn. Xinger could not help but say, to be honest, it's very comfortable for you to be my assistant. If it were anyone else, I would really be unable to accept it. It's too annoying. In that case, please. All right. The two of them entered the academy together. The storm seemed to have ended. On the other side, Feng Lingxiao was completely enraged. Damn it. In the inner sect villa, Feng Lingxiao's face was filled with anger. The swelling on his face had gradually subsided, but the wound in his heart could not be healed. Right now, all the inner and outer sect disciples treated him like a joke. He wanted to deal with an outer sect disciple, but he was instead slapped twice by his backer. This was simply a great humiliation. At this moment, Feng Lingxiao was filled with anger and had nowhere to vent it. Lingxiao, calm down. A fatty beside him consoled, we definitely can't let this matter go just like that. However, now is not the time to argue with him. In the sect, Xinger is protecting him. If you want to make a move, not to mention the sect rules, just Xinger alone cannot be bypassed. I understand. Feng Lingxiao said coldly, I will definitely not let this kid off. Lingxiao. With a creak, the door to the courtyard was pushed open, and two figures walked in side by side. President Feng. President Yun. When he saw the two men, Feng Lingxiao's expression changed. Have a seat. Feng Xingtian looked at Feng Lingxiao and said, I know that you are doing this for the sake of the Tempest meat. Yun Ji and I are to blame for our incompetence, for not being able to break through to the heavenly god realm and become a titled disciple. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been treated like this by Xianxia. President Feng. Feng Lingxiao suddenly raised his head and said, It's not your fault. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that Mu Yun for going too far and suppressing our outer sect disciples. This kid is abominable. This matter still needs to be investigated. Does Mu Yun have someone supporting him from behind the scenes? This matter is not only about you, but also about the Feng Yun meat. Yun Ji said, Lingxiao, don't worry. I will definitely give you an explanation. Thank you, President. The two of them comforted Feng Lingxiao for a while more before taking their leave. At the same time, the outer sect disciples of the Shrouding Heaven Society had also gathered together for a secret meeting. Mu Yun didn't know that because of him and Xianxia's actions, many people had begun to target him, whether in the open or in the dark. Even if Mu Yun knew about it, he wouldn't mind. He had originally planned to kill to establish his authority. Now, he had already done so. After killing someone, he had established his authority. From now on, anyone in the outer sect who wanted to cause trouble for him would have to think twice. After this, Mu Yun had completely calmed down and was ready to break through. He had accumulated enough experience in the peak true god realm and was ready to enter the next realm. Within the alchemy chamber, a burst of pill fragrance swept out. In Mu Yun's hand, there were 3 perfectly round and translucent green pills. Holy Fetus Spiritual Pill. Holy Fetus Spiritual Pill was a high-grade true source spiritual pill. This pill was the most effective pill to increase the chances of increasing one's imprint mark. Moreover, the pill formula was extremely rare in the current heavenly god realm. This was the true source spiritual pill formula that his great-grandfather had told him. 3 high-grade true source spiritual pills, Holy Fetus Spiritual Pill, were enough to raise one to the great circle of the true god realm. Hello, Master Xianxia is not around. Mu Yun didn't even raise his head as he replied directly. Oh, she's not around. It's the same to look for you. A faint reply rang out, bringing with it an irresistible demonic voice. Raising her head, a figure appeared before Mu Yun. Dressed in a light blue robe, he had one hand in front of him and the other behind his back. The faint smile on his face gave off a dark but not sinister feeling. Senior brother, what's the matter? Mu Yun stood up and cupped her fists at the man before her. You told Xianxia previously to bring her to the sword burial tomb to retrieve a sword. Why isn't she around today? The man nodded. However, it doesn't matter. It's the same if you come with me. I'm afraid, that's not appropriate. It's fine, it's just retrieving a sword. Mu Yun said again, but I heard from the elders that the sword burial tomb is a dead place and we can't enter. That's for outer and inner sect disciples like you. Titular disciples have sect badges and have the chance to enter the sword burial tomb to choose a sword. Since that's the case, alright. Mu Yun nodded and put away the sacred embryo spirit elixir, leaving with the blue-robed man. How should I address you, senior brother? Luo He. The blue-robed man said indifferently, just call me Luo He. Senior brother Luo. Mu Yun cupped her fists. Before Master Xianxia left, she instructed me to take care of the elixir chamber. I'll inform Lin Xianxia first in case Master Xianxia returns and can't find me. Luo He raised his brows when he heard that, looking impatient. Right then, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the elixir court. Brother Lin. Hey, Brother Mu. Lin Junxing greeted warmly when he saw Mu Yun. I'm going with senior brother Luo He to retrieve something for Master Xianxia. If she returns, let her know. Alright. Mu Yun looked at Lin Junxing and left with Luo He. The two of them left together. Lin Junxing muttered, Senior brother Luo He? Which senior brother Luo He? Luo He. Suddenly, Lin Junxing's face paled. In the entire Kenshin sect, only Luo He was the most famous. She was the league leader of the Battle League, Luo He, the titular disciple. Oh no. Lin Juanxing's expression changed, and he hurriedly left. At that moment, Mu Yun was following Luo He. They had arrived at the depths of the Kenshin sect. The Divine Sword sect's outer sect, inner sect, and titular disciples' residences were clearly separated from each other. This was Mu Yun's first time entering the depths of the outer sect. After going around and around for half a day, the two finally arrived at the rear of the Kenshin sect. At the edge of a cliff. The burial sword tomb is right in front of us. Luo He looked ahead and said indifferently, the burial sword tomb is where the peerless divine swords of our Kenshin sect's elders and sect masters are buried. Those divine swords even contain the willpower of our ancestors. Therefore, those who enter will be rejected and will need a sect order. As Luo He spoke, she waved her hand and a token appeared in her hand. With a wave of her hand, the token rose into the air and floated in midair. Then, a flash of light suddenly appeared at the edge of the cliff. Specks of light condensed and formed a passageway. The passageway led to the other side of the cliff. Get on the bridge. Luo He panted heavily and said, hurry up. This token will only support us for a short period of time. Looking at Luo He's panting appearance, Mu Yun cupped his fists and said, Senior brother Luo He is a titular disciple. Of course, you have to go first. If I tell you to go over, go over. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Luo He shouted. I'm timid. Senior brother, please lead the way. Humph, timid? I think you're very bold. Luo He grabbed with her hand, and a swarming aura covered the sky and earth, enveloping Mu Yun's body from the sky to the ground. At that moment, Mu Yun felt as if his body had been locked down and he could not move at all. Damn it! Mu Yun wanted to resist, but it was useless. The difference between a heavenly god and a true god was extraordinary. Bang, with a loud bang, his silhouette was directly smashed into the starlight bridge. Luo He's lips curled into a sinister smile as she said, the burial sword tomb doesn't allow disciples to enter. You can enjoy yourself here. This place has buried countless geniuses of the Kenshin sect. You are not the first and will not be the last. You are not Luo He. Mu Yun shouted. Wrong, I am Luo He, the Luo He who loves Xianxia deeply. Therefore, I, Luo He, will kill any man who gets close to her. You really have the heart to kill a titular disciple. I can do anything for Xianxia. Mu Yun, you can only blame yourself for making Xianxia remember you. As Luo He spoke, she withdrew her palm. At that moment, the starlight retreated with a bang and disappeared. Suddenly, under Mu Yun's feet, under the bottomless cliff, a strong suction force came directly. Almost instantly, with a swoosh, his body directly fell down, completely disappearing. All of this happened in a flash. Even if Mu Yun used all of his strength, he was still unable to resist. Seeing this scene, Luo He smiled faintly and left. With his strength, he could directly kill Mu Yun. But if Mu Yun was just an outer sect disciple, it would indeed be simple. But now, Mu Yun was still a two-star alchemist. In the Kenshin sect, the identity and status of a two-star alchemist was equivalent to that of an inner sect disciple, so he could not make a move. But luring Mu Yun to the burial sword tomb and pushing him down was a piece of cake. Even if the sect knew about this matter, they could not hold him accountable. With his hands behind his back, Luo He turned and left. For a mere outer sect disciple, he personally took action. It was not that he thought highly of Mu Yun, but in his heart, anyone related to Xianxia, even if it was an ant, was the most important. Luo He. But right at this moment, a delicate shout suddenly sounded. At the edge of the cliff, a figure suddenly appeared. Xianxia. Seeing the newcomer, Luo He's face lit up, and he hurriedly went forward. Luo He, where's Mu Yun? Xianxia asked with a dark expression. Seeing Xianxia's nervous appearance, Luo He's expression instantly turned cold. Xianxia, this is what I dislike about you the most. A mere outer sect disciple, do you care so much? If you want an alchemy apprentice, any 3-star alchemist disciple in my battle alliance can be your alchemy apprentice. None of your business. Xianxia snorted. Luo He, let me ask you, where's my alchemy apprentice Mu Yun? He fell into the burial sword tomb. What? Hearing this, Xianxia's expression darkened. Luo He, you are too much. Xianxia rushed to the burial sword tomb, and her heart sank when she saw the pitch-black darkness below. Since ancient times, none of the disciples who entered the burial sword tomb had ever returned. Xianxia suddenly turned around, looked at Luo He, and shouted, Luo He, you're very good, very good. From today onwards, you and I have nothing to do with each other. Tell your Battle Alliance's lackeys to get out of the academy. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone I find. With that, Xianxia left angrily. She needed to discuss this with her sister quickly. The burial sword tomb was the burial place of the Kenshin sect's past seniors. There were even tens of thousands of Kenshin sect swords inside, and the sword chi and killing aura contained within were simply innumerable. If Muyun entered, not to mention a peak true god, even an earth god or sky god would die without a doubt. Seeing Xianxia leave angrily, Luo He's expression was terrifyingly dark. Looking at the cliff, Luo He shouted, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let you down the cliff. Instead, I should have imprisoned you in a place where there's no light and let you suffer a fate worse than death. His cold and gloomy words were accompanied by a fierce wind that dissipated between heaven and earth. At this moment, Muyun was truly suffering a fate worse than death. Falling below the burial sword tomb, Muyun's body kept falling. But after 100 meters below the cliff, long swords appeared one after another. Those long swords were from the initial Khanate divine weapon level to the Earth origin divine weapon level. There were even heavenly spirit divine weapon level divine swords. Those swords were inserted into the cliffs on both sides of the cliff. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count. But as Muyun's body fell, gusts of wind rushed over and pierced through his body. Those gusts of wind were like sword chi, with hundreds of changes and tens of thousands of moves. They whistled over, almost tearing his body apart, making it hard for him to breathe. More importantly, those gusts of wind became stronger as they descended. If this continued, he would probably be completely turned into minced meat before he reached the bottom of the cliff. What should he do? At this moment, thousands of ideas flashed through Muyun's mind. In the end, Muyun had no choice but to take out the blue sky yellow springs diagram. 6 sacred steels appeared at this moment. Those 6 sacred steels transformed into 6 steel plates and wrapped around his body. At this moment, the blue sky yellow springs diagram wrapped around the 6 sacred steels. In this way, those gusts of wind were finally blocked at this moment. Seeing this scene, Muyun also heaved a sigh of relief. If he could not stop it, it would be enough for him to die 100 times. But even so, the more he sank, the more his body was squeezed by the outside world, and it was difficult for him to withstand it. How high was this cliff? Muyun was almost crazy. He had not experienced this kind of pressure in the face of death for a long time. Luo He, if I don't die, you will definitely become a ghost. Muyun's gums were tightly clenched, and blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. Bang, however, after an unknown period of time, Muyun suddenly felt his body falling to the ground. The pain was already numbing. And at this moment, all the gusts of wind dissipated. Muyun pushed the 6 sacred steels aside, looked around, and heaved a sigh of relief. Falling from such a distance, coupled with the terrifying gusts of wind, even a top monarch god would not be able to withstand it, let alone a heaven god. If not for the blue sky yellow springs diagram and the 6 sacred steels defense, he would have died long ago. But now, it seemed that the 6 sacred steels and the blue sky yellow springs diagram were indeed very powerful. Especially the blue sky yellow springs diagram. This diagram was deliberately given to him by his father, and even his grandfather did not know what it was. But now, it seemed that it was indeed very special. Muyun took out a few night luminescent pearls and threw them out. The night luminescent pearls spread out, and finally, some outlines of the surroundings appeared in front of Muyun. This was a rocky hill. Many rocks were scattered around. The small ones were the size of a fist, and the big ones were as tall as a person. It was full of rocks. Moreover, there were many long swords around those rocks. Some were intact, and some were damaged. Muyun stood up and took a step forward. Suddenly, there was a creak. He took a step forward, and his body fell half a meter. The dust under his feet almost buried him. A cloud of dust floated up. Muyun sniffed it, and his face was aghast. Bone ashes. His body flew up and landed on a rock, looking around. At this moment, bone ashes were everywhere at the bottom of the cliff. Mu Yun thought about it carefully and understood. This was the bottom of the cliff. There were countless Kenshin sect disciples who had died here. When those disciples came down, they were probably torn to pieces by the astral winds and turned into ashes before reaching the bottom of the cliff. Over time, all of them fell to the bottom of the cliff. Thinking of the bone ashes that were half a person's height, Mu Yun felt his hair stand on end. How many people had died here? Mu Yun threw out some night luminescent pearls again to illuminate the surroundings and roughly observed the general appearance of this place. It was about 1,000 meters in length and width. The ground was full of bone ashes, and there were many divine swords inserted into the rocks. However, the lowest grade of these divine swords was at the level of a consolidating divine artifact. A consolidating divine artifact could only be refined by a 5-star divine artifact master, and a top divine lord was equipped with it. However, there were hundreds of them here. However, just as Mu Yun wanted to pull out those long swords and put them away, he realized that he could not move them at all. Fortunately, I didn't die here. However, how do I go up here? Mu Yun looked around helplessly. The astral winds above were constantly pressing down. It was easy for him to fall, but it was almost impossible for him to go up. For a few days, Mu Yun tried to go up, but there was no way. He could only rely on the sacred monument and the blue sky yellow springs diagram to resist the astral winds. However, the impact was too strong, and he could not resist it at all. What should he do? Mu Yun had no choice but to look around and check if there were any other exits in the next few days. No matter how hard he searched, there was still nothing he could do. Don't tell me I'll be trapped here until I die? Mu Yun smiled helplessly. Now that he had reached the pinnacle of the true God realm, his lifespan had increased from 100 years to several hundred years in the God world. However, several hundred years in this godforsaken place would be a joke if he wanted to reach a higher cultivation level. When one reached the divine realm, the higher one went, the more their lifespan would explosively increase. But, he was only a true divinity, so his lifespan didn't increase by much. Once he reached the divine Lord realm and opened his primordial spirit, his lifespan would undergo a heaven-shaking change, increasing by tens of thousands of years. The most important thing now was that his body needed to eat. Over time, they would either starve to death or die of old age. I can't stay here and wait for death. Mu Yun stood up and looked around. She fiercely bit a piece of roasted meat in her hand and said, "We can definitely leave. It smells so good." Just as Mu Yun finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded. Who is it? Hearing this voice, Mu Yun was stunned. He had been here for 4 to 5 days and had searched the entire place, but he didn't find anyone here. Me. That voice sounded again and said, I'm below you. Below? Mu Yun looked at his feet. Those ashes were firmly stepped on by him. Just now, he set up a fire here and took out some of the raw meat he stored to roast and eat. At this moment, the void spirit sword appeared directly, and Mu Yun stabbed it directly below. Boom! Immediately, a roar sounded from the bottom of the cliff. At this moment, those ashes flew and scattered, turning into birds that filled the sky and scattered on the surrounding stone walls. At this moment, Mu Yun discovered that there was actually an altar under the ground where the ashes were piled up. At this moment, in the center of the altar, a figure, an old figure, sat cross-legged on the ground. The altar was 100 meters wide and had 4 sides and 4 corners. There was a stone pillar standing tall. Above the stone pillars, iron chains were linked together and extended outwards, firmly locking the old figure in place. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that there would be such a person at the bottom of the cliff. Little fellow, you're so lucky. You actually didn't die after falling. Hee, you're the only one in these thousands of years who didn't turn into ashes after falling. The old man had a head of gray hair and a haggard face, but he didn't look old. It was just that his clothes were tattered and he looked rather old. To be precise, he looked more like a middle-aged man. If you didn't die and fell, isn't it the same as dying? Mu Yun said indifferently. However, the old man looked at the roasted meat in Mu Yun's hand and said greedily, I've been here for more than 10,000 years. Although I don't need to eat, I'm still hungry. Little fellow, let me have a taste of the roasted meat in your hand. Hearing this, Mu Yun threw it over. The old man gradually picked up the hot roasted meat and swallowed it in one bite. He did not care that it was hot and munched happily. From the looks of it, he had indeed not eaten for a long time, but he did not starve to death. Mu Yun concluded that this person was at least at the Divine Lord realm. Only when one reached the Divine Lord realm and condensed an essence spirit would one not need to eat by relying on their essence spirit to absorb the divine power and spirit energy of heaven and earth. Otherwise, this old man would have starved to death long ago. How's the taste? Not bad, not bad. Little fellow, looks like you've been living in the open. The old man chuckled. What's your name? Mu Yun. Mu Yun? The old man was stunned when he heard Mu Yun's name. What's wrong? Nothing, nothing. Sensing that he had lost his composure, the old man shook his head. I'm an outer sect disciple of the Kenshin sect. I was killed by a titular disciple and fell to the bottom of the cliff. I was lucky enough to survive. Oh. The old man looked at Mu Yun and said, My name is Shui Yuanhang. Buzz, the old man said his name. Suddenly, Mu Yun felt as if something was struggling in his mind. He felt dizzy and almost fell. What's wrong? I am fine. Mu Yun shook his head curiously. For some reason, when he heard the name Shui Yuanhang, he actually felt a sense of familiarity. However, he could not remember where he had heard it before. However, in this world, there were tens of billions of people. There were too many people with the same name. The old man could not help but be shocked when he saw that Mu Yun's body only swayed and did not say a word. You don't know me? How would I know who you are? Mu Yun rolled his eyes speechlessly. Right now, he was filled with thoughts of leaving this place. Otherwise, if Xianxia knew that he had fallen off the cliff, he might go crazy and do something. Aren't you an outer sect disciple of the Kenshin sect? That's right. Then how can you not know who I am? Then why must I know who you are? Mu Yun was speechless. With a wave of his hand, 6 sage steels appeared. He could not be bothered to say anything more to this old lunatic. The most important thing now was how to leave this place. However, when he saw Mu Yun take out the 6 sage steels, the old man suddenly threw away the piece of meat in his hand and wanted to pounce forward. However, the iron chain bound his body, preventing him from leaving the center of the altar. However, when he looked at Mu Yun, his eyes were filled with horror. Mu Yun was a little shocked to be stared at by the old man like this. When he thought about how the old man could not break free from the iron chain, he felt relieved. If the old man could break free from the iron chain, he would have run away long ago instead of staying here for thousands of years. Tell me, why must I know who you are? Mu Yun felt that the situation was a little strange and could not help but ask. The old man looked at the sage steels in his hand in a daze as if he had lost his mind. Hey, say something. Where did you get this sage steels from? The old man looked at Mu Yun with an extremely solemn expression. I asked you first. Tell me first. Mu Yun did not answer. I am Shui Yuanhang. Shua is the Shua of excellence. Yuanhang is the Yuanhang of sailing. I am the sect master of the Kenshin sect. What? Hearing that, Mu Yun was so shocked that he almost let go of the sage steels. The sect master of the Kenshin sect? Old man, even if you're lying, you should be more truthful, okay? Mu Yun was speechless. Now, the sect master of the Kenshin sect is Zhujiani. Do you really think that I'm an outer sect disciple who has just entered the sect and doesn't know? Hearing that, the old man smiled bitterly. That's right. Zhujiani is my son, your son? Mu Yun was completely stunned. His son was the sect master, and he had imprisoned his father here. What a joke. Everything I said is true. I am the sect master of the Kenshin sect, Shui Yuanhang. That unfilial son of Zhujiani imprisoned me here in the dark. He used my sword soul chi to nurture his sword. The divine swords in this burial sword tomb have been nurtured by my sword soul for so many years. Mu Yun felt even more incredulous when he said that. Sword soul. The old man in front of him was a swordsman who had comprehended a sword soul. Little fellow, I've told you the truth. You should tell me what you are now, right? the old man spoke again. Mu Yun did not believe a word of the old man's words. She only thought that this person was crazy. She looked at the old man and smiled. You said that you are Zhui Yuanheng, right? Zhui Jian's father? That's right. Alright, since that's the case, I'll tell you. In fact, I am the crown prince of the shepherds of the 10 great ancient clans, Mu Yun. Bullsh *T. Upon hearing Mu Yun's words, Zhui Yuanheng suddenly flew into a rage and berated, the crown prince, the crown prince of the shepherds, Mu Yun, has been dead for 40,000 years. That's right, I'm dead. Mu Yun said solemnly. However, my father, Mu Yun, is a person with extraordinary means. He left a wisp of my remnant soul, allowing me to reincarnate and become the current me. Look at the current Mu Yun, the soul aura on my body is completely different from that of the crown prince of the shepherds back then. My father protected me in order to have such an effect after I reincarnated twice. As for this stone tablet, it is the sacred tablet of the shepherds. I have 6 of the 9 sacred tablets now. As Mu Yun spoke, she waved her hand. Bang bang bang, the 6 sacred tablets appeared directly at this moment. Look carefully. 6 sacred tablets, the keepsake of the shepherds. Do you know? Old Zhui Yuanheng. Although he hadn't been in the Kenshin sect for long, he knew that the current sect master of the Kenshin sect, Zhui Jiani, was a god monarch expert, a peak existence in the South River region. Moreover, he had never heard of Zhui Yuanheng's name. Most importantly, if he was Zhui Jiani's father, why would Zhui Jiani imprison him here and use his sword spirit to nurture a sword? This was simply a disgraceful act. No expert would treat his father like this, not to mention that his father was the Kenshin sect's sect master. He would pass the throne to him sooner or later, so why would he do this? You're lying. Not only that, Zhui Yuanheng suddenly roared, you're lying, this is impossible, how can you be the crown prince? The old man was currently crazy, looking at Mu Yun and talking to himself. He's crazy. Seeing the old man's behavior, Mu Yun shook her head. She originally thought that she had encountered some hidden sect big shot, but now, it seemed like it was all in vain. No matter how she looked at it, this old man was a madman. Mu Yun didn't care about this person anymore. This madman, even if she told him that she was the crown prince of shepherds, he wouldn't believe it and would just take it as a joke. Mu Yun continued to fiddle with the 6 sacred steels. Currently, among the 6 sacred steels, only the one that summoned his grandfather and great-grandfather could be controlled by him wholeheartedly. He couldn't resist the other 4. Therefore, it was too difficult to combine the 6 sacred steels to help him leave. Moreover, although the blue sky underworld diagram's defense was tyrannical, his strength was too low and couldn't resist the pressure of the astral winds. However, Mu Yun wasn't willing to give up. If his heart died, then everything would be over. Let's try again. Mu Yun ignored the crazy old man's muttering and placed the 6 sacred steels around her. Looking around, the blue sky underworld diagram directly rose from the ground. The blue sky underworld diagram expanded at this moment. The scenery of mountains, rivers, lightning, and thunder were all displayed. Blue sky underworld diagram. However, at this moment, the old man roared. This roar almost scared Mu Yun half to death. What are you shouting for? Mu Yun looked at the old man and said with dissatisfaction, this is indeed the blue sky, no. But suddenly, Mu Yun's face turned cold. He had told the old man that there were 6 sacred steels, but he didn't say that this was the blue sky's underworld diagram. How did this old man know it? Mu Yun suddenly turned around. His eyes were like torches as he scanned the man in front of him. Who the hell are you? How do you know this is the blue sky's underworld diagram? He clenched the void spirit sword in his hand. The blue sky underworld diagram. I used to follow Mu Qingyu, the patriarch of the Mu clan, and I was lucky enough to see the patriarch use this thing. It can be said to be a peerless divine diagram that can turn the sky and the sea upside down. Why is this map in your hands? At this moment, the old's right. At this moment, the two of them were opposing each other with equal harshness, and it seemed like they would come to blows at the slightest disagreement. Mu Yun, Mu S. This to the. Mu Yun frowned and asked, You're from the Mu clan? Who the hell are you? The old man asked again. Who I am is not important. I thought you were crazy. Now, it seems that's not the case. My mouth was cheap and I revealed too many secrets. It seems that I have to get rid of you. Mu Yun hated himself for being careless. He thought the old man was crazy and revealed everything about the sacred steels. Only now did he realize that this old man was not that simple. Once his identity was exposed, it would be an endless disaster. Other than the shepherds, which of the 10 great ancient clans of the divine realm did not want him dead? Get rid of me? The old man laughed. Kid, even if I am imprisoned here, it will be extremely difficult for you to get rid of me with your little true god realm. You are very confident. Mu Yun said again. To tell you the truth, I am Mu Yun. Mu Yun is me, the crown prince of the shepherds. In this life, I will return to the shepherds and kill all the people who killed me in the past. None of the 9 great ancient clans can escape. I will not make any mistakes on this path. It is impossible for any information to be leaked. You are really the crown prince of the shepherds? The old man's fingers were trembling. Yes, it is me. Impossible. The old man lifted his long hair and revealed his face. If you are the crown prince of the shepherds, how can you not know who I am? Who you are is none of my business. Mu Yun's void spirit sword was secretly accumulating power. The old man was right. Even if he had been imprisoned here for thousands of years, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. How could he kill a monarch god who had comprehended a sword's soul? However, he still wanted to kill him. Sword swing. Mu Yun slashed with his sword. He could not be bothered to talk nonsense. Stop. The old man shouted and his aura shook. In an instant, the origin-strengthening divine artifact level divine swords around him flew up one by one. Swoosh. Swoosh, in an instant, no less than 10 divine swords surrounded Mu Yun. Kid, do you still think you can kill me now? Why not? Mu Yun snorted, and the 2 sage steels behind him exploded. Meteor shower. Earth explosion and sky fall. In an instant, the secret techniques of the shepherds in the 2 sage steels were executed. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, in an instant, ear-piercing rumbling sound spread throughout the entire world. In that instant, Mu Yun mustered all the power in his body and blasted it out in an instant. Blood guards, kill. In the next moment, 300 blood guards appeared and charged toward the old man. The entire bottom of the cliff immediately began to rumble. The ground collapsed and everything began to tremble. Mu Yun panted and looked ahead cautiously. In an instant, he used all his power. If he could not kill this old man, he would be finished. Haha, however, when the ashes scattered, a loud laugh suddenly sounded. At this moment, a maniacal laughter echoed throughout the entire valley. I'm finished. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart was completely cold. Meteor shower and earth explosion and sky fall could be said to be much more powerful in the peak true god realm, but they could not kill this old man. He was finished. Haha, the old man laughed wildly. He looked at Mu Yun with excitement in his eyes. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, the old man knelt down on both knees and looked at Mu Yun with a blazing reverence in his eyes. I, Shui Yuanhang, leader of the 8th team of the Xianxia, greet your highness the crown prince. Mu Yun was completely dumbfounded by his words. Xianxia, the 9th team, the leader of the 8th team, Mu Yun was a little confused at this moment. You're a Xianxia warrior? That's right. Shui Yuanhang kowtowed 3 times and said respectfully, Your Highness the Crown Prince, I failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended Your Highness the Crown Prince. I hope Your Highness the Crown Prince will not take offense. Well, get up first. Yes. Shui Yuanhang was in tatters. He looked at Mu Yun with ecstasy in his eyes. He looked even more enthusiastic than a warrior who had been in the army for 3 years and saw his wife when he returned home. Mu Yun coughed and could not help but take a step back. Shui Yuanhang. Yes. Well, I'm not calling you. Mu Yun said awkwardly, Why can't I remember, Your Highness the Crown Prince, you don't have to mind. Shui Yuanhang comforted her, back then, the patriarch said that the Crown Prince is not dead. and will definitely return. When the Crown Prince returns, it will be the time for our Xianxia to shine. Moreover, the Patriarch also said that the Crown Prince might have temporary memory loss when he returns. He might not remember us. We can afford to wait. Father really has everything under his control. Mu Yun looked at Shui Yuanhang with uncertainty. You didn't believe me just now. Why do you believe me now? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Shui Yuanhang knew that Mu Yun did not trust him. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Shui Yuanhang pointed at the 300 blood guards and said, initially, when I saw your Highness the Crown Prince take out the sacred tablet, I already had my suspicions. However, when I saw these 300 Bone Clan warriors, I knew. Back then, I was a personal guard of the Patriarch before he became the Patriarch. I saw these Bone Clan warriors. Later on, I learned that they were Bone Clan warriors. The Patriarch could be said to regard these Bone Clan warriors as his own life. Now that it has appeared in your hands, there's only one possibility. The Patriarch gave it to you. Who would the Patriarch give it to? Other than you, his son, I really can't think of anyone else. Then, it's also possible that someone else snatched it away? Mu Yun smiled and said, there are so many experts in the divine world. Impossible. Shui Yuanhang shook his head and said, in the divine world, even if there are as many experts as there are clouds, none of the patriarchs of the 9 great ancient clans are a match for the Patriarch. No one in the human race can compare to the Patriarch's remarkable abilities. Mu Yun was taken aback when he heard this. She did not expect her father to be so powerful. Isn't it a little too hasty to confirm my identity just like that? Mu Yun looked at Shui Yuanhang and asked again, since you're the captain of the 9th Battalion, then let me ask you, do you know Ren Xiaolong? Xiaolong? Where is he? Is he still alive? Shui Yuanhang immediately said emotionally, back then, the 9 battalions of the Xianxia followed the Crown Prince to battle. In the end, the Crown Prince was besieged by the ancestor gods of the 9 clans. The Xianxia fought to the death, but in the end, we still could not save the Crown Prince. At the mention of this, tears flowed down Shui Yuanhang's face. Mu Yun could feel that it was due to deep self-blame. The 9 battalion captain's fate is unknown. The 81 battalion captain's fate is unknown. Some are dead, some are injured, and some are utterly defeated. Xiaolong and I are both battalion captains of the 9th battalion. He's younger than me. Back then, our 2 battalions were separated. I don't know if he's alive or dead all these years. The divine world is vast, and I don't know where to find him. Even the mystic realm of the shepherds was invaded by the 9 great ancient clans. As a result, I don't know where to go. Where is my home? As Shui Yuanhang spoke, he could not help but cry sorrowfully. To the warriors of the shepherds who lived in the mystic realm was their home. However, the battle had turned the world upside down. The most powerful shepherds had been attacked by the 9 great ancient clans. The Crown Prince had died, and their home had been destroyed. They had become drifting leaves with nowhere to find their home. Mu Yun also felt sorrowful at this moment. After all, he was Mu Yun. Although his memories were incomplete, some things could still touch the memories in the depths of his heart. Although he hadn't completely recovered his memories, this kind of grief was enough to make him feel sorrowful. Really? Shui Yuanhang was crying his eyes out. Mu Yun realized that whether it was Ren Xiaolong or Shui Yuanhang, as members of the Xianxia, they not only respected him, but also relied on him as the Crown Prince of the Shepherds. When the 2 saw him again, they were filled with joy and were crying tears of joy. Yes, I saw him in the 18 provinces of South Shui. I also recovered some of my memories and my right hand. Mu Yun sighed slightly and said, however, he is now connected to the Xiantian sect and can't leave there. So, I came to the Kenshin sect to see the wider world. And I want to go from the Kenshin sect to the Divine Land, from South Shui region, and from there, I want to find out where Father's new secret realm is. Patriarch has already resumed the construction of the shepherds? Shui Yuanhang was pleasantly surprised. That's right. Seeing Mu Yun nodding, Shui Yuanhang said excitedly, Your Highness, then you should quickly return to the secret realm. With Patriarch here, you will be able to return to the peak in less than 100 years. At that time, gather all the Xiantianshire in the divine world. We will follow you and take revenge for our families and the shepherds. Hearing this, Mu Yun scratched his head awkwardly. What's wrong? Cough, cough. According to Father's plan, I would enter the divine world through the immortal world's divine tower. There would be people from the shepherds who would receive me and bring me back to the shepherds. However, there was a mishap when I fought with Xiao. So now, I can't find Father, Xiao. When Zhui Yuanhang heard the name, he said angrily, that bastard is as ambitious as a wolf. Back then, Your Highness, you were the talk of the legends in the god world. No one could possibly compete with you. That blood elf fought you and became friends. That bastard is a wolf, and he intentionally got close to you in the hopes of allying the 9 tribes. He was the one who planned it. That's right, the ambition of a wolf. Mu Yun licked her lips and sneered, this kind of person really deserves to die. I didn't expect to find you again. Your Highness, are you alright? It's fine. It's just a clone and not his real body. However, since he knows that I'm not dead, he will definitely kill me once news of me reaches the divine realm. That's why I wasn't in a hurry to find my father. Yes. Zhui Yuanhang nodded and said, Your Highness, even if you were to live another life, you would still be 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than Xiao. In front of you, he's just a fart. Since the patriarch knows that you're still alive, he'll definitely look for you. There's no hurry. Yes. At this moment, the two of them opened up their hearts and sat down to chat. Zhui Yuanhang was nothing more than praising Mu Yun and praising Mu Yun's capabilities in her previous life. On the other hand, Mu Yun sounded quite interesting. At the same time, she wanted to see if she could recall the memories of her previous life. By the way, Your Highness, were you forced down by the titular disciple? Zhui Yuanhang sighed. It's a pity that I'm trapped now and can't avenge the crown prince. What's so difficult about that? I'll help you break it. Mu Yun stood up at this moment. With the void spirit sword in her hand, she activated the heavenly fire. The sizzling fire sword directly slashed at the iron chain at this moment. However, it was completely ineffective. Your Highness, don't bother. Zhui Yuanhang said bitterly, this chain was condensed from the ice and snow of 100,000 feet tall mountain. After accumulating for a long time, ordinary iron was forged into a peerless cold iron. You can't break it now. Mu Yun was also rather puzzled at this moment. Old Zhua, how were you captured? Sigh, Zhui Yuanhang sighed and said, it's all because of my disappointing son. Zhua Jiani? That's right. Zhui Yuanhang said bitterly, back then, the Xianxia scattered and the secret realm was destroyed. I drifted here alone and built the Kenshin sect here. The Kenshin sect developed step by step and became the overlord of a region. I also married and had children. I settled down here, but I never forgot the hatred of the shepherds. Therefore, I always warned my son to leave the South River region. However, this kid was dissatisfied with my teachings and thought that I was blindly loyal. Therefore, he joined forces with outsiders and imprisoned me here. Outsiders? Sky Pass Valley. Zhui Yuanhang said angrily, Zhua Jiani's mother is called Yanemiao. She and Sky Pass Valley's Valley Master Ba Tianjue were old friends. They secretly joined forces. Even Zhua Jiani is not my biological son. Later on, they used a scheme to trap me here and used my sword spirit to nourish these divine swords. For them to use. Ba Tianjue. Yanemiao. Zhua Jiani. The corner of Mu Yun's mouth rose. They said that I was crazy. I kept talking about the shepherds all day long, saying how could the South River region have anything to do with the shepherds. They didn't believe me at all. This is also good, as it saves me from hiding my identity. Zhui Yuanhang smiled bitterly, however, that Ba Tianjue and Yanemiao are both ambitious people. They won't be satisfied with a four-legged state. Sky Pass Valley and Kenshin sect don't get along on the surface, but they are secretly colluding with each other. They are doing this for 9-Star Pavilion and Dark Palace to see. They want to make these two forces careless and then numb them. They want to defeat them and unify the South River region. Therefore, you, the old sect master, have become a trapped beast, their prey. That's right. Shui Yuanhang said bitterly. Originally, I also thought about it. Once I die, everything will be fine. But I am not reconciled. The Mu clan has not been avenged. If I die, Your Highness, who will avenge your death? Although I am only a god monarch and am only a small captain, not as tyrannical as the 9 captains, I have no regrets even if I die for Your Highness. Alright, alright. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, if you really want to work for me, don't die. Living is the best. Yes. Although I can't help you and Ren Xiaolong take revenge for the time being, Your Highness can avenge you. You can't. Shui Yuanhang immediately said, I am only a small character. Your Highness has yet to do the big things. You can't take the risk for me. What nonsense are you talking about? Mu Yun smiled and said, if I let people bully my subordinates, then am I still the crown prince of the shepherds? Hearing these words, Shui Yuanhang's eyes turned red. Old Zhua, come, come. Tell me how charming I was back then for you to like me so much, hee hee. Shui Yuanhang began to narrate. At that time, Your Highness could be said to be unreasonable. At that time, Your Highness spoke very little and was very cold. You led the army strictly and set an example. We, the Xianxia, admired Your Highness very much. Then why are you still so loyal? Your Highness just doesn't remember. Shui Yuanhang smiled and said, let me give you an example. Back then, there was a Xianxia in a small team of the 8th Battalion. When he was out on a mission, he was caught and beaten up by a young master of a big force in the Divine Land. He was half dead. His Highness didn't say a word and killed that young master. Furthermore, he beat up the leader of that force. This matter has practically caused an uproar in the God realm. Later on, everyone knew that they could offend anyone in the shepherds except for you and your subordinates, the Xianxia. At that time, many other guards and warriors in the shepherds desperately wanted to join the Xianxia and become your subordinates. Your Highness treated us like brothers. Even if we die, we won't be able to repay you. Mu Yun laughed and said, it seems that I have some means to win people's hearts. No. Shui Yuanhang said solemnly, Your Highness didn't win people's hearts. Instead, you treated us as your family. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. That's right. All of you, the Xianxia, are my family. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for 40,000 years. But you are still holding on and waiting. In this life, I will find the Xianxia one by one and let your names resound throughout the realm of the gods. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Shui Yuanhang's eyes were filled with determination. Although the current Mu Yun was only at the peak of the true god realm, Shui Yuanhang wasn't afraid. He firmly believed that Mu Yun would rise again. Because he was Mu Yun, the crown prince of the shepherds, the 9th emperor. Alright, alright. Don't say that you have no regrets. The problem now is, the two of us can't even get out of here. We can get out. Shui Yuanhang was extremely excited at this moment. We can get out? Mu Yun looked at Shui Yuanhang's excited expression and was puzzled. That's right. We can get out. Shui Yuanhang said, Your Highness, this is a secret place that I built. There's something important under this altar. What is it? Your Highness's flesh and blood. Shui Yuanhang said, when Your Highness died in battle, the Xianxia was scattered. Every Xianxia couldn't bear to part with you, so they kept your flesh and blood. Later, the Patriarch sent us an order to preserve your flesh and blood. As the captain, I kept a piece of your flesh and blood. It's under this altar. Hearing this, Mu Yun was even more shocked. Then Zhujiani, he can't open it. Shui Yuanhang said confidently, only Your Highness can open the seal I left on the altar back then. Even if Your Highness's soul aura has changed, you are still you. Your body still belongs to you. Only then can you unleash your greatest power. Now, Your Highness only needs a wisp of your soul to open this place. Let me try. Mu Yun focused her mind. Waves of aura gradually spread out. In an instant, there were cracking sounds on the altar. A door that led underground was completely opened. At this moment, the door revealed a domineering aura. At this moment, Shui Yuanhang completely believed that the person in front of him was his former crown prince. He had used Mu Yan's own flesh and blood as the catalyst for this seal. Other than Mu Yan himself, no one else would be able to undo it. At this moment, Mu Yan also completely believed in Zhui Yuanheng. The master and servant looked at each other. "Your Highness, please leave this place first," Zhui Yuanheng said. "As long as you leave this place and increase your cultivation realm and strength, you will definitely be able to save me. Don't worry. After this place is opened, I will come here often in the future. We can contact each other at any time. When I reach the inner sect and become a titular disciple, I will make Shui Jiani and her son pay the price." The door to the altar slowly closed, and Mu Yan's figure disappeared from the altar. Zhui Yuanheng was overjoyed. "His Highness is back. He's really back," Zhui Yuanheng muttered to himself. The clan leader was right. The nine-fate Son of Heaven is destined to unify the God realm. His Highness won't die. The shepherds have hope of reviving. At this moment, Mu Yan came to the bottom of the altar, and a strong blood aura rushed toward him. This was a completely different state from when he saw his left and right hands. Mu Yan entered the altar and looked at the center of the altar. At this moment, a piece of flesh about the size of a thumb stood quietly on a stone in the center. Because the flesh had been on the rock for too long, the rock had turned scarlet red. Mu Yan approached the small piece of flesh, and his breathing suddenly stopped. It was too strong. A powerful aura of flesh and blood surged into his body. A rumbling sound rang out, and the blood aura exploded at this moment. A completely different aura made Mu Yan feel that his body was filled. He waved his hand gently. Buzz, shockingly, the piece of flesh flew directly into his hand. At this moment, his body was suddenly filled with the blood aura. Buzz, Mu Yan stood on the spot, and he felt that his head was about to explode. An unparalleled aura of flesh and blood poured into his body. Mu Yan was also confused at this moment. Logically speaking, that piece of flesh should have fused into his body like his left and right hands. However, at that moment, that piece of flesh directly rushed into his flesh and forcibly fused with his body. In an instant, Mu Yan felt that his body was filled with power. A crazy aura spread out, and his body was suddenly filled with tyrannical power, layer by layer. Under the superposition of this power, every strand and every inch of his body was expanding. Dong, a dull sound suddenly rang out, and his abdomen swelled up as if there was a bag. My physical body has reached its limit, and I can't absorb the energy of this piece of flesh. Now, I can only level up and let my body absorb the energy of this piece of flesh. At the thought of this, Mu Yan immediately sat down and guided the divine power to attack her own divine source mark. And at this moment, a miraculous scene appeared. Imprints were formed on that piece of flesh, and they directly crashed into Mu Yan's body. Originally, there were 9 imprints in the source of God, but now, there were 8 times more. There were now 81 imprints. If one were to take a closer look at these 81 imprints, one would see that there was a tiny imprint under each large imprint. In this cycle, there were 8 small imprints under each of the 9 large imprints. 9 large seals and 8 small seals. Mu Yan had a strange feeling in her heart. However, at that moment, when Mu Yan inspected her celestial source origin, she discovered that the 9 imprints were all complete. He stepped into the great circle of true God realm in one step. Not only that, the energy contained in that piece of flesh had greatly strengthened his blood, meridians, bones, and soul consciousness. They had all reached the peak of the great circle of true God realm. This feeling was incomparably comfortable. It's as if I've swallowed a divine medicine of heaven and earth. Mu Yan couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief at this moment. It was just a small piece of flesh from his previous life, but when it fused into his body, the energy that spread on its own was actually so powerful. It was no wonder that after he died and his soul consciousness dissipated, his flesh was still so highly regarded by the people of the God realm. Comfortable energy. This is the true increase in cultivation level. Mu Yan clapped her hands and felt that there were energy fluctuations everywhere in her body. Looking ahead, Mu Yan suddenly discovered that a passageway was spreading out. It must have been left behind by Zhui Yuanheng back then, but she didn't know where it led to. After entering the passageway and advancing for about half a day, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of Mu Yan's eyes. Her figure appeared outside the Kenshin sect. Looking up, she saw the majestic pavilions of the Kenshin sect in the distance. This was the foot of a barren mountain outside the Kenshin sect. Mu Yun turned around at this moment, but found that there was no passageway at all. However, when she reached out her palm, she easily touched the passageway. Looks like it's an illusory formation. Mu Yun looked ahead and exhaled. I stayed inside for 7 to 8 days. Although I almost died, it's not bad to reach the great circle of true God realm. Mu Yun looked at the mountain rocks, and a hint of killing intent appeared in her eyes. Luo He, titular disciple? Shuajiani, Yanne Miao, you harmed my Xianxia? I'll record these debts one by one. In the following time, you will repay them one by one. With that, Mu Yun's figure disappeared in a flash. Kenshin sect, outer sect, in Xie courtyard, Zhao Yanming, Mu Bufan, and Lu Yuxue were all present. I can't wait any longer. Xie could not help but shout, whether the wolf cub is dead or not, I'm going to find that Luo He now. Damn it, he dared to attack my brother. I must kill him. Thank you, big brother. Zhao Yanming dissuaded him at this moment. Mu Yun's master is not dead. I signed a secret skill contract with him. If he dies, I won't be able to survive either. Think about it, Mu Yun has been in dire straits several times, but he didn't die, right? He didn't die, but this time, 7 to 8 days have passed. He should have returned even if he didn't die, but he didn't, right? Xie snorted. I can't take this lying down. That brat Luo He wants to kill him just because Xing'er treats the wolf cub a little better. Titular disciple? His heart is smaller than a needle's eye. Thank you, big brother. Zhao Yanming persuaded bitterly, even if you go and kill Luo He now, you have to be able to kill him. Who said I can't kill him? Xie shouted, he's just a mere disciple of a god. I might be able to kill him if I fight to the death. Haha, as soon as Xie finished speaking, a loud laugh suddenly sounded outside the courtyard. This might be the biggest joke I, Rao Hong, have heard in my life. The courtyard door was kicked open, and a figure strode in. Behind that figure, 2 figures walked out at this moment. Then, a few figures stepped into the courtyard step by step. Seeing that they had come with ill intentions, Xie sneered. What does bragging have to do with you cowards? I've always spoken like this. If you're not convinced, come and fight me? Shameless boasting. The man in the lead put his hands behind his back and said with a proud expression, I heard that the few of you formed a green alliance. I'm Rao Hong of the Fighting Alliance. Let me tell you, there are only 4 people in the entire Kenshin sect who call themselves Alliance. From today onwards, your alliance will be revoked. Rao Hong, ranked 8th on the earthly spirit list, an outer sect disciple of the Fighting Alliance. Revoked? Xie scolded. Today, don't say that I didn't establish the Green Alliance. If you say so, this Green Alliance will really exist. Now, I'm the Alliance leader. Xie is the Alliance leader. Mu Bufan, Zhao Yanming, and Lu Yuxue are the deputy alliance leaders. I'll see who has the ability to dissolve my Green Alliance. What arrogance! Rao Hong scolded. Senior brother Rao Hong. The young man on the left smiled. I'll deal with such a small character. Alright, Tianming, don't kill him. Don't worry, senior brother Rao Hong, I know the severity of this. Tianming walked forward and looked at Xie. He laughed and said, Green Alliance? 1 alliance leader and 3 deputy alliance leaders? Such arrogance. Xie, right? I heard that you're following behind Mu Yun, showing off your strength and being arrogant and despotic. Today, I, Tianming, am the 13th on the earthly spirit list, am here to experience it. I'll teach you a lesson then. Xie was unable to restrain his anger. The anger that he had been suppressing for the past few days had all exploded at this moment. Wing Dragon Palm. Xie directly slapped out with his palm. Like a soaring dragon and pouncing tiger, he immediately grabbed at Tianming. You've got some momentum. Tianming took a step forward and slapped out with his palm. A majestic aura immediately rushed out. Dong, the 2 figures collided with a loud bang. Tianming let out a blood-curdling scream. At this moment, his entire arm had turned into minced meat and exploded. At this moment, the crowd actually had an illusion. Xianxia's palm seemed to have turned into a dragon's claw that had crippled Tianming. Tianming. Seeing this scene, Rao Hong's face turned cold. Xianxia, you're courting death. You refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You've offended my fighting league. How are you going to survive in the Kenshin sect? If I can't survive, I'll quit. If the wolf cub doesn't come back, I'll slaughter the entire Kenshin sect sooner or later. Xianxia shouted. What are you doing? What are you doing? You have such a strong evil aura. I can feel your disgusting stench from afar. If I didn't know, I would have thought that you're a divine dragon. At this moment, a mocking voice suddenly sounded from the courtyard wall. On the courtyard wall, a figure was sitting. He was wearing a black robe and his hair covered his eyebrows. His brown eyes emitted a terrifying gaze, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly and a trace of evil appeared at this moment. Mu Yun. Wolf cub. Brother Mu. Instantly, the few people in the courtyard were shocked. When Rao Hong saw this scene, his eyes were wide open as if he had gone blind. You didn't die? Rao Hong said in astonishment, impossible, impossible. None of the disciples who entered the burial sword tomb came out alive. Then I'm not a living person. Mu Yan stretched his neck and laughed, I'm an evil spirit that takes your life. After Mu Yan finished speaking, his figure flashed and jumped down the wall. He waved his hand and grabbed the other arm of Di Tianming, who had been cut off. Di Tianming, 13th on the Earth Spirit list, seems very powerful? Crack, Mu Yan's palm exerted some force and squeezed. How does it feel? Mu Yan smiled and said, with both arms crippled, I don't think the fighting league will keep a useless person. You've offended many people, right? Without strength, being expelled from the sect is also a dead end. With a bang, Mu Yan swung her palm and threw Di Tianming out. She looked at the rest. At this moment, looking at Mu Yan and that terrifying smile, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Rao Hong wanted to retreat, but he didn't dare to. If he retreated, it would mean that he was really afraid. Mu Yan, don't mess around. Seeing that Mu Yan was about to come forward, Rao Hong immediately shouted, now, come with me to see senior brother Lei Peng of the inner sect. Maybe you can avoid death. Lei Peng? Mu Yan smiled faintly and said, are you an inner sect disciple of the Fighting League? That's right, senior brother Lei Peng is an expert in the top 100 of the Fighting League's Heavenly Spirit list. He is the leader of our Fighting League's inner sect and directly takes orders from senior brother Luo He. Rao Hong shouted, if you come with me now, I can still save your life in front of senior brother Lei Peng. Save my life? Mu Yan took a step forward, and her aura spread out. True God Great Perfection. Seeing this, Rao Hong's face tightened. How did this guy suddenly reach the True God Great Perfection? Xia Qing, Zhao Yanming, and the others were also quite surprised. This guy, how did he improve so quickly? She waved her palm gently. Seeing this, Rao Hong took a step forward. After all, he was the 8th existence on the Earth Spirit list, and his strength had long reached the True God Great Perfection. How could a mere Mu Yan make him afraid? You're too weak. Not only that, Mu Yan walked forward at this moment and waved her palm lightly. She waved her palm lightly. At this moment, Rao Hong felt that his body had become out of his control. In the next moment, his entire body was lifted up by Mu Yan. Woo-woo, his hands trembled, and Rao Hong's eyes were about to pop out. However, at this moment, his cultivation seemed to have become air, and there was no room for change. How could this be? Rao Hong was terrified. You better let me go, or else, the League won't let you go. Threatening me? With a cracking sound, Rao Hong's breathing became more and more rapid. At this moment, killing intent gradually gathered in Mu Yan's eyes. Stop. Suddenly, another young man who had been standing beside Rao Hong stepped forward. A pair of clear eyes looked at Mu Yan with a gaze that could not be ignored. This person's aura was not any weaker than Rao Hong's. Big Brother Yi, this kid, Big Brother Yi. When they heard how Rao Hong addressed this person, a strange expression appeared on their faces. In the outer sect of the League, there was only one person who could make Rao Hong call him Brother Yi. The deacon of the outer sect of the League, Yi Hua Ao, ranked second on the earthly spirit leaderboard. You are Yi Hua Ao? That's right. The young man nodded and said, I'm Yi Hua Ao. Mu Yun, let him go. Our Fighting League's outer sect won't make a fuss about this matter with you today. However, I don't know if those inner sect members will make a fuss about it with you. You guys won't hold it against me? Mu Yun laughed out loud and said, if you guys don't hold it against me, then can I hold it against you guys? If I, Mu Yun, die today, you guys will bully my brother. Let's not talk about this first. Your league leader, Luo He, is a dignified titular disciple. She used such a despicable method to kill me, an outer sect disciple. You're quite confident, aren't you? Mu Yun snorted and said, I don't care if you are Rao Hong or Yi Hua Ao. I don't care if you are from the outer sect or the inner sect. As long as I am around, the League will never have peace. Hearing this, killing intent appeared in Yi Hua Ao's eyes. In that case, let him go. I will go to the arena with you and have a life and death battle. Don't you like this the most? Yi Hua Ao said arrogantly. Life and death battle? Interesting. Mu Yun smiled slightly. All right. Crack, with a cracking sound, Rao Hong's hand suddenly cracked. His body trembled and he fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Unexpectedly, Mu Yun still crippled Rao Hong's hands at this moment. This guy was simply courting death. Let's go. Mu Yun could not wait to go to the arena at this moment. No one could die in a private battle, but it was a different story in the arena. This Yi Hua Ao wanted to have a life and death battle with him now. It was just what he wanted. The two of them walked towards the outer sect training field. At this moment, the news gradually spread. The outer sect members of the League rushed over one by one. Mu Yun was so bold to challenge their leader of the outer sect disciples, Yi Hua Ao. Who was Yi Hua Ao? He was ranked second on the outer sect's Earth Spirit ranking. Among the hundreds of thousands of outer sect disciples, he was ranked second only to the outer sect's Xianxia alliance leader, Tian Mingyu. Tian Mingyu was said to be the younger brother of the Xianxia alliance leader, Tian Fengxiao. However, Yi Hua Ao had relied on his own cultivation talent and strength to reach where he was today. At this moment, more and more people gathered here. Everyone was very curious about who was courting death to compete with Yi Hua Ao. When they found out that it was Mu Yun, everyone was completely dumbfounded. The last time Mu Yun was here, she directly defeated Chu Qinshan and jumped to the 101st place. Now, she was preparing to fight with Yi Hua Ao. What kind of situation was this? Yi Hua Ao stood below the arena and looked around with a calm face. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart did not have any ripples at all. Xie pulled Mu Yun and could not help but ask, Wolf Cub, why aren't you dead yet? Why did your strength increase so much? Do you really want me to die? That's not it. I'm just curious. How many times have you faked your death? Xie scolded, but I think this Yi Hua Ao is not simple. Be careful. Don't worry. He's not simple, but I'm not simple either. Mu Yun smiled slightly, the corners of her mouth rising. Brother Yi. At this moment, not far away from the arena, more than a dozen figures walked over. The person in the lead had an imposing appearance and an overbearing posture. Why is Yulan Tian here? Isn't he from the Shrouding Heaven Society? Yeah, the Fighting League and the Shrouding Heaven Society don't seem to have anything to do with each other. That's strange. Seeing the arrival of Yulan Tian and the others, the crowd began to discuss animatedly. Yulan Tian, what are you doing here? Brother Yi, there's no need for Brother Yi to take action against such trash. I, Yulan Tian, am willing to take Brother Ye's place and kill him. Brother Yi, you are originally second on the Earth Spirit list, and I am seventh. My strength is inferior to yours. If I kill him, others will only think that you are much stronger than him. As soon as Yulan Tian's words fell, everyone immediately understood. This guy was also here to teach Mu Yun a lesson. But thinking about it, Chu Qinshan of the Shrouding Heaven Society was directly killed by Mu Yun here. At that time, Yulan Tian was not here, so Mu Yun was fine. Now, Yulan Tian was definitely going to take revenge. The disciples of the alliance had the responsibility to protect each other. Otherwise, who would be willing to join your alliance? At this moment, Yulan Tian wanted to avenge Chu Qinshan and make up for the loss of reputation of the Shrouding Heaven Society. Alright. Yi Huao was happy to do so and did not stop him. In that case, let's begin? Another one who has a death wish. Mu Yun walked up to the arena at this moment. There was a trace of contempt in her words as she said, Yulan Tian, from the Shrouding Heaven Society? Your president's name is Qinyu, right? A titular disciple. It seems that the people of your Shrouding Heaven Society are all arrogant to the extreme. Mu Yun, we have the titular disciples behind us. What's behind you, Mu Yun? You're just a reckless fool. Sorry, I can only rely on myself. Mu Yun took a step forward, and the aura of her body gradually condensed. True God Perfection Stage. In her body, 8 fine marks grew at the edge of the 9 marks. There were 81 marks, and they were filled with divine power. It was simply exaggerated to the extreme. However, Yulan Tian was now courting death, and she was happy to do so. Life and death contract. Yulan Tian waved his hand, looked at Mu Yun, and directly stepped onto the arena. Big brother you, kill him. That's right, the dignity of our Shrouding Heaven Society is not to be provoked. Yes. Kill him. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Mu Yun looked at the clamoring disciples below the arena and shook her head with a bitter smile. In the end, they would probably be disappointed. Mu Yun, die. Yulan Tian snorted, and the long sword in his hand directly slashed out. A wisp of sword light rushed out. His figure turned into an afterimage, and in the next moment, he had already appeared in front of Mu Yun. The person who will die is you. But at this moment, before the others could see Mu Yun's actions, Mu Yun suddenly waved her hand, and the sword in Yulan Tian's hand had already disappeared. Immediately after, in the next moment, the long sword actually appeared in Mu Yun's hand. How could this be? Puff, in an instant, the long sword pierced through Yulan Tian's body. The 7th on the Earth Spirit list, the outer sect deacon of the Shrouding Heaven Society, died just like that, just now. How did Mu Yun use it? At this moment, when Yi Huao saw the scene, he only felt that it was inconceivable. Just now, Rao Hong was crippled just like that. And now, the 7th Yulan Tian was actually killed just like that. Mu Yun, who was at the true God Perfection stage, looked a little terrifying at this moment. In an instant, Yi Huao felt a trace of retreat in his heart. He could not see through Mu Yun's background. This kind of feeling was really a little terrifying. It's your turn. At this moment, Mu Yun did not even look at Yulan Tian's corpse and looked directly at Yi Huao. How is it? Great. At this moment, Yi Huao walked up to the arena. There was a relaxed posture between his brows. At this moment, the outer sect disciples of the Fighting Alliance cheered and encouraged. Senior brother Yi, kill him. This kid is too arrogant. Yi Huao, avenge our Shrouding Heaven Society's senior brother Yi. This Mu Yun is definitely not a match for senior brother Yi. In an instant, the disciples of the Fighting Alliance were all cheering and encouraging. When Mu Yun saw this scene, she sneered in her heart. Yi Huao, you must be afraid now, right? You don't understand why I was able to cripple Rao Hong and kill Yulan Tian so easily. Are you thinking about how to deal with me? Even if you can't defeat me, you can't die in my hands, right? Nonsense. Under Mu Yun's provocation, Yi Huao only felt anger in his chest. When he saw Mu Yun, he wished that he could directly rush forward and skin Mu Yun alive. Child's play. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun only had a teasing smile on his face. At the peak True God realm, he looked down on these so-called geniuses on the Earth Spirit list. And now, because he had fused with his previous life's flesh and blood, he had directly reached the great perfection True God realm. The aura in his body had already reached a terrifying level. At this moment, seeing Yi Huao's attack, Mu Yun's heart was incomparably calm. At this moment, each and every move of Yi Huao's attack fell into his eyes, and they were extremely clear. Not only was it slow, but it also gave people the feeling that there was no strength to speak of. You're too weak. Mu Yun seemed to have taken a simple step, but his strength had directly exploded by more than 100 times. Spirit connecting pulse finger. With a point of a finger, 10 fingerprints shot out at this moment. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the fingerprints were violent, and a crack directly rushed out. Dong, at this moment, Yi Huao's figure directly froze, and all the attacks turned into nothingness. His body directly fell to the ground, and with a bang, there was no trace of life. This was Mu Yun. Today's Mu Yun had reached the great perfection true God realm. The 81 imprints in his body could be said to be 9 times that of an ordinary great perfection true God realm martial artist. The super convergence of power made him feel what it meant to be a great perfection true God. The so-called great perfection true God was like this. In his body, the God source had expanded to the extreme. There were not only 9 imprints in his body, but 81 imprints. These 81 imprints were connected to every part of his body. His strength had never been so full. Big brother Mu, good job. At this moment, Zhao Yanming and the others were extremely excited. They believed from the bottom of their hearts that Mu Yun would win. But they did not expect that Mu Yun would win so easily. That was Yi Huao, who was second on the Earth Spirit list, a core member that the Fighting Alliance had focused on nurturing. Impudent. However, Zhao Yanming and the others did not rejoice for long. Suddenly, a shout shook at this moment. Outside the arena, a few figures appeared. The leader was tall and had an aura that could not be ignored. He had a tall figure and a tough face. His every move seemed to be one with the earth. It's Lei Peng. Lei Peng from the inner sect of League. He actually came. Seeing the appearance of these people, some of the outer sect disciples hurriedly retreated. If they were implicated, they wouldn't even know how they died. In the Kenshin sect, outer sect disciples were, after all, the lowest level of existence. If they wanted to improve further, the first thing they had to do was to fight with their own strength. The second was to join the alliance and rely on the alliance's strength to help him. The Battle League was one of the 4 major leagues of the Kenshin sect. The league master, Luo He, was extremely talented and was one of the best among the titular disciples. Mu Yun, you killed your fellow disciples without permission and violated the sect's rules. Come with me. Lei Peng appeared and looked directly at Mu Yun with murderous intent. *CK your mother's bullshit. At this moment, Xie Qing scolded, they all signed the life and death agreement. If they die, it has nothing to do with Mu Yun. Now, you're jumping out and saying that Mu Yun violated the rules. Why? Are you regretting it? Are you going back on your word? You have no right to speak here. Lei Peng locked his gaze on Mu Yun and said directly, you should know that killing is prohibited in the sect. I don't care about your life and death agreement. Come with me and accept your punishment. Sorry, I don't want to go. Mu Yun looked at Lei Peng in front of him and said coldly, this isn't the first time I've signed a life and death agreement. Why didn't I see you, Lei Peng, appear before me and say that I was wrong? You want to punish me because your people are dead? That's right, you're a bully. Mu Bufan, Lu Yuxue, Zhao Yanming, and Xie Qing looked at each other coldly. Mu Yun had finally escaped death and returned to the sect. Now, anyone who wanted to deal with him would be enemies with the 4 of them. So, you want to openly disobey my orders? Lei Peng looked at Mu Yun with a judgmental gaze. He did not expect that even Yi Huao would be defeated by Mu Yun today and lose his life. If not for someone reporting to him, he would not have known about this. But this time, he could not let Mu Yun escape. It was already very strange that Mu Yun did not die after entering the burial sword tomb. Disobey orders? Mu Yun sneered and said, outer sect disciples are managed by the outer sect affairs pavilion. As an inner sect disciple, although your status is higher than mine, you don't have the right to control me, right? Why? You want to use your identity as a battle alliance to suppress me? Lei Peng, right? Not to mention you, even if Luo He comes personally, he has no right to punish me. Is that so? Then you're very arrogant? As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, a voice descended from the sky, and a figure suddenly appeared on the scene. Alliance leader. Alliance leader. Immediately, the disciples of the Battle Alliance knelt down and bowed respectfully. Luo He was here. Seeing the corpse on the ground, Luo He's mouth twitched. Yi Huao was about to enter the inner sect, and he could be said to be an extremely talented person. But now, he was directly killed by Mu Yun. However, the most unbelievable thing was that Mu Yun was not dead even after being directly thrown into the burial sword tomb by him. This was simply too strange. Up until now, there had not been a single person in the entire Kenshin sect who did not die after entering the burial sword tomb. Let me ask you, how did you come out of the burial sword tomb alive? Luo he asked directly. Do I have to answer you just because you asked me? Mu Yun said coldly, maybe the heavens feel that I'm not destined to die, and that some villains deserve to die, so they let me live. Villains deserve to die? Luo he sneered and said, good, good, good. Mu Yun, you're so ambitious. Since that's the case, let's see who will live and who will die. He waved his hand, and a majestic aura directly attacked at this moment. Luo he, how dare you? However, before he could make a move, a delicate voice suddenly sounded at this moment. In the void, a figure landed directly in front of Mu Yun. Master Xing. Brat, you're actually not dead. I'll ask you what happened later. Xing looked at Mu Yun in shock. In the past few days, without Mu Yun, she had not been able to refine pills smoothly. Now that she saw that Mu Yun was not dead, she was rather happy. However, when she turned around and saw Luo he, anger appeared between Xing's brows. Luo he, you're always messing around with your lousy fighting league. I don't care about you, and I can't control you. However, Mu Yun is a 2-star divine pill master and my sister's pill disciple. From today onwards, he's someone I'll protect. Let me tell you, if you have any ideas about him again, even if it's against the sect rules, I'll make your fighting league fall apart. Xing, you don't believe me, do you? Xing snorted. Then let's see if your fighting league is more powerful in the sect, or if I, Xing, have more influence in the academy. Don't think that I don't know how many of the alchemists in the academy are your people. Do you believe that I'll remove all of them? If your fighting league disciples want to use pills for cultivation, they can only rely on working hard to earn merit points. When these words were said, Luo he's expression completely darkened. He had to take Xing's words seriously. Not to mention that he had always wanted to possess Xing, just the fact that Xing herself was a 4-star alchemist, and her sister Ximeng was a 5-star divine pill master, it was not wise to offend Xing on these 2 points. Last time, he had pushed Mu Yun into the burial sword tomb without Xing knowing. This time, Xing was here, so she definitely would not let him kill Mu Yun. Alright. Luo he smiled faintly and said, Mu Yun, I see that your strength seems to be almost at the Earth God realm, right? There's a broader stage in the inner sect. I'll wait for you in the inner sect. Don't worry, I'll be a titular disciple sooner or later. At that time, you'd better think about how to protect your reputation first. Facing Mu Yun's threat, Luo he still had a faint smile on his face. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Lei Peng and the others left with Luo he. Do you all have nothing to do here? Xing looked around and scolded. With this scolding, everyone hurriedly dispersed. Beautiful lady, my name is Xianxia, Mu Yun's good brother. At this moment, Xianxia walked forward, looked at Xing, and reached out with a smile. However, Xing ignored him and looked at Mu Yun, sizing him up. You were thrown into the burial sword tomb by Luo he, but you didn't die? Xing said in shock, not only did you not die, you even escaped. I was lucky to not die. I encountered a trace of life at the bottom of the cliff and somehow ran out. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. It was a narrow escape. A narrow escape, and you even broke through 2 realms to reach perfected true God? Forget it, I can't be bothered to ask you. I wasn't around for the past few days, and those alchemy apprentices were really not satisfactory. You might as well use them. This time, you offended Luo he, which means you offended the Battle Alliance. With Luo he's personality, she will take revenge for the smallest grievance. You guys should be careful in the future. Yes. Mu Yun nodded and pondered in his heart. With his strength, he was not afraid of the Battle Alliance now. However, Xie Qing, Zhao Yanming, Mu Bufan, and Lu Yuxue were not alchemy masters. After all, Xing was a titular disciple. How could she pay attention to them all the time? Mu Yun glanced and saw 3 figures standing at the edge of the arena. After thinking for a while, an idea appeared in his mind. The Battle Alliance was not the only major alliance in the Kenshin sect. The Emperor's Alliance, Snow Alliance, and Shadow Alliance all had the strength to contend with the Battle Alliance. He was not worried about himself, but he had to consider the 4 of them. After making up his mind, Mu Yun went directly to the edge of the trial arena. Tang Da, Dian, Yin Yi. Looking at the 3 people who had been watching for a long time, Mu Yun smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, the 3 of you want to recruit me into the Shadow Alliance, right?" Tang Da and the other 2 were stunned when they heard this. This Mu Yun was too direct, right? "I can join your Shadow Alliance, but the prerequisite is that my friends have to join too." With that, Mu Yun looked at the 4 people behind him. "No problem." Tang Da suddenly nodded and said, "You killed Yi Hua Ao today. It can be said that no one in the outer sect can defeat you. Previously, I discussed with the leader of the inner sect, Shu Kong. He ordered me to try my best to rope you in." "Shu Kong?" "That's right. He's the leader of the inner sect disciples of our Shadow Alliance. He's very valued under Alliance Master Moing." Tang Da smiled and said, "If I tell him such good news, he'll definitely receive you personally." Upon hearing Tang Da's words, Mu Yun found it strange. Shu Kong liked him a lot? "Since that's the case, bring me to see him now," Shi Rong said directly. "Now?" "That's right." "Why? Is it inconvenient?" "It's convenient, it's convenient. Let's go." Tang Da immediately brought Mu Yun out of the outer sect and walked towards the Kenshin sect's inner sect. In the Kenshin sect's inner sect, the residences of the inner sect disciples were at the foot of the mountain or halfway up the mountain. There were 2-story courtyards built in a quiet and comfortable environment. Under the lead of Tang Da, Dian, and Yin Yi, Mu Yun arrived at the halfway point of a mountain in the inner sect. It was a small 2-story building that was built very exquisitely. The walls of the building were carved with scrolls that looked fresh and elegant. When they arrived outside the building, Tang Da and the other 2's expressions became cautious. Thump thump thump, there was a knock on the door. Not long after, the door of the small courtyard was opened, and a figure appeared. "Please announce that Tang Da from the outer sect is here to see you." "Tang Da, come in." However, just as Tang Da finished speaking, a voice sounded in the courtyard. Tang Da was startled when he heard that voice, and then he strode into the courtyard. At this moment, there were 4 figures in the courtyard. They were either standing or sitting, and they seemed to be chatting about something. When they saw Tang Da, Dian, and Yin Yi arrive, the 4 of them looked over. However, their gazes ultimately landed on Mu Yun. "Tang Da, you're here." The young man sitting on the stone chair had long hair, a pair of bright eyes, and a clear and powerful voice. "Senior brother Shu Kong." This is, Shu Kong and the other 3 were stunned when they saw Mu Yun. "Senior brother Shu Kong, this is Mu Yun that I mentioned last time. This time, Mu Yun is willing to join our Shadow Alliance and become a member of the Shadow Alliance." "Oh? He's Mu Yun?" When Shu Kong heard this, he looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad. You are indeed a talent." The other man, who looked somewhat similar to Shu Kong, smiled and said, "Killing Chu Qinshan, ranking in the top 100, an outer sect disciple, is indeed incredible. Not only that, senior brother Shu Yi." Tang Da smiled and said, "Just now, Mu Yun killed Yi Hua Ao." "What?" Once these words were spoken, the expressions of the 4 people present all changed. Yi Hua Ao was ranked 2nd on the Earth Spirit list. In the outer sect, his reputation was extremely resounding, second only to Tian Mingyu from the Heaven Alliance. This news could be said to have caused the 4 of them to be extremely shocked. Looking at Mu Yun's expression, she was also full of curiosity. "Alright, Mu Yun. From today onwards, you are a member of the Shadow League. It doesn't matter if you kill Yi Hua Ao. Although the Shadow League doesn't have as many people as the Battle League, we aren't afraid of them. From today onwards, your position in the outer sect will be the same as Tang Da's. If you are promoted to an inner sect disciple, the Shadow Alliance will definitely nurture you." "Thanks a lot." Mu Yun clasped his hands. The reason why he joined the Shadow League was very simple. He wanted to ensure the safety of Xianxia and the other three. Yes, we will report your matter to the Alliance Chief. At that time, perhaps the Alliance Chief will summon you. Go back and rest first, and strive to break through to the Earth God realm as soon as possible. At that time even the Battle League won't dare to deal with you. Yes. After saying that, Mu Yun and the others left. In the courtyard, only Shu Kong, Shu Yi, and the other two were left. Shu Kong, is it appropriate to give him such a high position? Zhu Xiang, our Shadow League has never sought more disciples, but constantly strives for excellence. This Mu Yun is a talent. Shu Kong smiled and said, and I heard that he is also a 2-star alchemist. It is said that he has a good relationship with Xianxia and Meng. Since he has the intention to join, we naturally have to treat him well. Yes. Xiang Qinggong. Shu Kong looked at the other person and said, I heard that the sect has discovered an alternate space and is preparing to let the inner sect disciples enter to train. At that time, ask more about it and see what restrictions there are. Try to let Mu Yun enter. Alright. On the other side, Tang De left the inner sect with Mu Yun and headed towards the outer sect. Brother Mu, from now on, we will all be members of the Shadow League. Tang De smiled. Among the 4 major alliances, Shadow Alliance has the least number of people. There are about 3,000 of us. Outer sect disciples make up the majority at more than 2,000, while there are a few hundred inner sect disciples and a few titular disciples. How many titular disciples are there? Of course. Dian smiled and said, the Alliance Chief, Mo Ying, is one of the few top-notch existences among the titular disciples. Of course, there are titular disciples who submit to him. Tang De nodded and continued, the Emperor League is the most powerful among the 4 major leagues. There are many outstanding disciples, over 10,000 of them. The Battle League and the Snow League also have about 7,000 people, spread out among the outer sect, inner sect, and titular disciples. Don't underestimate the 4 major leagues. In fact, sometimes, the strength and foundation of the 4 major leagues can even affect some elders. Of course, the 4 major leagues can't afford to offend the 9 elders and the 7 masters of the elixir court. Therefore, when Xianxia appeared, Luo he didn't dare to offend her. Offending her was equivalent to offending Master Meng. He didn't dare to. Yes. Tang De told Mu Yun some more things and was rather enthusiastic. Just as the 4 of them were about to leave the inner sect, a few figures suddenly walked over. What a coincidence. Seeing Mu Yun, one of the figures sneered and said disdainfully, Mu Yun, what's wrong? You can't wait to enter the inner sect after killing Yi Huaiyao? Are you here to familiarize yourself with the situation? Whether I come or not, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? Indeed, enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. The person before her was Feng Lingxiao of the inner sect, a disciple of the Wind Cloud faction. The last time he appeared, he wanted to teach Mu Yun a lesson. However, he was taught a lesson by Xianxia instead. Now that they met again and he saw Mu Yun, Feng Lingxiao was naturally filled with anger. Mu Yun, let me tell you, the 2 presidents have successfully broken through to the celestial god realm and are now titular disciples. Do you think that you can sit back and relax just because you took the Spirit Fox Divine Jade Elixir? When the 2 presidents are free, the first to deal with you will be the Wind Cloud faction's dignity. It cannot be provoked. All right. Mu Yun smiled faintly. Then I'll wait. However, Feng Lingxiao, the injuries on your face have healed. I wonder if the trauma in your heart has healed. Mu Yun said coldly, I have a few mind-soothing pills here. Do you want them to soothe your heart? You're courting death. Feng Lingxiao was completely enraged when Mu Yun mentioned this in public. Taking a step forward, Feng Lingxiao waved his palm and clenched it into a fist. A burst of fist energy erupted. Seeing this, Tang Da's expression changed. He was about to stop him, but Mu Yun had already taken a step forward. He had already reached the perfected true god realm and wanted to experience the power of an early-stage earth god. He still did not know much about the earth god realm, so he wanted to know how powerful this realm was. In an instant, a ruthless look appeared in Feng Lingxiao's eyes. All the strength in his body spread out from the divine source and gathered in his palm. His soul communicated with the soul of the earth, and the power of the earth ran through his body as he punched out. Bang, in an instant, the two fists collided. At this moment, Mu Yun felt the fluctuations of the earth. It was an extremely terrifying oppressive aura. The moment he collided with Feng Lingxiao, he felt that the earth under his feet was helping Feng Lingxiao. A domineering aura directly charged out at this moment. Thud thud thud, two figures retreated at this moment. The two of them each took 5 steps back before slowly coming to a stop. This scene caused Tangde, Dian, and Yinye's eyes to almost pop out of their sockets. At this moment, Feng Lingxiao was even more incredulous. He actually fought Mu Yun to a draw with a single punch. Feng Lingxiao only felt humiliated. He took another step forward and attacked. Senior brother Feng. Tangde took a step forward and said, "From today onwards, Mu Yun is a member of the Shadow Alliance and the leader of the deacons in the outer sect. Do you want the Shadow Alliance and the Feng Yun meet to become enemies by treating a member of the Shadow Alliance in this manner?" Feng Lingxiao's figure paused. Mu Yun became a member of the Shadow Alliance? That's right. Senior brother Shu Kong has already given the order. Feng Lingxiao, don't tell me you want to try fighting with the Shadow Alliance? Dian also spoke at this moment. Good, good, good. Feng Lingxiao looked at Mu Yun and snorted. Mu Yun, even if you join the Shadow Alliance, the matter with the Feng Yun meet is not over. Moreover, quickly enter the inner sect. It's said that the sect discovered an alternate space and is preparing to let the inner sect disciples enter the trial. If you enter the inner sect, perhaps you'll be qualified to participate. At that time, I'll kill you. Don't worry. Mu Yun said indifferently, if I enter the inner sect, it will definitely be the time of your death. Alright, I'll wait for you. Feng Lingxiao snorted, flicked his long sleeves, and left. Tangde heaved a sigh of relief. This Feng Lingxiao is a vicious dog. Now that the two presidents of the Feng Yun meet have both stepped into the heavenly god realm and become titular disciples, the disciples of the Feng Yun meet have also started to become arrogant and have the intention of disbanding and forming an alliance. They're just a bunch of wishful thinking people. Obviously, Tangde and the others did not like Feng Lingxiao either. After all, Feng Lingxiao was once an expert of the Earth Spirit list. Now that he had reached the Earth God realm earlier than them and become an inner sect disciple, the three of them seemed to be inferior. Alternate space trial? I've never heard of this before. I don't know if it's true or not. It would be great if it's true. Every time the sect conducts a trial, it allows most of the sect's disciples to grow greatly. Although we will lose some disciples, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. If that's the case, we also need to speed up our cultivation and strive to reach the inner sect. Yes. As the three of them spoke, they brought Mu Yun and left the inner sect. Returning to the outer sect, Mu Yun returned to her small courtyard. Xie Qing, Zhao Yanming, and Mu Bufan had been waiting for a long time. Now, can you tell us how you escaped from death? Xie Qing said impatiently. Looking at the four of them, Mu Yun nodded. She had nothing to hide from Xie Qing, Zhao Yanming, and Mu Bufan. Immediately, Mu Yun recounted the entire sequence of events to him. Xianxia? Crown Prince of Shepherds? Mu Bufan was confused and scratched his head. What does that mean? I really don't know. I've heard of the Xianxia for a long time. Zhao Yanming exhaled and said, the Xianxia is the elite warrior of the shepherds. No, to be precise, they are the elite warriors of Mu Yun. The 9 captains and 81 captains are all giants among men. This is especially so for the 9 captains. Back in the deity world, they were extremely influential figures. Everyone in the 10 great ancient clans knows about them. I didn't expect to meet Captain Ren Xiaolong and Captain Shui Yuanhang. Now, Brother Mu, you'll have 2 more helpers who are dead set on your path of recovery. Xie Qing laughed and said, dead set? That's not necessarily true, right? Brother Xia, you don't know. The Xianxia is led by Brother Mu. They value Brother Mu more than their own family. That kind of respect is incomparable. Zhao Yanming said enviously, to be honest, in the entire divine world, you're the only one who can make nearly 10,000 Xianxia admire you so much. That's because I'm not here. Xie Qing patted his clothes and said, if I were here, there would be guards stronger than the Xianxia. Zhao Yanming said with a smile, I heard that the shepherds do have guards stronger than the Xianxia, but this is a secret of the shepherds. I don't know what's going on. The Xianxia is against the major forces of the divine world. The conflicts between the ancient clans are more serious, so the shepherds have many mysterious forces. But I don't know, maybe. Muyan nodded and said, well, let's not talk about these things for now. From now on, you'll follow me to the bottom of the burial sword tomb at night to learn from Zhui Yuanhang. This matter must be kept strictly confidential. Once it is known by others, we'll be in big trouble. Although Xiaolong is guarding the 18 prefectures, he's only an early-stage divine emperor. If we're exposed, we're no match for him. Yes. Therefore, I've decided that the 4 of us should cultivate to the Earth God realm first. After all, Zhui Yuanhang is in the God Emperor realm, so he should be able to guide us in our cultivation. Only by entering the inner sect can we gain the attention of the sect. Shrouding Heaven Society, Wind Cloud Society, and Battle League will have a hard time dealing with us. Only by obtaining the identity of a titular disciple can we have a chance to mediate in the sect. When Ren Xiaolong is able to leave the Shantian Gate and regain his freedom, we'll think of a way to rescue Zhui Yuanhang. With the 2 divine lords and Zhui Heng's group, we'll have a chance to fight them and take back the Kenshin sect. I'll listen to you. Xie shrugged his shoulders and said, as long as I am given enough natural treasures, I can continuously raise my cultivation level. As for the 2 of them, they should think of a way to raise their cultivation level. I'll listen to Big Brother Mu. Anyway, whatever Big Brother Mu says is definitely right. Mu Bufan chuckled. Zhao Yanming also nodded. Mu Yun called him brother on the surface, but in reality, he had given his soul mark and Mu Yun controlled his life and death. It could be said that he was his master. If that's the case, let's go now. After making up his mind, Mu Yun led the 3 of them to their feet. As for Lu Yuxue, this matter was very important. He could trust the 3 of them, but he could not trust Lu Yuxue. He could not take this risk. To the hundreds of thousands of outer sect disciples, the 4 of them were just a drop in the ocean and would not arouse any suspicion. At all. After passing through the long tunnel, the 4 figures appeared at the bottom of the burial sword tomb. Your Highness. Seeing Mu Yun return, Zhui Yuanhang bowed and kowtowed. Get up, I'm no longer your Highness now. You don't have to be so restrained. No, Your Highness, you'll always be Your Highness. All right. Mu Yun smiled and said, Old Zhua, these 3 are my brothers, Xie Qing, Zhao Yanming, and Mu Bufan. From today onwards, I brought them here. You'll guide us in our cultivation. All right. After Mu Yun finished speaking, he sat at the side. He did not need Zhui Yuanheng's guidance. His grandfather was good at swordsmanship guidance. His great-grandfather was good at alchemy guidance. As for breaking through to the next realm, he preferred to explore on his own at this time. Increasing one's realm was not a joke. He needed to improve himself bit by bit. In the complete realm of true God, there were 81 seals in his body. Now, in order to reach the Earth God realm, he needed to communicate with the soul of the earth. The soul of the earth seemed real, but it was actually very illusory. This was the unique perception and experience of a God realm warrior. Everything in the world had life. Everything's existence was closely related. The earth also had life that belonged to itself. If there was life, there would be souls. If a warrior could combine with the soul of the earth, he would be able to combine with the earth during battle. The stronger his perception, the closer he would be to the earth. The greater the range, the stronger his strength would be. The 6 realms of the Earth God realm, initial, middle, late, peak, complete, and complete, represented the depth of the fusion between a warrior and the soul of the earth. The soul of the earth, the soul returned to the earth. Mu Yun slowly guided his divine soul into the earth. Rumbling sounds could be heard. At this moment, the earth cracked open. He felt that his body seemed to have sunk into the depths of the earth as the earth cracked open. Mu Yun had no way of knowing how long this endless descent had lasted. But in the end, his figure appeared in the center of the earth's core. In the center of the earth's core, a huge core appeared. Flames burned around the core, and the earth rumbled. Seeing this, Mu Yun felt the agitation in his body. The 81 marks in his body broke away uncontrollably at this moment. Suddenly, the 81 marks climbed onto the core and grew crazily like weeds. At this moment, a strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart. He could not suppress that violent aura. But in his heart, a strange aura appeared in his divine soul. This was the earth's origin, the core of the earth, the foundation of all things. This foundation merged with his body, producing an irresistible aura. Earth's origin. At this moment, Mu Yun suddenly thought of the tiger-crouching dragon elder he saw at the foot of the great desolate mountain in the middle region. An illusory image of a fire dragon and a white-haired elder. Guai said that it was the life's origin. And what he saw here, was it another kind of origin, the earth's origin? Buzz. All of a sudden, there was a loud rumble between the 81 imprints and the origin core. Mu Yun emerged from the darkness with a flicker. Mu Yun's figure immediately woke up. You're finally awake. Seeing that Mu Yun had woken up, Zhao Yanming, Xie Qing, and the others all looked nervous. What's wrong? What's wrong? Look. What's wrong? Xie Qing looked at the ground and said, look around. Mu Yun looked at the ground and felt his body tremble. At this moment, the ground exploded. Cracks spread out. With Mu Yun as the center, within a 50-meter radius, the cracks were densely packed, each more than the last. Your Highness has broken through to the Earth God realm, right? Shui Yuanheng said with a smile. Let me try. Mu Yun's mind was firm and united. His divine soul relaxed and communicated with the earth. Suddenly, a throbbing spread out. Within a 50-meter radius, waves of tyrannical energy spread out from the ground. Those waves of energy were transmitted into his body and gathered. Comfortable, Mu Yun exhaled. This was the Earth God realm. The combination of the divine soul and the earth, using the power of the earth, could directly unleash a power 10 times or 100 times stronger than before. At this moment, Shui Yuanheng knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Congratulations, Your Highness, for reaching the early stage of the Earth God realm. Early stage? Zhao Yanming said in shock, it's already good for an Earth stage martial artist to be able to draw the power of the earth within a 10-meter radius in the Earth stage. Mu Yun can draw the power of the earth within a 50-meter radius. This is something only an Earth stage martial artist can do, right? Although that's the case, Your Highness is indeed in the Earth stage. The true Earth God realm is determined by the number of times you awaken the soul of the earth. This is Your Highness' first awakening and you're already in the Earth stage. However, Your Highness is much stronger than the others. I see, Mu Yun nodded. I was wondering. Zhao Yanming also did not expect this. Earth stage, a 10-meter radius. Earth stage, a 50-meter radius. Earth stage, a 100-meter radius. I think Brother Mu is far from ordinary people. Alright. Stop flattering me. Xie Qing said, it's almost dawn. Let's go. Also, the two of you should come and listen to Old Shua's lectures in the future. He's much better than those elders in the faction. Yes. Mu Bufan and Zhao Yanming cupped their fists respectfully. The four of them turned around and returned. Mu Yun went straight to the alchemy department and started to get busy. For the next period of time, Xie Qing took pills from Mu Yun every day and swallowed them, seizing the time to cultivate. Zhao Yanming and Mu Bufan, on the other hand, stayed in the faction during the day, listening to lectures and cultivating at the training field. At night, they left directly and entered the underground sword burial mound through a secret passage to learn from Shui Yuanheng. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Half a year had passed. During this half a year, Mu Yun stayed in the alchemy department every day to help Shi Xing'er and Master Shi Meng. Other than refining pills, he also followed his great-grandfather's teachings to refine the earth primordial spirit pill. Now, he could easily refine the primordial spirit pill formula that his great-grandfather had taught him, regardless of whether it was upper, middle, or lower grade. In half a year, he had achieved this step. This made Mu Feng completely dumbfounded. Genius was no longer enough to describe Mu Yun. However, Void Soul Pill, True Origin Divine Pill, and Earth Origin Divine Pill. There were thousands of different types of divine pills, and Mu Yun didn't know all of them. He still needed time to memorize them one by one. stabilizing her alchemy skills and stabilizing her early-stage earth god strength. Now, Mu Yun was very clear about what she should do. As time elapsed, Mu Bufan and Zhao Yanming's strength had also increased significantly. As for Xie Qing, Mu Yun could not see what level he had reached. On this day, Mu Yun was still busy in the Alchemy Institute late into the night. Suddenly, a breeze blew and a figure appeared. Xie Qing, what the hell are you doing? Come out. Mu Yun said directly without turning her head. Kid, are you a dog? Xie Qing walked out and said with a smile. I can't forget your smell. Mu Yun rubbed her head and said with a smile, I've been in a daze recently. There are too many things in my head. Then take a rest. You can't rest. Mu Yun said with a smile, time is very precious. Otherwise, wouldn't I, the crown prince of shepherds, be too useless in the future? How can I help you unify the dragon clan as a descendant of the ancestral dragon? TSK, I don't need you. Xie Qing snorted, then leaned against the door and looked at Mu Yun. Wolf cub. Huh? I'm leaving. Silence. Suddenly, the air became silent. Mu Yun turned around and looked at Xie Qing. Why are you leaving? You're in the Kenshin sect now. It's very safe. Ren Xiaolong, cut the crap. Mu Yun said, there's no need for so much nonsense between you and me. As you know, I'm a descendant of the ancestral dragon. Some of the memory fragments in my mind have started to connect, leading me to a certain place. I have to go to that place, especially after I achieved the Earth God realm and sensed the soul of the earth. I can sense that somewhere in the distance, there's a place. There's a soul calling out to me, making me unable to calm down. Take care. Looking at Xie Qing, Mu Yun suddenly laughed. Xie Qing was stunned. You and I aren't ordinary people. You need to do what you need to do, and I need to do what I need to do. Besides, we brothers have already agreed that we will rule the God realm in the future. Wolf cub. You're so King mean. I'm leaving and you're not even trying to make me stay? Keep your sister here. Haha, in the room, the two of them burst into laughter. Xinger recently got a few jars of good wine for refining pills. Just in time, us two brothers will drink it tonight. Is this my send-off? That's right. The two immediately exchanged glances with one another. Mu Yun immediately took the wine and went up to the roof. Wine, the night, the moon, we have everything. What a pity, there's no beauty to accompany us. Xie Qing burst out laughing. Wolf cub, you must take good care of yourself after I'm gone. Endure everything if you can. If you can't at the time, you'll have to endure it. There's still a long way to go. The one who lives to the end and laughs to the end is the boss. Besides, stop fooling around. 8 sisters-in-law, I'll have to call you eldest sisters-in-law and 8th sisters-in-law every time I see you. It's so tiring. Also, keep an eye out for super beauties whenever you see them, Xie Qing rambled on, his mouth never stopping. Shut up. Mu Yun finally could not help but scold, if you can't bear to part with me, then don't leave. Piss off, it's not like I can't bear to part with you. The night grew brighter. The two smiled at one another and hugged each other tightly. Brother, take care. Don't worry. When we meet again, you and I will be famous big shots in the divine realm. This sentence was perhaps the most sincere words the two had said. All along, the two had spent their days laughing and scolding each other. They were really not used to talking seriously. Come, let's drink. Let's drink. Toasts were exchanged, and the moon was bright in the night. Mu Yun knew that Xie Qing was destined to leave. As the son of the ancestral dragon, he had his own mission to complete. Unfortunately, he could not help Xie Qing now. In a daze, the two finally fell into a drunken stupor. The next day, Mu Yun was woken up by an ear-piercing scream. Mu Yun, Mu Yun, Mu Yun, my wine. This was brewed from the condensation of 1,000-year-old ice. You drank it all by yourself? Xinger put her hands on her hips and looked at the sleepy Mu Yun with anger in her eyes. You drank it all? Mu Yun stood up but found that other than a few wine jars on the ground, the wine was gone. Xie Qing, you bastard. You've already left, but you still dare to accuse me. F***ck. What are you talking about? Xianxia did not care at all and shouted, stop pretending here. Compensate me. From today onwards, refine pills to compensate me. Okay. Although she said that, Muyun cursed Xianxia in her heart. However, as she watched the sun rise and shine in all directions, a hint of disappointment appeared in Muyun's heart. Shameless dragon, live well for me. When we meet again, I hope that you're already above millions of dragons in the dragon clan. Shaking her head with a bitter smile, Muyun immediately began to get busy. The crown prince of the shepherds, the son of the ancestral dragon, and Xianxia were destined to be separated and fight for themselves. This battle was a success, and their names would be left in history. If they failed, they would be ashes. In the following period of time, Muyun was rather dispirited. He was not used to Xianxia's chattering disappearance. Fortunately, the matter of the alternate space trial that had been rumored was finally finalized. On this day, this matter and the sect began to completely embark on its journey. Brother Mu. Zhao Yanming immediately found Muyun and said, the matter has been finalized. It's said that the alternate space discovered is a fragment of a continent. Everyone is spreading the news like crazy. Is there anything strange? I'm not sure about the details, but it's said that the forces this time are all inner sect disciples. More than 27,000 inner sect disciples participated. The sect is preparing for a large-scale drill to welcome the upcoming 4-sex martial arts competition. 4-sex martial arts competition? That's right. Zhao Yanming smiled and said, the 4-sex martial arts competition is a competition of titular disciples. Therefore, the sect has chosen a time to produce a batch of titular disciples among the inner sect disciples to strengthen our Kenshin sect. Interesting. Muyun smiled and said, what did the Shadow Alliance say? Shadow Alliance? I heard from Tangda that the members of the Shadow Alliance will act together this time to prevent the Tianzi Alliance and the other alliances from taking revenge during this trial. When will we start moving? A month later. Muyun nodded and said, in the past half a year, because the Shadow Alliance, Shrouding Heaven Alliance, Wind Cloud Alliance, and Battle Alliance have relaxed against us. The 3 alliances will definitely not let us off during this trial. Zhao Yanming, call Bufan along. In the next few days, go to Old Zhua's place and try to take another step forward and break through. Okay. After Zhao Yanming left, Muyun rushed to the Elixir Institution. Since it was an alternate space trial, he would probably stay for a period of time this time. He needed to prepare some pills to deal with it. Within a few days, an official notice was issued in the Kenshin sect. Many of the inner sect disciples were also gearing up, ready to show off their skills. After making arrangements for Xianxia and Mu Bufan, Muyun began to immerse herself in the process of refining the divine pills. A month's time passed quietly. On this day, early in the morning, in the inner sect of the Kenshin sect. Earlier, Mu Bufan and Zhao Yanming had moved into the inner sect like Muyun. The 2 of them had also broken through to the early Earth God realm. In the inner sect's training field, among the sea of people, Muyun and the other 2 quickly found the location of the Shadow Alliance. The inner sect members of the Shadow Alliance gathered under the leadership of Shu Kong, Shu Yi, Zhu Ziang, and Xiang Qinggong. The entire training field was like a fantasy. Shu Kong looked at the surrounding Shadow Alliance disciples and instructed, everyone must stick together in the alternate space this time. Don't cause internal strife because of personal disputes. If I find out, I will not forgive you. Muyun, come here. Shu Kong called Muyun to his side and took out a bronze plate. The bronze plate was the size of a palm, and there was a door engraved with strange patterns on it. This bronze plate is called the Golden Bell Sacred Gate. It was obtained by Alliance leader Mo Ying during his training. It can withstand a blow from a heaven god. Take it with you. It can save your life at a critical moment. Mo Ying asked me to give it to you. Hearing this, Muyun nodded. In the past 6 months, after joining the Shadow Alliance, Alliance leader Mo Ying, whom he had never met, had taken great care of him. This puzzled Muyun. He was sure that he did not know this Mo Ying. However, this person was extremely good to him. so good that some of the other members of the Shadow Alliance were unhappy. At this moment, Mu Yun felt that the few members of the Shadow Alliance were looking at him with unfriendly gazes. This MOing was really strange, Mu Yun muttered in his heart. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. In the sky, several figures were flying over at high speed. A total of 9 figures were flying in the sky and looking down. The 9 elders have all moved out. That's right. This trip to the alternate space is a form of training for us. Perhaps many titular disciples will be born. The sect values it very much. I hope we can gain something this time. At this moment, 9 figures stood in the sky. In the middle, an old man with white hair and beard took a step forward. That tyrannical aura caused the disciples present to feel an invisible pressure pressing down on them. A divine lord expert who had opened his essence soul had the power of heaven and earth in his every move. It was not something they could compare to at all. Quiet. The great elder Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth and said, "The sect has sent people to investigate the power of the alternate dimension this time. There are some dangers that you all need to pay special attention to. However, a baby eagle in a cage still needs to be released into the sky. Therefore, there will definitely be casualties this time. However, you must remember not to kill each other. Remember, you are all disciples of the Kenshin sect. As long as you advance to the Heaven God realm, you can directly become a titular disciple. In the past, to become a titular disciple, not only did you have to reach the Heaven God realm, you also had to pass the sex assessment. Looks like this is really an opportunity." Many disciples were excited at this moment. This was a chance for a carp to leap over the dragon's gate. The great elder said again, "This trial will last for 3 years. You will need to stay for 3 years inside, and after you come out, the 4-sex martial arts competition will take place in 2 years. At that time, those who perform well will be able to participate in the 4-sex martial arts competition." As soon as the great elder finished speaking, he waved his hand. Immediately, the 8 elders beside him spread out and took a step forward, surrounding the inner sect disciples. Buzz, all of a sudden, the 9 seated elders waved their hands, and rays of light shot out from their chests, turning into streams of light that shot into the sky. The 9 pillars of light spread out at this moment, causing everyone to palpitate. Dong, suddenly, an explosive sound rang out. The ground gradually collapsed, and imprints appeared under everyone's feet. Immediately after, a strong suction force pulled everyone down. Immediately, the entire training field was filled with exclamations. However, the exclamations did not last long before dissipating. In the end, everyone's figures had already disappeared from the inner sect training field. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand and stood in midair. "This time, I hope that a few more titular disciples can appear in our Kenshin sect." Gu Qingfeng exhaled and said, "The 4-sex martial arts competition will be in 5 years. This time, we must teach Tongtian Valley a lesson." According to the great elder, Tongtian Valley has become more and more arrogant over the years. I really don't know why the sect master tolerates them time and time again. 9th elder D. He could not help but snort. What the 2 elders said is wrong. At this moment, the 2nd elder, Lu Yunfeng, who was dressed in a black robe, stood out. With a head of gray hair that stood on end, Lu Yunfeng gave off an extremely domineering feeling. As the 2nd elder, Lu Yunfeng had a very deep relationship with the disciples of the Kenshin sect, and he had many supporters. The sect master is not afraid of Tongtian Valley, but wants them to be arrogant and conceited, then we can slowly scheme. Plotting slowly? The great elder snorted and said, "Back then, when the old sect master passed away, it was most likely related to Tongtian Valley. We can't forget this grudge." Gu Qingfeng, who said that the death of the old sect master was caused by the people of Sky-Penetrating Valley. "Don't spout nonsense here." Lu Yunfeng, what do you mean? Even if it wasn't done by Tongtian Valley, it's a fact that Tongtian Valley has been against us all these years. Why are you so friendly to Tongtian Valley? That's enough. Elders, where are your manners? While they were bickering, a streak of light suddenly descended from the sky, and a figure appeared before the 9 elders. The person who came looked to be about 30 years old. He was dressed in an elegant white robe. He had one hand in front of him and the other behind him. Between his eyebrows, there was a touch of heroic spirit. Sect Master. Sect Master. When they saw the person who had arrived, the 9 elders all bowed respectfully. The person in front of them was the Kenshin sect master, Shujiani. The 9 elders are the mainstays of the Kenshin sect. It's not good to quarrel. If outsiders find out, I'm afraid it won't be good. Yes. After all, Shujiani was the sect master. No matter how high the status of the 9 elders was, they still had to treat him with respect. Great Elder, this trial is very important. You have to pay close attention to the development of the alternate space continent. If there are any accidents, inform me immediately. Yes. The Great Elder accepted the order and left. In the blink of an eye, only Zhuo Jiani and Lu Yunfeng were left on the martial field. Sect Master, this Gu Chengfeng can be said to be blindly loyal to Zhui Yuanhang. If we keep him alive, he will be a disaster. Lu Yunfeng said in a low voice, if one day he finds out that Zhui Yuanhang was imprisoned by you and Valley Master Ba, I'm afraid, what do you think? Kill. No. Zhuo Jiani shook his head and said, Gu Chengfeng has been with Zhui Yuanhang for a long time. He has a high status in the Kenshin sect. If we kill him, it will cause chaos within the Kenshin sect. It won't be good for our plan. Then, let's kill him with a borrowed knife, Lu Yunfeng said coldly. The Dark Mystic Palace and the 9-Star Pavilion have always been on good terms. The Kenshin sect and the Sky Pass Valley have been at odds over the years. They know that. Didn't Valley Master Ba say that? The Dark Mystic Palace has allied with them several times. They want the 3 sects to deal with the Kenshin sect together. Since that's the case, why don't we go with the flow and get Valley Lord Ba to agree to it? During the 4 sects martial competition, the 3 sects will attack and annihilate our Divine Sword sect. Then, Valley Lord Ba will betray us and take them by surprise. Dark Nether Hall and 9-Star Pavilion will definitely be caught off guard. That's a good idea. Shujiani said, when the time comes, the Grand Elder and the others will go first. If they die, they'll sacrifice themselves for the sect. This will save us the trouble of allying with the Sky Pass Valley. Sect Master is wise. Since that's the case, we can start preparing for this now. Lu Yunfeng, tell my mother to discuss this with my father. Understood. Shujiani's figure flashed and disappeared after he finished speaking. He slowly appeared at the bottom of the burial sword mound. Zhui Yuanhang, long time no see. Shujiani looked at the chained Zhui Yuanhang at the bottom of the cliff and smiled faintly. How is it? Have you thought of how to take revenge and kill me after so many years at the bottom of the cliff? Bah. Shua. Yuanhang snorted. Shujiani, you'll die a horrible death. Zhui Yuanhang, you're overestimating yourself. Shujiani sneered. When I was young, I often heard you telling me that we were born as shepherds and die as shepherds. You're just a little Xianxia, a mere Lord God. Do you think the shepherds will take a liking to you? I heard that the top ancestral gods of the 10 great ancient clans are a dime a dozen. You're just a mere Lord God. Perhaps the shepherds have already forgotten about you. Moreover, the shepherds have been beaten black and blue by the 9 great ancient clans. Now, they're just a bunch of people struggling at death's door. Do you really think that you can revive the shepherds with just you? You're overestimating yourself. Haha. Zhui Yuanhang laughed heartily. Shujiani, you're too arrogant. How can an ant like you imagine the strength of the shepherds? Not to mention the 9 great ancient clans of the human race, even the dragon race, the phoenix race, and the bone race are beneath the shepherds. Lunatic. Shujiani couldn't be bothered to say anything more to Zhui Yuanhang. He sneered, since that's the case, you can continue dreaming here. While you're at it, help me refine more divine weapons and nourish them into peerless divine swords filled with spirituality. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Shujiani sneered. I don't have such lofty ambitions like you. Reviving the shepherds is just wishful thinking. However, becoming the overlord of the South River region is still within my reach. Burial Sword Tomb, I will turn it into a huge formation. 5 years later, when the upper echelons of the 4 great sects come to the martial competition of the 4 sects, I will use this formation to kill them all. Then, I will merge with the sky-connecting valley, destroy the Dark Palace and 9-star Pavilion, and unify the South River region. Although the South River region is only one of the many regions of the God world, it's enough for me to fulfill my ambitions. I'm not like you, dreaming about the ancient clans. You're dreaming. Shui Yuanhang shouted, the Dark Palace and 9-star Pavilion are peak existences in the South River region. Xianxia and Xingjiutian are no fools. You don't believe me? Then, let's wait and see. Shui Jiani waved his hand and sneered, at least, I'm not that ambitious. My temperament is firm, unlike you, who's been deceived by my mother. The son you raised with great difficulty has become someone else's son. You, what? Did I say something wrong? Shui Jiani sneered, don't worry. After destroying the Dark Palace and 9-star Pavilion, I'll kill Ba Tianjue and avenge you. At that time, the Kenshin sect will respect me even more, and your value will be gone. Ba Tianjue is your biological father. How could you be so heartless? Compared to the position of overlord of the South River region, I don't need this father. Shui Jiani clenched his fists and snorted, every time I think about him and my mother, my heart burns with anger. A woman like my mother, no man in this world is worthy of her. Seeing the possessive look in Shui Jiani's eyes, Shui Yuanhang was stunned. This guy was crazy. Shui Yuanhang wanted to tell Mu Yun these things, but he knew that Mu Yun had already entered the alternate space to cultivate. He could only wait for Mu Yun to return before he could tell Mu Yun. But at that time, there would only be 2 years left. What could be done in 2 years? Your Highness, you must grow quickly in these 3 years. Shui Yuanhang was extremely anxious. At this moment, several tens of thousands of inner sect disciples had arrived at the alternate space. The instant they landed, they felt that the space and time laws here were no different from those in the God world. At this moment, the wind howled, and the vast ground was covered in yellow sand. This was the scene that unfolded before Mu Yun's eyes. It seems like this is a continent that fell off from the God world. After accumulating for a long time, it drifted in the alternate space and was accidentally discovered by the Kenshin sect. Mu Yun looked around and calmed down. Because there were so many people when they entered this place, it caused spatial turbulence. Everyone was scattered, and Mu Yun was now alone, looking around. Sounds of breaking through the air rang out, and some of the disciples in the surroundings had already chosen to leave this place. When they saw Mu Yun, they didn't choose to make a move. Although Mu Yun was only at the early stage of the Earth God realm, they didn't know what was going on here, so they didn't dare to make a move. Everyone decided to wait and see for now, and didn't choose to make a move. Mu Yun walked along the ground, chose a direction, and left. The surrounding sky was filled with yellow sand, and the wind whistled, forming tornadoes that wreaked havoc. Mu Yun looked around and sensed the divine power of heaven and earth, and discovered that it was extremely thin. The divine power of heaven and earth here was unbelievably weak. It was a joke to rely on absorbing the divine power of heaven and earth here to recover divine power. As for relying on divine crystals, they had relied on merit points when they were in the sect, so they didn't have any divine crystals on them. Even if they had divine crystals, they were in the minority. Snatching other people's divine crystals. Mu Yun checked the divine crystals on him. He only had a little over 1 million. To him, who was an empty God realm, the 1 million lower divine crystals was a huge amount of wealth. However, to him then, he would only need to recover his divine power after a few battles. Damn the Kenshin sect's rules. Merit points are the most important. Now, I don't have any divine crystals on me. It's difficult to move around. Previously, Mu Yun had relied on the inner sect's spiritual array to cultivate in the Kenshin sect. He did not need divine crystals at all. However, he needed them now. Looking at the yellow sand in front of him, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Right now, he needed to avoid fighting as much as possible. After traveling for about half a day, he was still surrounded by yellow sand. Mu Yun even suspected that yellow sand was the only thing that existed in this alternate space. Whoosh whoosh, the wind whistled in front of him. It sounded like a child crying or a widow whispering in the night. If it were not for the radiance, Mu Yun would have suspected that he had appeared in a ghost land. Suddenly, a scream sounded in front of him. Mu Yan's expression changed, and he stopped in his tracks. Mu Yan flew up and looked ahead through the layers of yellow sand. He was shocked. In front of him, as the yellow sand danced in the air, many figures were fighting with a tornado. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a person. In that person's hand, there was a crystal that shone with a faint red light. Middle-grade divine crystal. Mu Yan's eyes lit up with joy. Middle-grade divine crystals were also crystals that stored divine power. Unlike low-grade divine crystals, middle-grade divine crystals stored more divine power. One could store 10,000 divine crystals, one could tell from their color. The light green low-grade divine crystals had a limited amount of divine power under the condensation of the power of heaven and earth. Middle-grade divine crystals were different. Middle-grade divine crystals were faint red in color and contained abundant divine energy. Most importantly, the divine energy stored in mid-grade divine crystals had undergone a qualitative change due to the change in quantity. The divine energy contained within was more suitable for absorption. It could be said that the divine energy contained within was very pure. Mu Yun had previously heard from Mu Fengchen that there were even high-grade divine crystals above the medium-grade divine crystals. They were light purple in color and were truly suitable for cultivation. They contained divine power and were simply a form of enjoyment to absorb. Moreover, the highest grade divine crystals. At that moment, the disciple held a mid-grade divine crystal in his hand. Furthermore, those 7 or 8 people were working together to take out mid-quality divine crystals one after another as they fought against the tornadoes. Not long after, there were already several tens of mid-quality divine crystals. However, they had also paid a price for that. On the ground, there were 2 or 3 corpses lying there quietly. They had been dead for a long time. Seeing this, Mu Yun naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. With the void spirit sword in her hand, Mu Yun attacked. When she arrived in front of the tornado, Mu Yun realized that it was not a tornado but a sandstorm caused by a divine beast. Curled crystal Fang beast. Mu Yun exclaimed when she saw the fiery red divine beast. The curled crystal Fang beast's original name was Zifang beast. However, this divine beast was covered in spikes. Not only did the spikes have a strong piercing ability, but they also had a strong absorption ability. They specialized in absorbing divine crystals. Originally, a Zifang beast was only a dozen meters in size, but this one was close to 100 meters in size. This was caused by absorbing enough middle-grade divine crystals. The 7 or 8 disciples were fighting with the Zifang beast and crazily plundering the middle-grade divine crystals on its body. However, the Zifang beast was not careless. It began to counterattack as it swept up the sandstorm to protect the divine crystals on its body. The curled crystal Fang beast had this name because of its crazy love for divine crystals. Between its descendants and divine crystals, the Zifang beast would choose divine crystals without hesitation. What was even stranger was that the Zifang beast never relied on divine crystals to cultivate, but it had a special fondness for divine crystals. Mu Yun came with her sword and charged into the group. She also began to strip the middle-grade divine crystals on the Zifang beast. Soon, she had obtained 7 or 8 pieces. Roar! At this moment, the Ziya beast was enraged. Before it finished killing these humans, another batch came. It was an endless stream. Stripping the divine crystals on its body was more painful than drinking its own blood. Mu Yun immediately started to plunder wildly. The Zifang beast was finally completely enraged. Boom boom boom, in an instant, a gust of wind rose around them. Sand turned into serpents and charged at the 7 or 8 people around them. Bang bang bang, the crowd did not react in time and was blasted back by the sand serpents. The Ziya beast wanted to take this opportunity to escape, but suddenly, a sword blocked its path. Mu Yun was not blasted back. Instead, because the others retreated, she plundered even more unscrupulously. Puffing sounds rang out. The Zifang beast panted heavily and charged at Mu Yun. Senior Brotherson, let's hurry up, wait. Among the 7 or 8 people, 4 people formed a team. The man in the lead stopped them and said, "This kid has some skills. He seems to be able to restrain this Zifang beast. Let's let him exhaust this Zifang beast first. Senior Brotherson is indeed smart. After this kid kills the Zifang beast, we'll divide these middle-grade divine crystals equally." Yes. At this moment, the other 4 disciples all stood aside and watched with folded arms. Mu Yun's pressure immediately increased. Seeing that the others stopped attacking, Mu Yun immediately understood what these guys were thinking. Reaping the benefits without doing anything? Huh. Mu Yun sneered. He was not afraid at all as he charged at the Zifang beast. Boom, after exchanging blows, the Zifang beast fell to the ground and its blood dyed the desert red. With a crash, the thousands of middle-grade divine crystals on its body fell to the ground. At a closer look, there were thousands of them. Thousands of middle-grade divine crystals were worth tens of millions of lower-grade divine crystals. It was enough for an Earth God Realm warrior to cultivate here for a few months. The Zifang beast's greed for divine crystals was indeed well-deserved. Mu Yun exhaled and waved her hand. She wanted to collect all the middle-grade divine crystals in her hand. Wait. At this moment, the others surrounded her. What's the matter? Looking at the 7 or 8 people, Mu Yun frowned. Of course. At this moment, Senior Brotherson walked forward and said indifferently, everyone worked together to kill this child Fang beast. So, we should split these 1,000 plus mid-grade divine crystals equally. Divide equally. Looking at the 7 or 8 people in front of her, a smile appeared on Mu Yun's lips. Everyone worked together? Mu Yun looked at the others and said, it seems that when I killed the Zifang beast, all of you were just watching from the side, right? As soon as she said this, the others' expressions became strange. The rest of the people turned to look at Senior C and Kid. Do you mean that we forced you to take your divine crystals? Isn't that the case? Mu Yun sneered and said, didn't all of you work together for this? Nonsense. Senior Brotherson shouted, the few of us exhausted most of the Zifang beast's energy before you killed it. Now, we should have a share of these divine crystals. Kid, I think you're tired of living. Senior Brotherson was a middle-grade earth god. When he saw that Mu Yun was only an early-grade earth god, he did not bother to talk nonsense. He immediately charged toward Mu Yun. You're courting death. However, Mu Yun was not afraid at all. This guy did not take action earlier. Now that he took action, it was obvious that he was waiting to reap the benefits. Moreover, the Zifang beast did not exert any strength when they were fighting against it earlier. It allowed them to take its divine crystals. He had spent a lot of energy to kill the Zifang beast. Earlier, these people did not speak. Now that they were pointing and gossiping, Mu Yun naturally would not let them do as they pleased. Kill. With a wave of her hand, Mu Yun took a step forward. The yellow sand under her feet pierced the ground and a shocking aura spread out. The rumbling sound spread out, giving people a kind of intimidating feeling. At this moment, Senior Brotherson felt that Mu Yun, who was standing in front of him, had a completely different aura. Damn it. Senior Brotherson wanted to retreat, but Mu Yun would not give him the chance. Bang! When the 2 fists collided, Senior Brotherson's face turned pale and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Senior Brotherson was completely dumbfounded. When he saw Mu Yun approaching him, a simple punch landed on his body. Then, before he could feel it, his arm had been separated from his body. With a poochy sound, the arm was directly broken off. Senior Brotherson's face was dyed red with blood. He was terrified. After a while, he let out a blood-curdling scream. He seemed to have gone mad. How do you feel? Mu Yun snorted and said, if you want to reap the benefits, you have to look at who your opponent is. If you find the wrong person, you will lose your life. Why are you still standing there? Don't you want the divine crystals? Kill him. This guy is only in the early Earth God realm. He is no match for us. Kill him. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, instantly, the remaining 6 to 7 people were attracted by the divine crystals. They could not help but attack Mu Yun. They were in a killing frenzy. Now, they only wanted to deal with Mu Yun. You don't know your place. Ignorant. Mu Yun took a step forward and shouted, even the Middle Earth God Realm expert lost an arm to me. What can the few of you, who are in the early Earth God Realm, do? After saying that, Mu Yun did not hold back. Although it was his first time communicating with the Earth Spirit, he could already mobilize the Earth energy within a 50-meter radius. He was almost on par with a Middle-earth God realm expert. These 6 to 7 people were no match for him. Bang bang bang. But how could Mu Yun let them go? With a wave of his hand, a powerful suction force pulled the 4 of them back. He flipped his palm and stabbed out with the psychic pulse finger. Bang! Instantly, the 4 of them fell to the ground and crawled on the ground. They looked at Mu Yun with fear in their eyes. Sorry, don't kill us. The 4 of them looked haggard and terrified. Don't kill you? If I don't kill you, how can I survive? If it was me, would you let me go? Bang! 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 With a wave of his hand, the 4 of them died. All these happened in a few seconds. Looking at the 7 corpses on the ground, Senior Brotherson was completely dumbfounded. Damn it! Senior Brotherson cursed. You can't kill me. Do you know that I am a disciple of the Fengyun meat? If you kill me, you will offend the Fengyun meat. Fengyun meat? Mu Yun sneered. I want to offend the Fengyun meat. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Senior Brotherson's head exploded and his body gradually turned cold. At this moment, the yellow sand moved and the corpses were gradually buried. Mu Yun collected the divine gems and realized that there were more than 400 divine gems on the 8 of them. He had obtained a total of 1,500 divine gems and they were all middle-grade divine gems. He had made a huge profit this time. Mu Yun exhaled and left the place in a flash. After about half a day, he appeared in a rocky mound. This patch of sand was smaller and there were many boulders. Mu Yun gathered the boulders together and surrounded his body. Taking out 10 middle-grade divine gems, Mu Yun began to recover without saying a word. After the pure divine power entered his body, the divine energy source in his body was filled again. The middle-grade divine gems were indeed very pure and comfortable. A smile appeared on the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. Slowly, the divine energy source in his body was replenished and spread throughout his limbs and 8 meridians. It was very comfortable. His body had never felt so comfortable before. At this moment, the celestial origin chi in his body surged out. Imprints were activated and drilled into the ground. The second round of communication began. Mu Yun hurriedly collected her thoughts and looked inside her body to observe the rhythm of the earth. He had 72 more imprints than the others. They spread out and reached the earth's core. The original core appeared again, and the earth's origin beat like a heart. The comfortable power made Mu Yun feel that her body was extremely light. When he saw the origin of the earth again, he felt a sense of familiarity. At the same time, on the ground, yellow sand flowed and the earth cracked open. 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 70 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters. In the end, the earth cracked open and spread to a radius of 150 meters around Mu Yun. At this moment, a rich aura was being emitted. Mu Yun's 81 imprints slowly retracted at this moment and gradually disappeared. Mu Yun reluctantly retreated from the earth's origin. When he felt the warmth just now, he was still reluctant to leave. That feeling of communicating with the soul of the earth was simply too comfortable. When he woke up, Mu Yun was shocked when he saw that the giant rocks around him had already shattered into pieces. Middle stage Earth God, it was the second time he communicated with the Earth's soul. At this moment, he used the Earth's power and exploded a radius of 150 meters. This was simply unbelievable. Generally speaking, he had exceeded the range of 50 meters by 3 times in the middle stage. However, he was still too far away from a late-stage Earth God. A late-stage Earth God's third awakening could expand the range to 500 meters. However, Mu Yun was not greedy for merit and rashly advanced. He was already very satisfied with this kind of improvement. Time passed bit by bit. Mu Yun exhaled and stood up. Middle stage Earth God, from the half-step empty God when he first entered the divine realm to today, he had spent a few years. It was very fast, but also very slow. However, when he thought about it, he had already waited for 40,000 years. He did not mind waiting for another few decades. The 9 ancient clans, Shui Shao, those who wanted me dead, you should start trembling, his low voice spread. Mu Yun took a step forward and began to move forward. He was now a mid-stage Earth God. In 3 years, he could try to break through to the heavenly God realm. In the divine realm, there were 9 realms. The first 4 realms could be said to be a solid foundation. The empty God realm was to condense the divine body. The true God realm was to open the God source and gather the imprint. The earth God realm was to communicate with the earth's power. The heavenly God realm was to gather the heaven and earth's power. The Sur God realm was to condense the primordial spirit. In the divine realm, progress was much slower when reaching this stage. This was because the lifespan of a warrior in this realm was greatly extended by more than 10,000 years. In the immortal realm, it was more than 1,000,000 years. The condensation and growth of the primordial spirit was risky. As for the God King, God Emperor, Master God, and the top God Ancestor in the divine realm, it was even more illusory. He was now in the mid-stage Earth God realm. It could be said that compared to the late-stage Earth God realm, there was still a long way to go. For the rest of the journey, Mu Yun was not in a hurry. He had already reached the Earth God realm and could learn the third-grade deity technique. In the previous battle, he had noticed that he was unable to kill the 4 early-stage Earth God realm cultivators with a single point of his finger. It was not because he was not strong enough, but because the grade of his divine technique was too low. He could not unleash the full potential of his divine technique. Mu Yun naturally went to find his grandfather, Mu Fengchen. "Good boy, you've reached the mid-stage Earth God realm so quickly." Mu Fengchen smiled and said, "With this kind of cultivation, it's just a matter of time before you reach the heavenly God realm. But don't be careless." Mu Fengxiao said, "You're now in the mid-stage Earth God realm, but you have to understand that only when you reach the Sur God realm can you be considered an expert in the divine realm. Those below the Sur God realm are ants." "Yes, great-grandfather." Mu Fengxiao nodded and was very satisfied. Mu Fengchen laughed and said, "Since that's the case, grandfather will naturally teach you the sword technique. But before that, you can try to open the 3rd sacred tablet." That's right, Mu Yun suddenly thought of it. In the past, when he opened the 1st sacred tablet in the divine realm, it attracted his grandfather. Later on, when he was in the early stage True God realm, he attracted his great-grandfather. Now that he had reached the Earth God realm, could he attract his great-grandfather? A hint of joy appeared between Mu Yun's brows. "Good, take advantage of this desolate place. Even if it causes a commotion, I'm not afraid." Mu Yun nodded and began. 2 banging sounds rang out. 2 sage steels were summoned from the yellow sand. Mu Fengchen and Mu Fengxiao's phantoms appeared on the sacred grail. The 3rd sacred tablet was taken out by Mu Yun. He focused his mind and the blood essence in his body rushed to the 3rd sacred tablet. A steady stream of blood essence was injected into the sacred tablet. Mu Yun's face became paler. Time passed bit by bit. At first, the sacred tablet did not have any reaction, but later on, it radiated light in all directions. Slowly, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. He began to be unable to hold on. However, there was still no fluctuation on the 3rd sacred tablet. Mu Yun was unwilling to give up, but Mu Fengchen and Mu Fengxiao could not help but persuade him. "Grandson, your current realm is not high enough. Let's wait a little longer. Don't force yourself." "It's okay, I can still hold on." Mu Yun was unwilling to give up at this moment. Once he gave up, all his previous efforts would be wasted. The blood essence he had lost would need to be constantly replenished. Immediately after, the light on the sacred tablet became brighter and brighter. Slowly, a figure walked out from the light. He was dressed in a gray robe. His long black hair fluttered in the wind. His bright eyes gave people a feeling of extremely flickering divine light. "Father! Grandfather!" When they saw that figure appear, Mu Fengxiao and Mu Fengchen were both extremely excited. "Great-grandfather?" Mu Yun was also stunned at this moment. "I woke up?" The man was slightly confused at this moment, but he suddenly reacted. When he saw Mu Fengxiao and Mu Fengchen, his expression changed greatly. "Xiao Chen this means, our shepherds have encountered a great disaster. Father." At this moment, Mu Fengxiao no longer had the attitude of an elder. Instead, he had the attitude of a junior and said, "Our shepherds have indeed encountered a great disaster." "Yun Mu Fengchen looked at Mu Yun and said, "This is your grandfather's grandfather. He is also the 7th patriarch of our shepherds, Mu Guifan." Grandfather's grandfather is a powerful divine weapon master. In the future, he will teach you how to use divine weapons. In the future, you will be proficient in alchemy, swordsmanship, and weapon techniques. Great-grandfather, don't call me great-grandfather or great-grandfather. From today onwards, call your grandfather the 9th patriarch, I the 8th patriarch, and great-grandfather the 7th patriarch. Mu Fengxiao said, this is also convenient. Yes. Yuner? Mu Guifan looked at Mu Yun, but his expression was shocked. Father, let me explain everything to you. Mu Fengxiao said, this matter is a little complicated. Yuner, you reply first. I will explain it to your 8th patriarch and 7th patriarch. Yes. Mu Yun really needed to rest. She had consumed too much blood essence. After a short while, Mu Yun's complexion recovered, but her body was still somewhat empty. Fortunately, she had prepared a lot of pills. It was only a matter of time before she recovered. At this moment, Mu Guifan sighed. I didn't expect that our ancestor, Mu Zhan, established the shepherds by himself, stepped into the extraordinary, and established the devourer bloodline. I can't believe such a day would come for us shepherds. Mu Guifan sighed. Back then, ancestor Mu Zhan established the shepherds. The 2nd patriarch, Mu Feng, and the 3rd patriarch, Mu Donghua, promoted our shepherds to become the mainstay of the human race. I didn't expect the 9 great ancient clans to hate us so much. Mu Guifan looked at Mu Yun and said, rumor has it that the 10th patriarch of the shepherds will be a dragon among men. Your father, Mu Qingyu, is the most outstanding of the patriarchs of the 10 patriarchs. He has seen the world that we have not. You are the 9th son of heaven. You have the same fate as the legendary first emperor god, Yi Xiaoyao. The heavens have not forsaken the shepherds. Mu Guifan said happily. The first emperor god, Yi Xiaoyao, Mu Yun had heard of this name before. He was the most outstanding talent of the human race in the past million years. He had once unified the deity world, and after that, he became famous and successful. Then, he disappeared into the vast sea of people, his whereabouts unknown. Others did not know, but Mu Yun knew that this person had died in battle. The chart of deity extermination was the most valuable treasure of the first emperor god. Guiyi was filled with nostalgia for his former master. When he sensed the ancestral dragon spirit in Xia Qing's body, the ancestral dragon had said that he was Yi Xiaoyao's mount. This legendary figure truly stood at the forefront of all the people in the divine realm. Behind him, there were only endless legends. Yuner, you are the 11th patriarch of the shepherds. You are the only one who can unify the god world. The sacred tablet is the most valuable treasure of the shepherds. The inheritance depends on it. Since you have summoned me, I will naturally teach you everything I have learned. Mu Guifan said, from today onwards, you will learn how to forge weapons with me. When you return to the altar in the future, you will be the best divine weapon master in the world. The name of the shepherds will not fall. Yes. Mu Yun was very excited. The 9th patriarch, Mu Fengchen, was the best in the art of the sword. The 8th patriarch, Mu Fengxiao, was the founder of alchemy. The 7th patriarch, Mu Guifan, was the best in the art of weapons. The 3 patriarchs were comparable to the top ancestral divine pills and supreme artifacts in the god world. He had 3 sacred tablets. The 6th patriarch, 5th patriarch, and 4th patriarch were all peerless figures. Mu Yun could not help but ask, 7th patriarch, 6th patriarch, 5th patriarch, and 4th patriarch, what kind of figures are they? Mu Guifan paused for a moment. Actually, there is a connection between the inheritances of each generation. Mu Fengchen, you must have sensed the aura of your father, Mu Feng, back then, right? That's right. Mu Guifan asked again, Feng Xiao, you must have sensed my presence, right? Yes. Hearing this, Mu Guifan's expression darkened. What happened? But I can't sense the aura of the 6th generation ancestor, Mu Wendian. You, the 6th generation ancestor, are a genius spear user who dominated the entire divine world. I can't sense his aura, I'm afraid, can't wake it up. Yes. Mu Guifan smiled bitterly. If that's the case, it's very likely that we won't be able to summon the 5th and 4th ancestors. Hearing this, Mu Yan's face trembled. If that happened, it would be a huge loss. It can't be, Grandpa. Mu Fengchen exclaimed. Then how did Qingyu summon the first-generation ancestor, the second-generation ancestor, and the third-generation ancestor? I don't know about that, but it's very likely. The inheritance of the sacred steels has been passed down for nearly 1,000,000 years, and some of them are damaged. No one can be sure if my guess is correct. We'll only know when Yun'er's cultivation is high enough. Okay. Mu Yun couldn't wait to break through to the heavenly god realm and try to open the next sacred steel. She didn't want the ancestors in the next 3 sacred steels to disappear. Not only to her, but to the entire shepherds, it would be a huge loss. Over the past few days, Mu Yun didn't rush to move forward. Instead, she gradually recovered and listened to Mu Fengchen's teachings on sword techniques. I'll teach you 2 sets of sword techniques. Mu Fengchen said seriously. The first set of sword techniques is what I practiced when I was in the Earth God realm. It's called the Blood Moon Sword Art. The Blood Moon Sword Art is divided into 3 moves and 12 forms. These 3 moves are called the Blood Moon Slash, Silver Moon Slash, and Blood Moon Wind Strike. There are a total of 12 forms in the 3 moves, and they're all different. I'll tell you, and you'll follow my instructions. Okay. Mu Fengchen continued. There's another set of sword techniques, and it's even more powerful. I've seen it. You have the bloodline of the shepherds. Your blood crystal explosion is very powerful. The more blood essence you gather, the more powerful it becomes. It's not inferior to the secret skills of the sacred steel. So, the Blood Moon Sword Art is just right for you. And this sword move can be used together with your heavenly fire. Mu Fengchen said mysteriously. This sword technique is called the Heavenly Reflection Sword Technique. Heavenly Reflection Sword Technique? That's right. Complementing the 6 heavenly fire that you've gathered, this sword technique can use the sword aura to attack. The attack effect is absolutely domineering. Okay. Mu Fengchen was indeed a master swordsman. Every time he passed on a sword technique to Mu Yun, it was carefully selected, and it was extremely suitable for Mu Yun. According to Mu Fengchen, not only did he want to pass on the sword technique to Mu Yun, but he also wanted to teach Mu Yun the true essence of the sword. It was better to teach someone to fish than to give them fish. When Mu Yun became stronger in the future, she could bite or snatch the sword technique. However, Mu Yun couldn't snatch the method to cultivate the sword technique. In the entire realm of the gods, there were thousands and thousands of sword techniques. However, as long as one grasped the basics, no matter how complicated the sword technique was, it would only take an instant. What Mu Yun needed to grasp was the basics of the sword technique. In the following month, Mu Yun advanced in the yellow sand at a moderate pace. Along the way, she encountered many Zifang beasts, and all of them became her practice targets. And it was precisely because of this month's killing that Mu Yun could be said to have grasped the surface of the Blood Moon Sword Technique and the Heavenly Reflection Sword Technique. However, what made Mu Yun even happier was that during this month's learning to control the sword technique and hunting Zifang beasts, he had collected close to 10,000 divine gems. This was simply a huge sum of money. It was enough for him to cultivate here for 3 years. In a month's time, even though Mu Yun wasn't in a hurry, he still advanced a full 100,000 miles. Finally, on this day, he saw a city appear in front of him. That city seemed to have experienced the destruction of history. It had become full of vicissitudes of life and was dejected and defeated. However, after leaving the yellow sand, Mu Yun finally heaved a sigh of relief. This damned place almost drove him crazy. As he looked to the dilapidated city, Mu Yun discovered that it was filled with people. Surprisingly, there were already people living in that city. Without thinking too much, Mu Yun directly entered. Stop. 2 figures stood still under the dilapidated city gate. What's the matter? Are you blind? A disciple pointed at the wall and said, Didn't you see the words written on it? 10 divine gems to enter the city. Middle grade. Seeing this scene, the corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up slightly. I think you guys are crazy for divine gems, right? 10 middle grade divine gems were enough to cultivate here for a month. These people were simply like vampires. Sorry, no. No? If not, then get lost. The gatekeeping disciple let out a low growl and kicked Mu Yun. "You're courting death." Mu Yun waved his hand, and a wave of energy shot out. With a bang, he punched the disciple's ankle. This punch was just Mu Yun's own strength, and it wasn't supported by any divine arts. With a cracking sound, the disciple screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was directly smashed into the city wall. "Do you still want to stop me?" Looking at the other disciple, Mu Yun spoke. I get lost." With a low shout, the disciple turned over a few times. He was already scared out of his wits. Mu Yun swaggered into the city. At this moment, outside the city gate, figures suddenly flew over and followed behind Mu Yun. They hurriedly followed in. A disciple walked forward and said, "You'd better enter the city and find a place to hide." "Why?" "Those two disciples just now are disciples of the Fengyan faction. The Fengyan faction's disciples have occupied this city gate and haven't allowed any disciples to enter for a long time." "Fengyan faction?" A smile appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth, and he said, "Enemies are really bound to meet on a narrow road." Not only did he have no intention of retreating, but he also directly entered the city. He really wanted to know which Fengyan faction's disciple was here. When he arrived in the city, Mu Yun realized that there were many disciples coming and going. There were about 1,000 of them. This dilapidated city wasn't small, and it wasn't a problem to accommodate more than 100,000 people. Therefore, the 1,000 disciples lived here very loosely. Mu Yun found a courtyard, went to the backyard, and simply cleaned it before moving in. Not long after, a series of footsteps could be heard coming from outside the residence. "They're here." Mu Yun walked out of the room and looked outside. Bang! Suddenly, a bang sounded. The dilapidated courtyard door, along with a wall in the middle of the courtyard, was directly kicked down. At this moment, a few figures appeared in the courtyard. "It's really. Enemies are bound to meet. So it's you." At the same time, the leader saw Mu Yun. After being stunned for a moment, a smile appeared on his face. "Mu Yun, haha, Feng Lingxiao, are you that happy to see me?" "Of course I'm happy." Feng Lingxiao's tone suddenly became sinister as he shouted, "Because of you, I was slapped twice by that bitch, Xianxia. Today, I'll use your life to repay those 2 slaps." "All right." Mu Yun smiled and said, "Do you want to come together or one by one?" "Together? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself?" A long sword suddenly appeared in Feng Lingxiao's hand, and he directly swung it. "Today, I'll use this roasting sun sword to cut off your blood." Feng Lingxiao growled and directly charged at Mu Yun. "Ignorant." With a stomp of her foot, the entire ground suddenly cracked. Mu Yun didn't even make a move. Her soul communicated with the soul of the earth, and she directly took a step forward, her entire body's aura rising. Mid-stage Earth God? Seeing this scene, Feng Lingxiao was even more furious. "In just half a year, not only did you reach the Earth God realm, you even reached the mid-stage. Kid, if I don't kill you today, won't you be riding on my head in the future?" "Sorry." Mu Yun smiled faintly. When Mu Yun was in the True God realm, her strength far exceeded ordinary True God realm martial artists. When she was in the Great Circle of True God realm, her body already possessed 500 dragons of strength, which was more than twice that of ordinary Great Circle martial artists. Now that she had reached the Earth God realm, her strength was close to 1,000 dragons of strength. After merging with the Earth Soul, she was many times stronger than a mid-stage Earth God realm martial artist. With a punch, the ground in the courtyard cracked, causing the earth to crack. Feng Lingxiao's figure was unsteady and almost fell to the ground. This scene immediately caused the expressions of everyone present to tighten. Was this still Mu Yun? Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked in their hearts. Feng Lingxiao felt a chill in his heart. In that instant, he felt Mu Yun's deep killing intent. It was so clear that he could not avoid it. "You're courting death." Feng Lingxiao took a step forward, his killing intent leaking out. "You're the one courting death." Mu Yun punched out. Boom! Suddenly, the two figures collided, and a loud explosion sounded. Feng Lingxiao's entire body was smashed into the wall. The entire wall exploded, and he fell to the ground, unable to get up. There was a fist mark on his chest, revealing the color of blood. Even his bones were shattered. How is it? Mu Yan's figure walked up step by step. Only fear was left in Feng Lingxiao's eyes. Do you want to die? I don't want to, I don't want to. Feng Lingxiao could not understand why things had turned out this way. Wasn't Mu Yun just a mid-stage Earth God realm martial artist? How could she be so terrifying? Why was this happening? If you don't want to die, why did you provoke me? If that's not courting death, then what is? Mu Yun stepped down, and with a puff, Feng Lingxiao spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff, Feng Lingxiao was thoroughly regretting his actions. Let him go. But at this moment, a shout suddenly rang out. At this moment, a figure walked out of the courtyard, looking at Mu Yun, his eyes almost popped out. Mu Yun, you're courting death. The person who came was short, but his aura was quite spirited. Big brother Feng Hun. Feng Lingxiao said hurriedly when he saw who it was. Save me, save me. Save you? Mu Yun sneered and said, even if the gods come, they won't be able to save you. Bang, Mu Yun lifted her leg and stomped down. The ground was immediately covered in blood. Feng Lingxiao was dead. You're courting death. Feng Hun's body was twitching. Clearly, he was furious. Although Feng Lingxiao was not his big brother, Feng Lingxiao had been following him ever since he joined the Feng Yun gathering. Feng Hun was very satisfied with Feng Lingxiao. Most importantly, Feng Xingtian and Yun Ji had paid close attention to Feng Lingxiao. But now, Mu Yun had killed him just like that. This was clearly a slap to his face. Feng Hun waved his hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. Immediately after, the long sword rushed out directly at this moment, bringing with it a palpitating aura. Sensing Feng Hun's murderous intent, Mu Yun snorted and took a step back. As soon as she left, a crack appeared on the ground under her feet. The crack spread out, giving off an extremely heavy and scorching feeling. You're quite fast to dodge? Advanced Earth God. That's right. I'm an advanced Earth God. So, you're dead meat. That's not necessarily true. Whoosh, a sword ray rose into the sky at this moment. Sword chi rose into the sky and whizzed out. The sword wind was stronger than the previous one, and each wave was stronger than the previous one. Mu Yun was not afraid of trouble today. If others were to find fault with her, she would take the opportunity to practice her swordsmanship. Blood crescent moon slash. Mu Yun waved her hand, and a crescent moon appeared. As the crescent moon fell, Mu Yun's figure also fell. The four sword styles transformed into a set of sword moves. A sword chi condensed into a crescent moon. It was blood red and gave off a feeling of seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Bang, in an instant, the sword fell and a head fell to the ground. Feng Hun's head fell to the ground. His sword had not even reached Mu Yun. But he was already dead. The sword was extremely fast, and the power was unbelievably terrifying. Mu Yun exhaled and looked at the remaining people. Run. In an instant, only 2 corpses were left in the courtyard. Troublesome. Mu Yun muttered and left the courtyard. Killing Feng Lingxiao and Feng Hun did not bring any joy to Mu Yun. The blood crescent sword art was extremely powerful. These 2 people were simply not enough. He was a Middle Earth god and was stronger than ordinary Middle Earth god warriors. Coupled with the sword he was most familiar with, the lethality was astonishing. Boring. After leaving the courtyard, Mu Yun found a place to stay. At this moment, he was immersed in the blood crescent moon slash that he had just performed. The power of this move was indeed domineering. Most importantly, he had only grasped the general idea and had not reached a profound level. If he was completely familiar with it, even a peak true god might not be able to withstand the power of his sword. After staying, Mu Yun was extremely calm. He had practiced swordsmanship many times in his life, so he understood the principles behind it. Now, the sword soul in his sea of soul was condensed. The power of the middle sword soul was indeed not low. In the future, when he condensed the soul and accumulated the sword soul, how powerful would it be? Finally, when he reached the sword body, he would become one with the sword and condense the strongest sword and the strongest body. Once the sword body appeared, the person would become a sword. It could only be said that it would be terrifying. Elementary, Intermediate, Advanced, Peak, and Divine. There are 5 levels of sword souls, and each level has a clear distinction. Right now, my sword soul is at the intermediate level. When I activate my sword soul, I can unleash 3 times stronger sword power than usual. If I reach the advanced sword soul, I can increase it by 5 times. Even a Middle Earth god would not be afraid to face a perfect Earth god. This is the strength of a swordsman. Mu Yun understood in his heart. In his hand, the long sword slashed out and a ray of sword chi shot out. Come in. Outside the door, a figure revealed his true form. It was a man with a slightly plump figure. Brother Mu. When the fatty saw that Mu Yun had discovered him, he immediately walked out. You are Inan. It's me, Brother Mu. The fatty's face wrinkled as he smiled. He looked at Mu Yun and said, Brother Mu, I know that you killed Feng Hun and Feng Lingxiao, so I came to find you. This Inan was an inner sect disciple of the Shadow Alliance. In the end, it was a miracle for this guy to enter the inner sect. His talent was extremely poor. He only broke through to the Earth God level after staying in the outer sect for 10 years. Now, Tangda, Dian, Yin Yi, and the others who entered the inner sect later had already surpassed him. Therefore, this fatty was always close to Yin Yi, saying that they were family 500 years ago. Gradually, Mu Yun also got to know him. What's wrong? Brother Mu, I'm here to tell you something. Let's leave quickly. Leave quickly? Why? I heard that the inner sect's leader disciple, Yun Xiao, is coming from the storm gathering. Yun Xiao? Mu Yun was stunned. He had heard of this person's name before. After all, Mu Yun had entered the inner sect for half a year. In the Shadow Alliance, he had participated in many activities and went out a few times. He no longer had a blank impression of the Kenshin sect. This person was a perfected earth god and could be said to be ranked 3rd in the storm gathering. Previously, when Feng Xingtian and Yun Ji had yet to become heavenly gods and became titular disciples, Yun Xiao could be said to be their right-hand man. He helped the 2 of them manage the storm gathering and contributed a lot. This person was also an influential figure in the storm gathering. This Yun Xiao is extremely protective. If he knows that you killed Feng Hun and Feng Lingxiao, he will definitely deal with you. Inan said excitedly, if you leave now, they won't be able to find you. When we meet up with senior brother Shu Kong and the others in the future, it will be fine. No need. Mu Yun waved his hand and said, why hide from them? Brother Mu, could it be that you have a way to deal with them? Fight. Fight? Inan immediately panicked. You are only a mid-stage earth god. Killing Feng Hun stunned everyone in the ancient city, but that Yun Xiao is a perfected earth god. So what? So what? Inan was really anxious. That was Yun Xiao. Inan. Mu Yun looked at Inan's anxious expression and said, why do we cultivate martial arts? For what? Inan blurted out, to become stronger. Yes, to become stronger and not be bullied anymore. However, how can the path of martial arts be so easy? So, many times, we have to take risks. When we encounter danger, we have to face it head-on, not avoid it. Of course, before facing it head-on, we might die. However, martial arts is like this. It is full of danger and opportunities. If you don't become a dragon, you will become a worm. If you continue to be a worm, you will probably never become a dragon in your lifetime. That is better than death. As the saying goes, a bad life is better than a good death. However, if you are bullied and don't dare to speak up, then what is the point of living? It is better to die. After Mu Yun said a few words, Inan nodded as if he understood a little. Actually, Mu Yun could see it too. Inan's talent was not bad. It was just that this person was too cowardly. So, when Inan entered the inner sect, he joined the Shadow League and relied on his connections to beg for help. However, after entering the inner sect's Shadow League, Inan was still bullied by people within the Shadow League. On the other hand, the disciples outside the Shadow League did not dare to bully him. However, this kind of living was indeed very stifling. Mu Yun only hoped that he could be a little more courageous. Thank you, Brother Mu, for your guidance. Enan cupped his hands and said, since that is the case, I will go and contact the Shadow League disciples here. If the Wind Cloud Club dares to mess around, we will fight with them. Yes. Muyun nodded and did not say anything else. Seeing Enan leave, Muyun sat down and exhaled. He was really not in a hurry to leave. The most important reason was that he wanted to see how powerful the so-called perfect Earth God was. He desperately wanted to experience his own strength and see just how strong he was. There was not much time left. Muyun took out the divine crystal and began to cultivate. Big Brother Mu. However, the courtyard door was pushed open. It wasn't the people from the Fengyun meet, but Enan and Big Brother Mu. Look. I found a few disciples from our Shadow League. Enan said excitedly, this is Senior Brother Dong Han and this is Senior Brother Duyu. Both of them are in the later stage of the Earth God realm. They are about to communicate with the soul of the Earth for the 4th time and enter the Pinnacle realm. Enan looked at Muyun and hurriedly introduced them. Enan, you asked us to come here for this person? Dong Han had a look of contempt and said, this guy offended the Fengyun meet. You won't drag us here to die with you, right? Senior Brother Dong Han. Enan hurriedly said, Muyun is also a member of our Shadow League. Now that she is in trouble, everyone should help her. Moreover, you promised to help me. Promised to help you? Dong Han sneered and said, it's just 3 middle-grade divine crystals per person. I really don't care. That's right. Duyu also sneered and said, Enan, you are really overestimating yourself. You want us to risk our lives for this little benefit? Don't talk so much with this idiot. I thought it was something serious. Let's go. Dong Han snorted and said directly. The few figures turned around and were about to leave. You can't leave. Enan's fat body suddenly trembled. You said you would help me. Now that I am asking you for help, how can you go back on your words? Why can't we go back on our words? Dong Han mocked, Enan, don't think that we don't know that you entered the inner sect through the back door and joined the Shadow League. You're just a small character who pours tea for us. If you say another word, do you believe that we won't beat you up too? You, go. You can't leave. Enan shouted and walked out, wanting to stop them. Forget it. Muyun pulled Enan and said with a smile, how many divine crystals did you give them? I gave them all. 3 crystals per person. A total of 21 crystals. I will give them to you. Muyun waved her hand, and hundreds of middle-grade divine crystals flickered with a faint red glow and appeared in front of Enan. Enan was dumbfounded. He had stayed here for 1 to 2 months and had only collected over 20 divine crystals. However, he did not expect that Muyun would give him 100 divine crystals in one go. Mid-grade divine crystals were extremely valuable. Especially under such circumstances, a single one of them was even more valuable than a divine pill. At that moment, seeing Muyun casually take out 100 mid-grade divine crystals, Dong Han and Duyu suddenly stopped. Wait. Both of them had smiles on their faces. Dong Han said, Muyun, it's fine if you want us to help you, but you have to beg us. At the same time, all the brothers here will pay 100 mid-grade divine crystals each. Dong Han looked at Muyun as if he was looking at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Scram. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Muyun didn't even look at them as he continued to speak. What did you say? I told you to scram. Muyun said casually, I can easily kill Feng Hun. If the two of you think you're stronger than Feng Hun, you can try. Muyun, you're too arrogant. Dong Han shouted, Yun Xiao is already on his way here. You'll definitely die. He's a perfect Earth God. Then you don't have to worry. Muyun said steadily, but I can guarantee that if you don't leave this courtyard within 3 breaths, you'll never be able to walk out on your own. You are too arrogant. 3. Muyun. 2. Swish swish, in that instant, several figures fled the place. Muyun was right. Feng Hun had died in her hands. Dong Han and Duyu did not have much confidence in killing Muyun. I'm sorry, Big Brother Mu. Enan lowered his head and said, I didn't help you. Instead, I made you more passive. It's fine. Muyun sat down and said, it's better to rely on yourself than on others. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Inan lowered his head and pondered. He seemed to have something in mind. I see that you've advanced? That's right. Inan said excitedly. Big Brother Mu's words made me determined to advance bravely. Now, I've already broken through the early stage and reached the middle stage. I have to thank Big Brother Mu. However, I see that your aura is still unstable. I have an Earth Essence Divine Pill here. It's specially used to strengthen the spirit and the soul of the earth. You can take it. This? Thank you, Big Brother Mu. Inan was extremely excited at this moment. An Earth Essence Divine Pill could only be refined by a 3-star alchemist. It was worth at least 1,000,000 low-grade divine crystals, which was hundreds of middle-grade divine crystals. At this moment, Mu Yun took out this pill. It seemed like it was not a problem at all. Big Brother Mu, you're a 3-star alchemist now? Yes. Mu Yun said casually. Actually, half a year ago, he had already reached the level of a 3-star divine alchemist and refined the Earth Essence Divine Pill. In this half a year, he even studied carefully. Under the guidance of the 8th-generation ancestor, he conquered various pill formulas and improved his ability. 3-star divine alchemist, Inan was extremely envious at this moment. In the Shadow Alliance, Mu Yun was very talented and improved quickly. He was also a divine alchemist, and his strength was strangely powerful. With such charisma, it was no wonder that the Alliance chief had always taken good care of him. After taking the pill, Inan began to cultivate. For a few days, Inan followed Mu Yun, helping Mu Yun find food and do odd jobs. Mu Yun also taught Inan cultivation in her spare time. Although he was only a mid-stage earth god now, compared to Inan, his knowledge was very broad. He knew some things that Inan did not know. After this explanation, Inan only felt that his previous knowledge was really too narrow. Mu Yun, get out here. And on this day, a shout suddenly sounded. In the entire ancient city, a series of exclamations instantly sounded. This shout could be said to be very powerful. With one listen, one could tell that it was at least a peak earth god figure. The earth god realm was divided into early, middle, and late stages. The range of perception of the soul of the earth could only be expanded by 50 meters, 100 meters, and 150 meters. However, once one reached the peak earth god realm, the range would be more than doubled. A peak earth god realm's range was at least 500 meters. Meanwhile, a peak earth god realm's range was 1,000 meters. As for a peak earth god realm, their range was 2,000 meters, and the power of the earth was immeasurable. As one reached the heaven god realm in the future, their ability to communicate with the soul of the earth would become stronger. Therefore, a heaven god realm cultivator could shake the area within a few dozen li with a stomp of his foot. Mu Yun raised his eyelids hearing this, but did not say anything. The shout was extremely powerful. If he was not mistaken, it should be a peak earth god realm. Mu Yun could not help but feel a strong battle intent. Even though his cultivation was only in the intermediate stage of the earth god realm, his strength and flesh were outstanding to begin with. On top of that, he also had the enhancement from the 2 sword arts, the secret technique of the 3 sacred boulders, the blood crystals, the unique features of his hands, and the strange ability of his eyes. He was not afraid of facing a peak earth god realm cultivator. Mu Yun took a step forward and stood up. You're here? Great. Inan? Mu Yun looked out of the door and called out, but no one answered. Inan? Walking out of the door, Mu Yun found that the courtyard was empty. He ran away? That's not possible. Mu Yun shook his head. Inan did not seem to be pretending these few days. Mu Yun frowned slightly. Bang! At this moment, a loud bang suddenly sounded. The door was kicked open at this moment. A few figures entered one after another. Mu Yun, I've been calling you for a long time. Are you willing to be a coward here? A sneer sounded. Outside the door, more than a dozen figures entered one after another. The man in the lead was wearing a blood-red cloak. He was tall and handsome, with a pair of phoenix eyes that were particularly eye-catching. Woo woo woo. In the crowd, a whimper suddenly sounded. Inan was directly detained. He pouted and looked at Mu Yun anxiously. Inan. Mu Yun frowned. Hee hee, Mu Yun, aren't you very arrogant? Why aren't you arrogant now? In the crowd, Dong Han and Du walked out at this moment. Dong Han looked at the man in the blood-red cloak in front of him and cupped his hands. Senior brother Chao Zhe, this Mu Yun has at least 10,000 divine crystals on him, and they are all mid-grade. The divine crystals on Yinan were obtained from him. Hearing this, the man with phoenix eyes raised his eyebrows. In this place, divine crystals were the most important. Mu Yun, hand over the divine crystals and restrain yourself. Follow me to see big brother Yun Xiao. I can let you die a quick death. Chao Zhe said directly. I'm sure you can see that I'm at the peak of the Earth God realm, 2 levels below you. You should know, that in my hands, you have no way out. Is that so? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your stupidity. Mu Yun laughed loudly. I already knew that you were coming, but why didn't I leave? I don't even care about a mere Yun Xiao, not to mention you, Chao Zhe, who is only at the peak of the Earth God realm. Arrogant. Ignorant. Dong Han and Du scolded at this moment. Mu Yun, hand over the divine crystals. Du and I will not interfere in this matter. Alright, then let Yinan go. He has nothing to do with this matter. Alright, give us all the divine crystals you have. Du said with a cold smile. If I give it to you, will you let him go? Of course. Mu Yun frowned. With a wave of her hand, divine crystals appeared with a clatter. Over 10,000 mid-grade divine crystals emitted a faint red glow, illuminating everyone's cheeks. When Chao Zhe saw this scene, his face was also filled with joy. He did not expect that Mu Yun would really have so many divine crystals on her. This time, it was simply an unexpected surprise. Fortunately, he had told senior brother Yun Xiao in advance that he could deal with a mere Mu Yun by himself and had arrived in advance. Otherwise, with so many divine crystals, it would not be his turn. Can you let him go now? I'll give it to you. At this moment, Dong Han took a step forward and sent Yinan flying with a kick. Mu Yun's figure flew out and caught him. Pfff, in just an instant, the cloth in Yinan's mouth was pulled out, but Yinan directly spat out a mouthful of blood onto Mu Yun's chest. 9 turned purple poison grass. Great-grandfather, if it were me, I would have thousands of ways to treat the 9 turned purple poison grass. However, after consuming this poison grass, it requires 2 hours of treatment. He's already vomiting blood now. There's simply no other way. Mu Feng couldn't help but sigh. Damn it. Mu Yun hurriedly took out a few divine pills that she had prepared and fed them to Yinan. However, at that moment, how could Yinan eat them? They were all mixed with blood as he spat them out. Damn it. What? There's no other way? Du snorted. Mu Yun, do you know that as a Shadow Alliance disciple, you've only been in the Shadow Alliance for half a year? The Alliance leader has taken care of you so much that many disciples are envious of you. Today, you'll definitely die. Big brother Mu. Yinan was vomiting blood as he whimpered. Ever since I started cultivating, I'm extremely grateful for the care you've given me these past few days. You're right, on the path of martial cultivation, one must not be afraid of hardships and dangers. Unfortunately, I understood it too late. However, I still have to thank you, Big Brother Mu. I'm about to die, but I don't want to die in a cowardly manner. I don't want to see them laugh at me as I die. As Yinan finished speaking, he vomited mouthfuls of blood. Mu Yun's divine soul entered his body and discovered that his body had already started to degenerate. His skin and flesh had started to rot. Don't worry. No one will laugh at you. Mu Yun helped Yinan up and leaned against the courtyard stairs. I'm the one who harmed you and caused you to be bullied by them. I'll definitely grant you your last wish. He originally thought that since Yinan was a Shadow Alliance disciple, even if Dong Han and Du didn't get along with him, they wouldn't kill him. However, he was wrong, the price was Yinan's life. Mu Yun blamed herself incomparably in her heart. Sit properly. Mu Yun said indifferently. None of them will dare to bully or laugh at you. Yinan smiled with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He had been ridiculed and ridiculed all his life. In the end, he was able to meet Mu Yun and obtain Mu Yun's help. He was already satisfied in his heart. Whoosh, in an instant, a long sword suddenly appeared in Muyun's hand. The rusty void spirit sword flickered with a cold light at this moment. Tisk, even your sword is so lousy. You still have the nerve to call yourself a disciple of the divine sword sect? Dong Han sneered. Die. However, Muyun did not say a word and directly raised his sword to attack. Blood crescent moon slash. With a slash of his sword, Muyun's body turned into a crescent moon as he charged towards Dong Han and Du. At this moment, Du's Muyun they didn't expect Muyun's Mutus to kill Muyun of Muyun of S Muyun, Muyu, and Muyu and Mu Blood Yun. Muyun's sword had already locked onto them. With 2 kicks, the sword chi locked onto the 2 of them. The 2 of them were kicked away by Muyun. But right at this moment, the sword chi circled over, and with a poochie, it directly severed the tendons of their limbs, causing them to fall to the ground. In an instant, the 2 figures wailed in pain. They could no longer stand up. Muyun kicked the 2 of them one by one and directly kicked them to in and lock him up. Muyun ordered. However, this order caused the others to be startled. Who was he ordering? But in the next moment, the blood guards appeared one after another, shocking everyone. Puppet, in the divine realm, the art of puppetry was extremely rare. Muyun was only at the earth god realm, but she actually had a puppet by her side. At this moment, the blood guards that appeared directly suppressed Dong Han and Du. Kneel, kowtow, and apologize. Muyun shouted, otherwise, I'll make sure the 2 of you can't die even if you want to. Muyun, we are all disciples of the Shadow League. If you kill us, however, before the 2 of them could finish their words, Muyun directly slapped them. With a loud slap, half of Dong Han's teeth fell out. Kneel. Even if you beat me to death, Du was about to speak, but Muyun directly stabbed her sword into his calf, and blood flowed out. Du's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Muyun. He was completely dumbfounded. I'll kneel. The tendons of his arms and legs were severed. At this moment, kneeling on the ground was more like lying on the ground. Kowtow and apologize. Muyun shouted again. Sorry, Inen, sorry. At this moment, the 2 of them could be said to be filled with regret. Muyun was too unreasonable and tyrannical. At this moment, the 2 figures kowtowed loudly. Not long after, the floor was stained with blood. Muyun completely ignored the 2 of them. She turned around, held her sword, and looked to the other side. Chao Zhe, do you want to die now? Muyun looked at Chao Zhe and asked directly. It seems like you're killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Chao Zhe sneered and said, this is an internal matter of your Shadow Alliance. I can't be bothered to care about their lives. Muyun, if you confess to me, perhaps I can spare your life on account of you handing over more than 10,000 divine crystals. Now, leaving with me is your best choice. You're still talking nonsense. The corner of Muyun's lips curled up, and she was filled with murderous intent. Blood crescent moon slash. When the sword was out, the person moved. Muyun's murderous intent immediately swept out. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Chao Zhe was also furious at this moment. He understood that Muyun had crippled Dong Han and Du's thunderous means just now to show him. Unfortunately, this method could not intimidate him at all. He had no need to fear Muyun at all. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Muyun was also filled with murderous intent at this moment. The more he used the Blood Moon sword technique, the more proficient he became. Silver Moon fatal blow. In an instant, the sword in Muyun's hand flew up, and the sword aura whistled, giving off an extremely violent aura. A silver moon condensed at the tip of the long sword, turning into rays of light that shot out in all directions. Even under the sunlight, it gave off an extremely tyrannical and dazzling light. The light flashed so suddenly that one could not look directly at it. At this moment, Chao Zhe felt for the first time that even the sword aura did not have such tyrannical power. His body tensed up, and he actually felt a sense of fear at this moment. Don't be afraid, he's not as good as me. I'm a peak earth god, and I've communicated with the soul of the earth 4 times, but he's only communicated with it twice. Chao Zhe kept comforting himself as he faced the enemy with his sword. Bang, suddenly, the 2 sword chi collided. Chao Zhe felt as if it was not Mu Yun that was charging at him, but a mountain that was thousands of feet tall. The vast power was so overwhelming that he could not withstand it, and his body began to tremble. Especially the arm that was holding the long sword, it could not suppress the trembling at this moment. The biggest taboo for a swordsman was to be unable to even hold his own sword, but now, he was in such a state. The rest of the Storm Meets disciples, as well as the disciples that followed Dong Han and Du Yu, were completely dumbfounded. Chao Zhe could not even hold his sword. This was simply unbelievable. Run! In an instant, the few Shadow League's disciples that followed Dong Han and Du Yu did not say anything and ran away. However, how could Mu Yun let them run away? Blood Moon striking wind. With a slash of the sword, the entire courtyard was suddenly filled with sword aura that stirred up a violent wind. The sword aura was like a full moon that was accumulating power, and it directly exploded, condensing into powerful sword scars. Puff. 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 The sword aura spread out at this moment, and those disciples were seriously injured. But at this moment, Mu Yun did not kill them. You don't need me to tell you what to do, right? Looking at the disciples that were covered in blood, Mu Yun said coldly. Yes, yes. Instantly, the figures quickly crawled in front of Yinan, kowtowed, and shouted, Sorry, Yinan, sorry, sorry. Looking at the remaining people, Mu Yun's murderous intent intensified. The Storm Meets disciples and I will not rest until one of us is dead, so you deserve to die. Finishing her words, Mu Yun waved her hand, and streaks of sword aura were released at this moment. The sword aura whistled, and the wind howled. Those disciples were completely unable to resist Mu Yun's swordsmanship at this moment. His sword was the Void Spirit Sword. His swordsmanship was the Blood Moon Sword art, and it was extremely powerful. As for him, he relied on his swordsmanship to climb up step by step. Screams sounded one after another. Those disciples collapsed on the ground one by one and were directly thrown to Yinan by Mu Yun. Chao Zhe, it's your turn. Mu Yun's face was cold at this moment. Chao Zhe immediately took a step back and looked at Mu Yun with horror in his eyes. The fear in his heart could be said to be extremely fatal at this moment. How did Mu Yun become so terrifying? How could a middle-stage Earth God display such powerful strength? He was at the peak Earth God realm, but he was defeated by Mu Yun in just one exchange of blows. How sad and hateful, Chao Zhe snorted. Even if I die, I will not submit to you. With the sword in his hand, Chao Zhe attacked again. I said that I won't let you die. Mu Yun directly took a step forward at this moment. As the sword aura swept across, the murderous aura became more and more violent. At this moment, Mu Yun's mind was filled with the wretched looks of the people in front of her. Her murderous aura became stronger and stronger, and the long sword in her hand instantly swept out. Poof poof poof. Chao Zhe's body immediately exploded at this moment. As the swarming aura of flesh and blood exploded with a loud bang, Mu Yun's left and right eyes flickered with a cold light with unavoidable indifference. The aura of blood filled the air. The devouring power in her body immediately spread out at this moment. In an instant, the blood in Chao Zhe's body was directly sucked dry. At this moment, Mu Yun felt that there was an additional bloodline aura in her body that did not belong to her. The bloodline, rich divine power, and soul power directly surged into her body. At this moment, her communication with the soul of the earth improved further. Not long after, powerful auras began to spread across the area. On the ground, the cracks had spread to a range of 200 meters at this moment, and continued to increase. At this moment, Mu Yun had no intention of restraining herself at all. The aura of Chao Zhe's flesh and blood had triggered his third communication with the soul of the earth. However, it was still not enough. Mu Yun waved his hand and grabbed out. With a bang, the body of a middle-stage Earth God disciple exploded into a mist of blood. The aura of his flesh and blood, along with his celestial source and soul, were all devoured by Mu Yun. It's not enough. It's far from enough. Mu Yun's blood boiled as he grabbed out again. The flesh and blood of the people from the Fengyun Union were sucked dry by Mu Yun, turning into dried corpses. Yuner, don't. Mu Fengchen, Mu Fengxiao, and Mu Guifan's expressions changed drastically. In the past, the shepherds devoured the flesh and blood of others to improve themselves. Many of the shepherd's disciples had gone mad and lost their humanity. Every cultivator had their own unique mark. By devouring the flesh and blood of others, they could improve their strength in a short period of time. However, the more they devoured, the more impurities there would be. In the end, it would lead to a strange change in their body, causing them to lose their sense of kinship. At this moment, if they did not stop Mu Yun, then Mu Yun would go completely mad. However, Mu Guifan, Mu Fengxiao, and Mu Fengchen were all formed by their minds. They did not even have spiritual souls. They could not stop Mu Yun and could only watch helplessly. At this moment, Guai, who was in the extermination of deity painting, smiled. "Kid, you're finally enlightened." There was not a trace of worry in Guai's eyes. Instead, he was very curious. "I'd like to see what kind of surprise you'll get next. After all, I didn't expect your mother and grandfather to be them." Buzz, in an instant, Mu Yun's spiritual soul communicated with the soul of the earth. This was the third communication. This time, Mu Yun was very familiar with it. With a wave of his hand, his entire body rushed into the earth. Rumbling sounds could be heard, and the ground began to creak. Mu Yun's figure continued to dive. He reached a depth of 10,000 feet, but it was not over yet. His spiritual soul once again came into contact with the origin of the earth. Wisps of origin force surged toward Qin Nan. Deep underground, with Mu Yun as the center, the earth cracked open, spreading out to a range of 500 meters. The soil directly turned into powder and spread out. At this moment, Mu Yun sat cross-legged and looked ahead. She heaved a sigh of relief. Soul of the earth, with a wave of his hand, a surge of energy began to surge violently. At the same time, a bewildered voice suddenly sounded from the depths of the earth. Suddenly, a white-haired old man in a yellow robe appeared before Mu Yun with her eyes closed. "Old friend, you're already here. Why don't you come out and meet me?" The yellow-robed old man said indifferently. "Meet? Why do we need to meet?" Guai appeared outside the extermination of deity painting. He looked at the yellow-robed elder and said calmly, "You and I have made different choices and stand on different sides. What is there to say?" "Guai, so many years have passed. Are you still the same?" The yellow-robed elder said indifferently, "The four of us were born from the heavens and earth. Even Di Ming can't control us. When you chose Yi Xiaoyao back then, the three of us were already very surprised. Now that Yi Xiaoyao is dead, are you still willing to stay by the side of humans? Is a mere human worth you doing this for? Don't forget that you are the one and only in the entire world." D.E. Guai suddenly shouted, "I said, we have different positions and different choices." All right. When this little guy first communicated with the soul of the earth, I noticed that the bloodline in his body was different. He had the devouring bloodline and Yi Xiaoyao's bloodline aura. My guess was right. You chose him because you want to make a comeback, right? You're wrong. Guai said coldly, "I didn't choose him. It was fate that chose him. Yi Xiaoyao was the first emperor god back then. He unified the god realm and walked out of the vast world. When I met him, I was willing to sacrifice myself for him. You can't understand the feelings of humans. The failure of the first 9 Fate Emperor doesn't mean that the second one will also fail, alright." The yellow-robed elder said indifferently, "The four of us can't do anything to each other. Since you're so sure, I won't stop you. Even DE respects your choice. I will respect your choice too, even though it's a dead end." A dead end? Perhaps it's a dead end for all of you. Guai chuckled. Compared to the first emperor god back then, this boy is worlds apart. Guai, you should know how difficult this path is. DE, if you're showing up just to mock me, then you and I might as well not see each other. Haha, alright. You've always been like this. The yellow-robed elder smiled faintly. He looked at Guai and shook his head. His gaze fell on Mu Yun. The elder smiled faintly and said, "Since Di once bestowed him with an opportunity, then on account of our many years of friendship, I'll give him an opportunity as well." The yellow-robed elder pointed with his palm. The cracks in the ground around Mu Yun's body doubled in size, increasing to a range of 1,000 meters. Although he did not communicate with the soul of the earth for the 4th time, he now controlled the power of the earth within 1,000 meters. Suddenly, Mu Yun woke up. Looking at his body, Mu Yun was stunned. I'm already in the advanced Earth God realm. But the third time I communicated with the soul of the Earth, I actually condensed the power of 1,000 meters. This is something only a perfected Earth God can do. He looked around in surprise. He realized that he was in the ground. It was dark and he couldn't check his surroundings. However, at this moment, there was a large amount of dirt on the surface of his body. Mu Yun suddenly recalled. In his madness, he devoured the flesh and divine souls of Chao Zhe and the other early and intermediate earth gods of the Fengyun congregation. Devour. Mu Yun was shocked. His grandfather had once warned him not to rely on the devouring talent to devour other people's blood and divine souls. It would cause the cultivation in his body to go crazy. However, the strange thing was that he didn't feel any negative emotions. In fact, he felt very comfortable at this moment. The power that was being devoured was like a cup of muddy water that entered his body. However, there was a unique power within his body that directly expelled the muddy water. The muddy water became pure water. However, only 10 to 20% of the power was left after he devoured it. This meant that when he devoured other people's strength with the devouring bloodline, he didn't absorb all of it. He could only obtain 10 to 20% of it. However, this 10 to 20% was pure. It wouldn't cause any trouble for his cultivation. As for why, Mu Yun didn't know. However, this was undoubtedly good news. The disciples of the shepherds couldn't devour other people's blood and divine souls to improve their cultivation, but he could. Although only 10 to 20% of it was left after he devoured it, it was enough. Mu Yun was pleasantly surprised. His figure rose rapidly. Now that he had reached the late Earth God realm, it was enough for him to activate the power of the earth and shatter the surrounding land. The ground suddenly cracked open, and a figure appeared. It was Mu Yun. Yuner, how are you? Mu Fengchen's voice sounded at this moment. Mu Yun felt strange. Why didn't his grandfather ask him earlier? The three of us couldn't communicate with you earlier. We thought something big had happened to you. Couldn't communicate? Mu Yun was stunned. I'm fine. Ancestors, I feel very good now. Moreover, after devouring their blood and divine souls, my strength has improved further. It's the third time I've communicated with the soul of the earth. Not only that, their power doesn't have any restrictions on me. I can expel those powers that are different from my own body. However, because of this, I can only absorb 10 to 20% of the power in each person's body. What? It's actually like this? Hearing these words, the three grandmasters were extremely shocked in their hearts. They didn't expect this to be the result. Many ancestors of the shepherds couldn't resist the greed in their hearts to quickly improve their strength and devoured others' cultivation. However, in the end, they didn't have a good ending. However, at this moment, Mu Yun actually succeeded. 10 to 20% of the power was simply not to be ignored. After all, others ended up in failure. Ancestors, don't worry. I think this matter must be related to my mother. When I see my father, I'll understand. Mu Yun could only push everything to her birth mother, whom she had never met before. The three ancestors thought of Mu Qingyu and what she had done in the past and nodded in agreement. This was a good thing, seeing that the three ancestors were no longer worried. Mu Yun's gaze fell on the ground. At this moment, those Shadow Alliance disciples were still kneeling on the ground. Yinan's breathing was weak, and his face was pale. It was obvious that he couldn't hold on. Mu Yun squatted down and looked at Yinan. I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? Yinan grinned. His voice was weak. Actually, I'm very satisfied now. In the past, I was always the one who bowed and listened to them obediently. However, these people didn't even look at me. Now, I understand that without strength, no matter how humble you are, they won't look you in the eye. Unfortunately, I understood this principle too late. Big Brother Mu, thank you for allowing me to comprehend this before I die. Yinan's voice became softer and softer, and he gradually lost his breath. At this moment, Mu Yun was sorrowful. She was responsible for Yinan's death. Looking at the people kneeling in front of her, Mu Yun's heart was filled with murderous intent. Mu Yun, don't be rash. At that instant, several figures arrived at the scene. Mu Yun wasn't unfamiliar with the two people in the lead. Zhu Ziang. Xiang Qinggong. Seeing the two people appear, Mu Yun was slightly startled. Mu Yun, we already understand the matter. Yinan is a member of our Shadow Alliance. We don't want to see him die, but you've already made Dong Han, and do you pay the price? That's enough. Zhu Ziang immediately said, these people are all disciples of our Shadow Alliance. Spare their lives. You guys really appeared at the right time. Looking at them, a self-mocking smile appeared on Mu Yun's lips. I was still thinking, Dong Han, and you clearly knew that I had killed Feng Hun, a late-stage Earth god. Why did they still dare to come and kill me with the Feng Yun gang? So it's because the two of you are backing him up. Mu Yun's lips curled into a bitter smile. You misunderstood, Mu Yun. The two of us just arrived. We came immediately after we understood the situation. Zhu Ziang immediately said, let them go. Yun Xiao from the Feng Yun gang is about to arrive. He is a perfect stage Earth god. You alone are not his match. I alone am not his match? Mu Yun could not help but shout, I think it's the two of you who think you are not his match. Now, you want to team up with me to deal with him? The two of you just arrived. How would you know what happened? Are there so many Shadow Alliance members in this ancient city? Mu Yun's tone became colder and colder. It was because the timing of Zhu Ziang and Xiang Qinggong's appearance was too coincidental. The two of them seemed to have planned to appear here at this moment. This was simply too strange. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Suddenly, Xiang Qinggong's expression changed. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Xiang Qinggong looked at Mu Yun and shouted, this kid doesn't know what's good for him. Just kill him. Zhu Ziang did not want to pretend at this moment. I didn't expect that Chao Zhe would be killed by you. It seems that you are indeed a person with great luck. No wonder the Alliance Master takes good care of you. At this moment, the two of them shed all pretense of cordiality and looked at Mu Yun with murderous intent. Why are you doing this? Mu Yun smiled and said, the two of you are the same in my eyes. In the past half a year, Mo Ying had taken good care of Mu Yun in the inner sect. The two brothers Shu Kong and Shu Yi had expressed Mo Ying's good impression of him more than once. As for Zhu Ziang and Xiang Qinggong, it was obvious that they were jealous of him and treated him neither coldly nor warmly. In the meantime, they were even mocking him, as he was still in the early stage of the Earth God realm for half a year, yet his cultivation did not improve at all. At that time, Mu Yun's heart was not on raising her cultivation realm, but she wanted to further improve her alchemy skills. And now, the two of them finally couldn't be bothered to explain. Good plan. Mu Yun smiled and said, let Du and Dong Han work together with Chao Zhe of the Wind Cloud Society to kill me. They are the masterminds of the Wind Cloud Society. If they can't kill me and lure Yun Xiao over, Yun Xiao will also deal with me. Mu Yun sneered and said, but have you ever thought about why I'm here and not leaving? Because I'm not afraid of Yun Xiao at all. I'm not even afraid of Yun Xiao, who is at the full circle of the Earth God realm. If I'm not afraid, why would I be afraid of the two of you? What arrogance! You're courting death. At that moment, Zhu Ziang and Xiang Qinggong were both extremely furious. Mu Yun, you're too presumptuous. Even if you've already communicated with the soul of the earth for the third time and reached the late stage of the Earth God realm, to the two of us, you're just a late stage of the Earth God realm. Is that so? Mu Yun let out a low roar and took a step forward. Within 1,000 meters of her, the earth trembled and the houses collapsed. How is this possible? At this moment, Zhu Ziang and Xiang Qinggong were completely dumbfounded. Mu Yun, who was in the late stage of the Earth God realm, could spread the power of the earth to 1,000 meters. This was something that only a perfect Earth God realm warrior could do. The two of them, who were in the perfect Earth God realm, could only spread the power of the earth to 1,000 meters. But Mu Yun, who was in the late stage of the Earth God realm, could do this. In between, there was still a peak stage of the Earth God realm. How did Mu Yun do this? At this moment, the two of them looked at each other in disbelief. You two vixens, today, even if Mo Ying comes, I'll kill you and avenge Yinan. Mu Yun now completely understood that all of this was a scheme. In the eyes of Zhu Ziang and Xiang Qinggong, Yinan's life was not a life at all. It was a motive to provoke them to kill. The two of them had already planned to borrow his hand to kill Chao Zhe, or borrow Chao Zhe's hand to kill him. However, the two of them would never have imagined that not only Chao Zhe, but the two of them would also die here today. Die. Mu Yun waved her hand and slashed out the illusionary spirit sword at this moment. She stomped her feet on the ground and instantly, cracks spread out. A wave of spiritual energy spread out from the illusionary spirit sword. Blood crescent moon slash. With a slash of the sword, the crescent moon appeared in the color of blood. At that instant, Zhu Ziang and Xiang Qinggong exchanged glances with one another and immediately sprang forward. At this moment, the two figures merged into one. What they displayed was actually a sword technique that they cultivated together. Grand Cosmos Sword. Immediately, the two of them took out their long swords and attacked Mu Yun. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in an instant, the three of them exchanged blows in the sky. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many inner sect disciples. Eh? Isn't that Zhu Ziang and Xiang Qinggong? They are the right-hand men of the inner sect of the Shadow Alliance. Who is so bold to fight with the two of them? Who else can it be? I think it must be the disciples of the Battle Alliance, Snow Alliance, and Tianzi Alliance. No, look, that person seems to be Mu Yun? Mu Yun? Who is Mu Yun? Previously, Mu Yun, who was very popular in the outer sect, killed the outer sect leader of the Battle Alliance. However, I heard that she later joined the Shadow Alliance. Why is she fighting with the people of the Shadow Alliance now? You don't know about this. A disciple said calmly, I heard that this Mu Yun is highly regarded in the Shadow Alliance. She is only in the early stage of the Earth God realm, but Moing took a fancy to her and trained her. Zhu Ziang and the rest must be dissatisfied. Now is the best time to take action. Once this was said, everyone immediately understood. At the same time, a group of people entered the ancient city. The person in the lead was dressed in a long white robe. On his long robe, there were clouds of light carved on it, making him look very elegant. Brother Yun Xiao, look, yes. The young man said indifferently, go and see where Chao Zhe is. Yes. Not long after, the disciples following behind gradually dispersed. In just a moment, those disciples returned one by one. Senior brother Yun Xiao, something bad has happened. A disciple knelt down and said, Senior brother Chao Zhe is dead. Immediately, the disciple began to narrate everything that he had heard. Zhu Ziang, Xiang Qinggong, Mu Yun, the corners of Yun Zhao's mouth curled up slightly as he said coldly, good, good, very good. The two presidents of the Wind Cloud Gang have been promoted to titular disciples, and the strength of the Wind Cloud Gang has increased greatly. These people from the Shadow Alliance are still so arrogant. Today, we will sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Let's see who wins and who loses. After Yun Xiao finished speaking, he looked at the crowd and said, now, split up and fight. No matter who wins or loses, don't let a single one of them go. Yes. The two young men standing beside Yun Xiao also had cold killing intent in their eyes. Tuo Bachuan, Ji Yuan, the two of you, take 10 people each and guard the surroundings. Make it impossible for them to escape. Yes, sir. In an instant, the disciples that followed beside Yun Xiao spread out one by one. At the same time, the disciples who were watching kept quiet out of fear when they saw the arrival of the Wind Cloud Gang's disciples. The Wind Cloud Gang was also extremely powerful in the Kenshin sect. Especially after the two presidents, Feng Xingtian and Yun Ji, were promoted to titular disciples, the entire Wind Cloud Gang was even more arrogant. Offending them was courting death. At this moment, the battle between Mu Yun, Zhu Ziang, and Xiang Qinggong became more and more intense. Although Mu Yun was at the late stage of the Earth God realm, after communicating with the soul of the Earth for the third time, his strength had already surpassed that of an ordinary late-stage Earth God. The power of the Earth within 1,000 meters was not weaker than that of Zhu Ziang and Xiang Qinggong. In fact, he had even comprehended an intermediate-level sword soul, and the power of his sword techniques had increased by 3 times. This was something that even Xiang Qinggong and Zhu Ziang, who were performing sword techniques together, could not compare to. Damn it! Zhu Ziang's expression was ugly at this moment. We miscalculated. This kid is at the late stage of the Earth God realm. Although he has only communicated with the soul of the earth 3 times, his realm is even more terrifying than that of us at the perfect stage. Moreover, not only that, this kid's strength can be said to be extremely strange. The strength of his flesh and soul is even more terrifying than ours. Xianxia shouted, "What do we do now? Let's hide for now. When Xianxia comes, he will definitely die." All right. The two of them had exchanged a few blows at this moment. After concluding that they were no match for Mu Yun, they had the intention to retreat. However, how could Mu Yun let the two of them retreat so easily? Blood Moon Wind Strike. With a wave of his sword aura surged out. The violent sword aura condensed into a sword rain and covered the entire sky. The sword aura formed a magnetic field that firmly bound the two of them. At this moment, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth, and a murderous aura was released. Puff puff, in an instant, the two of them fell to the ground. With a bang, a ravine was formed. Only then did Mu Yun let out a sigh of relief, and his heart was slightly relieved. To him, this battle had consumed a lot of energy. However, the power of the Blood Moon sword art had increased by another level. It was difficult to create a third-grade divine art. Moreover, this sword art was chosen by Mu Fengchen for him, and it was the most suitable one. Even though Zhu Ziang and Xianxia had fallen to the ground, the sword cheese continued to shoot down violently. The ground cracked open layer by layer. This battle had completely shocked the surrounding people. It wasn't that they had never seen someone killing someone above their level. However, in this case, the ones who were killed were Zhu Ziang and Xianxia. Moreover, they were both at the perfect stage of the Earth God realm. The one who killed them was only Mu Yun, who was at the late stage of the Earth God realm. That was too unbelievable. As her figure landed, Mu Yun looked at the two people on the ground. Mu Yun, you and I are both members of the Shadow Alliance. You killed the two of us. Even if Moing grooms you, he won't be able to answer to the other disciples. Zhu Ziang couldn't help but shout. You don't have to worry about this. Mu Yun said indifferently, Moing treated me extremely well, and I owe him a favor. However, the two of you wanted to kill me, so I won't be polite. As for how he will treat me after you die, I will gladly accept it. Ziang, run quickly. You must tell Shu Kong and Shu Yi about this. Mu Yun is crazy. If we're leaving, we'll leave together. You're crazy. Xianxia could not help but berate. How can the two of us leave together? This kid's strength far surpasses both of us. Run quickly. If not, we'll both die. Zhu Ziang could not help but berate. He immediately turned around and flew away. Trying to run? How could Mu Yun let Zhu Ziang run away now? Mu Yun, once Ziang leaves, you'll definitely die. Senior brother Moing will definitely investigate this thoroughly. He won't let you off. Xianxia bellowed and rushed out. At this moment, his strength quickly surged. Boom, an explosive sound rang out. Suddenly, a berserk energy surged out in front of Xianxia. The sound of the explosion was deafening. In the distance, Yun Xiao saw the scene and could not help but frown. This is Triple Yuan Yang body art. Yun Xiao said. Looks like not everyone in the Shadow Alliance is useless. Triple Yuan Yang body art. This Xianxia actually succeeded in cultivating it. Triple Yuan Yang body art gathers the divine power of the 3 origin divine sources to form 3 shields. Looks like Xianxia wants Zhu Ziang to leave even if he has to die. Even if he dies, he wants Mu Yun to be punished by Moing. This time, Mu Yun is in trouble. However, just as Yun Xiao and the others finished speaking, suddenly, a sword aura directly floated in the air above them. That sword was like the sun. It was scorching hot. At this moment, the sword rose into the sky and turned into a fiery red sun. The violent and scorching aura made people feel as if the entire world was about to split apart. Under such circumstances, everyone felt a wave of heat assaulting their faces. Heavenly Sun Sword. At this moment, Mu Yun was using the Heavenly Sun sword art. This sword art was not too overbearing, but it was filled with endless sword aura. It gave people an extremely oppressive and scorching feeling. Using the heavenly fire and the power of Yang, she fully unleashed the power of this sword. When the sword was unleashed, the world was illuminated by the fiery red light. Bang! In an instant, the body of Xianxia, who had executed the Triorigin Yang body art, exploded. His famous 3 Yuan Yang body art wasn't enough to withstand even the slightest bit of the attack. This scene, even if it was Yun Xiao, was in disbelief. At this moment, Zhu Ziang, who had fled into the distance, was already terrified. He originally thought that Xianxia could help him resist Mu Yun for a while, but who would have thought that Xianxia would be destroyed by Mu Yun in one move? Previously, Mu Yun did not kill him directly. If Mu Yun had executed this sword technique earlier, the two of them would have died long ago. Zhu Ziang's heart was filled with fear and unease. This? How could he escape? Stop running. You're going to die anyway. As Zhu Ziang was flying, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. A figure appeared in front of Zhu Ziang. Yun Xiao, what are you doing? Seeing Yun Xiao, Zhu Ziang was instantly horrified. When did this fellow arrive? What am I doing? Yun Xiao smiled faintly. I just want to kill you. Pfft, a long sword directly arrived in front of Zhu Ziang. Facing Yun Xiao, who was at the perfect earth god realm, Zhu Ziang did not have any ability to resist. The difference between the two was not only in terms of cultivation level. In the inner sect heavenly spirit ranking, Yun Xiao was also ranked 19, while he, Zhu Ziang, did not even enter the top 100. The heavenly spirit ranking of the inner sect disciples was the most direct manifestation of their strength. At this moment, Mu Yun saw this scene from afar. Her eyes narrowed, and a smile surfaced on Mu Yun's lips. But it was a cold smile. Bang! With a bang, Zhu Ziang's corpse fell to the ground. Yun Xiao floated over at this moment. When he saw Mu Yun, his lips moved slightly. Mu Yun, not bad. I was already very surprised that Chaozi was killed by you. Now, Zhu Ziang and Xianxia, who were both at the perfect earth god realm, were also killed by you. Calling you a genius seems to be insufficient to describe you. Don't falsely accuse me. Xianxia was killed by me, but Zhu Ziang was killed by you. Even if I didn't kill him, wouldn't you have killed him? Yun Xiao was very indifferent at this moment. But in the end, you don't care about one less. Whether Zhu Ziang dies or not, it's the same as you. But, Chaozi's death, this matter, you must give me an explanation. Explanation? Mu Yun smiled. Just explain. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him. Are you satisfied? Haha, hearing these words, Yun Xiao suddenly laughed out loud. Satisfied, I'm very satisfied. Since that's the case, then since you killed Chaozi, I'll kill you too. So much nonsense, why don't we just make a move? Mu Yun said coldly. Make a move? Yun Xiao sneered. I, Yun Xiao, will not take advantage of others. You've expended a lot of energy now, and used divine crystals to recover. I'll give you time. Give me time? Mu Yun sneered. Then give me 3 years. After we leave this alternate space, we'll fight again. That won't do. In Yun Zhao's hand, a large blade had already appeared in his palm. In 3 years' time, I don't know how much you'll have grown. As his words fell, Yun Zhao's figure had already rushed out. At this moment, Mu Yun couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. It was a pity that he didn't have Xie Qing's ability to directly swallow divine crystals and absorb the divine energy within. Otherwise, he would have been able to recover in this short period of time. But now, he wasn't worried in his heart. Even so, he still wanted to fight. The perfect earth god realm was 3 realms higher than him. Although he was only at the late earth god realm, in reality, the divine energy in his body, including the connection with the soul of the great earth, was already comparable to the perfect earth god realm. It could be said that the current him was at the perfect earth god realm. Skipping levels was just 1 level. Even if he had fought with Zhu Ziang and Xianxia many times and expended his divine energy, he might still be able to fight. Buzz, at this moment, the Blood Moon sword art emitted a buzzing sound. The sound of a sword rang out. Mu Yun's intermediate sword soul communicated with the entire Void Spirit sword, and a tyrannical sword aura immediately spread out. In between his divine soul, a sword soul wreaked havoc. Sword aura, roaring. Sword soul, tearing. Slash, with the sword out, Mu Yan's figure charged out. At this moment, Yun Zhao's fighting spirit was even more turbulent. The talent that Mu Yan displayed was enough to prove that this person was a dragon among men. If he didn't kill him today, he would definitely be a huge threat in the future. Furthermore, after seeing the sword soul that Mu Yan displayed, Yun Xiao was even more filled with killing intent. Killing such a proud son of heaven made him inexplicably excited. One blade and one sword emitted streaks of blade light and sword shadows in midair. Mu Yan's control of the Blood Moon sword art had already become more and more proficient. Now, what he needed to do was to improve by another step. The improvement of his sword art, the improvement of his sword soul. And when Yin Xiao slashed out with his blade, in an instant, a swarming aura rushed towards him. At this moment, Mu Yan's expression froze. Sword soul. That's right. Yun Xiao said with a faint smile. I can feel your sword soul. It's at the intermediate level, right? It's not at the advanced level, but my sword soul has already reached the advanced level. Mu Yun, no matter how much of a genius you are, my cultivation is stronger than yours, and my sword soul is stronger than yours. What do you have to compete with me? Have what? Take my life. Mu Yan's expression tightened, and the long sword in his hand instantly struck out. Just now, I've already seen your sword moves, but with those, it's basically impossible to hurt me. Yun Zhao's expression wasn't fearful, and the large blade in his hand flickered with blade light at this moment. Clang, the sword and blade collided, and instantly, a powerful force caused the two to retreat. At this moment, the two's expressions changed. Mu Yun was shocked that even though he had already displayed his sword soul at the intermediate level, in addition to the attack of the Blood Moon slash, he was still unable to restrain Yun Xiao. And what Yun Xiao was excited about was that the formation of his own advanced sword soul, coupled with the Earth Origin divine artifact in his hand, was actually unable to suppress Mu Yun. The two of them once again examined their opponent. You've indeed made me see you in a new light. Yun Xiao sneered, and said. I'll just use my full strength to deal with you. As his words fell, his body trembled. Suddenly, on the surface of his body, it seemed as if strands of hair had appeared. Those soft strands of hair, as they grew, began to become as hard as iron needles. What the hell is this? Mu Yun was currently cautious. Mu Yun, in order to kill you, I'll display the heavenly divine ape art. You can die in peace. As Yun Zhao's words fell, his entire body was filled with energy, and at this moment, his entire body directly surged with killing intent. Dong dong dong, a dull sound rang out, and at this moment, those strands of hair on his body became even tougher. Without saying anything, Yun Xiao rushed towards Mu Yun, and directly punched out. Bang, in an instant, Mu Yun's palm swung out, but those strands of hair were too tough. Mu Yun's arm directly gushed out fresh blood, and was unable to block it. Mu Yun's palm danced, and those wounds instantly disappeared. Dragon transformation. With a low roar, streaks of seven-colored light appeared on the surface of his body. Those seven-colored light flashed for a moment, and then disappeared. However, on the surface of his body, there was an additional layer of tyrannical dragon transformation. At this moment, the killing intent in Mu Yun's heart grew even stronger. Boom, he directly punched out, and this time, his palm was not pierced. However, a heart-wrenching pain still pierced his body through the dragon transformation's defense. This feeling truly caused Mu Yun to be in extreme pain. The heavenly divine ape art was indeed domineering enough. At this moment, Yun Zhao's face was already filled with a victorious smile. So what if Mu Yun was strong? Once he displayed his true abilities, Mu Yun would still be finished. Buzz. Suddenly, streaks of majestic auras directly surged out at this moment. Meteor shower. At this moment, Mu Yun directly took a step forward, and a strong wave of divine energy instantly swept out. The sacred monument behind him was faintly discernible. That meteor shower instantly turned into a meteor shower, and directly exploded, falling down one by one. Rumbling sounds continuously rang out, and at this moment, the ground completely exploded. Tuoba Chuan and Ji Yuan, both of them, immediately retreated with dozens of subordinates. What is this? The two of them were already completely dumbstruck. I didn't expect you to still have a backup plan. The meteor shower fell at this moment, crackling with ear-piercing sounds. This scene immediately caused the people present to continuously dodge. Xianxia didn't dodge at all, and took it head-on. The meteor shower came crashing down, but Xianxia had managed to block it at this moment. Muyun couldn't help but be surprised. This was the first time someone had actually managed to block his meteor shower. Muyun couldn't help but admit that he had still underestimated the tyranny of the heavenly ape divine art. Do you still have a backup plan? Xianxia shouted. If I don't kill you, my backup plan won't end. Muyun waved his hand, and another illusory image of the Saint Monument rushed out. Earth explosion, sky fall. He shouted in his heart. Instantly, within the entire ancient city, within a radius of 10,000 meters, the buildings, boulders, and tiles all rose into the air. One by one, they were sucked into the air by a force. Under such circumstances, the stones, tiles, and wood of the buildings all gathered together and turned into a pile of loose sand. Suddenly, they swarmed out, and one by one, they gathered towards Xianxia. Gather! Muyun shouted. Instantly, 100-meter-sized ball made of crushed stones, tiles, and wood appeared in the air. Senior Brother Yun! Senior Brother Yun! Seeing this scene, Tuobachuan and Ji Yuan were completely dumbfounded. Xianxia was actually being controlled at this moment. This was simply inconceivable. But at this moment, they had no choice but to believe it. At this moment, Muyun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Saint Monument Secret Manual was his greatest expectation. If the Saint Monument Secret Manual couldn't suppress Xianxia, then he had really underestimated Xianxia. Explode! Suddenly, Muyun let out a low roar. He slammed his palms together, and the stone ball exploded. The rumbling sound caused the ground to shake. Tuobachuan and Ji Yuan's expressions became extremely strange. Senior Brother Yun died. At this moment, in the air, the crushed stones turned into dust. Yunjiao's figure couldn't be seen at all. Kill him, take revenge for Senior Brother Yun. Tuobachuan shouted. Who told you that I'm dead? However, at this moment, a figure slowly walked out from the dust of the ruins. There was a faint sneer on his face. It was Xianxia. He wasn't dead. At this moment, it was Muyun's turn to be surprised. Whether it was meteor shower or earthly explosion and heavenly meteor, Zhu Ziang and Xiang Qinggong would die without a doubt. But now, Xianxia was actually not dead. But on the other hand, the current Xianxia was feeling extremely uncomfortable as well. More than half of the bristles on its body had been blown away, leaving only a small portion that covered the surface of its body. Muyun, Muyun. Xianxia said in a low voice. I have to admit, I've really underestimated you. Xianxia coldly said. Unfortunately, you still have to die. Heaven-piercing divine ape art, heaven-piercing form. As Xianxiao's low roar rang out, the bristles on the surface of his body stood up one by one as they gathered together, twisted and twisted. In an instant, they condensed into an armor on the surface of Xianxiao's body. The dark red armor was not a divine artifact, but was condensed from a divine art. But this armor's defensive power was even more terrifying than a divine artifact. But its consumption of divine energy was like flowing water. But Xianxia was after all a perfect earth god, standing at the peak of the earth god realm. Why would he need to worry about his divine energy consumption? At this moment, Muyun's expression was heavy. Great-grandfather. Muyun suddenly said indifferently. Open the third sacred tablet and practice the third secret manual. Can we try it out today? Of course. Mu Guifan's voice rang out. All right. As his words rang out, a ray of light flashed behind Muyun's body. But the blood in his body was boiling crazily at this moment, and blood essence continuously rushed into the sacred tablet. At this moment, the third sacred tablet was fiercely absorbing the blood essence, and a vast aura was condensed. The sound of metal clashing rang out. At this moment, Yunjiao's arms collided, and it shook one's heart. At this moment, Muyun's mind was swaying, and it was hard for her to bear. At the same time, the murderous aura between the two became even stronger. Muyun's face suddenly paled. At the same time, the illusory image of the third sacred tablet behind him was faintly discernible, giving people a feeling that it was hard to distinguish between real and fake. Seeing this scene, the crowd retreated once again. Now was not the time to get close to the two of them. Boiling ape howl! Xianxia roared. Opening his mouth, an ape's howl directly rumbled out. It was as if sound waves from all over the world had gathered at this moment, and a tyrannical aura directly swarmed out. Boom, a muffled explosion rang out. The surrounding ancient city turned into ruins at this moment, and the heaven and earth crackled violently. This scene caused everyone's hearts to tremble in fear. At the perfect earth god realm, he had communicated with the soul of the earth 6 times, and his power was boundless. Furthermore, as the leader of the Storm Gatherings inner sect, Yunjiao's powerful strength, and his ranking on the heavenly spirit list, was simply not to be ignored. Hell! As his words fell, a rumbling explosion rang out. Between the heaven and earth, the rumbling sound made people feel as if their heads were about to explode. Yang manipulation chaotic space. At this moment, Mu Yun roared, and an explosion suddenly rang out. On the ground, the crackling explosion sound was louder than the previous one, and layer after layer, the air in front of him was being twisted and moved. It was not the fluctuation of space, but the fluctuation of air. The air was being moved and dispelled, layer after layer, and wave after wave. The power was strong. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were only left with a trace of calmness. At this moment, a green and red blood glow appeared in his eyes. The blood glow spread out, giving people an extremely strange murderous aura. The green glow twisted, stirring up the space, and directly rushed into the Yang manipulation chaotic space, causing the air and space to distort. Kill! The two figures rushed towards each other, and did not hold back at all. The murderous aura between them was like the craziest annihilation, and directly converged at this moment. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, the ground split open, and the air protected their lives. The blood glow and green glow exploded, and the ape's howl also spread out wave after wave. Under this riot, everyone felt that between life and death, it all depended on this. Slowly, the ground calmed down, and the air was also mixed with dust and slowly descended. Everything returned to silence. At this moment, everyone was silent. No one knew what the result would be. Senior brother Yunxiao. On the ground, a loud shout rang out. Suddenly, Yunjiao's figure slowly fell. When Tuoba Chuan, Ji Yuan and the rest saw this, they immediately flew over to catch Yunxiao. Senior brother Yunxiao, how are you? Tuoba Chuan hurriedly asked. However, the current Yunxiao could not speak. Fresh blood gurgled out of his mouth, and his finger firmly pointed in a direction. Mu Yun. Mu Yun. Yunxiao forced himself to say Mu Yun's name. His eyes rolled, his head tilted, and he completely lost all signs of life. At this moment, in the air, a figure, before landing, directly flew away. It was Mu Yun. However, the current Mu Yun was also extremely miserable. To kill Yunxiao, it could be said that he had paid a huge price. Originally, he thought that as a late-stage Earth god, even if he faced a perfect Earth god, relying on the Saint Monument's secret manual, the power of his bloodline, and the tyrannical power of his sword soul, he would be able to kill him. Now, he had indeed killed Yunxiao, but the injuries he had suffered were even more severe. Although it was not to the point of death, it was enough to make him unable to endure the pressure brought about by the injuries. Chase! Seeing Mu Yun escape, Tuoba Chuan immediately roared, "This child is heavily injured, immediately chase, we cannot let him escape." Yes. Swoosh 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 sounds rang out, and immediately, dozens of figures, directly flew away. Tuoba Chuan and Ji Yuan both looked at Yunjiao's corpse, and for a moment, they were speechless. Perfect Earth God, ranked 19th on the heavenly spirit list, Yunxiao, was dead, killed by Mu Yun, who was merely a late-stage Earth God. This was simply a huge loss to the Fengyun meet. If the two presidents knew about this, the two of them would definitely be implicated. Now, they could only take advantage of Mu Yun's recuperation and chase after him directly. They would definitely be able to kill him. If they let Mu Yun escape, then when Mu Yun recovered, no one in their Fengyun meet in this alternate dimension would be able to kill him. Tuoba Chuan kept Yunjiao's corpse and said coldly, "We must take advantage of this opportunity to pursue him." If this fellow recovers, then we will definitely die. Yes. Ji Yuan also nodded. I didn't expect this child to have such means. If he is allowed to grow and reach the level of a titular disciple, even the two presidents may not be able to kill him. Hearing this, Tuoba Chuan's expression tensed up. That's right, if even the two presidents could not kill Mu Yun, then the Fengyun meat would have no face left. The two of them looked at each other and immediately got up, leading the remaining few people to chase after him. Search the ground. Don't miss a single inch. If this child can hide his spirit and escape, then we can only hide from him in this alternate dimension for the remaining 2.5 years. Yes. Immediately, dozens of figures charged out at this moment. They were only a few hundred meters away from each other. They spread out and chased after Mu Yun. The storm came to an end. All the disciples in the ancient city were in an uproar. Yun Xiao was killed by Mu Yun. This was simply unheard of. A late-stage Earth god killing a perfected Earth god. This was simply inconceivable. But today, it happened right in front of their eyes. If this Mu Yun did not die today, he would definitely be a famous figure in the future. This thought emerged in everyone's hearts. Today's battle was truly ever-changing. Yun Zhao's strength as the 19th on the heavenly spirit list, as well as Mu Yun's even more powerful strength when he killed Yun Xiao, had completely shocked them. Compared to the amazement of the people in the ancient city, Mu Yun did not have the time to be amazed at this moment. The price he paid to kill Yun Xiao was too great. He had used all 3 sacred steel manuals, and his blood essence had almost reached the limit. If it wasn't for the divine pill, he wouldn't have been able to run so far. However, at the same time, the loss in his body was even more violent. Even though he was suppressed by the divine pill, it was still like a volcano. The more he suppressed it, the more unbearable it was. If it erupted, it would definitely be a fatal blow to him. Dong, a muffled explosion could be heard at this moment. Inside his body, crackling sounds could be heard, as if there was a pot of oil inside. Blood flowed out from his eyes. It was extremely terrifying. There wasn't much time left. Mu Yun's flying figure gradually slowed down. Behind her, those people had been following her closely from the beginning, appearing in her line of sight at all times. At this moment, Mu Yun was like a prey being teased by a hunter. Forest. Suddenly, a forest appeared in front of her. With a thought, Mu Yun rushed into it. Towering trees that were 100 meters tall became her shelter at this moment. Senior brother Tuoba. Senior brother Ji. Many disciples gathered at this moment. Where is she? She just entered the forest. A disciple cupped his hands and said, we entered this forest not long ago. Miasma can appear anytime and anywhere. Those miasma can't be withstood by us at the Earth God realm. Moreover, there are strange divine beasts hidden in it. They are very strange. So? Tuoba Chuan asked. So, Mu Yun won't be able to run far after entering this place. However, if we enter with great fanfare, it will be easy to attract the miasma and those strange divine beasts. Slap. Hearing this, Tuoba Chuan slapped him. Trash. Tuoba Chuan shouted angrily, what do you know? If we don't see Mu Yun die with our own eyes, we will be killed by her sooner or later. Do you think she will let us go after she recovers? Yes, I understand. That disciple immediately called out to everyone. Tuoba Chuan said, whoever kills Mu Yun will be rewarded with a 3rd-grade energy consolidation and spirit gathering pill. It will help you cultivate your origin, communicate with the soul of the earth, and increase your cultivation level. Hearing this, many disciples were immediately excited. Charge. With a command, everyone immediately rushed in. And at this very moment, Mu Yun's figure appeared in the forest. Looking at the trees that filled her vision, the ancient trees with tangled roots and messy branches, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, it wasn't easy for him to advance here. It wasn't easy for the people behind him to advance either. But now, the most important thing was to find a place to recover from his injuries. If he continued to be chased like this, he would definitely die. Gradually, Mu Yun's eyes became misty and her head became heavier and heavier. However, the mountain forest was still filled with towering ancient trees, and they did not discover any other magical places. At this moment, Mu Yun looked ahead. there were hills. At this moment, those hills were stacked layer by layer, but they weren't steep. Between the hills, Muyun saw a crack, and there seemed to be light coming from it. Seeing this, Muyun immediately rushed over. Finally, Muyun saw a clear pond, and at the bottom of the pond, there seemed to be pebbles that looked crystal clear. At this moment, Muyun's head finally could not take it anymore. Her body went limp, and she directly fell into the pond, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Not long after, several figures flew over. Senior brother Tuoba, senior brother G. A disciple cupped his hands and said, I've tracked the aura here. It seems to have entered the valley. Then let's go in and search. Yes. Tuoba Chuan and Ji Yuan led the team directly into the depths of the valley. Who is it? But just as dozens of people entered the valley, two figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the valley. The entrance of the valley was 100 meters wide. Two women in green stood on the left and right respectively. When they saw people approaching, they immediately shouted. I am a disciple of the Fengyun meat. I have come to this valley to investigate thoroughly. Please move aside. Tuoba Chuan shouted. Storm meat disciples? Are you blind? The woman in green shouted, this valley is occupied by the Snow Alliance disciples. I have never seen anyone pass through here. If you want to investigate, go somewhere else. Snow Alliance, hearing those two words, Tuoba Chuan and Ji Yuan's expressions changed. Snow Alliance was one of the 4 major alliances of the Kenshin sect. Although most of the members were female, to be able to become one of the 4 major alliances meant that their strength in the Kenshin sect was naturally incomparable to the Storm Meat. However, Mu Yun's life and death concerned the safety of the Storm Meat disciples. Naturally, Tuoba Chuan could not back down. We're only entering the valley to check. We won't disturb the cultivation of the Snow Alliance members. We won't touch anything. Tuoba Chuan said, the person we're searching for is called Mu Yun. This lad used despicable means to kill the leader of our Storm Meat, Yun Xiao. Friends of Snow Alliance, please make things easy for us. Do you not understand human language? The woman in green said again, the 2 of us are guarding the valley. No one has entered. If you want to search, go somewhere else. You, Ji Yuan said angrily, although Snow Alliance is one of the 4 major alliances, the 2 presidents of our Storm Meat are also titular disciples. There's no need to bully others like this, right? How dare you? The woman in green shouted, this place was discovered by our Snow Alliance disciples. You people from the Storm Meat, get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Rude? I'd like to see how rude you are. As soon as Ji Yuan finished speaking, he took a step forward. The 2 women naturally did not show any weakness at this moment. Bang, in just one move, Ji Yuan's figure did not move, but the 2 women retreated with a bang and spat out a mouthful of blood. The 2 of them were only late-stage earth gods, but Ji Yuan was a perfected earth god and was naturally no match for them. Get lost. Ji Yuan shouted again. I was wondering who was so impudent. However, at this moment, a light voice sounded in the valley. A figure in a white dress leaped over and tapped her feet lightly on the ground. Her wet hair was dripping with water. The woman's dress was slightly wet, revealing her beautiful figure. However, she obviously did not care about the gazes of the people in front of her. She stood on the spot and looked at everyone. Chui Kiching. Seeing the stunning woman, Ji Yuan had a strange expression. Ji Yuan, your Storm Meat's presidents Feng Xingtian and Yun Ji have been promoted to titular disciples. You guys are getting more and more arrogant. Now, you even dare to hit our Snow Alliance disciples. Chui Kiching stroked her long hair and said elegantly. Chui Kiching, our Storm Meat has no intention of becoming enemies with your Snow Alliance. However, that Mu Yun killed senior brother Yun Xiao and is severely injured. We have to kill her. Ji Yuan said, I hope the Snow Alliance can give us face and let us enter to search. Give you face? Who do you think you are? At this moment, a delicate voice sounded. In the valley, a woman in a black dress walked over leisurely. This woman was also dripping wet as if she had just taken a bath. At this moment, she walked out with a hint of charm, giving people a suffocating sense of temptation. Shu Siki. Seeing this woman, Ji Yuan's expression turned even uglier. Cui Keqing and Xu Siki were the two deacons of the Snow Alliance's inner sect. They took orders from Qing Yuanyuan of the inner sect. If these two were here, then it was very likely that Qing Yuanyuan was here as well. Qing Yuanyuan was ranked 4th on the heavenly spirit list. She was at the perfected earth god realm and her strength was much more terrifying than Yun Zhao's. The two of them, together with the dozens of people behind them, were not her match at all, not to mention that Cui Keqing and Xu Siki were here. Tuoba Chuan, Ji Yuan, your storm meat has become too arrogant. Xu Siki shouted, now, get lost immediately. Otherwise, I'll bury you with Yun Xiao. Hearing this, the storm meat disciples' expressions turned cold and they were unable to restrain their anger. Let's go. But at this moment, Ji Yuan waved his hand and turned to leave. Today, if Mu Yun was really in the valley, they would not be able to barge in. They could not afford to offend a member of the Snow Alliance, not to mention that Yun Xiao was dead now. Dozens of people disappeared in the valley in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Cui Keqing and Xu Siki both had furious expressions on their faces. The disciples of the storm meat are becoming more and more arrogant. Looks like we need to teach them a lesson. Cui Keqing could not help but snort. Alright, they're just a bunch of people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Xu Siki smiled and said, however, disturbing someone's bath is really annoying. Yeah. Cui Keqing's charming face flushed red. She looked at Xu Siki and smiled, little girl, look at you. Your skirt is wet, look at your chest, you're still talking about me. Look at you wearing a white skirt. When those disciples saw you coming out of the bath wet, their eyes were all fixed on you, okay? As the two talked, they laughed and joked around. They began to tear each other's clothes. Even if a girl saw this, she would find it hard to control herself. And at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded from within the valley. Following that, one after another, cries of surprise instantly spread out. Oh no! Cui Keqing's and Xu Siki's expressions immediately changed. They hurriedly flew into the valley. At this moment, in the valley, there was a 100-meter square pond. Clear water flowed, and faint spirit qi drifted in the air. In the pond, there were about a dozen young girls. All of them were extraordinarily beautiful. They stood still in the pond, dumbstruck. The girl in the middle had an impressive figure. Her clothes had been taken off. She was originally playing in the pond, but now, her charming face was flushed red and she was overflowing with anger. In front of her, a man in a black robe stood still in a daze. His face was slightly pale as he looked around, not knowing what was going on. It was Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun's head was dizzy and his eyelids were heavy. After falling into the water, he only felt waves of spirit qi enter his body. Only then did he have a trace of strength to stand up. However, when he stood up, he saw a vast expanse of whiteness in front of him. It was as if there were pairs of eyes looking at him in astonishment. Then, a resounding voice sounded. His mind quivered, but what he saw was not a vast expanse of whiteness. Instead, it was the scene of a dozen girls, bathing in the valley. Senior Sister Qing. Seeing that the group of sisters were all in a daze, Xu Siki and Cui Keqing walked forward and looked at Mu Yun who was floating on the water surface. They were both stunned. Lecher, how did this kid enter this valley? Or was he hiding in the water from the start? Did he see all of us naked? Qing Yuanyuan snorted angrily. She put on her clothes and wrapped her beautiful body up, then looked at Mu Yun. Sister Yuanyuan, kill this lecher. A girl shouted. Wait. Cui Keqing stopped her at this moment. Just now, Tuoba Chuan and Ji Yuan from the Fengyun meet brought dozens of people and came aggressively. They said that they were chasing after a disciple called Mu Yun. That Mu Yun killed the leader of the Fengyun meet, Yun Xiao, and was severely injured. They said that he escaped to our valley, killed Yun Xiao? Hearing this, Qing Yuanyuan looked at Mu Yun who was floating on the water surface and was extremely shocked. She could feel that Mu Yun's aura was only at the late stage of the earth god realm. Yun Xiao was the leader of the Fengyun meet's inner sect and was at the perfect stage of the earth god realm. Mu Yun actually killed him. Tie him up. Qing Yuanyuan smiled faintly and said, coincidentally, I'm preparing to refine the Earth Essence Divine Pill to become a 3-star Divine Pill Master. This kid, let me test the pill. Yes. Shisiki and Shui Keqing walked forward and tied Muyun up. At this moment, a scorching aura surged in Muyun's heart. While he was in a daze, the blood in his body started to boil. Even the surface of his body became bright red and hot. This feeling, not only did he not lower his posture, it became more and more intense, and could not be ignored. He felt that his body was tightly bound and could not move at all. Even his chest was extremely heavy. At that moment, the 81 celestial origin seals in his body surged out and a violent aura rippled out inch by inch. The 81 imprints exploded. Suddenly, the 81 runes drilled into the depths of the earth and communicated with the soul of the earth. This was the 4th time he communicated with the soul of the earth. At this moment, Muyun's heart gradually calmed down. His body and mind calmed down at this moment. That kind of heavy feeling of the earth's benevolence engulfed him, making him unable to ignore it. Boom boom boom, streaks of light swept out from the core of the planet as the 81 runes began to surge wildly. Suddenly, with Muyun as the center, within a 2-kilometer radius of the Earth's core, there were violent tremors, each stronger than the last. At the pinnacle of the Earth God realm, Muyun could control the power of the Earth within a 2-kilometer radius. This was simply inconceivable. At that moment, Muyun's divine soul, divine pulse, divine body, and bloodline were all greatly enhanced. Suddenly, Muyun woke up. Pinnacle Earth God realm. My internal injuries have healed, Muyun muttered to herself in astonishment. He didn't expect this to be the outcome. What surprised him even more was that his injuries had healed instantly under such circumstances. Could it be the power of the bloodline again? Muyun naturally did not know that Earth 1 was one of the 4 origins, the Earth origin. The fortune it had bestowed upon him was enough for Muyun to benefit immensely at the Earth God realm. He attributed all of this to the strength of his bloodline. However, Muyun, who had woken up, was suddenly stunned when he looked around. I've been chained? Muyun suddenly realized that his hands and feet were shackled, and his back was leaning against a big tree. The shackles were constantly sealing the divine power in his body, making him unable to release any aura at all. Now, apart from having a strong divine body, he could not release any divine power at all. Muyun's face immediately turned bitter. Looking around, Muyun saw that there were more than a dozen female disciples, each of them dressed to the nines as they busied themselves with their own affairs. Muyun was stunned. He originally thought that he had been captured by the Fengyun alliance, but now it seemed that it was not the case. Who were these female disciples? Muyun looked around and fell into a sense of helplessness. With his divine power sealed, it was difficult for him to even communicate with the chart of deity extermination. Are you done? Shui Keqing walked up and smiled faintly. Muyun only felt that the woman in front of him was as elegant as a jasmine flower, giving off a mature charm. Who are you? Muyun asked carefully. Haha, Shui Keqing smiled and said, you've been transported to the temporary residence of the Snow Alliance members, and you're asking who we are? Snow Alliance. Muyun knew now. The Snow Alliance was one of the 4 great alliances of the Kenshin sect. They were extremely powerful. It turned out that he had been captured by the Snow Alliance. He suddenly recalled that he had fainted and fell into the pond. When he regained his consciousness, he saw a patch of white. To be precise, it was patches of white. After that, he was knocked unconscious. Do you remember now? Shui Keqing smiled faintly. Sorry. Muyun wanted to cup his hands, but the shackles were too heavy. He could not lift them up even when he was halfway through. You don't have to waste your energy. Shui Keqing smiled and said, these shackles were polished by meteorites for 10,000 years. The essence is left behind, and it is incomparably heavy. Not to mention, it can seal the divine energy in your body. Although she said that, Shui Keqing was also very surprised when she saw that Muyun was still halfway through lifting them. She knew clearly how heavy these chains were. She did not expect Muyun to be able to lift them up just by relying on his divine body. It was indeed inconceivable that this person could kill Yun Xiao. Senior sister, I was chased by someone earlier and escaped to this place. I took the liberty to rush into the valley and did not know that you were here. I'm really sorry. Oh? It seems that you really killed Xianxia? When these words came out, Mu Yun was stunned. Since senior sister knows what happened, then you should know that this is a misunderstanding. I asked the world to release me. Release you? Cui Keqing smiled faintly and said, that won't do. You even killed Xianxia. If we release you, what if you hate us for tying you up and kill us? These are all weak women, they can't withstand the torment. Weak women, Mu Yun was speechless in his heart. The Snow Alliance was one of the 4 great alliances of the Kenshin sect. The woman in front of him and the other 10 or so people did not seem to be weak. Furthermore, Tuoba Chuan and Ji Yuan had both given up on chasing him. It could be seen that these women were not weak, they were even very strong. Calling herself a weak woman, Mu Yun felt that it was strange no matter how he heard it. Lecher, you still want us to let you go? At this moment, a woman with a voluptuous figure leisurely walked over. Her tall figure, slightly plump waist, as well as the weight on her waist, all of them gave off an extremely strong impact. This was a voluptuous young woman, and her figure was just right from head to toe. The feeling she gave off was that she was neither fat nor thin. Of course, other than her chest. Senior Sister Qing. Seeing the person who came, Cui Keqing bowed. Senior Sister Qing, Mu Yun carefully sized up this person. After thinking for a moment, he roughly determined the person in front of him. It should be the leader of the Snow Alliance's inner sect, Qing Yuan. This woman's position in the Snow Alliance could be said to be very high. She could easily manage the inner sect's Snow Alliance disciples. And at this moment, when Qing Yuan saw Mu Yun's pair of eyes scanning her body, she suddenly thought of how hateful Mu Yun was previously, and instantly became angry. Lecher, you're still looking. Qing Yuan snorted, and slapped across the air. If it was before, Mu Yun could easily receive the slap. But now, he could only raise his arms out of reflex. Slap, that slap landed directly on Mu Yun's body, and he immediately retreated in a sorry state. Fortunately, his divine body was strong enough, and this slap did not take his life. How do you feel? Qing Yuan snorted. The people from the Fengyun Union were chasing you, and we saved you. Because of this, our Snow Alliance has offended the Fengyun Union. You can't leave, and you can't die. Stay and let me test the medicine. Test the medicine? Mu Yun was instantly shocked. That's right, test the medicine. After Qing Yuan finished speaking, she directly waved her hand without saying another word. Slap, her palm opened Mu Yun's mouth, and a dark green elixir directly entered Mu Yun's abdomen. I'm now preparing to break through to the level of a 3-star divine alchemist to refine the earth primordial spirit elixir, so it's your honor to be able to test the medicine for me. Qing Yuan snorted. Moreover, if I succeed in refining the medicine, your strength will increase greatly. If the medicine fails, you just wait for death. After Qing Yuan finished speaking, she turned and left. When Cui Keqing and Shusiki saw this scene, they both shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Mu Yun could be considered to have offended Qing Yuan this time. However, at this moment, Mu Yun didn't have the time to think about this. After the elixir entered her stomach, Mu Yun immediately felt a wave of heat rising from her lower abdomen. Suddenly, the heat engulfed her entire body, and a surge of divine power rushed out. This is the Source Assembly Hallow Elixir. At this moment, Mu Yun's face flushed red, and she couldn't help but blurt out. Eh? Qing Yuan stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Mu Yun. She didn't expect that Mu Yun would actually recognize her elixir. So, the Source Assembly Hallow Elixir that I refined was successful? The Source Assembly Hallow Elixir has a miraculous effect on condensing the divine soul of an Earth God realm martial artist and promoting communication with the power of the Earth. Qing Yuan said excitedly. Success my ass. At this moment, Mu Yun wanted to curse in her heart. Senior Sister Qing. However, on the surface, Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, Senior Sister Qing, this elixir almost succeeded. Almost? You also know how to refine elixirs? Qing Yuan looked at Mu Yun and asked doubtfully. Of course I know a little. Mu Yun said again, the Source Assembly Hallow Elixir helps an Earth God realm martial artist condense the divine soul. When communicating with the soul of the earth, the medicinal effect can be maximized. The two core medicinal herbs of this elixir are the myriad spirit's divine origin fruit and the heaven-gathering jasper root. However, senior sister Qing's elixir is a failure. I feel that when the medicinal effect helps a martial artist condense the divine soul, there are some impurities, causing the condensed divine soul to disperse and have a rebellious nature. Senior sister, are you willing to listen to me? Speak. Muyun nodded and said, the two core medicinal herbs of the Source Assembly Hallow Elixir, the myriad spirit's divine origin fruit and the heaven-gathering jasper root, should be placed into the cauldron within an hour. That's right. It does take more than an hour to refine the Juyuan Hallow pill. Therefore, it's best to throw in the heaven-gathering jasper root at the end. Make use of the last burst of fire when the pill furnace is about to be opened to heat up the heaven-gathering jasper root to a suitable degree for dissolving and fusing it into the pill. Muyun spoke leisurely. Qing Yuanyuan nodded when she heard this. There seems to be a trace of truth. Qing Yuanyuan looked at Muyun and said, since that's the case, you should stay here obediently. I'll go and try again. If I succeed, you'll suffer less. Qing Yuanyuan left after she finished speaking. Cui Keqing and Shusiki immediately followed her. At this moment, Muyun's face turned pale and she spat out a mouthful of dirty blood. F***ck. After cursing in a low voice, Muyun muttered to herself, this stinky woman, what kind of bullshit pill did she refine? How is this Earth Essence Divine pill? It's simply a poisonous pill that takes one's life. Fortunately, I have the heavenly fire and can remove the poison in it. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. Muyun was indeed very angry at this moment. This Qing Yuanyuan was probably a 2-star divine pill refiner who could refine the Earth Essence Divine pill. However, she couldn't refine the Earth Essence Divine pill, so she was trying. Now, she was using him as a test subject. However, this pair of iron chains was really heavy. He tried for a moment just now, but there was nothing he could do. It was night. As night fell, sounds of surprise rang out in the valley. When Muyun heard this, she understood that Qing Yuanyuan had probably succeeded. Sure enough, under the starry sky, Qing Yuanyuan beamed with joy. It's done? It's done. As Qing Yuanyuan spoke, she waved her hand and a light green divine pill appeared. Eat it and try it? Ah? Isn't it done? You still want me to eat it? Even if it's done, I still want to see how effective it is. Stop talking nonsense and eat it. Qing Yuanyuan didn't say anything and directly stuffed the pill into Muyun's mouth. Alright, you experience it tonight. I'll ask you tomorrow. Qing Yuanyuan turned around and left excitedly. When the pill entered her stomach, Muyun immediately felt an abundant aura rush into her soul. Gradually, a smile appeared on Muyun's face. It really worked. It's just that I've only used 10 to 20% of the medicinal effects of these herbs. What a waste. Muyun didn't say much. She sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the energy within the pill. Slowly, Muyun felt an ice-cold aura sweeping over her. She could not help but shiver. Muyun secretly activated the heavenly flame, and the chill disappeared by quite a bit. He didn't expect the valley to be so cold. Muyun exhaled and closed her eyes. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and a wisp of intelligence appeared. Without saying a word, he summoned the heavenly fire and covered his palm with it. Sizzling sounds rang out. At this moment, the heavenly flame was roasting the chains, giving off an extremely heavy feeling. Muyun tried to be as careful as possible, afraid that someone would notice. Not long after, the heavenly flame disappeared, and streams of strange water suddenly appeared. Using the heavenly flame to roast the chains to an extremely high temperature, and then using the strange water to lower the temperature, the meteorite would definitely not be able to withstand the alternating cold and heat. Crack crack, suddenly, Muyun felt that a crack had appeared in the core of the shackles on his hands. Although it was very small, it proved that his guess was correct. Muyun exhaled. He did not stop for the entire night. He now had the 1000 tribulation ghost fire, purple lotus demonic fire, soul-devouring heart fire, strange essence cold fire, strange essence phosphor fire, and purple rainbow ghost fire. There were also 4 strange waters, dark prison silver water, ninefold jade water, celestial emperor's immortal burning water, and 100 leaves holy water. These 6 types of heavenly flames and 4 types of strange water were what he had obtained from the small worlds and the immortal world. Heavenly flames and strange water were the most spiritual things born in heaven and earth. Under the effect of the 10 types of heavenly flames and strange water, the power in his body overlapped layer by layer and continuously climbed onto the shackles. After a night, Mu Yun could already feel that a small crack had appeared in the shackles. If this continued, he would be able to break free from the shackles in less than a month. Understanding this, Mu Yun exhaled in his heart. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. The female disciples of the Snow Alliance came out one by one, stretching their bodies. Each of their postures was extremely beautiful and charming. However, to Mu Yun, they were not very attractive. The beauty of his 8 wives was enough to make all the women in the world pale in comparison. Moreover, in both his previous and current lives, he had repaid all the love debts. He was already satisfied with only 8 women. Eh? I see that you're in good condition. Shusiki looked at Mu Yun and said in surprise, "It seems that senior sister Qing's source-gathering hallow elixir really succeeded." Cui Keqing also looked at Mu Yun. It was obviously beyond her expectations. At this moment, Mu Yun was calm and composed, and said leisurely, "Indeed, the source-gathering hallow elixir has succeeded, but the medicinal effect is only 10% to 20%, and can only be considered a completed pill. If you want to become an outstanding 3-star alchemist and refine more low-grade, middle-grade, and high-grade earth primordial divine pills, this is not enough. Brat, you want to open a dye house just because I gave you some color?" Qin Yuanyuan suddenly appeared at this moment. Looking at Mu Yun, she said, 10% to 20% medicinal effect is the standard completed pill, alright? As for levels like 30% to 40%, 60%, and so on, those are all things that only the top figures among 3-star alchemists can achieve. I just started refining earth primordial divine pills not long ago, so I'm naturally not clear. Got it. Looking at Mu Yun, Qin Yuanyuan humphed, and said, "Since you make it sound so easy, then demonstrate it for me." "Alright, help me unlock the shackles." "Want me to let you go?" "No way." Qin Yuanyuan humphed, and said, "Don't you know very well? Since that's the case, you tell me, and I'll refine it." "You see where I'm wrong. Senior sister Qing, you and I are both disciples of the Kenshin sect, after all, so why make things difficult for me?" "Make things difficult for you? Are you refining or not?" Refining." Mu Yun wanted to stand up at this moment, but she was completely unable to do so. "Can you unlock the shackles on my legs first?" "No." Qin Yuanyuan said straightforwardly. "Don't think of any crooked ideas. I'll just handcuff you like this to prevent you from running away. You don't have to move, I'll refine it right beside you." When Qin Yuanyuan's words fell, she directly took out a pill furnace and placed it in front of Mu Yun. "En?" Seeing that pill furnace, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. This pill furnace had 4 legs, and each heel was engraved with a beautiful dragon pattern. Moreover, at the center of the pill furnace, there were even tiny openings, densely packed. Those tiny openings looked very exquisite at this moment. Mu Yun knew that this was the pill furnace's air vent. The so-called air vent was when an alchemist was refining a divine pill, and it was inevitable that there would be unnecessary heat or medicinal energy in the pill furnace. At this time, it needed to be discharged, and it could not be opened, so it was discharged through the air vent. Looking at the traces of this air vent, Mu Yun could roughly determine that this pill furnace must be an earth-origin divine artifact. "What are you looking at?" Qin Yuanyuan snorted and said, "This pill furnace is extremely precious. I asked Senior Shimeng for it." "Master Shimeng? What's wrong?" Mu Yun said, "I'm the alchemy apprentice following master." Hearing this, Qin Yuanyuan snorted and said, "You? What's wrong with me?" Muttering, Mu Yun was too lazy to pay attention to Qin Yuanyuan. Having been in a high position for a long time, Qin Yuanyuan had a condescending attitude. Mu Yun now knew that she was a tiger that had fallen from a level, so she could only endure for the time being. "Let's begin." Qin Yuanyuan spoke and began to draw out the pill fire. What Qin Yuanyuan absorbed was the beast fire. Wood fire, beast fire, earth fire, and heaven fire. Regardless of whether it was in a small world or in the divine realm, they were all arranged in this order. However, the beast fire that was born in the body of a divine beast in the divine realm, after being absorbed by a human, would definitely be 100 times stronger than the beast fire in the lower realm. Qing Yuanyuan drew out the beast fire and began to work. At this moment, the medicinal herbs were laid out in front of Qing Yuanyuan. Paying attention to the division, the levels were clear. At this moment, Qing Yuanyuan's face no longer had a playful expression, only seriousness. Alchemists were like children to their own pills, taking care of them carefully. Because once the slightest mistake occurred, it could lead to the failure of the entire pill refining process, step by step, in an orderly and slow manner. After more than an hour, Qing Yuanyuan exhaled. Sweat dripped down and wet her long hair, making her look rather charming. "It's done." Qing Yuanyuan looked at Muyun proudly and said, "How is it?" "Not good." Muyun leaned against the tree trunk and said indifferently, "It's SOSO. There are a total of 17 mistakes." SOSO, 17, hearing this, Qing Yuanyuan's lungs were about to explode. Even Master Shi Meng praised her alchemy skills, but in Muyun's eyes, it was just SOSO. "You, tell me, which 17 mistakes?" At this moment, Qing Yuanyuan gritted her teeth, wishing she could swallow Muyun alive. "Okay." Muyun said, "First, when you ignited the pill fire, it should have reached 10% of the temperature of the pill furnace, but you only reached 9%. The temperature of the pill furnace is different for every kind of pill. Second, third," Muyun spoke leisurely and listed out the mistakes one by one. Immediately, the girls present were dumbfounded. Qing Yuanyuan gradually calmed down from her initial anger. In the end, she gradually felt that Muyun's words were very reasonable, very reasonable. "Speak slowly, I can't remember." Qing Yuanyuan glared at Muyun at this moment and shouted. "Okay, speak slowly." Muyun continued. In the end, Qing Yuanyuan hung her head rather dejectedly. Seeing this, Muyun couldn't help but comfort her. "Actually, you don't have to be so dejected." "Huh?" Qing Yuanyuan hurriedly said, "Is it because I'm very powerful to be able to do this?" "That's not it." Muyun said, "The main thing is that in the entire immortal realm, there are not many people who can be as good as me in every step of improving their alchemy skills. Therefore, it's not bad that you made 17 mistakes. After all, not everyone is like me, a first-rate alchemy genius in the world." As soon as she said this, Qing Yuanyuan's face turned completely cold. The little bit of good impression she had of Muyun just now had completely disappeared. "What?" Hearing this, Muyun was completely dumbfounded. But with a splash, he had already fallen into the water. The shackles were incomparably heavy. He couldn't use his divine power and couldn't float at all. For the next period of time, Muyun was shackled all day long and taught Qing Yuanyuan how to refine the earth primordial spirit pill. After half a year of learning, he had a more thorough understanding of the earth primordial spirit pill. After half a month of learning, Qing Yuanyuan had a whole new level of respect for Muyun. This guy's understanding of the earth primordial spirit pill was something she had never heard of from Master Shi Meng. But when it came from Muyun's mouth, it felt very profound and easy to understand. She would never have dreamed that behind Muyun stood Mu Fengxiao, who was once a famous 9-star divine pill master in the divine realm. Phew, after refining a low-grade earth primordial spirit pill, Qing Yuanyuan breathed a sigh of relief and stretched. Her perfect curves could be seen at a glance. Success. Qing Yuanyuan heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Right now, I can also be considered a genuine 3-star low-rank divine pill master. Qing Yuanyuan giggled and said, "Not bad, not bad. 99% of the credit is due to my own efforts. The rest is all due to Muyun." "Is that so?" Muyun smiled and said, "If that's the case, shouldn't you consider?" "No way." Qing Yuanyuan smiled and said, "Don't think so much. I won't let you go. With you by my side, my alchemy skills have improved very quickly. If I let you go, how can I improve my alchemy skills? Moreover, with me by your side, the people of the Fengyun assembly won't dare to make things difficult for you." Hearing this, Muyun could only smile bitterly. How could he be afraid of the people of the Fengyun assembly? When he was being chased, he was seriously injured. But now, the injuries in his body had long been healed. His cultivation had even improved to the peak of the earth god realm. When he met Tuoba Ji Yuan, and the others, they should be thinking of ways to escape. But Qin Yuanyuan was clearly unwilling to let him go. However, Mu Yun was not in a hurry. For the past few days, he had been circulating the heavenly flame and the heavenly water. In about 10 days, he would be able to remove the shackles. At that time, he would be free to fly. He would definitely teach Qin Yuanyuan a lesson. Qin Yuanyuan looked at Mu Yun in high spirits and said, Come, tell me more about the details that I should pay attention to when concocting the divine pill." At the same time, outside the valley, 1,000 meters away from the valley, two figures stood on top of a mountain peak. It's already been 17 or 18 days, and this kid still hasn't come out. Could it be that the people from the Snow Alliance came to the alternate dimension to train just to take a bath here? Tuoba was furious. With Mu Yun's injuries, it's impossible for her to recover in 17 or 18 days. There's no need to worry. Ji Yuan nodded and said, I have already contacted the people of the Shrouding Heaven Society. They also want to kill Mu Yun as soon as possible. Back when Mu Yun was in the outer sect, she made them lose a lot of face. How long until they arrive? It should be within the next 2 days. Ji Yuan looked into the distance and said, as long as the people from the Shrouding Heaven Society arrive, even if the people from the Snow Alliance join forces, we will be able to deal with them. Qin Yuanyuan is powerful, but there are only a dozen people from the Snow Alliance in the valley. That's right. Tuoba snorted and said, that day, Chui Kiching and Shusiki swaggered in front of us. They were dressed so seductively that it made me anxious, but they knew that we wouldn't dare to do anything to them. Ji Yuan said confidently, now that the people from the Shrouding Heaven Society are here, none of these beauties will be able to escape if we join forces. A strange look flashed across their eyes. Haha. Ji Yuan, Tuoba, I didn't expect the two of you to be in such a miserable state. A loud laugh suddenly sounded at this moment. Suddenly, a dozen figures flew over from the distance. There were 2 figures in the lead, one in front and one behind. Qin Han. Tuoba and Ji Yuan were stunned when they saw the newcomers. What? Aren't you happy that I'm here? Happy. Ji Yuan said with a smile when he saw Qin Han, with you here, this matter will definitely succeed. Hee. Qin Han looked at the valley in the distance and said with a smile, the female disciples of the Snow Alliance are all beautiful. I don't have many hobbies, but I like to interact with beautiful women. Tuoba and Ji Yuan understood when they saw Qin Han's cold smile. This time, the female disciples of the Snow Alliance were in trouble. Qin Han was the leader of the inner sect of the Shrouding Heaven Society. His brother Qin Yu was the founder of the Shrouding Heaven Society and a famous titular disciple. Qin Han was quite talented. He was a perfect earth god and the leader of the inner sect of the Shrouding Heaven Society. He was fond of women and had taken in at least 80 if not 100. However, his brother was Qin Yu, a titular disciple, so no one dared to interfere. There were even some pretty female disciples who threw themselves into his arms and offered their bodies in exchange for protection and cultivation resources. That Qin Yuanyuan should be in the valley, right? So, to be safe, I've asked some friends to come here. Friends? Tuoba and Ji Yuan were startled. Brother Wang Liang, please come out. Swoosh. As soon as Qin Han finished speaking, more than 10 figures flew up from the foot of the mountain. Of the 3 men in the lead, the one in the middle had white hair and a white beard. He had an extraordinary bearing, and his aura was endless. Vaguely, he already had the feeling of communicating with the soul of the heavens. The inner sect leader of the Sage Monarch Society, Wang Liang. Tuoba and Ji Yuan were shocked when they saw who it was. When did Qin Han and Wang Liang become friends? Moreover, the person beside Wang Liang was an expert of the inner sect's Earth Spirit list. Yan Quan, ranked 18th. Du Bing, ranked 17th, these 2 people were ranked higher than their leader, Yun Xiao, on the Heavenly Spirit list. However, they had never heard of these 2 joining the Sage Monarch Society. Good. Tuoba said, with the help of the 2 leaders, this matter will be settled. Ji Yuan also said excitedly, I will definitely report this favor to the 2 presidents. In the future, the relationship between the Wind Cloud Society, the Heaven Shrouding Society, and the Sage Monarch Society will be even better. Qin Han licked his lips and said with a smile, I'm not interested in these things. I'm only interested in Qing Yuan Yuan, Chui Keqing, and Shu Siki. I heard that the two of them cultivate the 100 charm sword technique, and when they use it, not only are they majestic, they also carry a boundless charm that seduces their opponents. I want to be tempted by them. When do we make our move? Wang Liang from the Sage Monarch Society said indifferently. Tonight. All right. Wang Liang's attitude was cold as he said, I don't care about women, and I don't want divine crystals either. This time, I only need a pill cauldron in Qing Yuan Yuan's hands, for element square spirit cauldron. All right. After everyone finished discussing, they went to rest. This time, Qin Han was ranked 15th on the Heavenly Spirit list. And Wang Liang was ranked 12th on the Heavenly Spirit list. With the four of them here, even if Qing Yuan Yuan was ranked 4th on the Heavenly Spirit list, there was nothing terrifying about her. Even if Mu Yun killed Yun Xiao, the injuries on her body would definitely not be healed yet, so there was nothing to worry about. This time, so what if it was the Snow Alliance? In any case, they were currently in a training ground, a different space continent. If they killed these people, the Alliance Master of the Snow Alliance, Yun Yufei, would not know. Furthermore, it would greatly affect the strength of the Snow Alliance's inner sect. A conspiracy was slowly unfolding. In the evening, the sun set, and the light on the ground gradually dissipated. At this moment, Mu Yun was still chained up. She sat on the ground, her clothes dried by the sun. Qing Yuan Yuan, you bully me like this. I won't let you off. Mu Yun was indignant in her heart. However, after soaking in the water for 2 hours, Mu Yun discovered that the water in the pond, under the effect of the heavenly fire and the strange water, was destroying the shackles even faster. Originally, he had estimated that he would need another 10 days, but now, it should be 3 days. 3 days, he only needed 3 days. Mu Yun exhaled in her heart and began to urge her bloodline to gradually improve. Although she had reached the peak of the Earth God realm, she was still not a heaven god. At the peak of the Earth God realm, the power of the Earth's soul could spread to a distance of 2,000 meters. This was something that many people could not achieve. Now, she had achieved it, but it was still not enough. The Great Circle of the Earth God realm, the Great Circle of the Earth God realm, these two realms were the most important realms. After making up her mind, Mu Yun sank into cultivation. The valley in the middle of the night was exceptionally quiet. All the girls were cultivating in the cave abodes in the valley. Gusts of wind whistled in the valley, and only Mu Yun sat alone outside. Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled, and Mu Yun was startled. There were people. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes became cold and sharp, and she curled up under a big tree. Fortunately, the divine power in her body was sealed, and there was not a trace of aura fluctuation. Others could not see it. Swoosh 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 sounds could be heard. In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures with different auras rushed out in a line. With the naked eye and the faint light of the moonlight, Mu Yun could easily see that those people seemed to have divided into 3 groups. They entered the valley and immediately dispersed. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion could be heard coming from the caves. Faintly, a woman's scream could be heard. Who is it? Suddenly, in the valley, figures appeared at the entrance of the cave abodes. How dare you cause trouble in the territory of the Snow Alliance? Do you want to die? At this moment, Qing Yuan Yuan was wearing a light blue long dress. She stood at the entrance of the cave and looked at the dozens of figures outside. Qing Yuan Yuan, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. A mocking voice sounded, and a figure walked out from the crowd. Qin Han. Seeing the person, Qing Yuan Yuan's face changed slightly. Wang Liang. However, when she saw the person beside Qin Han, Qing Yuan Yuan was stunned. The people of the Shrouding Heaven Society and the Sage Monarch Society are colluding. You guys are really something. Qing Yuan Yuan said coldly. Behind Wang Liang, Yan Quan and Du Bing followed closely behind. Qing Yuan Yuan's face turned serious when she saw the two of them. Tuoba Chuan stepped forward and shouted, Qing Yuan Yuan, you're looking down on us. Why aren't you as arrogant as before? Be sensible and hand over Mu Yun to us now. Mu Yun? Qing Yuan Yuan scolded. I don't know what Mu Yun is. Qin Han, Wang Liang, aren't you afraid of the Snow Alliance's revenge? No. Qin Han smiled faintly. Once I break through to the heavenly god realm, what can Yin Yufei do to me? Besides, if we cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, who would know that we were the ones who did it? Wang Liang said indifferently. If you're willing to give me your divine cauldron, I'll back out. Dream on. Qin Yuanyuan was not the kind of person who would give in so easily. She had always looked down on the Shrouding Heaven Society, the Sage Monarch Society, and the Fengyun Society. At this moment, his heart was filled with rage and embarrassment. The Snow Alliance was one of the 4 great societies in the inner sect. The Fengyun Society, the Shrouding Heaven Society, and the Sage Monarch Society had to be submissive to them. How could she not be enraged by the fact that these 3 lackeys had actually charged over to kill her? If that's the case, there's no other way. Qin Han sneered and said, Wang Liang, it shouldn't be difficult for the 2 of us to deal with her, right? Yan Quan and Du Bing, I think it shouldn't be a problem to kill these female disciples. Oh, no. Qin Han's eyes flashed as he looked at the girls. You can't kill them. Leave them alive. Otherwise, all our efforts tonight will be in vain. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Liang's figure flashed as he charged forward. Qin Han followed closely behind. You're courting death. Qin Yuanyuan did not say a word. She lashed out with her long whip, and crackling sounds could be heard. Yan Quan and Du Bing also charged out at this moment. Whistling sounds were accompanied by the sound of wind as Cui Keqing and Shu Siki charged towards the 2 of them. Immediately, the 5 of them were engaged in a chaotic battle. As for the Shroud Heaven Society, the Sage Monarch Society, and the Wind and Cloud Society, they had 60 or 70 people. But the Snow Alliance only had a dozen. However, these dozen or so people all had extraordinary cultivation and strength. None of them were afraid, and the 2 sides immediately began to fight. At that moment, Tuoba Chuan grabbed Ji Yuan. What are you doing? Don't forget why we are here. Tuoba Chuan said calmly, we are here to kill Mu Yun. These people are not our target. Yes, Mu Yun. Ji Yuan immediately looked around. He wanted to find Mu Yun. Disciples of the Fengyun meet, listen up. Search for Mu Yun with all your might. Tuoba Chuan immediately ordered. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's expression turned bitter. Right now, he only had 3 days left before the shackles on his body could be unlocked. These fellows, if only they were 3 days late, but now, he didn't have any ability at all. He only had a strong physical body. With his divine power sealed, how could he fight back? However, the Fengyun meet's disciples had already scattered. Here. Suddenly, a high-pitched voice rang out. Immediately, Tuoba Chuan and Ji Yuan rushed towards Mu Yun. After seeing Mu Yun's shackles, the 2 of them were in disbelief. Haha, Ji Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Mu Yun, oh Mu Yun, I thought you were in a beauty's paradise and forgot yourself. I didn't expect you to be captured. Tuoba Chuan also heaved a sigh of relief. If Mu Yun wasn't captured, even if he didn't recover to his peak state, the 2 of them would have to pay a price if they wanted to kill him. But now, it was all good. Looks like even the heavens want to kill you. Tuoba Chuan said fiercely. This time, Yun Zhao's death, Ji Yuan and I were both implicated by you. But killing you and obtaining your secrets is excellent. Kill me? Mu Yun pretended to be arrogant and said, then you can try. With these words, Tuoba Chuan and Ji Yuan both became cautious. From the looks of it, Mu Yun was shackled. But whether this guy was shackled or not, they didn't dare to be sure. Looking at Mu Yun's arrogant attitude, could it be that this guy still had a backup plan? They didn't dare to forget the scene when Yin Xiao was killed that day. Chu He, kill him. Tuoba Chuan looked at a disciple at the peak of the Earth God realm beside him and immediately ordered. Senior brother Tuoba, what nonsense are you talking about? Go, kill him, and you'll be rewarded. Yes. Chu He's expression turned bitter. He walked forward and looked at Mu Yun, but his heart was melancholy. Even Yin Xiao was killed by Mu Yun, he wasn't her opponent at all. But fortunately, Mu Yun was shackled. He hoped that this guy was really shackled. Come. Looking at Chu He, Mu Yun smiled and said, "Your boss asked you to kill me. What can you accomplish if you're so cowardly?" Ah. When Chu He heard Mu Yun's provocation, he gritted his teeth and directly rushed out. Seeing this, Mu Yun's eyes were startled. Damn it, he's really attacking. With a thump in her heart, Mu Yun directly turned around and walked towards the back without another word. However, his speed was simply too slow. When Chu He saw that Mu Yun actually ran away, his confidence greatly increased, and he immediately increased his speed. Seeing this, Mu Yun's heart was even more melancholy. Seeing that Chu He was charging towards her, Mu Yun had no choice but to raise her hands and use the shackles to meet him. Clang, the sound of metal colliding rang out, and Mu Yun's body directly retreated. In a sorry state. As for Chu He didn't have it easy either. He only felt that his palms and feet were numb from the shock. This brat is really imprisoned. Kill him. Seeing this, Tuoba Chuan and Ji Yuan completely knew that Mu Yun was really imprisoned. This guy was simply courting death. Now that he was trapped, those people from the Snow Alliance didn't have time to save him. At this moment, Mu Yun saw that Cui Keqing and Shu Siki were tightly entangled by Yan Quan and Du Bing. Those two had no possibility of helping him at all. But even so, Mu Yun still shouted, "Cui Keqing, Shu Siki, give me the key and unlock the shackles. I'll help you kill these people." Ah? Cui Keqing was instantly stunned. What ah? Hurry up and give it to me. Mu Yun was chased by Tuoba Chuan and the rest, and there was no way to escape. But, there's no key. Ah? This time it was Mu Yun's turn to be completely dumbfounded. Haha. Mu Yun, aren't you very capable? Now, you've fallen into the hands of a group of women, haven't you? Tuoba Chuan grinned and laughed. With a long spear in his hand, he looked at Mu Yun proudly. Ji Yuan also shouted, "You brat, you're going to die today." Damn it. Mu Yun really wanted to curse at this moment. These women were really scammers, but now, there was no time to think about this. Both Tuoba Chuan and Ji Yuan had already charged over. Mu Yun was extremely helpless and could only rely on the metal chain to continuously resist. Fortunately, the metal chain was relatively sturdy. After a few rounds of fighting, although there were a few wounds on Mu Yun's body, the metal chain gave him a great defense, but he was unable to counterattack. However, as Tuoba Chuan, Ji Yuan, and the rest attacked, Mu Yun felt that the cracks in the metal chain were gradually spreading. He originally estimated that it would only take 3 days, but as the metal chain was damaged by him these days, the shackles on his hands were faintly showing signs of breaking now after a fierce battle. Mu Yun immediately had a plan in his mind. Tuoba Chuan, Ji Yuan, to be honest, the two of you are really stupid. I've already stood there and let you hit me, but the two of you still can't kill me. Mu Yun laughed loudly, his attitude extremely arrogant. Tuoba Chuan and Ji Yuan were completely enraged at this moment. Mu Yun was really too arrogant. How could they vent their hatred if they didn't kill this kid? The two of them immediately charged out and used their lifetime's best skills. Gradually, more and more wounds appeared on Mu Yun's body, but the sneer and smugness on his face became more and more apparent. Chop, chop, chop. When the metal chain breaks, the two of you will die. Mu Yun made up his mind. He looked at Tuoba Chuan and Ji Yuan as though he was looking at dead people. Boom, 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 suddenly, a series of explosions sounded from within the shackles. With a bang, Mu Yun felt his hands suddenly relax. The shackles had broken. As his hands were freed, Mu Yun immediately felt a surging divine power surge directly into his body. His hands were a pair of divine hands that had fused with the divine hands of his first life. When his power erupted, it was more than twice as strong as his body. Now that he was freed, it could be said that he was more than several times stronger. However, the strength of his hands was much stronger than his feet. Therefore, although the metal chains on his hands were released, the metal chains on his feet were still not released. Mu Yun regained his freedom, but his feet were restrained by the metal chains, and it was really difficult for him to move. Kill him quickly. We can't let him release the shackles. Tuoba Chuan and Ji Yuan shouted anxiously at the sight of this. Kill me? Do you still want to kill me now? Mu Yun looked at the two of them with a cold expression on his face. Chu He shouted, I'll do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attacked with his sword. You? Who do you think you are? Mu Yun saw that he still dared to charge forward and look down on him, and he immediately stretched out his palm. Mu Yun was barehanded. He didn't use any divine techniques at all. Colorful sword rain. He slashed out with his sword, and the sound of rain could be heard at this moment. A rain of swords immediately appeared in front of He. When the rain of swords approached Mu Yun, it immediately spread out. However, Mu Yun didn't care at all at this moment. Get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun directly waved his palm. His 5 fingers formed a fist and he punched out. Bang! In an instant, He's rain of swords completely exploded and turned into powder. Not only that, the rain of swords retreated and directly smashed onto He's body. His entire body was directly pierced into a sieve by the exploding rain of swords. One punch was enough. Mu Yun spat and said, "These days, you've been bullied by women all day long. Now, you still want to King bully me?" Moving his hands, Mu Yun looked at Tuoba Chuan, Ji Yuan, and the others and snorted. "If you want to kill me, then come at me. Attack together. Kill him." Tuoba Chuan and Ji Yuan immediately ordered in unison. In an instant, more than 10 figures directly charged towards Mu Yun. Seeing those people charging towards him, Mu Yun's killing intent surged. These days, he had suffered enough grievances. Right now, he had to get back at them one by one. Kill him. Slapping sounds could be heard continuously. None of those people could withstand Mu Yun's attack. Soon, only corpses were left on the ground. Without hesitation, Mu Yun activated his devouring bloodline and devoured the flesh, blood, and spiritual aura of the dead bodies. Another force was born in his body and kicked out all the impurities in the flesh and divine souls. In the end, only about 1/10 of the pure force was absorbed by Mu Yun. At this moment, his divine soul, flesh, and power increased again. Originally, the power in his body had reached 1,000 dragon power when he was in the early stage of the Earth God realm. Now that he was at the peak of the Earth God realm, his power had increased by 3 times and he had 3,000 dragon power. But now, after devouring the flesh and blood of these people, his power had increased again and reached 4,000 dragon power. An Earth God realm martial artist could communicate with the soul of the earth, which was the ultimate increase in dragon power. Now, he had indeed reached his most powerful state. He had the shepherd's bloodline and was several times more powerful than others. Now, he could devour the flesh and divine souls of others without any fear of the shepherds. Although he could only absorb a portion of their power, he was much more powerful than others. Now that he was at the peak of the Earth God realm, he could be considered a genius to have 2,000 dragon power. He was twice as powerful. As his power surged out, Mu Yun's pride grew. "Tuoba Chuan, Ji Yuan, come and kill me!" Mu Yun shouted crazily. Slash! Tuoba Chuan shouted and immediately rushed out. He knew that today was the best time to kill Mu Yun. If he missed today, it would be extremely difficult to kill Mu Yun in the next 2 years in this alternate space. "You're courting death." Mu Yun was not afraid of the 2 attacking him. He was afraid that they would suddenly run away. His legs were shackled. It was impossible for him to chase after the 2 of them. But it was much easier for the 2 of them to kill him. Bang bang, he punched with both fists. With 4,000 dragon power and the soul of the earth, Mu Yun's power was terrifying. Tuoba Chuan and Ji Yuan had just rushed forward when they were knocked down by Mu Yun's 2 punches. At the same time, a surge of power gushed out from their bodies and spread out. Mu Yun waved his hand and a powerful suction force engulfed the cultivation of the 2 men. Thump thump, the 2 of them felt that their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. They wanted to run. But how could they run away now? Mu Yun did not give them any chance to escape. Thump, a muffled sound rang out as the 2 of them fell to the ground. But there was no more information. The 2 corpses gradually became cold. At this moment, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief, his heart filled with joy. Even though it did not allow him to achieve the perfect stage of the Earth God realm immediately, it was still a pleasant feeling. The devouring bloodline and the unique force in his body complemented each other perfectly. It felt so good. You unlocked the shackles. Cui Keqing was shocked when she saw this. That's right. Then what are you waiting for? Help. Cui Keqing urged. Help? Why? Mu Yun said, the few of you have made me miserable during this period of time. Now you want me to help? There's a price to pay for helping. For example, the three of you are the most beautiful. How about sleeping with me, chatting, and having a deep conversation? I can consider helping you. Lecher. I've always been a wastrel. Mu Yun laughed. Didn't you say that when you caught me? TSK, I still haven't forgotten the beautiful scene of senior sister Qing and the other senior sisters in the pond. It really made my nose bleed. Hearing this, Cui Keqing was furious. She knew that Mu Yun was deliberately angering her. Mu Yun, you are a man. Settle the trouble you caused yourself. We were implicated by you, and now you are still watching a good show? Shusiki snorted, it's our fault for looking at the wrong person. Shusiki, are you begging me now? Can you let go of the pride in your heart? I think Qing Yuanyuan can't hold on any longer in the hands of Qin Han and Wang Liang. Mu Yun laughed, this Yan Quan and Du Bing are said to be experts ranked 17th and 18th on the Heavenly Spirit list. What are your rankings? When these words were spoken, Cui Keqing and Shusiki became even angrier. The two of them were indeed not ranked high on the Heavenly Spirit list. Facing Yan Quan and Du Bing, they could only passively defend. However, as time passed, they would definitely lose. Although Qing Yuanyuan was ranked 4th on the Heavenly Spirit list, Qin Han and Wang Liang were not to be trifled with. It was hard to say who would win or lose. Most importantly, it was very difficult for the sisters to persevere when facing opponents 3 times their size. At this time, Mu Yun was still making sarcastic remarks. It was truly despicable. Mu Yun naturally would not stand by and watch. It was true that Qing Yuanyuan had captured him in the beginning, but it could be said that she had indirectly saved his life. Furthermore, he could tell that Qing Yuanyuan's heart was not bad. It was just that she was arrogant. After interacting with her for more than 10 days, these women had taken good care of him. But now, he wanted to vent his anger and change the bad habits of these women. Don't always think that they are the biggest in the world. Although in some aspects, that is indeed the case, Yan Quan and Du Bing were currently facing Cui Keqing and Shusiki. Their attacks were ruthless and merciless. This battle could only be won. Bang! Suddenly, Shusiki's feet slipped, and she was at a disadvantage from Du Bing's attack. Her face was slightly pale, and she quickly retreated. Du Bing seized this opportunity and naturally would not give up. He immediately flew out. Senior Sister Shu, I'll save you. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately flew up and caught Shusiki. With her delicate body in his arms, a delicate fragrance entered his nose. Mu Yun's hands flipped a few times, causing Shusiki to be furious. But at this moment, Du Bing had already charged over. Senior Sister Shu, are you alright? Mu Yun smiled evilly and said, such a bad person dares to deal with Senior Sister Shu. I'll teach him a lesson. Then let go of me. That won't do. Mu Yun hugged Shusiki with both hands and took advantage of her. Senior Sister Shu hasn't apologized to me. If I let you go, what will I do if you run away? Then don't move your hands. No, Mu Yun hurriedly said, I'm doing this to protect you, so I want to check every part of your body to see if you're injured. If you want to die, then die together with me. Seeing this scene, Du Bing was naturally infuriated. This Mu Yun was simply treating him like he was nothing. This was the greatest insult to him. Mu Yun sneered in her heart and directly charged out. Shusiki exclaimed and hurriedly hugged Mu Yun's neck tightly with both hands. The fragrance made Mu Yun feel very pleased with himself. These women were extremely arrogant. She had to let them know what arrogance was. Mu Yun was very unhappy after being captured these days. Now, she felt very good. You're courting death. Du Bing held a long sword in his hand and slashed out. Sword energy whistled. At this moment, Mu Yun's legs were shackled by iron chains. She hugged Shusiki tightly with both hands and had no means to attack at all. This guy was still thinking about women in front of him at this time. He was courting death. His death was not to be regretted. Do you think that I can't kill you just because my hands and feet are tied? Mu Yun seemed to have seen through Du Bing's thoughts and said directly, then you're very wrong. Void Spirit Sword, slash. Mu Yun shouted, and the Void Spirit Sword flew out from the blue sky's underworld diagram. With a slash of the sword, its power was unstoppable. Amaterasu Single Yang Sword. The first move of the Amaterasu swordsmanship was slashed out. Immediately, a sword light shot out from the giant sword. The sword wind directly condensed at this moment and was filled with tyrannical power. The crazy sword energy condensed into a giant sword one after another. That giant sword was invincible. It directly charged out with a slash. At this moment, Mu Yun's entire figure seemed to be placed in the long sword at this moment. Shusuke, who was in her arms, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. That slash was so powerful, she was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Du Bing was also completely dumbfounded at this moment. However, after being dumbfounded, Du Bing's figure was split into two, and blood burst out. Dumbfounded. Dumbfounded, not everyone could be dumbfounded. Du Bing's figure was split into two, and his aura completely collapsed. He no longer had any signs of life. At this moment, the scene was a little silent. Yan Quan's eyes were about to burst when he saw this scene. Du Bing. He and Du Bing came from the same place and supported each other. On the surface, there was no background. However, in reality, he was a subordinate of the president of the Sage Monarch Association, Xianxia. His ranking in the inner sect was extremely high, and he existed independently to deceive others. But now, Du Bing was directly killed by Mu Yun. It was simply despicable. Brother Wang Liang. Yan Quan knew that since Mu Yun had killed Du Bing so easily, he would also die if he went up against him. Du Bing. A shout caused Wang Liang to look down with a startled expression. Du Bing was actually killed. Looking at the battle scene again, Wang Liang said angrily, "Are the people of the Fengyun assembly all trash?" At this moment, everyone was at a loss. Li Feng, you and Wang Liang deal with Mu Yun together. Leave Qing Yuan to me. At this moment, Qin Han also realized that something was wrong. That Mu Yun was very special. Yes. Li Feng received the order and immediately attacked. At this moment, his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he seemed to be even stronger than Du Bing. However, this person was not famous in the heavenly spirit list. At this moment, Qin Han was extremely relieved. Li Feng was a talent that his big brother, Qin Yu, specially dug out to protect him. In fact, Li Feng was at the Earth God Great Perfection stage, and his strength was even stronger than him. However, he kept a low profile and only cultivated. In the inner sect, he was not famous. Normally, Qin Han would not let Li Feng attack. However, this time was different. The feeling that Mu Yun gave people was simply too strange. This was the appearance of Mu Yun's body being restrained. If Mu Yun were to untie the chains on her feet, it would be even more terrifying. At this moment, Qing Yuan was also extremely surprised. When she knew that Mu Yun killed Yun Xiao, she did not believe it. However, now, she had no choice but to believe it. Du Bing's strength was even stronger than Yun Xiao's. Shusuke snorted, "Lecher. Hurry up and come down. Otherwise, I won't be able to beat the two of them while carrying you." Shusuke's face was flushed red as she looked at Mu Yun. She lowered her head and slowly retreated. At this moment, Cui Keqing was being suppressed by Yan Quan to the point that it was extremely difficult for her to resist. Seeing that Shusuke was still in a daze, she immediately shouted, "Chi, what are you still standing there in a daze for?" "Ah? He's here." Shusuke cried out in alarm and hurriedly rushed forward. Wang Liang and Li Feng were attacking from the left and right as they looked at Mu Yun. "There's no need for you to do anything," Wang Liang said indifferently, "I can take care of this person. I'm just following orders." Li Feng cupped his hands indifferently, not caring about Wang Liang's cold attitude at all. Alright, all of you can attack together." Mu Yun waved her hand and said, "Attacking separately is just the result of who dies first and who dies later. I see that the two of you are not familiar with each other, so why don't you get to know each other on the road to the Yellow Springs?" When these words were spoken, Li Feng and Wang Liang, who were present, were both furious. Mu Yun's words were obviously filled with disdain towards them. Wang Liang was ranked 12th on the heavenly spirit list. Although Li Feng was not on the heavenly spirit list, he was still slightly stronger than Qin Han. How could he not be angry after being slandered by these words? Swish, swish, two long swords appeared and flashed with sword light. Without saying a word, the two of them charged towards Mu Yun. This sword strike carried with it a tyrannical fluctuation of heaven and earth divine power, and it also gave off an extremely gloomy killing intent. At this moment, Xianxia looked down and her mind swayed. What are you standing there for? Cui Keqing shouted in a low voice, that brat has obviously hidden his strength. Even we have been deceived. If not for these guys coming over, we would have thought that he was still under our control. However, he is indeed very powerful. Xianxia whispered, I didn't expect that not only are his pill techniques powerful, even his cultivation is so strange. Io, Chi, I think you're amorous feelings. Stop spouting nonsense. I'm spouting nonsense? If you continue to look at him like that, us sisters will suffer. Cui Keqing looked around and snorted, if you want to watch, wait until we defeat the enemy first. All right. Xianxia looked to the front and snorted, these guys are really despicable. How dare they attack our Snow Alliance? They are simply courting death. The two women immediately cooperated and charged at Yan Quan. At this moment, on the other side, Qin Yuanyuan looked at Qin Han and heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Han, could it be that you want to fight me all by yourself? What? Can't I? Qin Han laughed. Although you are ranked 4th on the heavenly spirit list and I am ranked 15th, that does not mean that my strength is inferior to yours. Really? Let's give it a try then. Qin Yuanyuan snorted and took a step forward. Her figure turned illusory and gradually transformed into many clones. Those clones did not dissipate quickly. Instead, they stayed where they were, and when Qin Yuanyuan's body finally came to a stop, those clones fused into Qin Yuanyuan's body in the blink of an eye. They could no longer be separated from each other. 1,000 phantom clones. A delicate shout rang out as Qin Yuanyuan pushed her palm forward. In an instant, the gathered phantoms overlapped once again and charged towards Qin Han. Seeing this scene, Qin Han was not afraid in the slightest. As the sword in his hand flipped, the sword seals gradually increased in number. Great 1,000 sword seal. Swoosh 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 sounds rang out as the sword seal whizzed out at this moment. At this moment, the two of them had both displayed their own methods and started to fight, immediately attracting the attention of the crowd. As expected of a disciple of the heavenly spirit list. Yeah, this kind of method is even comparable to an early-stage heavenly god realm disciple. No wonder they can hold such a high position. Some of the disciples could not help but be flabbergasted. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at the two people in front of her with a calm heart. The void spirit sword in his hand emitted a faint sword light, giving off an extremely strange feeling. At this moment, Wang Liang and Li Feng finally stopped underestimating Mu Yun. This guy really did have some skills. At this moment, the feeling that Mu Yun gave people was not at the peak of the Earth God realm at all, but more like the great circle of the Earth God realm. How could there be such a strange person? This time, Li Feng and Wang Liang did not dare to be careless. You too? Why? Are you afraid? Mu Yun looked at the two of them and said indifferently, if you're afraid, just say it. I can let you die a little easier. Afraid? Wang Liang snorted and took a step forward. As the sword chi whistled, the air currents condensed from the sword blades directly revolved around his body, causing him to gallop continuously. His speed was extremely fast, and his killing aura was also something that could not be ignored. But seeing this scene, Mu Yun did not have the slightest bit of nervousness or anticipation. With a wave of the sword in his hand, Mu Yun directly released his sword chi. His killing aura was strong as he slashed out with his sword. Heavenly Sun Sword, this sword, Mu Yun had fused with his intermediate sword soul. In his soul sea, a huge sword stood upright. The long sword directly let out a whistling sound of wind. Following that, a bright light shone, illuminating the night sky. The sword slashed down. Boom, at this moment, the ground cracked inch by inch. The hot aura of the sword swept out, leaving a deep mark on the ground that spread for 100 meters. At this moment, a figure was lying in the mark, motionless. His entire body was charred black, and it was extremely shocking. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This? What's going on? At this moment, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Wang Liang's body had already turned into a corpse. At this moment, Li Feng was dumbfounded. Without saying a word, he turned around and rushed towards Qin Han. Let's go. With a low shout, Li Feng pulled Qin Han up. What are you doing? Wang Liang is dead. The situation is over. Let's retreat. After saying that, he did not care about the other disciples of the Shrouding Heavens faction. He pulled Qin Han and immediately ran away. What? At this moment, Qin Han looked down with a hint of shock in his eyes. Wang Liang was dead. Wang Liang's strength was a notch higher than his. How could he be dead? But looking at Wang Liang's charred body, Qin Han had to believe it. When Yan Quan saw this scene, his expression changed and he immediately ran away. When the remaining disciples saw this scene, they no longer had the mood to continue fighting. One by one, they fled. In the valley, more than 20 corpses were left. The smell of blood drifted in the air. At this moment, Mu Yun stood on the spot and watched those people run away. Her heart slowly calmed down. They're running away. Go after them. Cui Keqing flew down and looked at Mu Yun. Go after them? Go after them. I'm not stopping you. Mu Yun lifted the chain on her leg and said, if it weren't for this damn chain, I would have killed them all. Alright. Shu Siki stepped forward and said, if it weren't for Mu Yun, we would have been killed tonight. That Qin Han is vicious and merciless. Moreover, she's a good woman. Cui Keqing did not say anything. Indeed, if it weren't for Mu Yun, they might not have been able to escape tonight. As soon as they entered the cave, a fragrance wafted into their noses. The place where women lived, even if it was in the wilderness, had a boudoir atmosphere. At this moment, Shu Siki's expression was ugly. Qing Yuanyuan sat on the ground and looked at the figure in front of her with a frown. Senior sister Qing, he's here. Qing Yuanyuan raised her head and looked at Mu Yun. She said, Mu Yun, if you can cure junior sister Yuanyu, I'll write off the grudge between us. Mu Yun raised her eyebrows and did not say anything. She squatted down and looked at the woman in front of her. She had a delicate and pretty face with a youthful aura. However, at this moment, her pretty face looked haggard and there was even a trace of dark aura. Mu Yun squatted down and slowly unbuttoned Yuanyu's long dress. What are you doing? Qing Yuanyuan shouted anxiously. Saving her. Mu Yun looked at Qing Yuanyuan, who was making a fuss over nothing, and said, as an alchemist, my job is to treat illnesses and save people. I can't possibly not check on Yuanyu's injuries when you asked me to treat him. You be careful. Qing Yuanyuan said slowly. Seeing Qing Yuanyuan's nervous look, Mu Yun quietly tore Yuanyu's clothes apart. The few women present had a strange expression. Yuanyu's upper body appeared in front of Mu Yun. She had a great figure. Mu Yun praised in her heart and looked at Yuanyu's abdomen. At this very moment, a terrifying wound had appeared on his originally flat abdomen. Those bloody marks seemed to have cut Yuanyu's body in half. If Qing Yuanyuan had not connected it with her divine power, Yuanyu would have died long ago. Mu Yun took a deep breath and said indifferently, the injury on her abdomen was caused by the corrosion of the divine power with flames. It destroyed the celestial source in her body and caused the mark to be damaged. Yes. Qing Yuanyuan nodded hurriedly. The external injuries are not important. However, the celestial source is damaged and the mark is damaged. This is not something that can be cured by ordinary universal elixirs. I have no choice. I know you have no choice. At this moment, Mu Yun's palm gently slid down Yuanyu's chest. Seeing this, the girls were a little embarrassed. Mu Yun, on the other hand, sent her soul power into Yuanyu's divine source to check on his injuries. As time passed, Mu Yun gradually frowned. The godly origin was suppressed, and the imprint was damaged. Yuanyu was only hanging on to his last breath. Even if he was cured, his cultivation would most likely be greatly damaged, and he might not even be a true god anymore. How is it? Qing Yuanyuan said nervously. I am confident that I can save her life, but her cultivation will probably drop to the level of a true god. Her celestial origin and imprint have been damaged, so she can only condense them again. Below the true god realm, Qing Yuanyuan was stunned. In that case, it was very likely that Ruanyu had returned to the virtual god realm. All right. However, in the blink of an eye, Qing Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. Compared to losing one's life, lowering one's strength was only temporary. Don't worry, I will do my best to help her stabilize. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will not take away her god source. Yes. Qing Yuanyuan nodded. What are you waiting for? Go out. Muyun looked at the girls and couldn't help but say. Go out? Yes, Qing Yuanyuan, you can stay and help me. The rest of you can go out. But, all right. Qing Yuanyuan looked at the few of them and said, I will stay here. You can go out. Yes. In the blink of an eye, only Muyun and Qing Yuanyuan were left in the cave. At this moment, Muyun placed his hands on Ruanyu's abdomen. In his body, divine power and soul power began to slowly appear. He wanted to use his divine power to stabilize the god source in Ruanyu's body and see if there was any possibility of saving her. Time passed bit by bit. Gradually, Muyun's forehead was covered in sweat. However, the god source was where the martial artist's origin was. It was impossible to repair it after it was severely damaged. On the contrary, if time dragged on, Ruanyu might not be able to withstand it and die at any time. In the end, Muyun gave up. He waved his hand and activated his bloodline power. With his bloodline power, he absorbed the injured god source in Ruanyu's body and devoured it directly. Without the god source, Ruanyu would not die, but her cultivation level would decrease. He would then condense a divine pill to help Ruanyu recover. At least her life would not be in danger. He did as he thought. The devourer bloodline began to surge. Waves of devouring power gradually gathered in Ruanyu's abdomen. At this moment, the pain caused Ruanyu to cry out in shock. Qing Yuanyuan immediately became nervous. This is just a normal reaction. Ruanyu couldn't help but cry out softly. Her voice was filled with pain. Muyun did not stop at this moment. He directly struck with his palm, and the devouring power became stronger and stronger. However, at this moment, Muyun suddenly realized that in addition to the devouring power, another power had appeared in her bloodline talent. That power continuously produced waves of purifying aura and gradually stabilized Ruanyu's god source. Time passed bit by bit. Muyun realized that the purifying power was gradually repairing Ruanyu's god source. Muyun felt that this power was similar to the purifying aura that she used to devour other people's bloodlines to help her condense those powers. She immediately stopped the devouring power. However, when the devourer bloodline stopped, the purifying aura also stopped. Muyun activated the devourer bloodline again. However, this time Muyun carefully condensed the devourer bloodline and only released a small amount of devouring power. The purifying power appeared again and repaired Ruanyu's god source. Not only that, when Ruanyu's god source was repaired, the imprint in her body also became complete. Qing Yuanyuan was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. Muyun just said that it was impossible to keep the god source. However, now, what was going on? Muyun was even more shocked. That purifying power also came from his bloodline. He had not noticed it before. Moreover, when he devoured other people's flesh and god source, he thought that it was because he had lived 3 lives and was different from the shepherds. However, that was not the case now. Instead, it was the power of another bloodline. Purifying power. This bloodline power was not like the soul control talent that he had obtained from the Blood Owl clone. It seemed to have been in his bloodline since the beginning, but he had not noticed it. Today, he finally understood. What exactly did this purifying power belong to? Purifying talent, that was a little ridiculous, however, it did not seem to be as simple as purification. The injuries in Ruanyu's body gradually recovered. The god source gathered, the imprint returned, and everything returned to normal. How could this be achieved by purification alone? Healing? Recovery? Muyun could not understand. However, there was no doubt that there was an additional bloodline talent in his bloodline. This was also why he was not affected by the impurities when he devoured other people's bloodlines. Moo. Yun understood in his heart. She retracted her hand. Guan Yu's abdomen had already returned to normal. It was smooth and clean. Sister Qing, Guan Yu opened her eyes in a daze and looked in front of her. She shook her head. Don't move. You are still a little weak now. Okay. Guan Yu rubbed her head and suddenly realized that she was naked. The moment she saw Mu Yun, she was stunned. Smack, a slap suddenly sounded in the cave. Immediately after, an exclamation that caused the entire cave to tremble instantly sounded. Everyone outside was waiting anxiously at this moment. What on earth was going on? Footsteps sounded, and Mu Yun walked out of the cave at this moment. However, it was obvious that one side of her face was slightly rosy. How is it? Seeing Mu Yun appear, the girls immediately asked anxiously. Let's go in and take a look. Mu Yun's tone was unfriendly as she left directly. The rattling iron chains dragged on the ground. Mu Yun looked embarrassed. Damn it, what kind of logic was this? She had treated the patient and saved his life, but she still got slapped. Sitting under the tree, Mu Yun exhaled and secretly circulated her divine power to remove the rosy color on her face. Are you still angry? Qing Yuanyuan suddenly appeared at this moment. Looking at Mu Yun, she giggled and said, Man, don't be so calculative. Guan Yu didn't know either. I apologize to you on her behalf. Don't. Mu Yun cupped her hands and said, If you apologize and slap me again, I won't be able to take it. Alright, thank you very much for this matter. Qing Yuanyuan cupped her hands and said, From today onwards, the Snow Alliance and you are written off. If you are in trouble in the future, the Snow Alliance will definitely not stand by and watch. You want to slap me twice when I'm not paying attention? Hee. Qing Yuanyuan couldn't stop laughing as she looked at Mu Yun. The next day, early in the morning. Mu Yun had just woken up when a figure suddenly squatted in front of her. Brother Mu Yun. Guan Yu walked forward at this moment. Looking at Mu Yun, she lowered her head and said, Yesterday. I'm sorry. I didn't know what happened and blamed you wrongly. It's okay. Just don't slap me again. Guan Yu pushed his palm and said, This is the fish soup I made for you from the fish I caught in the lake outside the valley. It tastes sweet and fresh. Try it. It won't be drugged, right? Of course not. Guan Yu suddenly said in a panic. Alright, I'm joking with you. Mu Yun took the jade bowl and tasted the fish soup. How is it? Guan Yu was overjoyed. It tastes very good. Mu Yun drank the fish soup and immediately felt that the taste was indeed very good. Not only that, there was also a trace of refreshing aura that flowed into her body. However, after drinking a few more mouthfuls, Mu Yun felt rather strange. This fish soup was very delicious, but there was a trace of bitterness. Although it was very subtle, it could be felt. Not only that, there was a trace of sweetness in the bitterness. The combination of sweetness and bitterness made one not know how to evaluate it. However, Mu Yun immediately felt a warm current flowing in her body and fusing into her bloodline, emitting a tyrannical bloodline aura. Seeing Mu Yun like this, Guan Yu was shocked and pointed outside the valley. Mu Yun dragged the chain and walked out of the valley without saying a word. What's wrong with him? Qing Yuanyuan and the others walked over and asked in confusion. He said the fish soup was delicious and asked me where I caught it and where I got the water. Then, he went out. Guan Yu was also confused at this moment. Mu Yun seemed to be very surprised and in disbelief. Qing Yuanyuan and the others immediately followed him out. The sound of water splashing could be heard. Outside the valley, Mu Yun jumped into the water and disappeared. Slowly, the girls stood by the shore and waited. They did not understand what Mu Yun was doing. But gradually, as time passed and Mu Yun did not come ashore, the girls started to worry. Could it be that this guy is bound by the chain and can't come up? Cui Keqing said. Why don't we go down and take a look? Shu Siki said worriedly. Okay. Qing Yuanyuan said at this moment. Her figure flashed, and with a splash, she jumped into the pond. The girls immediately jumped into the pond one by one, splashing water everywhere. The water in the pond was very clear. As the girls continued to dive, finally, after a few hundred meters, a completely different aura hit them in the face. 5 elements Qi. Qing Yuanyuan was slightly surprised. At this moment, when they reached the bottom, the girls saw Mu Yun standing at the bottom of the pond as if she was looking for something. Mu Yun. Qing Yuanyuan approached Mu Yun and shouted. But at this moment, Mu Yun seemed to be attracted by something and did not move at all. Impossible, Mu Yun muttered. What's impossible? Qing Yuanyuan frowned. But Mu Yun ignored her. At this moment, Mu Yun was communicating with Guiyi. Guiyi's voice was filled with shock as he said, the 5-element divine vine. The 5-element divine vine actually appeared here. What's the matter, 5 elements divine vine? Stinky brat, you don't even know about the 5 elements divine vine. It's said that when the heavens and earth were first created, the heavens controlled the myriad Tao. At the very beginning, the entire world was not suitable for humans to live. Only some powerful divine beasts could live in it. Later on, heaven found a world tree that took root in the myriad worlds. That world tree gave birth to the power of the 5 elements, which then evolved into divine power, immortal Qi, vital essence, and other powers of different strengths. Later on, the human race could rely on this power to cultivate and become stronger in the entire God realm, the world tree. This was the first time Mu Yun had heard of this. Rumor has it that the world tree is unimaginably tall, and as thick as a giant pillar that supports the heavens. Furthermore, it is filled with a strong vitality and inconceivable power. Guiyi said excitedly, this 5 elements divine vine is part of the world tree's trunk. Eh? Mu Yun was puzzled. Part of the trunk? That's right. The world tree later collapsed and was destroyed in the battle between heaven and yellow heaven, turning into fragments. I always thought that the world tree had disappeared forever in the spatial rift. I didn't expect that there would be a part of its trunk here. Does this have any effect on your recovery? No, then why are you so excited? Stinky brat, you know nothing. Guiyi scolded. Your blue sky underworld diagram was given to you by your father. You've integrated the heavenly fire, strange water, and other 9 elemental forces into it, but the conditions are so bad that you can't explore its mysteries at all. However, if you integrate this 5 elements divine vine into it, you might be able to create a world of your own in the blue sky underworld diagram. Create a world of my own? These words made Mu Yun dance with joy. The blue sky underworld diagram might have a very powerful power and effect, but he knew nothing about it now. He could only explore it step by step. The appearance of the 5 elements divine vine might allow him to change the blue sky underworld diagram and speed up his understanding. Then I'll give it a try. Mu Yun sat cross-legged in the water and calmed down. Under his feet, the 5 elements divine vine had been soaked in the water for many years, but there was no change. It seemed to be exactly the same as before. The blue sky underworld diagram slowly opened, and Mu Yun directly enveloped it. In the next moment, the 3 consciousness bodies of Mu Fengchen, Mu Fengxiao, and Mu Guifan appeared in the blue sky underworld. Diagram. The 6 sacred monuments stood proudly in the space of the blue sky underworld diagram at this moment. The 9 elemental Qi had turned into the most fundamental power of heaven and earth at this moment. Volcanoes, rivers, sky, earth, wind, thunder, and lightning were all extremely violent at this moment. Mu Yun's mind was calm. Seeing this scene, he let out a sigh of relief. Time passed bit by bit. Gradually, Qing Yuanyuan and the other girls watched Mu Yun take a piece of the tree trunk and sit at the bottom of the water without saying a word. They were all dumbfounded. What the hell was this guy doing? The girls didn't know what was going on, but they didn't want to disturb Mu Yun at this moment, so they went ashore one by one. What the hell is this guy doing? I don't know, it looks so strange. Qing Yuanyuan nodded and said, maybe he found something and can't tell us. Forget it, sisters, let's recuperate here. We'll make plans after we've recovered. Okay. In the next few days, Qing Yuanyuan and the other girls went to the bottom of the pool every day to check on Mu Yun, but Mu Yun remained motionless, as if he was studying something hard. At this moment, Mu Yun was indeed studying hard. At this moment, the 5 elements divine vine entered the blue sky underworld diagram and stood in the air. This is, the 5 elements divine vine? Muguifan was slightly absent-minded at this moment. Seventh ancestor, you recognize this thing? Yes, the Five Elements Divine Vine contains rich Five Elements power. It is said that it is the branch of the World Tree, one of the most mysterious divine objects in heaven and earth. However, it has always been a legend. I don't know if it is true or not. Muyun nodded and said, this Five Elements Divine Vine is indeed a branch of the World Tree. The three ancestors were all shocked at this moment. After Muyun explained, he circulated the power of 9 elements and floated into the blue sky underworld diagram. Rustling sounds could be heard as the scrolls were unfurled one by one. At first, there were no changes to the Five Elements Divine Vine, but as time passed, green sprouts gradually appeared on the withered surface of the Divine Vine. It sprouted, Muyun was astonished. Gradually, as the Five Elements Divine Vine sprouted and grew stronger, the power of 9 elements spread and grew wildly in the entire blue sky underworld diagram. Then, more and more sprouts appeared on the surface of the Five Elements Divine Vine, and it gradually grew. Buzz, suddenly, a ray of light condensed in the blue sky underworld diagram. The Five Elements Divine Vine descended and plunged into the ground of the blue sky underworld diagram. At this moment, the entire blue sky underworld diagram underwent a tremendous change. At this moment, the Five Elements Divine Vine had taken root and touched the ground. The sprouts began to spread out, forming branches that resembled small saplings. At the same time, trees appeared on the volcanoes and yellow sand in the entire blue sky underworld diagram. Those trees were strange, but all of them were full of spirituality. Moreover, they were all small saplings that were more than a meter tall. Among them, Muyun even found some small saplings that seemed to be trees with spiritual fruits of heaven and earth. The space of the entire blue sky underworld diagram had more than doubled at this moment. There were saplings growing everywhere in the expanded space of the reclaimed yellow sandy land. Looking around, the entire world was green. Seeing this scene with her own eyes, Muyun only felt incredulous. The Five Elements Divine Vine has transformed into a world tree sapling. Guai was also amazed. Muyun, oh Muyun, you are really lucky. A world tree sapling, with this sapling, you can merge with the blue sky underworld diagram. In the future, you can even condense a world by yourself. A brand new world. Hearing this, Muyun fell into a state of shock. The world tree was so mysterious. These are all the effects of the sapling? Muyun was amazed. But how do you urge it to grow? Use natural treasures to urge it. Guai said. Your heavenly fire and mystical water can gradually promote its growth. Also, natural treasures can be used as nourishment. Even the divine power contained in the divine crystals can do it. Hearing this, Muyun directly took out more than 10,000 mid-grade divine crystals that she had collected earlier and threw them all into the blue sky underworld diagram. Buzz, the world tree absorbed the godly power, and a few more leaves sprouted. It looked very healthy. Amazing, really amazing. Muguifan said. As expected of the world tree. Yuner, you really picked up a great bargain this time. Creating this blue sky underworld diagram means that you can call yourself a world in the future. Only someone comparable to the first Emperor God can do that. Muyun nodded at this moment. In the past, the blue sky underworld diagram could not contain people. But in the future, with the purification of the world tree, the entire world would be stable. Perhaps this space could be used for cultivation. With the rich aura of life, cultivating here would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Thinking of this, Muyun was overjoyed and looked forward to it. You can now merge with this diagram and merge the sapling of the world tree with your body. Guai said. This way, the improvement of your cultivation in the future will also promote the improvement of the sapling of the world tree. Its improvement will also promote your improvement. Over time, your life force will change. It will become extremely large. Okay. Muyun exhaled and sat down. Time passed slowly. Gradually, the blue sky underworld diagram disappeared in front of Muyun. It turned into a stream of light and entered his body. Immediately after, Muyun felt the diagram settle down at the celestial source. In the next moment, a sapling took root in Muyun's celestial source. The world tree had merged into his body, at this moment, Mu Yun felt the majestic life force of the world tree pouring into his body. The purifying power eliminated the unstable restlessness in the blue sky underworld diagram. Until now, there was another talent hidden in his bloodline, which was the ability to purify. What if he used his blood to nourish the world tree? Mu Yun carefully guided his blood essence and dripped it into the blue sky underworld diagram. In an instant, the blue sky underworld diagram was soaked in his blood essence. In an instant, the blood essence was completely absorbed by the world tree. At this moment, the palm-sized body of the world tree trembled slightly. The leaves exuded a fresh aura, which was actually faintly growing. It really works, Mu Yun was overjoyed. Guiyu was silent at this moment. Mu Yun looked at the world tree, and his heart was filled with anticipation. When the world tree grew to its peak, no one in the entire world would be able to go against it. At this moment, a majestic aura of life flowed in his body. Waves of aura spread continuously. His body also began to change. Every drop of blood, every strand of flesh, contained an extremely powerful aura of life at this moment. 5 elements divine vine. World tree. There are too many things in this world that I don't know about. Mu Yun exhaled, sat cross-legged on the ground, and looked around. This time, the aura of life had been greatly enhanced. After merging with the world tree, he could consider directly advancing to the great perfection Earth God realm. Mu Yun immediately acted on his thoughts. At this moment, he directly guided his imprints. 81 imprints gathered at this moment, and directly penetrated deep into the ground. Slowly, wisps of imprints spread out, and he worked hard to advance. With the advancement of the Earth God realm, it would become more difficult to communicate with the soul of the Earth every time. This was also the reason why it was so difficult to advance in the Earth God realm. However, this time, Mu Yun realized that he could easily communicate with the soul of the earth. The 5th communication was actually easier. 81 imprints directly reached the core of the earth at this moment, and carried out a deep communication with the soul of the earth. Time passed by slowly. Mu Yun suddenly realized that his strength had begun to increase. 5,000 dragon power. Mu Yun could feel the strength of his body, the power of his flesh and blood, and the power of his life force. The power he possessed was simply overwhelming. Moreover, the range of the power of the earth continued to expand. In the depths of the pond, the ground cracked open and became turbid. The size of the crack continued to increase. From 2,000 meters, it expanded to 3,000 meters. 3,000 meters, it was 3 times stronger than an ordinary great circle earth god. Mu Yun clenched her fists, took a step forward, and flew out of the water. Comfortable. Mu Yun could not help but look up to the sky and hell. Perfect earth god stage, it was simply perfect. The power of the earth was 3,000 meters long, and the power of the flesh was 5,000 dragon power. Compared to an ordinary perfected earth god with the power of the earth of 1,000 meters and the power of the flesh of 2,000 dragons, his power had more than doubled. This kind of feeling was truly satisfying. Most importantly, he had accidentally touched the 5 elements divine vine this time. The 5 elements divine vine merged with the blue sky's underworld diagram and transformed into a world tree. Although it was only a seedling would eventually grow. When the seedling matured, it would be truly powerful. For the first time, Mu Yun felt that the path of cultivation was filled with more and more unknowns. Indeed, the higher one stood, the further one could see, and the more one realized how insignificant one was. Putting away the joy in her heart, Mu Yun looked in the direction of the valley. Whoosh, at this moment, a sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Wan Yu. Brother Mu. Seeing Mu Yun and recalling the scene in the cave, Wan Yu's pretty face turned red. She lowered her head and said, Brother Mu, senior sister Qing asked me to wait for you here. Wait for me? Mu Yun was slightly shocked and said, wait for me for what? Half a month ago, senior sister Qing received news from other sisters that an underground castle appeared in the alternate space continent in the south. Now, many people are rushing over there, so senior sister Qing has already brought senior sister Cui and senior sister Shu there. She asked me to stay because she was afraid that you would appear in seclusion. She knows our tracks. That's thoughtful. Mu Yun nodded. Brother Mu, then now, will you go with me? or will you choose to go somewhere else to train? Looking at Ruanyu, Mu Yun thought for a while. Since she had nowhere else to go, she might as well go and see what the so-called underground castle looked like. I'll go with you. I'm afraid it's not safe for you to go alone. Okay. Ruanyu was overjoyed and said, let's go. Okay. The two of them set off immediately. Mu Yun had been in seclusion for more than a month this time. Qin Yuanyuan and the others had received the news more than 20 days ago. They originally wanted to wait for Mu Yun, but seeing that Mu Yun had been in seclusion all this time, they went ahead first. Mu Yun was already very surprised by Qin Yuanyuan's attitude for being able to keep Ruanyu to inform her. Could it be that this woman was enlightened? Mu Yun also found it funny in her heart. However, in these few days, Mu Yun advanced with Ruanyu. This seemingly gentle and weak woman took on all kinds of responsibilities and busied herself with all kinds of work. Big brother Mu, it's time to eat. At this moment, Ruanyu brought out a few stacks of food and looked at Mu Yun happily. These were all made by you? Yes. Ruanyu smiled and said, Big brother Mu, quickly try it. Okay. Ruanyu dug out simple vegetable leaves and some fish, but the taste was indeed praiseworthy. Not bad. Hearing Mu Yun's praise, Ruanyu was even happier in his heart. As night fell, the two of them sat around the bonfire. Mu Yun woke up from her cultivation and saw Ruanyu sitting in front of her. She waved her hand and said, Come here. Okay. After treating your injuries last time, I haven't checked your current condition. Let me take a look at you today. Maybe it can help you. Okay. Ruanyu sat beside Mu Yun obediently. At this moment, a thread of soul power from Mu Yun's body entered Ruanyu's body. After checking and confirming that Ruanyu was not injured, Mu Yun said with a smile, You seem to be in the late-stage Earth God realm now. I may be able to help you advance by one level. Really? Of course. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she waved her hand and a majestic aura slowly rose at this moment. It was a strong aura of life. It came from the blue sky underworld diagram. To be precise, it also came from Mu Yun's body. The aura of life emitted by the sapling of the world tree was not weak at all. At this moment, Mu Yun directly guided a part of the aura of life into Ruanyu's body. At this moment, Ruanyu felt that her body had completely undergone a baptism at this moment. It was a baptism of an extremely strong life force. At this moment, the imprint in her body was also promoted. It was eager to jump out of her body and plunge into the ground to begin the fourth communication with the soul of the earth. Seeing this, Mu Yun withdrew her palm. Communicating with the soul of the earth required Ruanyu's own comprehension. He only gave a part of his life force into Ruanyu's body, allowing her to obtain an opportunity to advance. She was able to advance because her own perseverance was stronger. The next day, early in the morning, Ruanyu had already prepared breakfast. Big brother Mu. Yes, you advanced? I advanced. Ruanyu said happily, Thank you, Big brother Mu. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to advance. It's also your own hard work. Mu Yun looked ahead and said, How much longer? According to the news sent by senior sister Qing, it should be 10 days' journey. The underground ancient castle is quite strange. Senior sister Qing said that she hasn't found anything, but everyone is sure that there must be something strange inside. This is rare. Mu Yun smiled and said, She didn't find anything, but she is sure that there is something strange. Perhaps only when we arrive and see for ourselves will we know what senior sister Qing means. Yes. In the next few days, Mu Yun and Ruanyu advanced. Along the way, Mu Yun gave Ruanyu a few pointers, which benefited Ruanyu a lot. This was also because Mu Yun was embarrassed that Ruanyu had been busy with their daily lives along the way, so she gave Ruanyu pointers. Big brother Mu. On this day, the two of them rested at the foot of a mountain. Mu Yun and Ruanyu exchanged swords. The level of your sword soul is probably going to increase, right? Ruanyu said in surprise, I feel that when you activate your sword soul, your sword chi has increased by more than 3 times. It should be. You're really amazing. Ruanyu said enviously, Your level increases quickly, your strength is strong, and you know alchemy. Moreover, your understanding of swordsmanship is also strong. I really don't know what you can't do. Nothing is difficult in this world. I'm afraid that you can do it if you set your mind to it. Muyun nodded and said, in the Kenshin sect, swordsmanship is respected. Everyone cultivates swordsmanship. If you want to be more outstanding than others, you have to rely on your own efforts and hard work. Talent determines your starting point, but it doesn't determine your ending point. Since ancient times, there have been many people with great talent who didn't reach the top. On the other hand, it was those ordinary people who took one step at a time to become famous. Yes. Muyun's words were not purely to encourage Huanyu. The truth was indeed so. Since ancient times, there had been many talented martial artists who had disappeared in the long river of history. The ones who had truly achieved great fame were all martial artists who were wise but appeared to be foolish. They were very persistent and maintained a passionate pursuit of the martial way. Moreover, they yearned to reach the top in their hearts and put in 1,000 times more effort for this. In fact, Muyun even felt that he wasn't a prodigy. He reached this step more because he had strict requirements for himself. He was strict and solid in every realm and did not leave behind any hidden dangers. A journey of 1,000 miles began with a single step. And a dike of 10,000 miles was destroyed by an ant's nest. If he was slightly careless, his achievements in this life might be destined to be unable to reach the top. The two of them sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. At the edge of the sky, a few figures broke through the air and arrived. The two people in the lead had imposing appearances. Their long hair fluttered in the wind, and their appearances and postures were very similar. Muyun was stunned when he saw the two of them. Muyun. When the two figures saw Muyun, they were even more shocked. Senior brother Shu Kong, senior brother Shu Yi. I was just lucky. There are many fortuitous encounters in a different dimension, so my cultivation level rose a little faster. Muyun said indifferently. Good boy, you're here now. Are you preparing to rush to the underground castle? N. Shu Kong and Shu Yi brought a few people and sat down. We also received the news that the underground castle has appeared, but it seems that everyone is helpless. Shu Kong said seriously, since we've met here, come with us. All right. Muyun did not refuse. Looking at Shu Kong and Shu Yi, Muyun pondered for a moment, but still decided to say it. Zhu Ziang and Xianxia were killed by me. Muyun suddenly changed the topic and said indifferently. When these words came out, not only Shu Kong and Shu Yi, but the others present were also startled. Zhu Ziang and Xianxia were important members of the Shadow Alliance's inner sect. Muyun killed them? Muyun did not say much at this moment, and quietly waited for the two of them to speak. Why? Shu Kong asked. Immediately, Muyun recounted everything that had happened in the ancient city. This Zhu Ziang and Xianxia, how dare they collude with the people of the Wind Cloud Assembly? Shu Yi shouted, good job, these two are traitors. If I find out, I will definitely punish them severely. Looking at the two of them, Muyun did not say a word. Not only that, Yun Xiao of the Wind Cloud Assembly, Du Bing and Wang Liang of the Provincial New Association were also killed by me. What? When these words came out, Shu Kong and Shu Yi were shocked. Yun Xiao of the Wind Cloud Assembly was at the Great Circle of the Earth God Realm. Wang Liang and Du Bing were also on the Heavenly Spirit list, but they were actually killed by Muyun. Guan Yu opened his mouth and said, these people deserve to die. They chased after Big Brother Mu, and Big Brother Mu was saved by our Snow Alliance. Later on, they joined forces to deal with our Snow Alliance sisters. Fortunately, Big Brother Mu turned the tide. You're a disciple of the Snow Alliance? That's right. Shu Kang's gaze stopped on Muyun, and he found it increasingly difficult to see through Muyun. He knew that the Snow Alliance was one of the 4 major alliances and was on par with the Shadow Alliance. However, the inner disciples of the Snow Alliance had always been arrogant and looked down on everyone. They even looked down on the other 3 alliances. Muyun seemed to be quite popular among the disciples of the Snow Alliance. Shu Kong patted Muyun's shoulder and said, the death of Zhu Ziang and Xianxia is not a big problem. These 2 people had disloyal intentions. It's good that they are dead. Don't take it to heart. In fact, Mu Yun did not take it to heart. This underground castle is probably a good place. This continent is not simple. The two of us have explored many places and made great discoveries. Come with us to the castle. This time, I would like to see what Qin Han and his crew are up to. Yes. The few of them chatted about the fortuitous encounters they had in the past half a year. Shu Kong and Shu Yi were extremely shocked and curious about Mu Yun's rapid improvement in her realm. Mu Yun was only an early-stage earth god when she had just entered the alternate dimension. Now, she had reached the perfected earth god realm. However, Mu Yun, who was only at the perfected earth god realm, was able to kill experts like Wang Liang and Du Bing. This was indeed inconceivable. If they knew that Mu Yun had done it when she was only at the peak earth god realm, they would be even more shocked. The few of them packed up and set off again. At the same time, in the center of a vast forest 1,000 miles away from them, the ground had collapsed. Some of the trees had already fallen and turned into a pit. The soil in the pit had already been cleared out by the group. At the center of the pit, stone pillars appeared one after another. The stone pillars supported numerous pavilions. Counting carefully, there were a total of 9 pavilions scattered in the collapsed pit. At this moment, in the 9 pavilions, there were some figures standing together in groups of 3 or 2. They seemed to be discussing something intensely. Under one of the pavilions, there were more than 10 figures standing still. Outside the pavilion, there were more than 10 figures scattered. Almost all of them were women. In the pavilion, Qin Yuanyuan was wearing a long dress. She had an impressive figure as she looked at the many sisters in front of her. Guan Yu hasn't arrived yet. Is Mu Yun still in seclusion? Qin Yuanyuan frowned and was somewhat worried. Senior sister Qin, don't worry. Even Wang Liang couldn't do anything to Mu Yun. Junior sister Wan Yu won't be in danger with him. I hope so. Qin Yuanyuan looked around and frowned. Now, the disciples of the Heaven Alliance, Fighting Alliance, and Snow Alliance are all here. There are also many members of other powerful alliances. Even if there is something good, it will probably be a bloody battle. A bloody battle? We, the disciples of the Snow Alliance, are not afraid of them. Cui Keqing said coldly. If I meet Qin Han, Li Feng, Yan Quan, and the others, I will not let them go. Now that you mention it, they are really here. As soon as Cui Keqing finished speaking, a few figures flew over from afar. The person in the lead was Qin Han. Beside Qin Han, Li Feng was wearing a black robe and looked around coldly. Behind the two of them was a group of disciples of the Heaven Shrouding faction. At the same time, not far away from the two of them, a figure came down with the disciples of the Sage Monarch faction. It was Yan Quan. However, when the girls looked at him, they felt that the Yan Quan in front of them was different from the one they saw a month ago. He broke through. Qin Yuanyuan was shocked when she saw this scene. Yan Quan had reached the early heavenly god realm. The aura of his every move was obviously not the aura of a great circle earth god. This guy had actually broken through. At this moment, the inner leader of the Heaven Alliance, Mu Hongtao, and the inner leader of the Fighting Alliance, Li Peng, were stunned when they saw this scene. The two of them were ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively on the Heavenly Spirit list. They thought that they would be the first to enter the Heavenly God realm, but they didn't expect that Yan Quan would be one step ahead of them. Yan Quan was only ranked 17th on the Heavenly Spirit list. He couldn't be compared to them. This scene immediately made the disciples of the major alliances feel like they were dreaming. Yan Quan looked at the crowd and swept his gaze across the disciples of the Snow Alliance. Where's Mu Yun? With a question, Yan Quan stared coldly at Qin Yuanyuan. I don't know. Qin Yuanyuan's attitude was even colder. If Yan Quan hadn't advanced to the early heavenly god realm, she would have led the disciples of the Snow Alliance to kill these guys. However, even if Yan Quan had advanced to the heavenly god realm, she wasn't afraid. The disciples of the Snow Alliance were powerful. A heavenly god might not be able to change the situation. You don't know? Yan Quan snorted. Qin Yuanyuan, you have to understand. For a Mu Yun, is it worth it to cause your Snow Alliance disciples to suffer heavy losses? I can't do anything to you, but that doesn't mean that I can't do anything to your Snow Alliance disciples. There are still 2 years left. I have time to play with you. Are you threatening me? Qin Yuanyuan's gaze turned cold. I wouldn't dare. Your Snow Alliance disciples are all arrogant. Who would dare to threaten you? Yan Quan sneered, I'm just telling the truth. Mu Yun must pay the price for his actions. Then go and look for him. Qin Yuanyuan mocked, if you want him to pay the price, why did you run away in the valley that day? Just kill him. Yan Quan was furious. However, Qin Han stopped her and looked at Qin Yuanyuan with a predatory look in her eyes. There was a kind of person who disgusted others with their eyes. Qin Yuanyuan had to admit that Qin Han was such a person. That pair of eyes seemed to pierce through her clothes and stare directly at her body. Qin Yuanyuan, we didn't mean to be enemies with you. However, Mu Yun is a disciple of the Shadow Alliance. It won't do you any good to protect her. Now, we're in a different space. We still have 2 years before we can return. Are you threatening me? Sure. Qin Yuanyuan snorted, if the disciples of the Snow Alliance are afraid of the disciples of the Shrouding Heaven Society and the Sage Monarch Society, then the Snow Alliance wouldn't be called the Snow Alliance. It seems like you're not willing to hand over Mu Yun. Qin Han sneered, if that's the case, then you should prepare to die. Yan Quan took a step forward after saying that. Asterisk slap, 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 asterisk at this moment, a loud slap was heard from the edge of the collapsed crater. I almost came too late. I couldn't watch the show. A voice sounded out, saying coolly, Qin Han, Yan Quan, were beaten up like dogs by me the last time. What? Now you're showing off again? Mu Yun. Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun appear, the two of them were furious. Yan Quan, don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him. Okay. Yan Quan didn't say anything and was about to rush out. When did the Sage Monarch Society become so bold? Is this what the president of the Sage Monarch Society, Xianxia, taught you? However, 2 figures walked out from beside Mu Yun. Senior brother Shu Kong. Senior brother Shu Yi. Immediately, the disciples of the Shadow Alliance came to the 2 of them. Shu Kong nodded and looked at Qin Han, Yan Quan, and the others. What? Don't you have anything to say now? Shu Kong snorted. The disciples of the Shadow Alliance are not for the Shrouding Heaven Society and the Sage Monarch Society to bully. Yan Quan, you're just an early-stage heavenly god. Don't think that you're invincible here. Shu Kang's words were full of confidence. No matter how powerful Yan Quan was, the members of the Shadow Alliance were not to be trifled with. The stronger the enemy, the stronger they were. The Shadow Alliance had the least members of the 4 major alliances, but every disciple was strong. Yan Quan didn't expect that Shu Kong and Shu Yi of the Shadow Alliance would also arrive at this moment. Qin Han's expression didn't change. Shu Kong, I'm afraid you don't know that Zhu Ziang and Xiang Qinggong were killed by Mu Yun, right? Qin Han smiled. Your Shadow Alliance's disciples killed their disciples. I'm afraid this is killing each other. It's extremely bad, right? If you don't punish Mu Yun, how can the members of the Shadow Alliance be loyal? I already know about this matter. Shu Kong slowly said, Mu Yun killed Zhu Ziang and Xiang Qinggong, and they deserved it. They massacred inner sect members, colluded with Storm Meat disciples, and betrayed us. If it were me, I would also kill them without mercy. My Shadow Alliance doesn't want traitors. If a traitor appears, we will definitely not be merciful. The moment these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Although that was the case, Zhu Ziang and Xiang Qinggong were the backbone of the Shadow Alliance. Was it really okay for them to be killed by Mu Yun? You're quite open-minded. Qin Han sneered, from what I know, your alliance master thinks highly of Mu Yun, right? Aren't you afraid that others won't be convinced? What's there to be unconvinced about? Shu Kong snorted, stop trying to sow discord here. In less than a year's time, Mu Yun rose from the early Earth God stage to the Great Circle of the Earth God stage. Even Yin Xiao and Wang Liang are not his match. Forget about the Alliance Master, even our sect's elders have to support him with all their might. Qin Han, I don't need to tell you this logic, do I? With Mu Yun's talent, it's only a matter of time before she becomes a heavenly god. Which of the 9 supreme elders and sect master doesn't care deeply about the titular disciples? At that time, let's see how you, an inner sect disciple, will deal with it. Relying on your brother Qin Yu, can you live comfortably in the Kenshin sect? Shu Kang's words could be said to his heart's content. This was also the first time Mu Yun saw the strength of the four great alliances. One had to know that Qin Han had an early heavenly god Yan Quan standing beside him. Heavenly god realm experts were ranked among the experts in South River region. Although they were not at the top of the god monarch realm, they still had the right to speak. Otherwise, the titular disciples in the Kenshin sect wouldn't have such great power. The sect didn't care about the alliance between the inner and outer sect disciples. In the entire Kenshin sect, there were only a few hundred titular disciples. Compared to the number of inner and outer sect disciples, the difference was like heaven and earth. Shu Kang, since you're so confident, why don't you spar with me? Do you dare? Yan Quan snorted. Why wouldn't I dare? Shu Kang sneered. Do you really think that disciples of the Shadow League would be afraid of disciples of the Sage Monarch Society? Hearing these words, Yan Quan's expression turned cold. The meaning behind his words was clear. He wanted to fight Shu Kang one-on-one. However, Shu Kang's meaning was even clearer. He wanted to compare the strength of the two major guilds. After all, the members of the Sage Monarch Society were far weaker than the members of the Shadow League. Everyone. However, right at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the crater. He was dressed in a long white robe and had an extraordinary bearing. He gave off an extremely dangerous aura from head to toe. Most importantly, no one dared to approach this aura. This person carried a long sword on his back and looked elegant. However, when the few people present saw this scene, they all shut their mouths. It was as if the entire pit had disappeared at this moment. Can you give me some face? The young man said. Let's not argue here. Let's set aside our grudges and discuss our grand plan. Discuss our grand plan? What grand plan? Give you some face? One of the disciples from the Shroud Heaven Society shouted. Everyone here is a league leader. Who do you think you are? Let's give you some face. In response, Qin Han's face drained of blood. Glaring angrily at the young man, he prepared to slap him across the face. However, before he could do so, a line of blood appeared on the young man's cheek, staining his face red. Qin Han was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Elder brother Wu, please calm down. Turning, Qin Han clasped hands and bowed, not even bothering to wipe the blood from his face. Looking at the young man, he said respectfully, this disciple of the Shroud Heaven Society didn't recognize you, elder brother. Please calm down. Qin Han, the young man said coolly, you're a disciple of the Shroud Heaven Society. If you don't want to give me face, that's fine. I was just asking, that's all. Elder brother Wu, you must be joking. In the entire inner sect, no matter who we don't give face to, we can't not give face to you. Qin Han chuckled. His back was already drenched in sweat. Who is this person? Mu Yun asked Shu Kang in a low voice. Shu Kang's forehead was covered in sweat. Number 1 on the heavenly spirit list. Wu Tianji. This person is the number 1 in the inner sect. No one has been able to contend against him. He has already occupied the heavenly spirit list for 3 years. But it's strange. Rumor has it that this person has killed a heavenly god before. However, he has been stuck at the perfect earth god realm for 3 years. It's hard to fathom him. But we can't underestimate his talent and strength. This guy has no backing or cliques in the inner sect. However, no league leader has ever dared to provoke him. Shu Kang said cautiously, rumor has it that there was a league leader in the inner sect, the Thundercloud League leader and a few other members of the heavenly spirit list. They targeted Wu Tianji time and time again. In the end, they were all killed by Wu Tianji. The entire league leader was killed without a sound. Hearing this, Mu Yun was extremely interested in this person. Such a guy was indeed quite strange. He had occupied the first place on the heavenly spirit list for 3 years. Other than the benefits of fame, there was nothing else. Moreover, it was too strange that he had not advanced to the heavenly god realm in 3 years. Mu Yun was also very curious at this moment. Since no one objects, then everyone, listen to me. Wu Tianji said, this is the location of a formation. The 9 pavilions are the 9 formation cores. I have been observing here for 3 months and have already found a way to break this formation. But we need everyone to work together. Helping me is also helping yourselves. Senior Brother Wu, feel free to instruct us. My Shrouding Heaven Association will do our best. The same goes for the Sage Monarch Association. For a moment, all the league leaders nodded in agreement. Shu Kong smiled bitterly and walked forward. He cupped his hands and said, "Everything is up to Senior Brother Wu." Wu Tianji's reputation in the inner sect was too great. In the entire inner sect, who didn't respect him, even the titular disciples were wary of the number 1 inner sect disciple. Qing Yuanyuan also put away the arrogance in her heart and nodded in agreement. Lei Peng of the Battle Alliance and Mu Hongtao of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance also nodded. All right. Wu Tianji said, since that's the case, each league leader will now be led by 3 perfected earth gods. Occupy a pavilion and listen to my orders. The other disciples, form your own teams and stand still. Now, spread out immediately. Wu Tianji spoke, and everyone immediately began to move. Senior Brother Wu, how can you forget about my Fengyun meet? At this moment, a clear voice sounded. Fengyun meet, Yun Xiao, the leading disciple of the Fengyun meet, was already dead. Why was he still here? Wasn't he just making things difficult for himself? Feng Xingyuan. Seeing who it was, the disciples of the various league leaders were stunned. Feng Xingyuan is the younger brother of the Fengyun meet's president, Feng Xingtian. This kid has never been famous in the inner sect. It is said that he broke through to the Earth God realm with Feng Xingtian's help. He has always been invisible. Shu Kong frowned and said, why did this kid jump out now? Some of the other people who knew the inside story were also very surprised at this moment. Feng Xingyuan didn't care about other people's gazes at this moment. With a wave of his hand, a wave of divine power between heaven and earth was mobilized and controlled with him as the center. This was the aura that only existed when communicating with the souls of heaven and earth. Heavenly God Realm, Feng Xingyuan had also reached the Heavenly God Realm. This scene caused everyone present to be completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this kid's cultivation rising too quickly? Previously, he was only an early-stage earth god. When the inner sect mentioned the Fengyun meet, they would only think of the 2 presidents, Feng Xingtian and Yunji. No one would think of him at all. But now, this kid had reached the Heavenly God Realm without anyone noticing. After leaving this place and returning to the Kenshin sect, Feng Xingyuan would be a titular disciple. Wu Tianji said expressionlessly, if that's the case, you will lead the disciples of the Fengyun meet and be in charge of one area. Following this, Wu Tianji descended from the sky and landed on top of a pavilion at the center. Wu Tianji scanned the surroundings and said, listen to my command, we'll open the ancient castle together. As for the treasures inside, it will depend on your own fortune. As soon as he finished speaking, divine power surged out of his hands and spread out, enveloping the entire pavilion under his feet. Now, use your full strength to break through the 9 pavilions with your divine power and break open the first seal. As Wu Tianji said those words, he waved his hand. A surge of aura spread out from his body, and an oppressive aura swept across the area. At that instant, the crowd could sense how powerful the person before them was. His strength also came from the pressure of the heavens and earth. Another heavenly god powerhouse. The crowd was completely dumbfounded. Today, 3 heaven gods had appeared among the inner sect disciples. Mu Hongtao, Lei Peng, Qing Yuanyuan, and Shu Kong felt unpleasant. Normally, they could understand why Wu Tianji had achieved the Heaven God Realm. However, Feng Xingyuan and Yan Quan had achieved the Heaven God Realm before them. It was hard for them to accept the fact that the latecomers had surpassed them. At this moment, everyone was working together and unleashing their own means to break through the seals of the 9 pavilions. The 3 pavilions on the left, stop. The 5 pavilions on the right, increase your strength. The pavilion in the middle, stop. The 3 pavilions on the right, increase your strength. The pavilions in the middle and on the left, use your full strength. Wu Tianji kept giving out orders to open the ancient castle so that everyone could enter it together. Therefore, the crowd was giving it their all. Not long after, those pavilions flickered with light from time to time, giving off an extremely powerful aura. Rumbling sounds rose and fell, deafening even the deaf. Time gradually passed. Half a day had passed. The crowd had expended a lot of their energy. Meanwhile, the 9 pavilions were on the verge of being opened. Everyone was eager to have a try. Open! Suddenly, Wu Tianji uttered a groan and slammed his hands on the ground. At that instant, the ground began to rumble as the 9 pavilions collapsed. 9 tunnels appeared on the ground. Wu Tianji charged into the tunnels without hesitation. Let's go! Qin Han, Li Feng, Yan Quan, and the others led the people from Shrouding Heaven's faction and Sage Monarch faction into one of the pavilions. Now that the entrance to the castle had been opened, it was up to their own abilities. At the same time, Mu Hongtao from Heavenly Emperor Alliance and Lei Peng from Battle Alliance were also eager to try. Mu Yun. Feng Xingyuan from Fengyan faction looked at Mu Yun and smiled. You're indeed a talent. Unfortunately, you're an enemy of Fengyan faction. You'd better be careful, Feng Xingyuan. How dare you threaten a disciple of Shadow faction in front of me, Shu Kong. You're getting bolder. I wouldn't dare say that. But Shu Kong, don't forget that you're not a heavenly god yet. You have more people in Shadow faction. I'm afraid of you, okay? But be careful, don't split up. As soon as Feng Xingyuan finished speaking, he immediately left. At this moment, Mu Yun realized that Feng Xingyuan's cultivation was strange. There was something strange about him. Lei Peng from Battle League sneered when he saw this scene. Looks like this kid's enemies are enough to kill him 100 times over. It's going to save him a lot of trouble. After saying that, Lei Peng also dashed out in a flash. At that moment, the people on the ancient castle passed through the passageways in front of them and entered the ancient castle. In the blink of an eye, thousands of figures disappeared from the pit. After descending for more than 10,000 meters, everyone landed on the ground. Shu Kong and Shu Yi immediately gave the order, and the disciples that followed them spread out. They looked around carefully and found that there was a tunnel in front of them. It was pitch black inside the tunnel and no light could be seen. They were cautious and Shu Kong immediately ordered someone to scout ahead. Luminous pearls were thrown out and the tunnel appeared in front of them. It seems like the tunnel leads to the castle? Shu Yi couldn't help but ask. Let's go in and take a look. Dozens of people formed a long line and entered the tunnel. The tunnel was so long that they couldn't see the end. It was arched and about 10 meters in diameter. Above their heads was a hard and smooth stone wall. A passageway spread out. Everyone, be careful. Shu Kong exhorted. Hiss, hiss, however, as the group advanced forward, a low hiss could be heard, followed by an icy aura. Fishy smell, Mu Yun furrowed his brows. Bang, suddenly, at this moment, a 5-meter thick hole appeared in the hard and smooth stone wall beside them. With a poochie, a green figure opened its mouth and swallowed the 2 disciples. Rank 3 Divine Beast, Black Striped Spirit Python. Shu Kang's expression suddenly changed. The black-striped spiritual python was an overlord among the rank 3 divine beasts. It was even more terrifying than a complete earth god. Even an early heavenly god expert would have a hard time dealing with it. Bang bang bang, at this moment, the caves behind the crowd exploded, and black-striped spirit pythons rushed out one after another. Kill! Shu Kong knew that there was no way out at this moment. He could only charge forward. He immediately rushed backward. I'll bring up the rear. You guys charge forward. Yes. A few disciples in the perfect stage of the Earth God realm immediately backed away, while the disciples with weaker cultivations dodged the attacks. Mu Yun waved her hand gently and rushed backward. You back off. Shu Yi said calmly, the black-striped spirit python has a cold poison in its body. You're only a complete Earth God. We'll deal with it. Have you forgotten that Yun Xiao was killed by me? Mu Yun said with a smile. Hearing this, Shu Yi was startled. He then exhorted, be careful. Immediately, 7 to 8 figures rushed out. At this moment, figures appeared one after another in the cave. The humans and the pythons fought fiercely. Rumbling noises could be heard in the cave. At this moment, the number of black-striped spirit pythons did not decrease. Instead, it increased. Mu Yun took the lead and blocked one of the caves. With a wave of her hand, divine energy gushed out and formed a palm. She clawed forward. With a puff, a black striped spirit python in front of her was turned into flesh and blood. Seeing this scene, Shu Kong and Shu Yi both shrunk their necks. Crazy! The two of them cursed in a low voice and immediately charged towards the other holes that had been broken open. Luckily, there were a few complete Earth God disciples among the disciples of Shadow Alliance. They managed to hold them off for a while. This is not a good place to fight, Mu Yun said. The place where these black striped spirit pythons appeared is strange. It seems to be to block our way back. I think they won't chase after us if we charge forward. All right. Shu Kong shouted, disciples, listen up. Retreat while fighting. Disciples at the front, be careful. The path ahead might be more dangerous. Yes. Immediately, everyone continued to scout ahead. Mu Yun and the others blocked the black striped spirit pythons from chasing after them. At this moment, the cave was filled with the smell of blood. They fought their way through and pushed their way back. Finally, the group appeared at the end of the tunnel. A cold wind swept toward them from the front. The black striped spirit pythons immediately retreated after hearing the wind. They did not even turn their heads back. Phew, Shu Kong let out a sigh of relief and said, we're finally out. These black striped spirit pythons are bloodthirsty by nature. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid we'll have to pay a great price. The path ahead might not be safe. Mu Yun said calmly, if these black striped spirit pythons are retreating now, it might mean that there's a place more terrifying or more dangerous than them ahead. Everyone nodded after hearing Mu Yun's words. Senior brother Kong, come and take a look. At this moment, an exclamation could be heard. Gusts of cold wind swept toward the group. What appeared before them was a huge river. To be precise, it was not a river, but a lake. The surface of the water was endless, and it was filled with an icy aura. Under the wind, the icy aura became even more oppressive. Boy, you've struck gold again. Guai suddenly laughed. What do you mean? This is strange water. Strange water? This time, it was Mu Yun's turn to be surprised. He did not realize that this was strange water at all. That's right. Strange water, Taiyin mystical water, is formed by gathering the yin qi of heaven and earth. Guai said with a smile, your heaven underworld diagram now has a sapling of the world tree rooted in it. If you continue to irrigate it with the 9 elemental forces, the world tree will grow healthily, and the benefits you'll gain will be greater and greater. Oh, by the way, you once merged with a tree of all transformations in the small world. Do you still remember? That tree of all transformations is full of spirituality. In fact, it grew from a leaf of the world tree, so it's called the wood spirit. Tree of all transformations, Guai said again, if you continue to collect the 9 elemental spirits, the world tree will continue to grow and produce powerful feedback to help you improve your realm and vitality. Heavenly fire, strange water, heavenly thunder, divine lightning, metal, wood, earth, wind, and bloodline. The more powerful the 9 elemental spirits you can gather, the more powerful the world tree will be when it grows. At that time, with the support of the world tree, your heaven underworld diagram will be formed. It will be an independent world that can allow people to survive. And this world will be completely under your control. You're saying that I can't wait to see the world tree grow up. If that's the case, then the world of the heaven underworld diagram will be under my control. I can let all my brothers and relatives enter it and cultivate with the help of the world tree. That's what I'm looking forward to the most. Mu Yun clenched his fist. We're done for. At this moment, Shu Kong suddenly said. It's so cold. We can't cross the water at all. What should we do? Shi Yi said with a gloomy face, looks like we'd better go back the way we came. Just now, they had already tested it. The water was extremely cold. They couldn't fly around it at all. It was very likely that their blood would be frozen in midair. Everyone, don't worry. Mu Yun looked at everyone and said, I have a way to get through it, but I need everyone to wait for some time. Moreover, I hope that everyone can keep the means that I'll show you a secret. You have a way? As soon as Mu Yun said that, the members of the Shadow Alliance were all shocked. They didn't expect Mu Yun to have a way. How do we know if there's a way if we don't try? Mu Yun took a step forward and said, since it's blocking our way, then we'll just move all the cold water away. Move, what a joke, the water was extremely cold. Even if they were earth gods, they would feel chills all over their bodies just by touching it. I can try. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, he waved his hand. A majestic aura immediately spread out. Boom, the ground collapsed. In an instant, a strong suction force spread out from Mu Yun's body. His body had merged with the blue sky yellow springs diagram and the sapling of the world tree firmly rooted in his divine energy sphere. It could be said that the three were one. At this moment, he didn't need to display the blue sky yellow springs diagram's superpower. However, Shu Kong and the others were completely dumbfounded when they saw the scene. What was Mu Yun trying to do? Whoosh. However, the next scene made them even more dumbfounded. At this moment, the river water gushed and flowed. Mu Yun was actually absorbing strands of it into his body. Was this guy crazy, sucking such cold and irresistible water into his body? Wasn't he courting death? However, Mu Yun didn't seem to feel anything at this moment. The crazy suction force swept into his body. The wisps of cold aura gradually disappeared. As Mu Yun sucked, a cold aura gradually condensed in the water. However, the cold aura didn't flare up at this moment and allowed Mu Yun to completely absorb all the water. Phew, after exhaling, Mu Yun sat on the spot and regained his composure. At this moment, the surging river on the ground in the blue sky yellow springs diagram spread out. The water spirit of the grand moon mystical water laughed, and an illusory figure appeared in the water current. I'm courting death? At this moment, Mu Yun sneered and said, I already knew that you were hiding in the water flow and entered my blue sky's underworld diagram. You wanted me to swallow you and then kill me. Do you think I don't know your plot? However, I advise you to be obedient and look around first. As soon as he said this, the lunar miraculous water spirit was stunned. At this moment, it felt an aura of the same attribute from here. The volcano contained a strong aura of the heavenly fire. On the ground, there were rivers, lakes, and even seawater. They were all strange waters, and there was more than one kind. At the same time, there was lightning and thunder in the sky, and the yellow sand on the ground was different. Most importantly, in the center of the core, there was a palm-sized sapling that exuded a strong aura of life. The world tree. The grand moon mystical water was completely dumbfounded. What was this place? How could it be so dreamy? You know about the world tree? Mu Yun looked at the grand moon mystical water and said indifferently. The world tree is the origin of the birth of humans. It was destroyed long ago. This is not the real world tree, but a world tree grown by the five elements divine vine. Impossible, impossible. The grand moon mystical water exclaimed. How can a mere five elements divine vine give birth to a world tree? Nothing is absolute in this world. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, you saw it too. I have the heavenly fire, strange water, and the 9 spirits of the world in this place. I even have the world tree. This place will be my world in the future. If you are willing to surrender to me obediently, I can preserve your water spirit consciousness and not let you die. Mu Yun was using both kindness and power at the same time. Strange water was born from heaven and earth and was not controlled by anyone. Along the way, most of the 9 spirits that he subdued were stripped of their consciousness. However, the strength of these spirits of heaven and earth would be limited by his strength. Now, if the grand moon mystical water was willing to surrender, he did not mind sparing its life. The blue sky's underworld diagram was originally under his control. Now that it had merged with him, it was even more inseparable. It was impossible for a mere Tyene miraculous water to contend against him now. If I submit, will you let me grow here? The lunar mystical water asked. Of course. Mu Yun nodded and said, the world tree is a worldly wonder. If you surrender to me, I will naturally make you stronger. If you become stronger, the world tree will also become stronger. The blue sky underworld diagram will also become stronger. When that time comes, I will create a new world and become the ruler of a new world. I can confer you the title of water god. Good, good, good. The lunar mystical water said, I'm willing to surrender and serve you as my master. Since that's the case, you can choose a place to take root in the heaven underworld diagram. As for the tree of world, I'll find a way to constantly promote its growth. When it reaches a divine tree that can support both heaven and earth, my world will be complete. Yes. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, his divine soul withdrew from the blue sky's underworld diagram and exhaled. He naturally knew that it was impossible for the lunar mystical water to surrender to him sincerely. However, he was not afraid. If the lunar mystical water was sensible and did not cause trouble, he would treat it well. Otherwise, he would directly destroy it. Junior brother Mu, are you okay? Shu Kong looked at Mu Yun and asked worriedly. I'm fine. Mu Yun stood up and shook his head. He said, I have a Dharma treasure on me that can absorb these water currents. Now, we can go over. Good, good. Shu Kong looked at Mu Yun and did not know what to say at this moment. Mu Yun was really too incredible. At this moment, the water currents disappeared, and a deep pit appeared in front of him. This deep pit appeared to be too majestic. At this moment, at the bottom of the river, rows of neatly arranged stones piled up to form a passageway. It seemed that this was not where the lunar mystical water was originally, but a passageway. However, it was later occupied by the lunar mystical water, and over time, it became like this. Everyone followed the stone path and continued to move forward. Worried that other changes would occur, they did not fly in the air and walked on the stones obediently. About 2 hours later, they saw the end of the long stone-piled passageway. However, the end was a little strange. A tomb? Shu Kong immediately became nervous. At the end of the stone path was a tomb. That said, the tomb appeared to be too majestic. It was 1,000 meters long and wide, and hundreds of meters tall. It was as if a normal tomb had been enlarged hundreds of times. In front of the tomb, a stone tablet stood proudly. On the stone tablet, a sword seal was carved and protruded. It looked very mighty and majestic. When Mu Yun saw this scene, she could not help but feel a sense of pride in her heart. This tomb looked just a little bigger than ordinary tombs, and there was nothing special about it. However, it was this sword seal carving that made people unable to help but feel a sense of worship. I don't know why, but I don't feel anything when I see the ancient tomb, but this tombstone actually makes people feel like they are worshipping it. She could not help but say. Me too. They did not know why, but they had such a feeling. Junior brother Mu, let's go in and take a look. You guys go in first. At this moment, Mu Yun suddenly said, I'll take a look here. Mu Yun's swordsmanship was quite high. Shu Kong and Shu Yi both thought that Mu Yun had seen something, so they led everyone into the tomb. At this moment, Mu Yun was sitting cross-legged on the ground and looking at the tombstone. There were no words, only a sword seal. There was nothing profound about the sword seal, but it made one feel as if they were submerged in it. It's missing a little. At this moment, Mu Yun kept feeling that she was about to grasp it, but she could not. That feeling was like seeing a beauty. She clearly felt that she had already enjoyed it, but in fact, she did not. It was a very uncomfortable experience. Sword, Mu Yun muttered to herself. At this moment, she suddenly attacked with the illusionary spirit sword in her hand. She slashed out with her sword, and the sword aura whistled. The mid-level sword soul burst out with sword power. Sword after sword, Mu Yun began to practice her swordsmanship in front of the tombstone. The sword was still the same sword. However, after a moment, Mu Yun suddenly felt that her figure had appeared in another world. A figure suddenly appeared in front of her. That figure looked very illusory. He was dressed in light clothes and carried a long sword on his back. He had a smile on his face, but his face was unclear. Young man, your sword is too hard. The illusory figure said indifferently. What's wrong with being hard? Mu Yun said with a smile, as the saying goes, it's easy to break if it's too hard. However, if it's hard enough, it's impossible to break if it's hard enough. It's like the principle that only speed is invincible in the world of martial arts. When it's hard enough, is there still a need to worry about breaking? Interesting. This is the first time I've heard someone say that when it's hard enough. However, what exactly is the so-called extreme? The figure in green smiled faintly and said without denying it. I used to think that swordsmanship is about softness and hardness. The coexistence of both is the way of the king. However, with my understanding of swordsmanship, there are thousands of swordsmanship. Some are slow, some are fast, some are powerful, and some are weak. However, no matter which one it is, it can't be separated from hardness and softness. If it's too hard, it's easy to break, and if it's too soft, it's easy to weaken. However, no one has thought about what would happen if it's hard enough. Mu Yan waved the sword in her hand and smiled faintly. That's right. I do hope that you can really achieve what you envision. Of course, I'm just trying to figure it out. It doesn't mean that I will definitely pursue the hard. Mu Yan looked at the man in green and asked, Senior, may I know who you are? Is it important? The man in green smiled and said, in the vast divine realm, there are countless geniuses. A name is just a person's title. What does it matter if you have it or not? You can see through my tombstone and communicate with this wisp of my remnant soul. That's considered a fortuitous encounter. I see that you have comprehended the sword soul level. It can be considered that you have some understanding of the way of the sword. Since that's the case, I'll teach you all that I've learned in my life. Teach me? Mu Yan was taken aback. Look carefully. There's only one sword. There's only one sword. As the man in green finished speaking, the long sword on his back was suddenly unsheathed. With a swoosh, the man in green slashed with his sword. Boom, in an instant, Mu Yan only felt that the world she was in had completely collapsed. Everything disappeared without a trace. This sword seemed to be able to destroy the world. It was boundless and untraceable. This sword seemed to be all-encompassing. For a moment, Mu Yan was completely stunned. Single Yuan Heavenly Dao Sword. Mu Yan thought of the name of this sword technique in her mind. Single Yuan Heavenly Dao Sword. This sword could settle the universe and bring peace to the world. Mu Yan did not come back to her senses for a long time. Junior brother Mu, Junior brother Mu. Suddenly, there was a wave of shaking, and Mu Yan woke up. Shu Kong saw that Mu Yan's eyes were empty and asked worriedly, Junior brother Mu, are you all right? I'm fine. Mu Yan waved her hand and looked at the few people surrounding her. So fast? There's nothing inside. There's only a coffin. We can't open it, so we came out. Coffin? Let's go and take a look. Mu Yan led the few people and walked inside. The man in green sword technique just now was really too mysterious. There were no sword techniques, but Mu Yan felt as if there were thousands of sword techniques condensed in her mind. That was not all. Under the endless changes of that sword technique, it seemed to be accompanied by his sword soul. Mu Yan made up her mind to comprehend it properly after seeing this place. Not much time passed, and the few figures returned to the tomb again. In the huge tomb, a coffin was quietly placed in the center. Seeing that coffin, Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. He recalled that in the past, Mingyue Xin was also in this coffin. She was so beautiful that she was like a stunner in the world, born from the essence of the water of heaven and earth. Perhaps that glance had moved his heart as well. Shaking her head to get rid of the thoughts in her mind, Mu Yan walked forward and looked at the coffin carefully. We've already checked it. This coffin is tightly sealed, and there's no way to open it. We really can't find any clues. Shu Kong said with a bitter smile. He thought that he had found a good place and would make a shocking discovery. He didn't expect that it was just a coffin that couldn't be opened. It's not impossible to open it. Mu Yan stood up and heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Mu, can you open it? I'm not sure. Let's try. As Mu Yan finished speaking, he waved his hand and signaled for everyone to disperse. Instantly, dozens of people spread out in the surroundings. Mu Yan took out the Void Spirit Sword. With the increase of his realm and strength, the Void Spirit Sword was now damaged and could no longer satisfy his divine power. However, with the 7th generation ancestor teaching him weapon refinement, he could make preparations to repair the internal damage of the Void Spirit Sword when he returned to the sect. After all, the Void Spirit Sword was a divine sword that he had used before. It was also an energy-consolidating divine artifact, a divine sword that only monarch god warriors could use. If he didn't repair it, he would feel that it was a pity. At this moment, Mu Yan stood still with the Void Spirit Sword in his hand. At this moment, his entire aura underwent a great change. Holding the long sword, Mu Yan recalled the sword he saw just now. Single Yuan Heavenly Path Sword. He waved his hand gently and swung the sword. Buzz, in an instant, a crack appeared on the originally seamless coffin when Mu Yun's sword pierced it. That crack was just enough to accommodate the void spirit sword in Mu Yun's hand. At this moment, through the long sword, Mu Yun felt a rich aura sweeping out from the coffin. That aura fluctuation swept over the long sword. At this moment, the void spirit sword was like a thirsty pedestrian, gulping down that aura. Mu Yun couldn't tell what that aura was for a moment. But at this moment, Mu Yun realized that the damaged parts on the void spirit sword were actually starting to recover. Even the artifact talisman inside it was slowly rising and changing. The void spirit sword was upgrading, the long sword was upgrading. Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. The sword could even devour that energy to improve itself. Not good. Suddenly, Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. It was true that the void spirit sword was repairing talismans, but some talismans had been in disrepair for a long time and couldn't withstand such a large amount of aura. Just like a thirsty pedestrian, if he drank too much water, he might die from overeating. Mu Yun hastily pulled out the void spirit sword. In an instant, the void spirit sword that appeared in his hand changed completely. It was no longer rusty. Instead, it seemed to be full of spirituality. Furthermore, on the blade of the sword, there were 3 sword runes intertwining with each other. The blade of the sword was even more dazzling, as if it was a unique piece of jade. This, Shu Kong, Shu Yi, and the others were also shocked. Everyone, be careful. Mu Yun suddenly spoke. Shu Kong, Shu Yi, and the others hurriedly retreated. Seeing this, Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, I'm not saying be careful of danger. This coffin contains an extremely strong aura. It should be very beneficial to our cultivation, so you have to be careful. When we open the coffin later, an extremely strong aura might appear, causing everyone to benefit endlessly. Mu Yun said again, but remember, don't absorb too much. Otherwise, the energy will explode and cause your cultivation to regress instead of advancing. That would be very bad. When Mu Yun said this, everyone was stunned again. Don't overdo it. What exactly was inside? Seeing everyone looking at each other, Mu Yun waved her hand, and the void spirit sword was inserted into the sword gap. With a flip of her palm, the coffin lid fell to the ground. Buzz, at that instant, several auras spread into the surroundings. This is Xianxia Shantian liquid. In an instant, Shu Kong and the others were shocked. Xianxia Shantian liquid? Mu Yun really did not know what good stuff this was. Xianxia Shantian liquid is rumored to not appear in the God realm. This thing comes from the ancient times. It is said to be born from the Lingxiao of the 9 heavens. It contains the aura of the origin of heaven and earth and is formed by dew that has been dyed by the origin of heaven and earth. Shu Kong said excitedly, that dew is just ordinary dew, but after being infected by the aura of the origin of heaven and earth, it has become mysterious and unpredictable. Not only for cultivation, but also for divine weapons and even elixirs, it has the supreme ability to improve. There's such a saying? Mu Yun knew about the origin of heaven and earth. In the past, Guei had once revealed that there were 4 great origins in heaven and earth. The old man he met in the great desolate mountain was formed by the origin of life. And after reaching the earth god realm, Mu Yun saw the original core in the depths of the earth's core. According to her guess, it was very likely that it was the origin of the earth. As for the other 2 origins, Mu Yun still did not know. However, he vaguely remembered that when he was at the foot of the great desolate mountain, the old man had given him a drop of emerald green liquid. Later on, when he used the great life-stealing technique, that drop of liquid had saved his life. Until now, Mu Yun could not forget that endless life aura. This dew that had been infected by the origin of heaven and earth already possessed such unbelievable power. How much of the laws of heaven and earth did the 4 great origins contain? In that case, everyone should do your best to raise your cultivation level or the power of the divine weapons in your hands. Mu Yun said with a nod. Everyone immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. The Xianxia Shantian liquid that was emitted from the coffin turned into a thick fog. The entire tomb was like a celestial scene, with fog lingering around. However, Mu Yun realized that when the Xianxia Shantian liquid was about to spread outside the tomb, it was blocked by an invisible force, causing the Xianxia Shantian liquid to be unable to come out. Immediately, everyone sat down and began to cultivate. Mu Yun did not waste any time. The Lingxiao Shantian liquid possessed such powerful power. If she did not use it to raise her cultivation level, she would be letting herself down. Sitting firmly on the ground, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. The 81 seals in her body began to revolve along with the divine source. Streams of spiritual liquid entered her body. At this moment, the seals began to absorb the power of the spiritual liquid and began to spread. Not only did they spread, but the seals also began to grow crazily. As they rumbled, it was dazzling. Mu Yun's body underwent an earth-shattering change. As the seals increased, her power began to skyrocket. The seals were born from the origin. As the seals increased, the origin would become more stable, and the divine power it contained would become richer. The increase in power level was even more unbelievable. If the seals of other warriors were to be described as vigorous and powerful like a 100-year-old ancient tree, then Mu Yun's seals were like a 1,000-year-old or even 10,000-year-old ancient tree, firmly rooted in the ground and unshakable. Since that's the case, I shall take this opportunity to break through to the great perfection Earth God realm. Mu Yun let out a deep roar and 81 seals swarmed out at this moment. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the entire ground exploded with a rumble. Mu Yun's divine soul appeared in the depths of the Earth's core. With a rumble, the origin core and the raging flame spun at this moment, giving people a sense of majesty and inviolable power. With a dull thud, the 81 seals in Mu Yun's body suddenly increased, and her power skyrocketed. The 81 seals directly covered the origin core. The raging flames burned, but they could not burn Mu Yun's seals. Waves of earth power were absorbed from the origin core into Mu Yun's body by the seals. In the depths of the earth, the surrounding vibrations spread out. From the initial 3,000 meters, it became 3,500 meters, 4,500 meters, 4,500 meters. Finally, the vibrations spread out to 5,000 meters and stopped completely. At this moment, the power in Mu Yun's body increased crazily. At the great perfection Earth God realm, he already had 5,000 dragon power. But now, he had directly reached 7,000 meters, 7,000 meters, this was an unbelievable power. Under normal circumstances, the great perfection Earth God realm could only draw upon the power of Earth within a range of 2,000 meters. Their dragon power did not exceed 3,000. But now, Mu Yun's power had almost doubled, this increase was extremely terrifying. Mu Yun abruptly stood up and retracted the imprint. The power in her body was constantly stabilizing at this moment. 5,000 meters of earth power, 7,000 dragon power, great perfection Earth God realm. Such an increase made Mu Yun feel that her body had been polished into a peerless divine weapon. If she used the power of her bloodline, she wondered how powerful it would be. At this moment, the rest of the people also focused their minds, especially the two brothers Shu Kong and Shu Yi. At this moment, they were preparing to break through the shackles of the great perfection Earth God realm and reach the early heavenly God realm. Yan Quan, Feng Xingyuan, and Wu Tianji's improvement put a lot of pressure on them. If they did not improve, they would only be surpassed by others. In the end, they would be overshadowed. So this time, they were determined to reach the early heavenly God realm. The heavenly God realm communicated with the soul of heaven, causing the soul of heaven and the soul of earth to resonate with each other. Martial artists were the favored children of heaven and earth. After forming the soul of heaven, martial artists could soar in the 9 heavens. It was no longer as simple as flying. Powerful heavenly gods could even reach tens of thousands of meters in the sky and fight with the lightning of heaven and earth. Between heaven and earth, in the depths of the earth, there were also powerful divine beasts, unknown training, and danger. It was even more so in the sky. Thunder clouds collided, lightning weaved, wind howled, and rain roared. However, all of this was in the sky tens of thousands of meters above. Ordinary empty God, true God, and earth God realm martial artists could fly, but they were limited by the laws of heaven and earth. Their speed was slow and they could not reach the sky. However, the heavenly God realm was different. Communicating with the soul of heaven, the heavenly God realm was truly omnipotent. Moreover, one could not underestimate the sky tens of thousands of meters above. The heavens were vaster than the earth. There were more mysteries in the heavens. Heavenly God, earth God, the difference between heaven and earth was like heaven and earth. Even now, Mu Yun, who was at the perfect Earth God realm, did not dare to say that he could kill an early-stage Heavenly God realm warrior. This difference made Mu Yun vigilant. Time passed by bit. Gradually, everyone began to cultivate. Mu Yun realized that the Lingxiao Shantian liquid was spreading. However, at this moment, it was impossible for dozens of people to completely absorb the Lingxiao Shantian liquid. They had only absorbed less than 1% of it. Wouldn't it be a waste to leave so much? As Mu Yun pondered, he took out a gourd and wanted to collect a portion of the Lingxiao Shantian liquid. However, he miscalculated. When the Lingxiao Shantian liquid entered the gourd, the entire gourd turned into powder as if it had been corroded. It was as if it could not bear the spirituality of the Lingxiao Shantian liquid. How could this be? Mu Yun was slightly surprised. The Lingxiao Shantian liquid was born from heaven and earth. After being irrigated by the origin of heaven and earth, it should be so. We can't absorb this spiritual liquid. I'm afraid we can't take it away. We can only leave it here. Shu Kong stood up and smiled bitterly. It's indeed a waste. You've advanced? Looking at Shu Kong, Mu Yun asked. I was lucky to find the heavenly soul and reach the early stage heavenly god realm. Congratulations. Mu Yun looked at the rest of the people and said, everyone can't absorb this Lingxiao Shantian liquid at all. Our realms are too low. Otherwise, we would definitely be able to increase our strength by more than 100 times. Yes. Shu Kong also sighed. Big brother. Junior brother Mu. Shu Yi also stood up with a smile on his face. You've advanced? Yes. Shu Yi nodded, his face full of joy. He smiled and said, it's all thanks to junior brother Mu for discovering this Lingxiao Shantian liquid. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would take a long time for me to reach the heavenly god realm. It's also because you're strong enough. Mu Yun smiled. A full month passed before everyone finally woke up. When Mu Yun saw that the disciples were in high spirits, he knew that they had all improved tremendously. However, only Shu Kong and Shu Yi had achieved the heaven god realm. As for the others, they might have made some progress, but in the end, they did not manage to make a breakthrough. In the heavenly god realm, one had to communicate with the spirit of heaven and spirit of earth, combining the spirit of heaven and spirit of earth to form the energy of heaven and earth. It was not easy to break through. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Kenshin sect to only have 100 titular disciples. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at the Lingxiao Shantian liquid and could not bear to give it up. If ordinary Dharma treasures could not absorb it, then what about the blue sky underworld diagram? Mu Yun could not help but guess at this moment. Mu Yun immediately sat down cross-legged. She opened her divine source and began to absorb the spiritual liquid without restraint. Swoosh! Swoosh! The crazy spiritual liquid poured into Mu Yun's body. Big brother, seeing this scene, Shu Yi was shocked. If junior brother Mu absorbs it like this, I'm afraid he will explode and die. More power was not necessarily better. If one exceeded their limits, it was very likely that their cultivation would be greatly damaged, and they might even lose their lives. Probably not. At this moment, Shu Kong shook his head and said, Mu Yun absorbed the cold water previously. I think he might have a supreme treasure on him. This supreme treasure allowed him to absorb the cold water. This Lingxiao Shantian liquid might not be impossible to absorb. Shu Yi nodded. At this moment, everyone sat down and carefully sensed the increase in their cultivation level. At this moment, Mu Yun was completely focused. The Lingxiao Shantian liquid that swarmed and dripped into the blue sky underworld diagram. Tai Yin exclaimed, where did you find the Lingxiao Shantian liquid? How could you have encountered such a divine item? Give me some quickly. If I absorb it, I will definitely be able to reach a higher level. All right. At this moment, Tai Yin was in the blue sky underworld diagram. Mu Yun was not afraid that he would become stronger. Even a dragon would have to lie down obediently in his blue sky underworld diagram. Here, he was the ruler. However, just as Tai Yin was filled with joy, the sapling of the world tree actually grew crazily at this moment. With a rustling sound, the tree branches directly swept out, pulling all the Lingxiao profound heavenly liquid into their own branches. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was dumbfounded. Tai Yin beat his chest and stamped his feet. God, the world tree is the foundation of the birth of all martial artists. How can I compete with it? Mu Yun looked at the world tree in a daze. As it crazily absorbed the Ling Xiao Shantian liquid, the world tree began to grow continuously. From the size of a palm, it grew to more than half a meter tall. The green leaves on the branches looked even more emerald green. It has grown. Mu Yun was overjoyed at this moment. From Guiyi's words, he knew that the power of the world tree was the foundation of human martial artists' cultivation at the beginning of the world. It could be said that without the world tree, there would not be all kinds of powerful martial artists today. Even the so-called god ancestor would not exist. However, the world tree in the past was born from the world, and the one he had now was cultivated by himself. It was equivalent to him opening up a world tree. Gradually, the Ling Xiao Shantian liquid was continuously absorbed. In the entire tomb, everyone also noticed this scene and looked at Mu Yun in disbelief. Rustling sounds could be heard. At this moment, the branches of the Ling Xiao Shantian liquid spread out. The sapling, which was more than half a meter tall, looked full of vitality. Suddenly, the power of the sapling of the world tree was extraordinary. At this moment, the divine tree in Mu Yun's body grew stronger and stronger, giving back a pure aura of life. Not only the aura of life, but also divine power, comprehension of laws, and many other things. At this moment, Mu Yun felt his body grow taller again. At this moment, the power of the earth increased, expanding to a range of 10,000 meters. Even when he clenched his hands, a surge of dragon power swarmed out, reaching 10,000. 10,000 meters of land, 10,000 dragon power. At this moment, Mu Yun's body and mind were excited. As expected, the world tree has improved. I control the blue sky yellow springs diagram, which is the source of the world tree. I received the feedback, and my strength increased greatly. Although I have not entered the heavenly god realm, how am I any weaker than a heavenly god? Mu Yun's heart was filled with excitement and encouragement. The increase in his strength had also allowed him to broaden his horizons. Junior brother Mu, Shu Kong and Shu Yi looked at Mu Yun in surprise. Your cultivation, you have not reached the heavenly god realm, but you have improved further. You should be at the peak of the great perfection earth god realm. You need to accumulate your own earth soul power and comprehend the heaven soul. But I feel that your current physical strength is about the same as us two brothers. Shu Kong was dumbfounded. It was not that he had never seen a genius, but he had never seen someone like Mu Yun. The difference between the heavenly god realm and the earth god realm was like heaven and earth. It was not an exaggeration at all. Previously, when he met Yan Quan and the others, he did not fight because Yan Quan was afraid of the large number of Shadow Alliance members. However, Shu Kong was also afraid of Yan Quan's early heavenly god realm. In other words, with his talent, when he was at the great perfection true god realm, he might be able to kill an early earth god realm warrior. However, at the great perfection earth god realm, it was impossible to kill a heavenly god realm warrior. Yes, it was impossible, the difference between the two was too great. Since everyone's cultivation has improved, and we have stayed here for more than a month, it's time for us to leave. Mu Yun looked around and said. Senior brothers, look. At this moment, a disciple suddenly spoke. Everyone immediately surrounded the coffin. When they looked down, they saw that after the spiritual liquid disappeared, many weapons appeared in the coffin. Some were swords, some were sabers, some were spears, and some were whips. These are all heavenly spirit divine weapons. Shu Kong was shocked. There were no corpses in the coffin, only a pile of divine weapons. Everyone, choose one. Mu Yun said indifferently, I took advantage of the situation and absorbed the Ling Xiao Shantian liquid. I don't want this divine weapon. How can this be? Shu Kong ordered everyone to start choosing. He looked at Mu Yun and said, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have discovered the Ling Xiao Shantian liquid. You must choose. Moreover, we can't finish absorbing the spiritual liquid and can't take it away. It's a waste to leave it here. If others find out and absorb it, it'll be troublesome for us. It's a good thing that you absorbed it all. That's right. A disciple smiled and said, Senior brother Mu, you should choose. Along the way, Mu Yun solved the problem at the critical moment, and they were sincerely convinced. Brat, choose. At this moment, Guai suddenly spoke. Choose what? Mu Yun said in boredom, these are all heavenly spirit divine weapons, but most of them are low grade. I have the void spirit sword in hand, so I'm satisfied. The most important thing now is to advance to the heavenly god realm. Shut up. Guai was abnormally excited. You saw it. Under the coffin, there's a square seal. Seal? Mu Yun looked down and saw that in the coffin, there was a square seal lying diagonally. It didn't stand out among the weapons. Do you still remember the desolation chi that I told you about? Guai couldn't wait and said, there's desolation chi in this seal. Desolation chi? Mu Yun was stunned at this moment. On the surface, Mu Yun looked at everyone and said, in that case, I'll choose the seal. Seal? Everyone was stunned when they saw Mu Yun pick up the seal. Junior brother Mu. Shu Kong couldn't help but say, this seal doesn't have any divine power fluctuations. I'm afraid it's useless for you to take it. Choose another one, it's okay. I'll take it. Seeing Mu Yun insist, Shu Kong and the others didn't say anything else. Turning around, Mu Yun put the seal into the chart of celestial extermination. Guai couldn't wait. He took the seal and immediately swallowed it. I need to go into seclusion for a period of time. Behave yourself. Wait. Mu Yun suddenly said, you promised me that if I help you find treasures that contain desolation chi, you'll give me divine techniques, divine pills, divine weapons, and so on in exchange. Brat, you only remember this? You said that you're seriously injured and need desolation chi to recover. Only then can you open a deeper divine space treasure cave and give me better things. Brat, I'll give it to you. You only need to cultivate swordsmanship now. Your ninth ancestor has given you enough. You don't have to worry about his swordsmanship. Guai said impatiently. After all, your old ancestor is quite powerful. He's enough to teach you. What I'm giving you is a fist technique, primeval heavenly fist. Comprehend it yourself. Don't cause trouble during this period of time. I need to absorb the chaos chi. After Guai finished speaking, silence returned. Mu Yun was recollecting the fist technique in his mind. He could not calm down for a long time. Primeval Heavenly Fist has a total of 5 moves. Thundercloud Fist, Steel Wind Fist, Red Lightning Fist, Dark Fire Fist, and the last move, Primeval Heavenly Fury Fist. The 4 fists are the first. When combined, the fist wind whistles and the power is overwhelming. Mu Yun carefully pondered over the fist technique. His heart became brighter. This fist technique was very sharp. It had the attributes of lightning, wind, and fire. When combined with the 9 elemental force in his heaven underworld diagram, it would definitely be able to unleash a stronger power. More importantly, this was a 4th grade divine art. Guai, this fellow, was still very meticulous in his considerations. Suddenly, Mu Yun felt that something was wrong. Guai had told him that the high-level divine arts in the deity extermination diagram could not be opened unless he found a treasure with chaos chi for this guy to absorb. But why did he take out this 4th grade divine art? Guai, are you kidding me? Only then did Mu Yun react. He scolded, get out here. You lied to me. Old fox, you can open the divine space treasure cave and impart the divine arts, divine weapons, and divine elixirs to me. However, Mu Yun only received a faint silence. Mu Yun exited the deity extermination diagram in anger. He made up his mind that when Guai woke up, he would definitely make him suffer. Junior brother Mu, everyone has already chosen. Shu Kong smiled and said, we've been here for 2 months. I wonder what the disciples of the other alliances have discovered in this ancient castle. This ancient castle is not simple at all. Every item we find here, if placed in the South River region, even the sect leader and the others would be tempted. I reckon that everyone would be greatly improved. Yes. After the group of people finished their preparations, they prepared to leave this place. At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared outside the tomb. Those silhouettes looked very vigorous. Moreover, they were dressed in clothes. Mu Yun and the others were not unfamiliar with them. Qin Han. Yan Quan. Shu Kong and the others were startled when they saw who it was. Their expressions turned cold. What a coincidence. Qin Han stepped forward and glanced at the crowd. It seems like you all have had a lot of fortunate encounters here. Shu Kong, Shu Yi, I thought I'd achieved the early heaven god realm earlier than you. Qin Han's aura had surpassed the earth god realm, reaching the early heaven god realm. Moreover, Li Feng, who was standing beside him, was also faintly emitting a dangerous aura. Now, there's no one else. Mu Yun, Shu Kong, and Shu Yi won't be able to stop us this time. Qin Han's gaze locked onto Mu Yun. He did not look elsewhere. If you want to deal with junior brother Mu, you'll have to see if we agree or not. Shu Kong growled and said, kill. Immediately, dozens of figures charged out. You're courting death. Yan Quan snorted and stepped forward. His aura skyrocketed. This time, he was determined to kill Mu Yun. Li Feng, who was standing beside Qin Han, also charged towards Shu Kong and Shu Yi. Immediately, the four heaven god realm experts engaged in battle. Qin Han licked his lips and looked at Mu Yun. Junior brother Mu, no one can save you today. Qin Han smiled and said, last time, if it weren't for you, Qing Yuan, Chui Keqing, and Shu Siki would have become my playthings. You've ruined my plan. Is that so? Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, I'm really sorry for ruining your plan. It's okay. As compensation, give me your life. Qin Han snorted and took a step forward. The aura from his entire body instantly swarmed towards Mu Yun. An early-stage heaven god could communicate with the soul of the earth. His movements were in harmony with the power of heaven and earth. It was far from what an earth god's earth power could compare to. Qin Han's entire body was filled with killing intent. He gave off a feeling of fearlessness. Mu Yun was not afraid at all. He had broken through to the great perfection earth god realm. His strength was close to 7,000 dragon power and 3,000 meters of earth power. However, after the enhancement of the Lingxiao Shantian liquid, he had improved further. He now had 5,000 meters of earth power and 10,000 dragon power. Such strength was no different from an early-stage heaven god realm expert. The only difference was that he had yet to communicate with the soul of the heavens and earth. He could not gather the soul of the heavens and earth on his body. However, facing Qin Han was not enough to make him feel afraid. He clenched his hands tightly. The power in his left and right hands was secretly accumulating. His body now had 10,000 dragon power. The power that his hands could unleash was enough to multiply. Die. At this moment, Qin Han rushed out directly. A simple punch that contained unparalleled divine power blasted out towards Mu Yun. In his eyes, Mu Yun was just a pitiful ant. Below the heaven god realm, the earth god realm was just an ant. Bang, a loud bang was heard at that moment. Suddenly, a rumbling power was transmitted from Mu Yun's body to his hands, and he immediately rushed out. Crack, suddenly, there was a cracking sound. Qin Han's expression changed. Your power, Qin Han was shocked. Mu Yun's power gave him the feeling that it was more than twice as strong as his. How could this guy be so strong? Qin Han's heart was filled with disbelief. Maybe it's not that I'm too strong. It's that your early-stage heaven god strength is too weak, Mu Yun sneered. Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you've reached the heaven god realm. You're not worthy to kill me. Arrogant. Qin Han waved his hand. The cracking sound was heard again. He forcibly reconnected his arm and snorted. Do you think that the heaven god realm is so simple? One is heaven and one is earth. What do you have to compete with me? Qin Han snorted and took a step forward. Suddenly, his body was filled with a wild and untamed aura. The crazy aura, the unruly aura, was in harmony with heaven and earth. An aura swarmed out from between heaven and earth and poured into Qin Han's body. At this moment, the power of the earth spread out for 3,000 meters. The power of the heavens also descended and swarmed into Qin Han's body. Oh? When Mu Yun saw this, she smiled. Communicating with the heaven and earth soul and increasing power. It seems that you want to use the power of the heaven and earth soul to suppress me. That's right. Prepare to die. Alright. You use the heaven and earth soul. I'll only use the earth soul. Let's see who's stronger. Mu Yun smiled and took a step forward. The power of earth spread out at this moment. At this moment, Qin Han felt that the power of earth from Mu Yun, who was standing in front of him, spread out 5,000 meters. 5,000 meters, what kind of concept was this? Qin Han was shocked and his body trembled. This was unbelievable. The moment he reached the early heaven god realm, he was only 3,000 meters away. In terms of the power of earth, Mu Yun was almost twice as strong as him. Fortunately, he still had the power of the heaven and earth soul. With the combination of the power of the heaven and earth soul, he would definitely be stronger than Mu Yun. Mu Yun wanted to use the power of the earth soul to fight against his power of the heaven and earth soul. She was simply digging her own grave. Heaven and earth soul, gather in my body. Heaven sword, earth slash. Qin Han took a step forward and held two swords in his hands. He looked at Mu Yun with murderous intent in his eyes. Not only did he release the power of the heaven and earth soul, but he also used his swordsmanship to gather the power of the heaven and earth soul into his swords. The two swords carried the power of the heaven and earth soul. One was heaven and one was earth. They were strong and heavy, complementing each other. Whoosh, a ray of sword chi swooped down and attacked Mu Yun. Fine. When Mu Yun saw this, she said indifferently, I'll show you what the real heaven and earth soul is. Mu Yun did not take Qin Han seriously at this moment. Such a heaven and earth soul was not the real heaven and earth soul. Although he had not comprehended the heaven and earth soul, the strength of the combined power of the heaven and earth soul was not this kind of aura. The power of heaven and earth was not only mighty and domineering, but it also had to be strong and heavy. Both Qin Han and Mu Yun had not reached the peak. When they used the heaven and earth soul, it was like a surging river or a towering mountain. Qin Han was far from it. Heaven and earth soul. Mu Yun roared in his heart. The power of the earth within 5,000 meters rapidly gathered, and a frenzied power was added to his body. At the same time, the power of the world that was born from the world tree in the blue sky underworld diagram was drawn out by Mu Yun. The power of the world was integrated into the power of earth. Suddenly, the power in Mu Yun's body increased dramatically. The power of the world was born from the world tree. Not only could it be used to open up the space in the blue sky underworld diagram, but it could also help Mu Yun improve her cultivation. When she was fighting, she could unleash a violent power. Mu Yun only found out about this recently. It was just that she had not been able to use it. Now, she could test whether the power of the world combined with the heaven and earth soul was stronger or the heaven and earth soul was stronger. Kill. Mu Yun suddenly punched out. The combination of the two forces erupted into a turbulent wave. Suddenly, a violent force rushed out. In Mu Yun's heart, waves of power swept out. It felt as if she had merged with the heaven and earth and transcended the shackles of the heaven and earth. Boom, the power of the punch condensed into a beam of light and shot out. At the same time, Qin Han's two swords left his hands. Two streaks of sword chi followed the long swords and rushed in front of Mu Yun. The two swords and one fist collided violently. Boom. Boom, boom. Deafening explosions sounded in the entire tomb. Shu Kong and the others had to dodge. At this moment. Fortunately, the tomb was extremely sturdy. Under such a violent collision, it was still intact. The rumbling sounds of explosions continued to spread in all directions. However, a figure was fixed at the top of the tomb, motionless. Qin Han. Qin Han. Li Feng and Yan Quan were shocked when they saw that the figure hanging on the wall was Qin Han. Qin Han was defeated by Mu Yun, Shu Kong and Shu Yi also retreated. When they saw Mu Yun, their eyes were filled with shock. They had just broken through to the early stage of the Heaven God realm and were very clear about the strength of the early stage of the Heaven God realm. According to their own comparison, if they were in the perfected Earth God realm, there was absolutely no chance of fighting against an early stage Heaven God realm expert. However, Mu Yun did it. It was really hard for them to accept this. Mu Yun's strength was beyond their imagination. At this moment, the two brothers were completely convinced by Mu Yun. No wonder the leader of the Shadow Alliance, Mo Ying, thought highly of Mu Yun. Could it be that Mo Ying had already seen that Mu Yun was talented? Impossible. Mo Ying had only seen Mu Yun a few times. I said, you can't do it. Mu Yun shook her head as she looked at Qin Han's corpse hanging on the tomb with her two swords. You're finished. Li Feng said coldly. Qin Han is Qin Yu's younger brother. If you kill him, Qin Yu will definitely take revenge. Hearing Li Feng's words, Yan Quan wanted to curse in his heart. Was this guy reincarnated from an idiot? Now that Mu Yun could kill Qin Han, she could also kill the two of them. The most important thing now was to run away quickly. How could he still threaten Mu Yun here? The other party hadn't died yet, but he had died first. I'll wait for him to take revenge, Mu Yun said indifferently. However, before I die, you will die now. So, don't worry about me. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, his figure flew out and blocked the exit of the tomb. Whoever wanted to run out of here could only go through him. Kill him. Li Feng let out a low roar and charged out. At this moment, Yan Quan also understood that it would be impossible to escape from this place without killing Mu Yun. Be careful. Shu Kong and Shu Yi immediately rushed to stop him. You overestimate yourself. Mu Yun waved her hand and her power spread out. At this moment, the Void Spirit Sword appeared in her hand. Just in time, let's test the sword. The Void Spirit Sword emitted a sword light as it slashed out. Unitary Heavenly Tao Sword. Whoosh, the Void Spirit Sword flew out of his hand and shot out. In Mu Yun's mind, the intermediate sword's soul condensed and the sword became even more intelligent. Swoosh. 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 The sword chi was stronger than the one before. The single Yuan sword of heavenly ways transformed into thousands of sword moves at this moment. In that instant, dense sword chi locked onto Yan Quan and Li Feng. Shu Kong and Shu Yi did not know what to do at this moment. Mu Yun did not seem to need their help at all. Kill everyone, Mu Yun said coolly. Time to teach the Shroud Heaven Society and the Sage Monarch Society a lesson. All right. Shu Kong and Shu Yi immediately turned around. In the tomb, the smell of blood suddenly spread. You're crazy. Looking at Mu Yun, Yan Quan shouted, the Sage Monarch Society will not let you go, Mu Yun. The leader of the Shroud Heaven Society will tear your flesh apart. Li Feng roared, do you think that by killing us, the matter will not be exposed? You're too naive. At this moment, the two of them were crazy to the extreme. Each of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws like fierce beasts. However, they were only fighting like trapped beasts. Mu Yun would not give them the slightest chance to escape. Unitary Heavenly Tao Sword, Mu Yun murmured, Senior is indeed a hero of the sword. One sword can evolve thousands of moves. This sword technique, one sword, looks down on all things. In fact, not only that, Mu Yun also felt it at this moment. When the sword moves changed and the Unitary Heavenly Tao Sword was used, the sword's soul in his mind was also improving. At this moment, the intermediate sword's soul showed signs of improvement. The sword, surging in the four seas, the soul, controlling all things. Withdraw. At this moment, Mu Yun's bloodline devouring power directly rushed out. Yan Quan and Li Feng, who were in the sword chi, no longer had the slightest strength to resist. Mu Yun used the spirit control talent in one move. At this moment, the two of them were in a daze, unable to resist at all. Then, the devouring power surged wildly. The tyrannical power swept out one after another. The aura was extremely dense and spread to the extreme. The devouring power was once again used. Muffled sounds came from Yan Quan and Li Feng's mouths, with helplessness and struggle. However, their vitality gradually disappeared in the end. At this moment, Mu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground and began to digest quickly. The tyrannical power in the two of them condensed and was completely absorbed by Mu Yun. At this moment, as expected, another talent in Mu Yun's body began to take effect. The impurities in the two of them were all removed, leaving only 10 to 20% of the pure power, which all gathered in Mu Yun's body. At this moment, Mu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground, and his entire body began to accommodate. The power of the spirit of earth that the two of them comprehended entered his divine body and spread his power. The power of the spirit of heaven was also absorbed by Mu Yun. With this opportunity, I will directly reach the heavenly god realm. A trace of determination appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. He waved his hand, and a wave of power spread out. Boom, it was indescribably powerful. With the spirit of heaven as a medium, Mu Yun's spirit directly left his body and communicated with the sky. His spirit came to the 9 heavens, where thunderclouds were dense, lightning flashed, and the wind howled. This was the high sky, which was full of danger. If he was not careful, even his spirit would be completely crushed. Rumbling sounds could be heard. Mu Yun stood at the top of the sky with his hands behind his back. He looked at the chaotic vortex above his head, and his heart was full of pride. Yan Quan and Li Feng's spirit of heaven spread out at this moment. Relying on the power of their spirit of heaven, Mu Yun began to try to communicate with the spirit of heaven. The rumbling sounds of explosions were louder than the previous one. As Mu Yun stepped out step by step, a crazy power opened up one after another. In an instant, a wisp of the spirit of heaven descended from the chaotic vortex. At this moment, it was as if there were thousands of powers standing in Mu Yun's mind. His spirit accommodated the spirit of heaven, and immediately, a transformation occurred. If his spirit of heaven was like a child before, then after merging with the spirit of earth, he had grown into a young man. And now, after merging with the spirit of heaven, he had grown into a young man. This kind of improvement could not be described with words. But at this moment, due to the change in his spirit of heaven, his body had undergone countless changes. At this moment, Mu Yun felt a swelling pain in his head. Suddenly, Mu Yun's figure seemed to have disappeared from the sky. He appeared in a courtyard. And at this moment, he was holding a long spear in his hand. The long spear was bright silver in color and looked extraordinarily mighty. "Your Highness, these 4 are the 4 most powerful divine weapon masters in our shepherds." A guard bowed and said. At this moment, Mu Yun saw that the young man, who was about 13 or 14 years old, was holding a long spear. His eyes were cold and indifferent. When he took a closer look, it was as if he had fallen into the depths of hell. "This is, myself?" Mu Yun was stunned. "For masters?" The young man said indifferently. "From today onwards, I will learn to refine weapons. I like spears, but the spears that you have refined for me cannot satisfy me. So, I want to refine them myself. Your Highness, please forgive us." One of the divine weapon masters bowed and said, "I am incompetent and have disappointed your Highness. From today onwards, I will teach you everything I know. Get up." The young man waved his hand. He was still expressionless and indifferent. Day after day, year after year, the young man began to learn to refine weapons. From the initial void god weapon, sword, spear, whip, mace, and so on, to the last 18 types of weapons, he connected them one by one. Later on, innate divine weapon, earthly origin divine weapon, consolidating origin divine weapon, the young man gradually turned into a young man. His weapon skills also improved day by day. Boom, suddenly, Mu Yun felt her body tremble. It was as if she was repelled by a huge force, as if she had fallen from the 9 heavens. Suddenly, Mu Yun opened her eyes and realized that she was still sitting in the grave. Brother Mu is awake." A surprised voice sounded. The 2 brothers, Shu Kong and Shu Yi, immediately surrounded him. "Junior brother Mu, you are finally awake." Shu Kong smiled and said, "If you still didn't wake up, we really didn't know what to do." You've been cultivating for an entire year." Shu Kong exhaled. "A year, how was that possible?" Mu Yun felt that only a day had passed. "How did it become a year?" "It's good that you are awake, it's good that you are awake." Shu Kong and the rest heaved a long sigh of relief. At this moment, Mu Yun was extremely confused. When he became a heavenly god this time, his divine soul was strengthened and triggered a part of his memories from his first life. However, this part of memory was all about weapon refinement. At this moment, Mu Yun looked inside his body and suddenly realized that the soul sea in his body had more than doubled in size. He clenched his fists tightly and a surge of power suddenly rose. 20,000 dragon power. At this moment, the soul of the earth had spread to 20,000 meters. Mu Yun exhaled. After becoming an early-stage heavenly god, his divine soul and divine power had increased greatly. Even the power of the dragon power and the soul of the earth had also increased. This level was simply double the power of an early-stage heavenly god. Moreover, this was not the most important point. Instead, Mu Yun realized that the awakened memories in his mind had merged into one. At this moment, the scenes he had seen and the memories he had grasped were rushing into his sea of soul and becoming his own memories. Weapon refinement, Mu Yun was a little shocked in his heart. Seventh ancestor. He could not help but call out to the seventh ancestor. Mu Guifan was recuperating in the Heaven Underworld Diagram Sacred Tablet. Originally, he existed as a consciousness without a body. However, the spread of the power of the world could make his consciousness very comfortable. What is it? Yun'er. Seventh ancestor, please test me on the knowledge of refining and divine artifacts. Mu Yun could not wait to ask. Alright, then I will ask you questions about the knowledge that I have taught you during this period of time. Let's see if you remember it. Even if I test you, you won't know how to do it. Mu Guifan said helplessly. I haven't taught you yet. You haven't refined a void god artifact yet. No need. I think I already know how to do it. Already know how to do it? What did that mean? He really didn't understand what Mu Yun meant. Don't ask. Test me first. The 9th generation ancestor, Mu Fengchen, and the 8th generation ancestor, Mu Fengxiao, also came out. Alright. Mu Guifan asked, answer me. What's the use of the 5 elements aged metal? The materials used to refine earthly origin divine artifacts are expensive and rare. They are usually found near earthly fires. When refining artifacts, they are usually added when the artifact is about to be refined. They can be plated on the surface of the artifact to increase its toughness and make it look exquisite. Eh? Mu Guifan was stunned. Very few people knew about the 5 elements aged metal. He had never taught Mu Yun before. Then let me ask you again. What's the use of the 100-blossom apricot fruit? The 100-blossom apricot fruit is the fruit of the 100-blossom sacred tree. In the beginning, alchemists used it to refine pills, but it didn't work. In the end, the alchemists discovered that it was a heavenly treasure when used to refine artifacts. Adding it to artifacts, Mu Yun spoke frankly. When Mu Guifan asked the questions, the answers came out as if he had been immersed in it for hundreds of years. Then, Mu Guifan asked more questions about refining artifacts. Mu Yun answered all of them. Her answers were smooth and concise. Mu Guifan nodded. That's right. Many divine weapon masters in the divinity don't know about this. Only the divine weapon masters of the 10 great ancient clans know about it. That's right. Mu Yun clenched her fists in excitement. Grandson, what's wrong? Mu Yun said, Grandfather, do you remember the 4 top divine weapon masters and the shepherds who taught me how to refine artifacts when I was young? That's right. Mu Fengchen nodded and said, at that time, your father returned from the outer realms and forced you to practice martial arts every day. You liked spears, but the spears they refined didn't satisfy you. So you learned how to refine artifacts from the 4 of them. After a long time, you refined your own divine spear to use. That's right. Mu Yun said happily, when I ascended to the heavenly god realm, I communicated with the heavenly soul. In the unseen world, I saw myself in the past and experienced what I experienced. In other words, I received. My divine soul improved, and I automatically awakened a part of my memories from the past. Hearing this, Mu Guifan, Mu Fengxiao and Mu Fengchen were all stunned. What happened? Mu Yun was puzzled when she saw the 3 patriarchs' surprised expressions. This is impossible. Mu Guifan suddenly retorted. Merging the divine soul with the memories of the previous life and unearthing the memories of the previous life, this can only the patriarchs at the god ancestor realm can do it. Mu Guifan shook his head and said, in the divine realm, the peak is the god ancestor realm, also known as the ancestor god realm. The ancestor god is the ancestor of all gods, the root of all gods. When one reaches this realm, he can condense an external avatar, comprehend the laws of space and time, and comprehend the laws of field. He is extremely powerful. Only when one reaches this realm can he be immortal. Even if he dies, as long as a wisp of his divine soul escapes, he can rely on his divine soul to be reborn again. But how can you? You just reached the heavenly god realm. You don't have this ability at all. Mu Guifan muttered, if you want to recover the memories of your previous life, you have to find the divine soul of your previous life. The 3 patriarchs couldn't see through her at this moment. Mu Yun's performance was too miraculous. They didn't know what was going on at all. To be honest, even Mu Yun herself was confused. She was familiar with the methods to refine divine artifacts, heavenly treasures, and heavenly crystals as if they were memories engraved in her mind. All of this was unbelievable. Anyway, it's a good thing. Mu Guifan nodded and said, just like your devouring bloodline, it's different from us shepherds. Perhaps it has something to do with your birth mother. We can only find out about these things by asking your father. Okay. Mu Yun exited the heaven underworld diagram, exhaled, and stood up. Okay, let's leave this place. Looking at everyone, Mu Yun said apologetically, because I was in seclusion, I caused you to wait here for a year. I'm really sorry. Junior brother Mu, aren't you slapping us in the face by saying this? Shu Kong laughed and said, you were in seclusion here, but we weren't idle either. Anyway, in the next year, I don't believe that there's something more precious than the Lingxiao Shantian liquid in this alternate space continent. Don't believe? There was no reason not to believe. Compared to the Lingxiao Shantian liquid, the 5 elements divine vine was more than 100 times more precious. However, the 5 elements divine vine was just a treasure to others, but Mu Yun had brought it to life and transformed it into the sapling of the world tree. This sapling of the world tree could become the pillar of his new world in the future. No heavenly treasure could exchange for it. Mu Yun exhaled and looked outside the tomb. After reaching the early stage of the heavenly god realm, his horizons had been broadened again. At this moment, when he looked at the tombstone again, there was nothing special about it at all. It seems that the senior left behind the 1 yuan heavenly path sword and then disappeared. Mu Yun exhaled and led everyone away from this place, continuing to move forward. However, they had been here for a year. This ancient castle had probably been completely explored by others. Mu Yun didn't have any other thoughts in his heart. This time, after entering the alternate space continent, his cultivation level had increased by leaps and bounds. Especially after obtaining the sapling of the world tree, it was simply a great opportunity. As for the rest, there was nothing else that attracted his attention. However, if he encountered something useful, Mu Yun didn't mind carefully investigating it. For a few days, dozens of people walked along the underground of the ancient castle. Along the way, they encountered many pavilions and halls. As expected, they had been plundered clean. After 3 days, dozens of people appeared on a slope. This slope looked very strange. It was filled with a sense of mystery. However, when everyone walked to the slope, they felt that it was very ordinary. There was nothing strange about it. Strange? Shu Kong looked around and said, it looks very strange from the surroundings, but it looks very ordinary from here. It's just a slope. There shouldn't be anything here. Shi Yi said, look at those sword and saber marks. Someone must have been here before. After careful investigation, they didn't find anything wrong and left in the end. That's true. Shu Kong looked at Mu Yun and said, Junior brother Mu, why don't we find the exit directly? After a year in the tomb, there's nothing left in this ancient castle. I think it's time to leave. After all, there's only 1 year left in the trial. The alternate space continent is quite vast. We might be able to find other places. All right. Mu Yun nodded and walked down the slope. When she turned around, Mu Yun's expression was a little strange. Wait. Looking behind, Mu Yun stopped. Perhaps this place isn't completely empty. Huh? As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she flew up and circled around the slope. She constantly adjusted the distance and position, as if she was carefully exploring the surroundings. I understand. Mu Yun suddenly looked happy. She looked at everyone and said, everyone, listen to my instructions. There might be a surprise here. Listen to Mu Yun. Shu Kong and Shu Yi immediately echoed. You, stand 30 degrees to the southeast, 500 meters away. You, stand 20 degrees to the northwest, 300 meters away. You, and you, stand 35 meters to the southwest, 350 meters away. Immediately, Mu Yun began to give instructions one by one. Not long after, the disciples dispersed. Mu Yun finally climbed up the slope. Everyone, take your positions. Don't move. Mu Yun instructed again and immediately stood in the middle of the slope. The illusionary spirit sword in her hand flickered with a faint light at this moment. Yunyuan Heavenly Path Sword. With a swing of her sword aura filled the sky like a budding flower bud. The sword aura scattered in all directions and shone on every disciple's position. In an instant, the moment the sword aura touched the ground, it was reflected back and charged towards Muyun's position. Bang! A loud bang sounded at this moment. The crackling sound shook everyone's eardrums. The sword aura seemed to have increased dozens or even hundreds of times in power. It immediately turned back and charged towards Muyun. However, the power of the sword aura did not directly attack Muyun. Instead, it passed through Muyun and was transmitted to the slope. Crack, crack, crack. It didn't take long for cracks to appear on the slope. As the cracks spread out, boundless light shot up to the top of everyone's heads. The dazzling light shone down. Dong, the ground was like a bell and drum. The sound vibrated, and the rumbling sounds of explosions hit the ground one after another. The speed at which the ground cracked became faster and faster. Muyun stood still resolutely, and her expression did not change. The surrounding disciples retreated at this moment. The slope broke open, and rays of faint golden light seemed to pierce through the cracks in the wall and shone in all directions. Suddenly, soil flew everywhere, and the ground revealed its true appearance. Muyun looked at the ground that was emitting a faint golden light under her feet and was slightly surprised. What was this? The slope broke open, and the ground cracked. A square faint golden stone appeared in front of Muyun's eyes. This faint golden stone was square in shape, and it was at least 100 meters long and wide. The faint golden light it emitted was especially spectacular. Upon closer inspection, it did not look like a stone, but a jade, a faint golden jade stone. Shu Kong, Shu Yi, and the others also came closer and looked at the jade stone on the ground. They were all very curious, but no one knew what it was. Junior brother Mu, can you tell what this is? I don't know. Muyun shook her head. There was such an item hidden under the slope? Let's not talk about it first. Keep it first. Muyun waved her hand and tried to keep the faint golden jade stone. However, she realized that the jade stone was terrifyingly heavy. It did not look like it could be moved at all. You can't keep it? Shu Kong, Shu Yi, and the others tried for a long time, but they could not do anything about it. Forget it. Shu Kong shook his head and said, we still don't know what use this divine jade has. If we can't keep it, perhaps we are not fated to have it. Yes. The others also nodded. Mu Guifan suddenly said, good lad, you're really lucky. This is the Grand Ultimate Divine Stone. Grand Ultimate Divine Stone? What's that? Haha, the Grand Ultimate Divine Stone is formed from a meteorite from outer space. It's filled with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Among millions of meteorites, only one of them can be formed after being polished by space and time. But this one is priceless. Priceless? Mu Guifan said it was priceless. What kind of priceless was that? Let me put it this way. The divine power of heaven and earth is vast and mysterious. Many people have been arguing about the structure of divine power. But for example, the Grand Ultimate Divine Stone is an earth spirit. The aura it emits can be combined into divine power. Earth spirit? That's right. Understanding this, Muyun nodded slightly and said, maybe there's a way. Huh? The few of them were stunned when they heard Muyun speak again. Let me try. Muyun waved her hand. At this moment, the earth spirit chi from the sky-mending stone and the 8-directional divine stone that she had obtained from the blue sky underworld diagram quietly filled the air and enveloped the Grand Ultimate Divine Stone. Time passed bit by bit. Gradually, the earth spirit chi enveloped the Grand Ultimate Divine Stone. Suddenly, the huge Grand Ultimate Divine Stone disappeared before everyone's eyes. Looking at them, Muyun stood up and said, I still don't know what this jade stone is used for. But I'll go back and study it carefully. If I discover anything, I'll share it with everyone. No need. Shu Kong shook his head and said, you found it and collected it. We didn't do anything. How can that be? However, before Muyun could finish her sentence, the Grand Ultimate Divine Stone that had entered the blue sky underworld diagram suddenly disappeared. It had been swallowed by the world tree sapling. Swallowed, Muyun's face turned ugly. Immediately after, the space in the blue sky underworld diagram expanded again. The surrounding chaotic space expanded, and mountains spread out. Mu Yun was completely stunned at this moment. The world tree swallowed the Taiji godstone and turned it into an earth spirit, which then evolved into numerous mountains. Now, even if he wanted to share, he couldn't. Everyone, look. However, at this moment, a disciple suddenly exclaimed in surprise. There's a passage on the ground. The matter of the grand ultimate divine stone was immediately changed. Everyone looked at the tunnel. It was a stone staircase that led underground. However, it was pitch black below, and no one knew what was going on. Let's go down and take a look. Yes. After everyone reached an agreement, they immediately headed down. Luminous pearls illuminated the path ahead. On this trip, the group descended for about a kilometer before they reached the bottom. Looking ahead to the end, everyone became cautious. Splashing sounds could be heard, along with the sound of flowing water. However, no one saw any traces of water. Moving forward once more, Xianxia walked along the ground and looked at his surroundings. Under the dim light, it gave off an extremely gloomy feeling. Huff huff, suddenly, a slight panting sound was heard. Woo woo, gradually, the panting sound turned into a low whimper. All of a sudden, a disciple's blood-curdling scream rang out, and a bloody stench spread out. Everyone, be careful. Shu Kong and Shui immediately looked around. However, at this moment, another scream was heard. Shu Kong and Shui didn't see anything at all. Whoosh, suddenly, a slight sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Mu Yun directly waved her hand, and her palm condensed into a claw. Puff, this claw directly grabbed a soft figure. Soul body. Mu Yun hurriedly released her palm, but at this moment, a trace of black had already appeared on her palm. Soul body? Shu Kong and the others immediately reacted and said in horror, could it be a soul-devouring beast? A soul-devouring beast was a type of divine beast, but this kind of divine beast didn't have a physical body unless it was in an attacking state. Everyone immediately gathered together and looked around. You can only kill a soul-devouring beast when it's attacking, or when it attaches itself to a person's body. You must kill its soul in one blow, or it will not die. Shu Kong immediately instructed. However, just as he finished speaking, the surrounding disciples' auras had already dissipated, and they died on the spot. Damn it! Shu Kong shouted in a low voice. Only heavenly gods had the ability to protect themselves against the soul-devouring beasts. Earth gods were nothing compared to them. However, among the disciples present, only he, Mu Yun, and Shu Yi were in the early stage heaven god realm. The others were still in the earth god realm. If this continued, everyone would suffer heavy losses. Gather together, don't separate. Mu Yun suddenly took a step forward, and layers of blazing flames burned all over her body. The heavenly fire turned into a cage, and at this moment, it enveloped everyone inside. At this moment, those soul-devouring beasts suddenly didn't dare to approach. The heavenly fire was quite harmful to them. At this moment, as the sound of something breaking through the air was heard, the corpses on the ground suddenly moved one by one. The soul-devouring beast was originally a soul body, but it could reside in other objects for a short period of time and unleash even more violent strength. A dead disciple stood up at this moment. When he saw Mu Yun, he sneered, "Kid, I didn't expect you to have the heavenly fire." The heavenly fire is quite harmful to a soul-devouring beast clan, but it can also help us temper our divine souls and strengthen them. Just nice, I'll kill you and take your heavenly fire. Suddenly, a few figures rushed out one by one. Senior brother Kong, let's go and help senior brother Mu. Don't be rash. Shu Kong stopped them at this moment. You can't resist those soul-devouring beasts at all. Shu Yi and I will go out, you guys wait here. Those soul-devouring beasts won't dare to approach you. As soon as Shu Kong finished speaking, he had already rushed out. Shu Yi chased after him. The three figures stood back to back. What are you doing out here? To help you. Shu Kong hurriedly said, these soul-devouring beasts have devoured countless divine souls. They might be abnormally powerful. It's too difficult for you to deal with them alone. Seeing Shu Kang's serious look, Mu Yun nodded. Alright, you two be careful, As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, the void spirit sword appeared in her hand. At this moment, the light on the longsword illuminated the surroundings, and a flame covered the longsword. With a puff, a possessed disciple's stomach was directly cut open by the sword. Sizzling sounds and screams were heard, and the soul-devouring beast was instantly turned into pieces. Mu Yun's palm did not stop as she slashed out one sword after another. Puff, puff, puff. Each sword chi was stronger than the last, giving people an extremely strong sense of impact. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart was as clear as a mirror. The moment those soul-devouring beasts were devoured by the heavenly fire, they were devoured by him and turned into a part of his divine soul. At this moment, his divine soul was strengthening step by step. In the heavenly God realm, one mainly cultivated the divine soul. The stronger the divine soul, the greater the depth of communication with the soul of heaven and earth, and the stronger the power. When one reached the peak of strength, one could directly condense the divine soul into a primordial spirit. When the primordial spirit escaped from the body, it could even unleash unfathomable means. To be precise, from the heavenly God realm to the divine Lord realm, one's divine soul would constantly improve, from a quantitative change to a qualitative change. In the end, the condensation of the divine soul would condense into a primordial spirit and strengthen the physique. Mu Yun was relying on this power to constantly improve his divine soul. One by one, the disciples fell. In the end, the few disciples who had died at the beginning were all killed by Mu Yun. Those soul-devouring beasts had no way out at this moment. However, at this moment, a series of howls suddenly sounded, and the ground rose inch by inch. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the depths of the ground, and tentacles were pulled out. Those tentacles rose and sucked in the soul-devouring beasts in the dark. With a bang, the ground cracked open, and a pitch-black soul-devouring beast with a body of 100 meters appeared. A soul-devouring beast that has condensed to battle armor. Shu Kang's face was filled with horror. Quick, take the disciples and run. Mu Yun hurriedly shouted at this moment. The soul-devouring beast that had condensed to battle armor could already take shape, and its body was covered with battle armor. Not only did it look mighty and majestic, but it also had a domineering resistance. Shu Kang and Shu Yi also knew that such a soul-devouring beast was already beyond the scope of what they could resist. It did not need to rely on a human body to resist the heavenly fire. If the disciples stayed here, they would only die. Retreat! Shu Kang let out a roar and led the disciples away from the place. Mu Yun held the void spirit sword and stood in front of the huge soul-devouring beast. Single Yuan Heavenly Dao Sword. She swung her sword, and the strong sword aura turned into flaming swords. They directly attacked one by one, and the roaring aura gave people a crazy feeling of whistling. Slash! Mu Yun's figure directly rushed out. Bang bang bang, those sword auras landed on the soul-devouring beast's battle armor and were all blocked by the battle armor. They all fell off and could not be harmed at all. Mu Yun slashed with her sword and only felt her hands go numb. A rebound force directly caused her body to tremble. Kid! The soul-devouring beast opened its mouth, and its voice was as rough as gravel. How dare you kill my descendant? You are courting death. Seeing that you have the heavenly fire, I will spare your life. Now, obediently offer the heavenly fire in your body to me. Offer it to you? Sure. Mu Yun rushed out at this moment. Sword aura crisscrossed as she took a step forward. At this moment, her mid-level sword soul suddenly spread out, and sword seals overlapped one another. It was still the single Yuan Heavenly Dao sword, but this time, Mu Yun's sword trajectory completely changed. Kill. At this moment, the sword fell, giving people an extremely arrogant and crazy feeling. Mu Yun's murderous aura was vigorous. This sword did not strike down, but fell. Ah, the hoarse voice sounded again. At this moment, a crack appeared on the armor of the soul-devouring beast. It was obviously the result of Mu Yun's sword. I'm going to kill you, kill you. The soul-devouring beast went completely berserk at this moment. How could it swallow the anger of being stabbed by such a lowly human? Rumbling sounds could be heard as the ground split open. Armor-clad tentacles rose into the air. Mu Yun's figure had nowhere to run at this moment. The soul-devouring beast's attacks were getting more and more intense. It had no intention of holding back at all. Under such circumstances, Mu Yun could not escape at all. The soul-devouring beast clearly did not want him to escape at this time and let him die here. Single Yuan Heavenly Dao Sword. He swung his sword again. This time, Mu Yun combined the sword aura of the Single Yuan Heavenly Dao Sword with the Heavenly Sun Sword that he had learned. When he swung his sword, the sword aura was so powerful that it made people shudder. Boom, a low explosion sounded. At this moment, Mu Yun was fully immersed in the fusion of the two sword intents. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Amidst the sword aura, Mu Yun felt that the void spirit sword in his hand had changed. To be precise, he had changed, he had become different. He was more proficient in controlling the void spirit sword, and he was extremely clear about each of his sword aura. This was, the sword soul leveling up, advanced sword soul realm. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart was as clear as a mirror. The sword soul leveled up to the advanced level, and the sword power that was 5 times stronger spread out again. The sword aura that had already rushed out increased again at this moment. The sword's power increased explosively, and the sword soul was nourished. Boom, 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 suddenly, sword aura swept out, and the sword light emitted a bright light in the entire dark cave. Get lost. The soul-devouring beast took out 120% of its sharp weapon at this moment. The scales on its tentacles opened at this moment, and clattering sounds could be heard continuously. The sword aura was blocked and could not hurt the soul-devouring beast at all. Mu Yun was completely out of moves this time. The soul-devouring beast's defense was too abnormal. It was not something that an early-stage heavenly god could break. Run! Almost without hesitation, Mu Yun ran towards the other side of the cave stairs. Just now, he had already seen that there was a passageway there. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave through the exit, but the exit had been locked down and he couldn't leave at all. Thief, you want to run? No way. The soul-devouring beast was furious. Mu Yun had killed so many of its descendants and possessed the heavenly fire. It could be said that it was greatly beneficial to its evolution. It was not worth it to let Mu Yun escape like this. Boom boom, the passageway was squeezed open inch by the huge body of the soul-devouring beast. Fortunately, the passageway was suitable for Mu Yun and not for it. Otherwise, even if Mu Yun escaped here, she would be caught up quickly. Along the passage, the soul-devouring beast ran all the way for half an hour. It had no intention of giving up. Mu Yun did not slow down. She kept smashing the passage behind her with her long sword, blocking the soul-devouring beast's footsteps. But the effect wasn't great. As the human and beast ran, a trace of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Mu Yun ran out without saying a word. All of a sudden, Mu Yun realized that he had stepped on nothing. She suddenly fell. Traces of light spread out from under her feet and illuminated Mu Yun's eyes, making her unable to see anything. Bang! In the end, Mu Yun's figure fell on a crystal with a bang. And that light was transmitted from the bottom of the crystal. At this moment, Mu Yun suddenly saw several figures standing proudly below. Among them, there were many familiar figures. Wu Tianji, your time of death has come. A deep roar sounded. Mu Yun saw the man who spoke. It was the Battle League's inner sect leader, Lei Peng. Lei Peng, you think too highly of yourself. Wu Tianji was indifferent. At this moment, besides Lei Peng, there was another Battle League member standing beside Lei Peng. Mu Yun also knew this person. His name was Lei Zhen, and he was Lei Peng's sworn brother. At the same time, on the other side, 3 figures stood still. Tianzi Alliance's Mu Hongtao, Ding Wenshan, and Fu Dai. Mu Hongtao was ranked 2nd on the Heavenly Spirit list, and Lei Peng was ranked 3rd on the Destiny list. As for Lei Zhen, Ding Wenshan, and Fu Dai, they were also famous experts on the list. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was greatly surprised. The Tianzi Alliance and the Battle League had always been at odds with each other. How did Mu Hongtao and Lei Peng get together? However, at this moment, Mu Yun was less than 100 meters above them. She could see and hear them through the crystal. But it seemed that these guys couldn't see him? Wu Tianji, you were disrespectful to the sect leader and even tried to disobey the sect leader. Today, we have received orders from the Alliance Master, Tian Feng Shao, and the Alliance Master, Luo He, to kill you to silence you. When we reach the ground, you must think about how you should behave. Mu Hongtao also shouted. How should I behave? Haha, Wu Tianji laughed out loud and said, the two of you think too highly of yourselves. Mu Hongtao, Lei Peng, you know very well what I'm doing. The current sect leader persecuted the old sect leader to obtain his position. On the surface, he is hostile to Sky Pass Valley, but in reality, he is secretly colluding with the Valley Master of Sky Pass Valley. The Valley Master of Sky Pass Valley, Ba Tianjue, is in cahoots with the old sect leader's wife, Yan Miao. I already have evidence to prove that the old sect leader was killed by the current sect leader. That Yan Miao and Ba Tianjue are in cahoots. Shui Jiani might be their illegitimate son. Arrogant. Impudent. Mu Hongtao and Lei Peng immediately shouted at this moment. I'm arrogant? I'm impudent? Wu Tianji sneered and said, don't think that I don't know. Tian Fengxiao and Luo he also know about this, right? It's just that they are their titular disciples and can't be bothered to care who the sect leader is. Moreover, if Sky Pass Valley and Kenshin sect join forces and destroy Shanming Hall and 9-Star Pavilion, it will be a good thing. South. They also want to reap benefits from the unification of the Zhuo region, right? Poor old sect leader. He was killed by a rascal. I, Wu Tianji, will naturally report this matter when I know about it. Report? You won't have the chance. Mu Hongtao and Lei Peng shouted at this moment. 5 figures immediately surrounded Wu Tianji. The 5 of them had all reached the early heavenly god realm at this moment and were not afraid of facing Wu Tianji at all. Hearing their conversation, Mu Yun understood. It seemed that not everyone in the Kenshin sect had forgotten about Shui Yuanhang. The 9 elders were all in the Divine Lord realm, and the 9 pill masters in the alchemy department of the sect were also quite strong. Among these people, some were loyal to the current sect leader, Shui Jiani, but there were probably also some who were suspicious of the old sect leader's death. It seemed that they could make a lot of preparations after returning from this trip. The 5 people below were already fighting at this moment. Mu Yun squatted on top and watched the show. Drip, however, at this moment, there was a dripping sound. Suddenly, a drop of smelly liquid appeared on the crystal. What's that? Looking at the drop of liquid, Mu Yun frowned. However, in the next moment, Mu Yun suddenly froze. When he saw Wu Tianji and the others fighting, he actually forgot how he came here, a soul-devouring beast. Almost instantly, Mu Yun's figure took a step forward. But it was too late. The soul-devouring beast's dozens of armored tentacles fell with a loud bang. Golden Bell Sacred Sect. With a low shout, a token appeared in Mu Yun's hand. It suddenly turned into a door and blocked behind him. Boom, in an instant, the crystal shattered, and Mu Yun's figure fell in a sorry state. Finally, with a loud thud, he smashed into the ground. Crackling sounds rang out, and the soul-devouring beast also followed closely behind. At this moment, Wu Tianji, Mu Hongtao, and Lei Peng were all dumbfounded. What happened? The ground directly cracked at this moment, and a figure smashed into the ground. He looked very strange. Mu Yun slowly stood up at this moment and bared his teeth. Fortunately, the Golden Bell Sacred Sect that Mo Ing gave him could indeed withstand a blow from a sky god. Otherwise, he would definitely die just now. Mu Yun. Lei Peng saw Mu Yun's figure and said in surprise, "You're actually not dead yet. Lei Peng, you're the inner sect leader of the Battle Alliance. How can you not know how to speak when you see people?" Mu Yun said leisurely, "Do you want me to die that much?" "Humph, I knew it. Qin Han and Yan Quan are useless." Lei Peng snorted and looked at Mu Yun, obviously extremely angry. At this moment, Mu Yun did not care about it. "Everyone, stop fighting for now." Mu Yun smiled and said, "I just happened to pass by. If you want to fight, fight after I leave." "Leave? You still want to leave?" Lei Peng snorted and said, "They can't kill you. I, Lei Peng, will do it myself." "You want to kill me?" Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, "I think it's better to forget it. Why don't we join forces?" "Join forces? Me and you? Dream on. You don't want to? Well then, it seems that it's not a bad idea for us to die here together." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lei Peng looked at Mu Yun, his eyes full of anger. Senior brother Lei Peng, look, at this moment, Lei Zhen suddenly pointed not far away. A soul-devouring beast with a body of dark black scales and a body length of 100 meters suddenly appeared. It looked like a demon tiger. Those tentacles spiraled under its body, all of them covered in battle armor. Brat, you lured it here? Lei Peng looked at Mu Yun and could not help but scold. That's right, I lured it here. Mu Yun nodded and said righteously, I can't stand seeing so many of you bullying one person. Why don't we let the soul-devouring beast help? As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she took a step forward. At this moment, when the soul-devouring beast saw the extra people beside Mu Yun, it did not take them seriously at all. Woo-woo, a low whimper sounded. The soul-devouring beast made a provocative sound, looking down on the 5 of them. How about it? Either the 7 of us join forces now, and we might have a chance of survival. I've fought with it before, and it's roughly equivalent to a peak celestial god. Otherwise, we'll all be killed by it one by one. Mu Yun smiled and said. Bastard. Looking at Mu Yun, Lei Peng could not wait to skin this guy and pull out his tendons immediately. Let's settle our score later. Lei Peng couldn't help but shout. Wu Tianji, you don't want to die here either, right? Mu Hongtao also looked at Wu Tianji on the other side. We don't know who will die yet. Wu Tianji said indifferently. He looked at Mu Yun and said, I can cooperate with you, but I hope that no one will stab me in the back. Don't worry, whoever stabs me in the back will be able to kill this armored soul-devouring beast. It's also a skill. I hope so. Wu Tianji looked at them cautiously. At this moment, the soul-devouring beast looked at the 7 of them with only disdain in its eyes. 7 small fries, who do they think they are? How dare they be so presumptuous in front of me? Kill. Immediately, Mu Hongtao rushed out with Ding Wenshan and Fu Dai in tow. At this moment, Mu Yun also rushed out with a trace of caution in her heart, holding the void spirit sword in her hand. At this moment, Wu Tianji took a step out with his bare hands, and power spread out from his entire body. Rumbling sounds of explosions spread out. Wu Tianji's entire body was like a walking thunderbolt bomb, bringing with it a power that made people wary. On the other side, Lei Peng's hands were slightly lowered, and a pair of boxing gloves appeared on his palms. Behind him, a pair of boxing gloves appeared on Lei Zhen's hands. Their boxing gloves were black and white with faint purple patterns, and when they were waved, there was a strong vibration. Just by looking at these boxing gloves, one could tell that they were not simple. The 7 figures were divided into 4 camps. Mu Yun was alone, and so was Wu Tianji. Lei Peng and Lei Zhen were on one side, while Mu Hongtao, Fu Dai, and Ding Wenshan were on the other side. The 4 groups of figures were separated from each other by some distance, as everyone was afraid of sneak attacks. However, they had no choice but to work together to deal with the soul-devouring beast. At this moment, Mu Hongtao and Lei Peng hated Mu Yun to the core. If not for Mu Yun's sudden appearance, perhaps Wu Tianji would be dead by now. The 7 of them stood in 4 directions, each displaying all their skills, and attacked the soul-devouring beast together. Towards these 7 people, there was only a trace of disdain and indifference in the soul-devouring beast's eyes. These guys were simply courting death, they actually wanted to join forces to deal with him. If this wasn't courting death, then what was it? In the blink of an eye, the 7 of them were exchanging blows with a divine beast. The entire ground had been completely destroyed. At this moment, the 7 people's opinions. At this moment, Wu Tianji was watching Mu Hongtao and Lei Peng fight, and his eyes were filled with shock. He was originally number 1 on the heavenly spirit list. He had always thought that although Mu Hongtao and Lei Peng were ranked behind him, they were nothing compared to his strength. But now, the 2 of them looked completely different. The offensive god arts executed by the duo who had reached the early heaven god realm were quite powerful. Furthermore, he knew that this wasn't their true strength. Wu Tianji suddenly realized that after reaching the heavenly god realm, it wasn't that he had become weaker, but that the gap between him and these people had narrowed. It seemed that he had to catch up and take a step forward. Otherwise, how could he find out the truth and avenge the old sect master? Damn it! Not long after, the soul-devouring beast suddenly cursed and couldn't help but want to escape. How can 7 little kids be so powerful? The soul-devouring beast thought to itself, already having the intention to retreat. Looking at the 7 people surrounding each other, the soul-devouring beast locked onto one of them. It was Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun was locked onto by the soul-devouring beast and directly attacked. If Mu Yun wasn't so good at running, it wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. Mu Yun had to pay the price. The soul-devouring beast let out a low growl and took a step forward. A dark and cold aura spread out from its entire body. Splash! Suddenly, the sound of flowing water could be heard. At this moment, layers of cliffs appeared on the ground. Mu Yun also saw that she was the main target of the attack. At this moment, everyone realized that the soul-devouring beast was already thinking of retreating. Attacking Mu Yun was just a breakthrough. Seeing this scene, Mu Hongtao, Lei Peng, and the others all stopped. Only Wu Tianji was still chasing after the soul-devouring beast for some reason. Are you planning to let the soul-devouring beast escape and severely injure me at the same time? Mu Yun understood in her heart. With a sneer, the void spirit sword slashed at the soul-devouring beast at this moment. Brat, it's you who forced me to this point. The soul-devouring beast let out a low growl and opened its mouth with cold murderous intent. Dong, a dull explosion sounded. Mu Yun's void spirit sword suddenly flashed and nailed to a spot less than 10 meters away from Lei Ping and Lei Zhen. Hee, Mu Yun, you're dead meat. I think this sword is a good one. Leave it to me. Lei Zhen grinned at this moment and walked forward to pull out the void spirit sword. Who said, it's yours? But at this moment, a ghostly voice sounded from behind Lei Zhen. The void spirit sword actually appeared in Mu Yun's hand at this moment. Damn it, it's you. With a swing of the sword, slashing sounds immediately sounded. At this moment, Lei Zhen subconsciously raised his hands to block, but his gloved hands were directly chopped off by Mu Yun. This scene instantly stunned everyone. How did Mu Yun get there? How did she dodge the soul-devouring beast's attack, and how did she get her sword back? Lei Zhen. Seeing Lei Zhen's hands chopped off, Lei Peng was burning with rage. Her anger soared to the sky, and she was completely enraged at this moment. Mu Yun, you deserve to die. Hee. However, Mu Yun held the long sword in his hand and chuckled. This is one of my sword moves. Isn't Lei Peng courting death by taking my sword? Lei Zhen, remember next time, you can't just pick up things that fall on the ground. How dare you? Lei Peng was instantly enraged. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, the soul-devouring beast saw that it was impossible to kill the 7 people and failed to kill Mu Yun, so it immediately fled far away. Lei Peng charged towards Mu Yun in an instant. Lei Peng, don't ruin the important matter. Mu Hongtao frowned. Don't worry, I won't. Lei Peng snorted. If I don't kill this guy, how can I appease my anger? Don't worry, I can deal with him very quickly. You stall Wu Tianji first. Later, you and I will work together to kill him. Lei Peng did not listen at all at this moment and directly charged towards Mu Yun. Mu Hongtao had no choice but to lead Fu Dai and Ding Wenshan to pincer Wu Tianji. The 3 of you want to kill me, but you're too weak. It's not a problem to stall you. When Lei Peng is done in a while, the 4 of us can still kill you. Mu Hongtao said indifferently. You just need to wait quietly for death to descend. How are you so sure that Lei Peng can kill me? However, just as Mu Hongtao finished speaking, a figure sounded behind him. Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun suddenly appear, Mu Hongtao was completely dumbfounded. You. With just a glance, Mu Hongtao suddenly realized that Lei Peng and Lei Zhen's corpses were still bleeding. This was too fast. Mu Hongtao simply could not believe his eyes at this moment. What was this situation? Not to mention him, Wu Tianji was also completely dumbfounded at this moment. How could this happen? Even if it was him, it was impossible to kill Lei Peng and Lei Zhen in the blink of an eye, but how did Mu Yun do it? You You killed the two of them. Mu Hongtao shouted. Bastard, how did you use such a treacherous method? That's simple. Mu Yun waved the long sword in her hand and said, use this sword to kill him. Do you want to try? Hearing this, Mu Hongtao took a step back with an ugly expression. How did Mu Yun do it? I won't interfere in the matters between the three of you. However, if the three of you make it out alive and tell League Master Luo He that I was the one who killed him, I'll be in big trouble. No. Mu Hongtao suddenly said. We promised to keep our mouths shut, and the Tianzi Alliance has no disputes with you. Why should we seek trouble for ourselves? That's true. Mu Yan looked at Wu Tianji and said, I heard your conversation just now. You said that there's something fishy about Shui Yuanhong's death? What's fishy? Why are you asking this? Nothing, I'm just curious. Wu Tianji took a deep look at Mu Yan and said, old sect leader Shui's cultivation was improving rapidly. How could he suddenly die? There's something fishy about this matter. But the current sect leader, Shui Jiani, didn't investigate at all. Not only that, some of the elders who were investigating in secret died when they went out. This is too strange. Wu Tianji said again, I'm also investigating this matter. Now, I've found some clues. This matter is definitely related to Yan Miao and Ba Tianjue. It might even be related to the current sect leader. Are these all your guesses? Of course not. Wu Tianji snorted. I found that many disciples of Tongtian Valley have appeared in the Kenshin sect. Their behavior is arrogant and despotic, but the sect doesn't care at all. This is the evidence. Not only that, I think there's a lot of things that I don't need to tell you. I'm very interested to know. Mu Yan smiled and said, how about this? Have a good talk with me, and I'll tell you a secret. What secret? Shui Yuanhang is not dead. Mu Yan's words were shocking. Wu Tianji, Mu Hongtao, and the others were completely stunned. Not dead? How is that possible? Wu Tianji said in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Mu Yan smiled and said, if I say he's not dead, he's not dead. But since you found some clues, what are you going to do? Of course, I'll reveal this matter with conclusive evidence. Idiot. This glance instantly caused the expressions of Mu Hongtao and the others to freeze. They didn't even see how Mu Yan killed Lei Ping and Lei Zhen. Now that she glanced at them, could it be that her gaze could kill? The fact that the Tianzi Alliance and the Fighting Alliance are working together to deal with you is enough to prove that someone in the Kenshin sect has discovered your investigation and wants you dead. Mu Yan said leisurely, you still want to reveal it now? I'm afraid you'll be dead before you can reveal it. The more they do this, the more it proves that they have a guilty conscience. That also proves that my investigation is correct. So, what you should be thinking about now is not how to reveal it, but how to take revenge. Revenge? Wu Tianji looked at Mu Yan in shock. His investigation showed that not only were the 9 elders aware of this matter, but many of the 9 masters of the alchemy institution also knew about it. However, these people didn't make a move, which was enough to show that Shui Jiani had probably gathered many elders and elders of the alchemy institution. Revenge, it was easy to say, but it was extremely difficult to do. Mu Hongtao and the other 2 were even more stunned. Revenge, what a joke. Not to mention the truth of their conversation, even if it was true, to take revenge and overthrow Shui Jiani's rule, that was simply impossible. Who was Shui Jiani, the ruler of the Kenshin sect, a one-of-a-kind existence? Not to mention Mu Yan, even the Tianzi Alliance's Tianfeng Shao and the Fighting Alliance's Luo He were too inexperienced to deal with Shui Jiani. The existence of the 4 major alliances in the Divine Sword sect was entirely due to the will of the sect lord and the various elders. If they allowed it to exist, it would exist. If they didn't, it would disappear. Mu Yan, I'm afraid you still don't know that the sect leader is now a monarch god. Monarch god, do you understand? I understand. Mu Yan said again, so what if he's a monarch god? I can reach the heavenly god realm from the early stage earth god realm in just 2 years. It's only a matter of time before I reach the monarch god realm. Hearing this, Wu Tianji looked at Mu Yan and couldn't see through her. Why are you doing all these things? Now that Shui Jiani is in charge of the sect, it doesn't seem to affect you at all. Why is there no effect? Mu Yan waved her sword and said, old sect master Shui Yuanhang is my subordinate. Of course, I have to interfere in this matter. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if a giant rock had been tossed out, shocking the hearts of the 4 people present. Old sect master was Mu Yan's subordinate. What kind of joke was this? when the old sect leader was still around, he unified the Kenshin sect. Mu Yun was probably not even born yet, right? Mu Hongtao laughed out loud and said, Mu Yun, oh Mu Yun, if you want to weave a lie, can you at least weave something more believable? Old sect leader is your subordinate? You really dare to say that? Seeing Mu Hongtao laughing loudly, Mu Yun glanced over with an indifferent gaze. Mu Hongtao's smile froze. He didn't know whether to laugh or not. How can I trust you? You said that the old sect master is still alive, can I believe you? Why not? Mu Yun held the illusionary spirit sword in her hand and said, otherwise, why would I help you kill them? Swoosh, 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 with a wave of her sword, 3 streaks of sword aura shot out. Mu Hongtao and the other 2 were always on guard against Mu Yun's attack. Now that Mu Yun attacked, the 3 of them immediately stood in a row and defended against each other. Puff, puff, puff. In just a moment, the 3 figures turned into 3 corpses. Mu Hongtao's eyes were filled with shock. He finally knew how Lei Peng and Lei Zhen died, however, it was already too late to know now. The 3 corpses gradually turned cold. Mu Yun waved her hand, and a bloodline aura surged out and directly pulled the 3 bodies. She activated the devouring bloodline, and the essence, energy, and spirit in their bodies were sucked dry. Seeing this, Wu Tianji looked at Mu Yun carefully. This person had the ability to kill opponents of the same level in seconds. That's right, kill opponents of the same level in seconds. Whether it was Lei Peng or Mu Hongtao, Wu Tianji was sure that he could only defeat them, but not kill them. However, Mu Yun killed them in one move. Such divine abilities and methods were beyond his reach. In the Kenshin sect, there was probably no early-stage heavenly god disciple who was Mu Yun's opponent. From the looks of it, the Fighting League and the Tianzi Alliance are loyal to the current sect master. If it weren't for the fact that you have been investigating the old sect master, perhaps I would have killed you too. Mu Yun was not joking. I know what you want to do, but this matter is not something that you can do alone. If you are willing to join me, I can consider bringing you to see the old sect master. Bring me to see the old sect master? Yes. Wu Tianji looked at Mu Yun's serious expression. She did not seem to be joking. There is less than a year until the end of the trial. You can look for me after you have thought it through. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she stepped out and left the place. Wu Tianji's appearance made Mu Yun understand that although a portion of the people in the Kenshin sect had submitted to Zhujiani, there was still a portion that was loyal to the old sect master. In this way, it would be much easier for him to help Shui Yuanhang escape from the Sea of Bitterness. 1 year was the time to leave this alternate space continent. 2 years later, it would be the 4 sects martial competition. At that time, perhaps many things could be planned now. After making up her mind, a smile appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. Then let's see what else is worth looking forward to in this alternate space continent in this 1 year's time. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In a mountain range in the alternate space continent, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out. The gravel scattered, and a figure walked out. It was Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura was vigorous from head to toe. Her every movement gave off a feeling of violent power that could split mountains and rivers. Crackling sounds could be heard from her body. In half a year, after absorbing the essence, energy, and spirit of Mu Hongtao, Lei Peng, and the others, Mu Yun had now directly connected to the souls of the 9 heavens and reached the middle stage of the heavenly god realm. Her physical strength had directly doubled. 40,000 dragon powers. Generally speaking, an early-stage heavenly god would only have 5,000 dragon powers. Middle-stage heavenly god realm, 10,000 dragon powers. Now, Mu Yun had surpassed it by a total of 4 times. The tyrannical power of the devouring bloodline had increased her strength. The combination of the devouring bloodline and the other bloodline in her body was simply a sharp weapon for cultivation. There is only half a year left. This trial has reached the final juncture. I'm afraid that there will be no other special places in this alternate space continent. During this trip, she had obtained the 5 elements divine vine, which had grown into a world tree sapling. The grand ultimate divine stone, Lingxiao Shantian liquid, and so on were all first-class spiritual sources of heaven and earth. All of these things had benefited Mu Yun greatly. Most importantly, she had become more proficient in using the devouring bloodline and the purifying bloodline in her body. In particular, the power of the purifying bloodline made people look at her in a new light. Walking on the ground, Muyun looked in front of her. For a moment, her mind was calm. On a closer look, this alternate space continent was similar to the outside world. There seemed to be a certain connection between them. The sun rose and set, and the divine power was the same. As she breathed in and out, she raised her hand and put it down. Dense divine power spread out bit by bit. Swoosh! 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 Eh? One of the figures landed on the ground when he saw Muyun. Junior brother, are you still strolling around here? The young man was dressed in a blue robe. His every movement was gentle and refined. What's the matter? Something big. The alternate space continent is about to open. Now, most of the disciples have gathered together. As a result, there is a strange phenomenon on the alternate space continent. Oh? Muyun asked with a smile, what strange phenomenon? A meteorite fell from the sky and hit the center of the alternate space continent. As a result, a palace was formed. The palace is extremely luxurious. Now, most of the disciples are running towards the palace. Thank you for the reminder. Muyun cupped her hands and said with a smile, a strange phenomenon falling from the sky might not be a treasure. It might be a disaster. Haha, the disciple looked at Muyun and sized her up. Junior brother, come with us. Sorry, I'm not interested. I prefer to look at the scenery in this mountain and wait for the continent to open so that I can return to the sect. Hearing this, the blue-robed disciple's lips curled into a cold smile. Brat, I'm giving you face, but you don't want it? The blue-robed man snorted. I think it's not that you don't want to go, but you want to go secretly. Are you afraid that we will rob you of your belongings? That's not it. Muyun shook her head and said, however, I think you have been planning to rob me from the beginning. That's right. At least you know what's good for you. Now, hand over the good stuff on you. Since I know that you are going to rob me, I didn't run or fight. Guess why? Why? Puff, Muyun stretched out her palm and approached the blue-robed man. She said calmly, because I feel that you are not worth my effort. With a crack, the blue-robed man fell to the ground. The rest of his companions were already scared out of their wits. A mere late-stage earth god dares to deceive and rob like others. Why don't you take a look at your own strength? Muyun said calmly and looked at the rest of them. Are you guys going to run? No, we're not running. One of the disciples said in a trembling voice, Senior brother, please spare our lives. What he said just now, is it true or false? It's true and false at the same time. One of the disciples mustered up his courage and said, it's true that there was a strange phenomenon and a meteorite fell. However, there was nothing special about the hall that appeared. Moreover, the meteorite contained some 9 heavens divine chi. It had already been snatched away by the disciples who had stepped into the heaven god realm. Oh? Muyun smiled and said, interesting. Senior brother, can we go now? Muyun said once again, I'll send you off. It's fine. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. I'll send you to hell. Before the disciple could finish his sentence, he felt a chill in his throat. He could no longer speak. The rest of them wanted to run away, but it was already too late. Why don't you think about it? Everyone here has improved. A late-stage earth god has learned how to rob others. It's fine if you want to rob others, but why do you have to find me? Muyun clapped her hands and turned around. The land of the alternate space was vast. Muyun estimated that it was about the same size as the central continent of the small world. However, at that time, the central continent was vast for his cultivation. Now, he could travel from east to west, from south to north in just a few days. After about half a day, Muyun arrived at the central area at full speed. From afar, he could see a palace that was 100 feet tall. It was squarish and sat alone on the ground. As for the 300-meter-tall palace, it was at least several thousand meters long and wide. It was a magnificent sight. It could accommodate tens of thousands of people. At this moment, Muyun saw that there were at least a few thousand people outside the main hall. There were probably many people inside. As he approached the palace, Mu Yun slowed down and stepped into the palace. After entering the palace, Mu Yun realized that there were many rooms and palaces inside. Not long after he stepped into the palace, Mu Yun heard a commotion. Suddenly, a shout rang out from the crowd. Bang! A figure fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Coincidentally, this figure fell at Mu Yun's feet. Buffon. Brother Mu. Seeing that figure, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. Mu Buffon was even more surprised when he saw Mu Yun. Buffon, your brother Mu, those people from the Fengyun gathering are too much. Mu Buffon said hatefully, they've been looking for you, but they couldn't find you. When they met me and brother Zhao Yanming, they attacked us. Brother Zhao is now a perfected earth god, but that Feng Xingyuan has several early heavenly gods under his command. Brother Zhao and I are no match for him. You've also reached the perfected earth god realm. Mu Yun smiled faintly. It's all thanks to big brother Zhao. The two of us met a long time ago, explored many places, and obtained some miraculous encounters. Alright, let's catch up later. Let's go in and take a look. Yes. Mu Buffon led the way, bringing Mu Yun directly through the main door and into another large hall. At this moment, there were over 100 people surrounding the main hall. One by one, they gathered around and looked at the battlefield. Senior brother sure, kill this guy. Hee, a mere peak earth god dares to act so arrogantly in front of the Fengyun Union's disciples. Senior brother sure, let him know that our Fengyun Union will soon become the Fengyun Cloud Alliance. He can't afford to offend us. Break his 5 limbs and cut off his path of cultivation. At this moment, the group of disciples were extremely excited and were discussing spiritedly. Seeing this, Mu Yun frowned. On the battlefield, 4 figures were fighting. 3 of them surrounded one person with mocking smiles on their faces. The leader of the group, who was bald and had a mouth full of white teeth, laughed loudly. Shi Yongji, Yu Tianxin, if the 2 of you don't take the initiative, I'll kill him. We agreed that whoever kills him will win 100 mid-grade divine crystals. Senior brother sure, you're being a bully. The shorter disciple said, your cultivation is slightly stronger than Yu Tianxin and I. Why are you bullying us? That's right. Yu Tianxin spoke too, I don't agree. It's useless even if you don't agree. Haha. Yu Tianxin waved her hand and unleashed a strong force. Stop it. At that instant, a roar could be heard. Mu Buffon stepped forward and yelled, whoever dares to attack will die. Shi Feilong, Shi Yongji, and Yu Tianxin were stunned when they saw Mu Buffon return. Not only were they stunned, the other disciples of the Fengyun Union stared with their mouths agape too. Kid, you're still alive? Shi Feilong's eyes widened as he said, that slap from your father just now, not to mention a perfection stage earth god, even a perfection stage earth god would die without a burial ground. Is that so? You've overestimated yourself. Mu Buffon harumphed, if you stop now, you might still be able to live. I'll live? Shi Feilong pointed at himself and burst out laughing. Mu Buffon, you've overestimated yourself. You'd better think about how you're going to survive. Shi Yongji, Yu Tianxin, I'll give you 2 a chance to kill this kid. I won't take your divine crystals. Alright. Instantly, Shi Yongji and Yu Tianxin both took a step forward, their hands reaching out as they charged towards Mu Buffon. At this moment, Mu Buffon's face revealed a cold expression as he took a step to the side. A figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was none other than Mu Yun. Mu Yun's gaze landed on the 2 as she stretched out her hands. Thundercloud Fist. He was executing the 4th grade deity skill that Guei had given him, the primordial heavenly fist. It was undeniable that Guei was kind enough to give him the primordial heavenly fist. This fist technique required a strong foundation of strength. Mu Yun now possessed 40,000 dragon powers. His foundation was indescribably strong. He raised his hand and threw out a thundercloud fist. It was as if thunderclouds were rolling and rumbling could be faintly heard as it struck out. Bang bang, 2 popping sounds could be heard as Shi Yongji and Yu Tianxin's arms were shattered. Half of their bodies were crushed by the roiling thunderclouds, and their daos were wiped out of existence. The crowd was dumbfounded after seeing this. 2 disciples in the early stage of the divine realm had been killed, Mu Yun stepped forward and helped Zhao Yanming up. How pitiful. Haha, Zhao Yanming said helplessly, there's nothing I can do. In order to stabilize my bloodline talent, I've slowed down my cultivation. Let me help you. Mu Yun grabbed Zhao Yanming. Suddenly, a crazy surge of power of the realm poured into Zhao Yanming's body. At this moment, he felt the power in his body rising steadily. The frenzied energy fluctuations filled his body with a rich aura of life. Each wave of life aura was stronger than the previous one. How could Mu Yun have such rich life energy in her body? Furthermore, the feeling it gave off wasn't just the feeling of life force. It was as if the world had just been created. It was the kind of source power that people desperately needed. It was too strange. Comprehend it well. If you have anything to say it later. Mu Yun patted Zhao Yanming's shoulder and said calmly. Okay. Zhao Yanming also understood that with Mu Yun here, he did not need to worry about anything. He sat cross-legged on the ground and carefully comprehended the pure power, communicating with the world. At this moment, Mu Yun did not care about the shock of the others. She looked at Shifilong and said, Where's Feng Xingyuan? I heard that he came to take revenge on me. I'm here. Where is he? Don't be so arrogant. Shifilong was not confident at this moment. Mu Yun killed Shi Yongji and Yu Qianxin in one move. This was unbelievable. What the hell was this guy? Are you going to say it or not? Mu Yun could not be bothered with him. She waved her hand and was about to punch him. I'll say it. Shifilong said in a trembling voice, Senior Brother Feng and the leaders of the other factions are discussing important matters inside. What important matters? Although this hall has been investigated for half a year and nothing strange has happened, recently, everyone has discovered that some spatial treasures have appeared in the hall from time to time. Spatial treasures? That's right. Shifilong hurriedly said. At first, some disciples did not notice it. They only saw a long sword suddenly appear beside them, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Later, many disciples discovered it, so they called it spatial treasures. They can only be seen occasionally, but they will disappear. There's no way to get them. Who's inside? The inner sect leaders of the Shrouding Heaven Society, the Sage Monarch Society, the Fengyan Society, the Tian Tian Union, and the other unions. There are about a dozen of them. Take me there. Mu Yun ordered as he looked at Shifilong. Okay. Shifilong could not wait for Mu Yun to go. Those sitting inside were the leaders of the various unions. Although the leaders of the Tian Tian Union and the Tian Tian Union, Mu Hontao and Lei Peng, had disappeared for half a year, some of the leaders had come forward. However, there were still some other disciples who came out to take the lead. If Mu Yun went in with such an arrogant attitude, he would definitely die a tragic death. Shifilong could not wait to see Mu Yun die. Where is it? It's in the hall in front. Shifilong said in a trembling voice. Oh? Mu Yun smiled and said, along the way, have you been thinking that I don't know what's good for me? After entering, not to mention Feng Xingyuan, even the Shrouding Heaven Society and the Sage Monarch Society would immediately kill me. Then, you would look at my corpse, curse, and blow it up to vent your anger? No, Senior Brother, you're thinking too much. Absolutely not. Is that so? Mu Yun smiled and said, since that's the case, let's give it a try. What? Bang, however, before Shifilong could react, Mu Yun sent him flying with a punch. Boom, suddenly, there was a loud bang and the doors of the hall were smashed open. Shifilong was bleeding from his mouth and nose and his breathing was chaotic. With a plop, he fell to the center of the hall. His entire back had completely collapsed. Shifilong. Feng Xingyuan, who was sitting at the side, immediately stood up when he saw this scene. Senior Brother Feng, help me, take revenge. Shifilong had already breathed his last breath when he finished speaking. Who is it? Who dares to kill my men? Feng Xingyuan's voice was extremely cold and his face was as gloomy as dark clouds. Yes. At this moment, a figure strode in from outside the hall. She was dressed in black and her long hair was tied up in a bun at the back of her head. Her signature strand of hair in front of her forehead was fluttering in the breeze. Under the slanted hair, a pair of deep and mysterious eyes could be seen. Mu Yun smiled and said calmly, "It's me, Mu Yun. Feng Xingyuan, don't you recognize me?" As soon as she finished speaking, everyone in the hall immediately turned to look at her. Among them, Wu Tianji was also present. Xu Kong and Xu Yi from the Shadow Alliance were also present. Mu Yun. Feng Xingyuan spat out coldly when he saw Mu Yun. He hated Mu Yun to the bone. "So you're Mu Yun?" A man in his 30s or 40s stepped out from the crowd. He had stubble on his face, and his eyes were burning with anger as he looked at Mu Yun. "Who are you?" "I'm Xiaoxing Kai from the Sage Monarch Society." "Mu Yun, since it's you, you'd better explain yourself. How did Wang Liang from the Sage Monarch Society die?" "That's right." Another man stood up, looked at Mu Yun, and shouted, "Kid, you killed someone from the Shrouding Heaven Society. You have to give us an explanation." "Who are you?" "I'm Li Yuan from the Shrouding Heaven Society." The current leaders of the Fengyun Society, the Shrouding Heaven Society, and the Sage Monarch Society stood up and looked at Mu Yun angrily. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Mu Yun had killed the inner sect leaders of the three societies. It was impossible for no one to know about this. Explanation? Mu Yun looked at them and smiled faintly. He is the explanation. On the ground, Shi Feilong's corpse was still bleeding. Mu Yun stepped over Shi Feilong's corpse and said indifferently, "If any of you want an explanation, you can come to me." As soon as she said this, the others looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Mu Yun seemed too arrogant, and it was unbearable. Feng Xingyuan, Li Yuan, and Xiaoxing Kai looked even angrier. At this moment, Mu Yun also noticed the leaders of the other alliances. In the Heaven Child Alliance, a tall, fair-skinned young man sat in his seat. From beginning to end, his eyes were narrowed, and he didn't speak. There was also someone from the Battle Alliance who sat in his seat and watched the gathering without saying a word. Mu Yun knew that these fellows were all scheming and astute. Mu Hongtao of the Tianzi Alliance and Lei Peng of the Fighting Alliance had died in his hands. These two new replacements might be overjoyed. However, only Wu Tianji knew about this matter. If others were to find out about it, Mu Yun was certain that it was Wu Tianji who had revealed it. At that moment, the two of them were completely expressionless. It would appear that Wu Tianji had not said anything. At that moment, in the Snow Alliance, Shu Siki looked at Mu Yun with a trace of worry in her eyes. These three people were all early-stage heavenly deity realm. It was better for Mu Yun to restrain herself a little. However, from the looks of it now, Mu Yun did not seem to want to restrain herself at all. Wu Tianji, however, was as clear as a mirror in his heart. Mu Yun was at the early heavenly god realm and it was easy for her to kill Mu Hongtao, Lei Peng and the other two. After not seeing each other for half a year, it was likely that the current Mu Yun was even more unstoppable. If you have any opinions, why don't you voice them out? I'd like to hear them. Mu Yun looked at the three of them and smiled. I'm the one who killed them. I admit it. If you want revenge, then come at me. If you don't want revenge, then let's all sit down and have a good discussion about the so-called spatial treasure. What right do you have to discuss it with us here? A tall and sturdy man suddenly stood up and shouted. He was the leader of the Kenshin Sect Stone Foundation Association and an early-stage heavenly god realm expert. You're just a disciple of the Shadow Alliance. Xu Kong and Xu Yi are here. You have no right to speak. Bang, however, as soon as the man finished speaking, Mu Yun directly clawed at him. With a bang, the man was unable to resist and his head exploded. Blood spurted out. Di Rong. Seeing this, the other Stone Foundation Association disciples were instantly enraged. It seems that I don't need you to judge whether I have the right or not. Mu Yun waved her hand and the blood fell. She looked at them and said, Feng Xingyuan, Xiaoxing Kai, Li Yuan, if any of you have any objections, tell me now. I can change your opinions. Humph. Feng Xingyuan snorted and sat down. The leader of the Stone Foundation Association that Mu Yun had just killed was called Di Rong. He was an inner sect expert of the Stone Foundation Association and had advanced to the early stage heavenly god realm. It could be said that he was certain to become a titular disciple. However, Mu Yun had killed him with a single move. He admitted that he was stronger than Di Rong, but only by a little. He was not strong enough to kill Di Rong. But now, Mu Yun could easily kill Di Rong. Even if he joined forces with Li Yuan and Xiao Xingkai, they might not be able to kill Mu Yun completely. Sitting back in his seat, Feng Xingyuan's face was filled with coldness. Li Yuan and Xiao Xingkai were not idiots. They also sat down. Mu Yun walked slowly to Di Rong's seat and sat down. What were you guys discussing just now? Continue. At this moment, everyone looked at Mu Yun and did not know what to say. What? Aren't we talking about spatial treasures? Wu Tianji looked at everyone and spoke first. That's right, we're talking about spatial treasures. We've discovered that the spatial treasures this time are rather strange. There's no trace of where they appear or when they appear. Furthermore, every natural treasure is either a pill, a god weapon, or some other unimaginable items. But we haven't found the traces of these things, so we want to discuss it. Yes. Qing Yuanyuan nodded and said, these treasures are very valuable, so everyone wants to take advantage of the last half a year to stay here and see what's going on. There is no pattern of time and place. Mu Yun knocked on the table and lowered her head in deep thought. It's very likely to be a spatial treasure. Mu Fengchen stood on the sacred monument in the blue sky's Yellow Springs diagram and said, it's very likely to be an extremely powerful spatial treasure. Extremely powerful? That's right. Mu Fengxiao also nodded and said, this treasure contains many heavenly treasures. It's possible that this treasure is damaged, causing these heavenly treasures to not reveal their shapes and be seen by them. Then how can we find it? Mu Yun looked at the three ancestors and asked. By calculating the time and place of the treasures, we might be able to find the flaws. Then, through calculation, we can find the location of the spatial treasure. Although it's a broken spatial treasure, it's still a spatial treasure. Only a King-grade divine artifact refined by a 6-star divine armament master can have this ability. 6-star divine armament master. King-grade divine artifact. Mu Yun was shocked. A 6-star divine armament master and a King-grade divine artifact were used by a divine King realm warrior. After the divine Lord realm was the divine King realm. A divine King realm warrior controlled the laws of space in the divine realm. The divine artifacts used by them could be combined with the tyrannical power of the laws of space to unleash endless power. Although it was broken, this spatial treasure contained so many heavenly treasures. It must be extraordinary. If they could find and subdue it, it would help Shui Yuanhang regain control of the Kenshin sect, win over the hearts of the people, and strengthen his strength. It could be said to be of great benefit. Mu Yun looked at everyone and said, since these treasures appeared, they naturally didn't appear out of thin air. Perhaps we should observe more and summarize the time and place of these heavenly treasures. There will be a pattern that can be found. Follow the vine to the melon. It's not impossible to find where the real treasure is. Hearing this, everyone present frowned. Feng Xingyuan said, we've already discussed this method. We just said that we couldn't find a pattern. If we found a pattern and there were traces to follow, would we still be here discussing it? Li Yuan also teased. He thought that Mu Yun would have some ideas, but he didn't expect that it was just a method that they had thought of. If this method was feasible, why were they still discussing it here? Wu Tianji coughed, and a scroll appeared in his hand. On the scroll was a map of the huge palace. On the map, there were black dots marked in every corner. These black dots are the locations where the treasures appeared. There are also notes on the time. Wu Tianji explained. Seeing this scene, Shu Kong, Shu Yi, Qing Yuanyuan, and the others were greatly surprised. In the Kenshin sect, Wu Tianji was arrogant because of his talent. He had always been cold to the inner sect disciples. During the discussion just now, Wu Tianji had a cold look. However, when he saw Mu Yun, he gave off a very amiable feeling, as if he wanted to curry favor with Mu Yun. Mu Yun looked at the map and frowned. Who said that there's no pattern? However, Mu Fengchen merely chuckled. Mu Fengxiao and Mu Guifan didn't know what was going on. Brat, speak. If you don't speak, I'll beat you to death. I didn't say that I wouldn't speak. Bitterness appeared between Mu Fengchen's brows as he said, look carefully. On this map, when those black dots gather together, don't you think it's a sword? A sword? Mu Yun looked at it at this moment. It really did look like a long sword. It was just that such a posture seemed to be a lot worse. Mu Fengchen said with certainty, it's a sword. However, it hasn't taken shape yet. Grandson, wait a few more days. Look at the next black dot that appears. It must be at the tip of the long sword. And the place where the tip of the sword points must be where the spatial treasure is. Okay. Mu Yan kept the map and stood up. Without another word, she turned and left the hall. She didn't even look at those people. They were completely dumbfounded at this moment. This brat was too arrogant. Wu Tianji also stood up at this moment. He walked out and followed Mu Yun. The two of them came out of the hall. Wu Tianji looked at Mu Yun and said, did you discover something? Yes, but I'm not too sure. Mu Yun looked at Wu Tianji and said, have you thought it through? Yes. Wu Tianji said, I believe you, but I urgently need to see the old sect master. You want to see the old sect master? Then you'll have to see him. I'll ask him later. Who knows if you're a spy from the Zhujian faction? Wu Tianji was stunned when he heard this. No problem. Mu Yun said again, all right, this trial is about to end. There's less than half a year left. I think more than half of the people gathered here have found this treasure. If there's an opportunity, I'll give you a part of it. Thank you. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, if you believe me, the old sect master is my subordinate. You are my subordinate's subordinate. I hope you can remember this. If I receive the old sect master's orders, I'll definitely treat you as my master. Forget it. You still don't believe me for the time being. You'll know when this trial is over. Mu Yun waved her hand and said indifferently, but you must remember that if you lie to me, I guarantee that you'll end up worse than Mu Hongtao and the others. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun left. At this moment, Shu Kong, Shu Yi, and the others also came out one after another. That power is pure and vast. It increased my life aura and helped me comprehend the heaven's soul and reach the early stage of the heaven god realm. Zhao Yanming said excitedly, thank you. Alright, by the way, I haven't asked you yet. What is Zhao's bloodline talent? Lightning talent. As Zhao Yanming spoke, he waved his hand and traces of lightning circled around his fingertips. My Zhao's bloodline talent is to generate lightning in my body. Moreover, the color and power of the lightning are different according to the level. My current bloodline talent is the simplest red lightning. Its power is only to increase the offensive power of the divine art and my own speed. The powerful ancestors of Zhao, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, are increasing day by day. The stronger they are, the stronger their bloodline talent is, and the more terrifying the color of the lightning is. In the end, relying on the lightning bloodline talent, my flying speed can even exceed the speed of martial artists shuttling through space. Lightning talent, Mu Yun murmured with a smile, looks like I can try to devour one of Zhao's martial artists when I have the chance. If I can trigger the lightning bloodline talent, it should be very interesting. Hearing this, Zhao Yanming's expression became strange. Mu Yun could not be understood by common sense. Mu Yun could not rely on the bloodline talent to devour other people's bloodline power, but Mu Yun could. Now, coupled with the life force that Mu Yun had bestowed upon him earlier, he felt that Mu Yun had probably improved tremendously this time. Bufan, what about you? Mu Yun looked at the other side and smiled. Brother Mu, I am now in the great perfection Earth God realm. However, even an early-stage Earth God could not defeat me with strength. Previously, Shi Feilong was a scoundrel and did not dare to fight me head-on. Mu Bufan giggled. That's right. In the future, you will be even stronger. Just wait and see. Okay. The Titan race was a powerful existence comparable to the Dragon race and the Phoenix race. Although he did not know how Mao Mao ended up in the human race's divine realm, as a Titan, this guy's future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. Take a rest for the next few days and take a look at your cultivation in the past 2 years. Okay. Yes. The three silhouettes slowly left. At this moment, the people of the Snow Alliance. Qing Yuanyuan looked at Mu Yun's back as he left, her almond eyes blurred. This brat. Now, he's promising, Qing Yuanyuan. Cui Keqing's tone was indifferent. He's only a mid-heavenly god now. The 100 over titular disciples in the Divine Sword sect are no joke. For example, Tian Fengxiao, Luo He and the others are all great perfection heavenly gods. Both of them are peak heavenly gods. If they know what happened here, I'm afraid they will not spare Mu Yun. Then let's see how much Moing likes this Mu Yun. Qing Yuanyuan giggled and turned to leave. At this moment, as the crowd gradually left, two figures gathered together. They were the two leading disciples of the Tianzi Alliance and the Fighting Alliance. Cui Mingho. Chu Feng, the leading disciple of the Fighting Alliance, said, Mu Hongtao, Lei Peng, and the others joined forces to kill Wu Tianji. More than half a year has passed. Wu Tianji is still alive, but they have disappeared. Don't you find it strange? Moreover, this Mu Yun has reached the great perfection realm. Wu Tianji's attitude towards him is obviously different. Indeed. Cui Mingho was the current leader of the Tianzi Alliance. He nodded and said, it seems that there is some relationship between this Mu Yun and Wu Tianji that we do not know of. However, we are not in a hurry to make a move. Chu Feng said with certainty, Feng Xingyuan, Li Yuan, and Xiao Xingkai will definitely not take this lying down. Let's wait for them to bite each other and then reap the benefits. Yes. Cui Mingho nodded and said, Mu Yun is a great perfection realm mid-stage heavenly god. No one can stop him. If we really fight him head-on, I'm afraid many disciples of our two alliances will die. The two looked at each other and smiled, then left together. At this moment, the disciples of the various alliances gathered in this hall dispersed one by one. Everyone was still clueless at this moment. Mu Yun led Mu Bufan and Zhao Yanming to a place in the hall. In this huge hall, there were thousands of halls of various sizes. Mu Yun was walking towards a hall that was closer to the depths. It was more than 10 meters tall, more than 5 meters wide, and more than 10 meters long. It looked ordinary with red bricks and green tiles. There was nothing special about it. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, let's stay here tonight. Yes, I'll pack up now. Zhao Yanming immediately started to pack up. As Mu Yun's servant, he knew what he should do. After everything was ready, Mu Yun sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate without saying anything. Zhao Yanming stood outside the door and began to guard. Mu Bufan followed him out. You don't have to come. Go in and rest. Hee, big brother Zhao must be tired. You should go in and rest. Mu Bufan said with a smile. I'm different. Zhao Yanming said seriously, Mu Yun is the master, and I'm the servant. I have to ensure his safety and be vigilant at all times. You are more like a little brother to him. He treats you like a little brother, and not like me. That won't do. Mu Bufan grinned again and said, Big brother Mu saved my life. He's my benefactor. Although I call him Big brother Mu, I also treat him as my master. However, my cultivation is much lower than Big brother Mu's. If there's a real crisis, I can't help him, it's enough that you have the heart. Zhao Yanming said in a low voice, actually, you should be able to tell that when Xie Qing was around, he and Mu Yun were inseparable. The two of them have a life and death relationship. They can risk their lives for each other. I'm afraid they are real brothers. In the future, if we can't follow in Mu Yun's footsteps, we can only be his subordinates. We can't be brothers with him in this life. Yes. Do the two of you think I'm deaf? At this moment, Mu Yun's voice suddenly sounded in the room. She scolded jokingly, come in and talk. I don't think anyone will dare to deal with me now. At least on the surface, no one will dare to act rashly. Hearing this, Zhao Yanming and Mu Bufan looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. Then, they pushed the door open and entered. The two of them were chatting enthusiastically outside. Even if someone really wanted to kill me, they would have snuck in long ago. I've failed in my duty. Enough. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, Zhao Yanming, you're the former crown prince of Zhao. There's no need to be so respectful, right? Otherwise, I'll doubt your loyalty. Haha, Zhao Yanming smiled faintly and said, it depends on who you're talking to. The crown prince of the shepherds. In the past, the 10 great ancient clans of the divine realm said that 9 out of 10 are not as good as one. Even the crown prince of the 9 great ancient clans can't compare to you. Alright, it's meaningless to talk about the past now. Mu Yun looked at the two of them and said, in the past 2 years, your strength has increased a lot. Now, let me take a look at your cultivation. Mu Yun was now at the middle stage of the divine realm. Under the guidance of the 3 patriarchs, her insight were many times better than before. Helping Zhao Yanming and Mu Bufan was still very useful. In the room, the 3 of them discussed in detail. Buzz, suddenly, a ray of light rose in the room. Above the 3 of them, a long sword appeared inexplicably at this moment. That long sword flashed, and the ray of light disappeared. It's really here. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun's eyebrows flashed with a hint of joy. It seemed that her grandfather was right. There was indeed a king-level divine artifact here. Moreover, it was a space-type divine artifact. Alright, let's stop here today. Let's change rooms. Mu Yun said and stepped out. Change rooms? Zhao Yanming and Mu Bufan were stunned. They were staying here well. Why did they have to change rooms? The two of them looked at each other. They did not understand Mu Yun's meaning. In the next few days, Mu Yun led Zhao Yanming and Mu Bufan to change rooms in almost half a day or two. Finally, after about 10 days, the 3 of them appeared in a small courtyard. This courtyard looked simple and old-fashioned. It did not fit in with the entire main hall. In the courtyard, there was an ancient tree that had withered for God knows how many years. Only broken branches and rotten leaves were left. With a creak, the small door of the house in the courtyard was pushed open. With a crash, the small door of the house fell to the ground, sending up clouds of dust. Zhao Yanming and Mu Bufan looked ahead cautiously. At this moment, Mu Yun stepped into the room and looked ahead. The entire room had long been blocked by dust. There was nothing dazzling about it. The 3 of them entered the room and examined it carefully. Big brother Mu, look! Mu Bufan suddenly exclaimed. This pagoda is so strange. Zhao Yanming smiled and said, Bufan, you're making a fuss over nothing. This pagoda is full of cracks. Its surface is gray. Who knows how many years of dust it has been stained with. It looks like it's about to crack. What's strange about it? No. Mu Yun said cautiously, this isn't a crack, nor is it dust. It's the pagoda itself. Eh? Zhao Yanming went forward at this moment. When he saw the pagoda, he was also stunned. It was indeed so. There are words at the bottom of the pagoda. Zhao Yanming said in surprise. Wanshang Pagoda. Mu Yun's face darkened. Wanshang Pagoda? Mu Fengchen's expression was slightly strange at this moment. He said, I've heard of this pagoda's name before. At that time I had not become the crown prince of the shepherds. I went out to train. The Wanshang Pagoda is a king-grade divine artifact, a spatial treasure. It is said that this pagoda belonged to the Green Luan Sword Saint. He was a genius and also a sword expert. He wanted to use this pagoda to forge his own domain divine physique. Domain divine physique? Yes. He had only heard of the 9 realms of the God realm, but he had never heard of the differences and detailed divisions of each realm. Zhao Yanming relied on the memories of his previous life to know this, but from the introduction of the 3 ancestors, he could understand it better. After all, compared to Zhao Yanming's previous life, the 3 ancestors were more than 100 times better than Zhao Zhao's identity. Mu Fengchen coughed and said, the empty God realm condenses the divine body, divine soul, and divine pulse. The true God realm opens the divine source and condenses the imprint. The earth God realm communicates with the soul of the earth. The celestial God realm communicates with the soul of the heavens, and the souls of the heavens and the earth combine, and one's strength increases exponentially. The celestial God realm is considered a God realm warrior in the various regions of the God realm. After the celestial God realm is the monarch God realm. Mu Fengchen said seriously, actually, the most accurate division of the monarch God realm is not the initial stage, the later stage, and so on, but the Yuan. Yuan? That's right. Mu Fengchen said carefully, remember, a monarch God realm warrior opens the Yuan spirit in the soul sea. The Yuan spirit gathers the soul power in the soul sea and condenses it into a soul body. The so-called soul body is actually your Yuan spirit. The primordial spirit can leave the body and emit a myriad of transformations. It is omnipotent in the heavens and the earth, just like a second body. However, the primordial spirit's offensive capabilities are strong and its defensive capabilities are poor. Thus, most martial artists will not easily leave their primordial spirit. A monarch god realm warrior condenses the three souls of heaven, earth, and man. After gathering the Yuan spirit and transforming it into a Yuan spirit, the Yuan spirit will transform. This transformation is divided into a total of 9 times. After 9 transformations, the Yuan spirit can grow into a soul that can take charge of everything. Therefore, the monarch god realm is divided into the 1 yuan to 9 yuan levels. The initial stage and middle stage that you mentioned before don't exist. Ah? Mu Yun was stunned. When I asked the 2 captains, Ren Xiaolong and Shui Yuanhang, what was the monarch god realm, they told me that it was the initial stage and middle stage. That's because you asked about the initial stage and middle stage. How would they dare to disobey you? Mu Fengchen rolled his eyes and said, at the beginning, it was the initial stage, the middle stage, the late stage, the peak stage, the complete stage, the complete stage, the complete stage, and the 3 stages. After a long time, everyone transformed into the 9 monarch god realm. Mu Yun understood. In the divine monarch realm, the 3 souls of heaven, earth, and man would fuse into one, transforming into the Yuan spirit. When the Yuan spirit was raised, it would undergo a transformation 9 times. After celestial monarch 9 origin, the primordial spirit can be said to be the true soul. There is no soul C. Mu Fengchen continued, primordial spirit, in the end, is a powerful soul. However, it is still not strong enough. Therefore, after the divine monarch realm, the divine king realm, and the divine emperor realm are the 3 souls and 7 spirits realm. In the God King realm, there are 3 transformations of the soul. Therefore, they are divided into the 1 soul God King realm, 2 soul God King realm, and 3 soul God King realm. As for the divine emperor realm, it is the transformation of the 7 forms. There are 7 stages in total. Divine King's 3 souls level, divine emperor's 7 souls level. Mu Yan's eyes were opened this time. Mu Fengchen continued, that's not all. In the God King realm, the transformation of the 3 souls allowed one to comprehend the law of space. In the God Emperor realm, the transformation of the 7 souls allowed one to comprehend the law of time. I see. Seeing that Mu Yun seemed to understand, Mu Fengchen continued, after Divine Monarch, Divine King, and Divine Emperor, is the Divine Master realm. In the Divine Master realm, the law of space and time has reached the large success stage. That is to comprehend one's own territory. Territory? That's right, territory. Mu Fengchen said carefully, this territory cannot be underestimated. A powerful territory can reverse time and space and change life and death. Since ancient times, the Tao cultivated in the realm of the gods was the 5 elemental territories. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elemental territories. The transformation of the territory is divided into 5 stages. The Divine Master realm is the 5 stages. What about the God Ancestor realm, which is above the Divine Master realm? The God Ancestor realm is mostly called the Ancestor God realm now. The strength of the Ancestor of all gods, these powerful existences only exist in the 10 great ancient clans. In the hundreds of regions in the realm of the gods, divine monarchs are already strong. In the central region, the Divine Masters have reached the peak and are the most powerful existences. As for the Ancestor God realm, they are only born in the 10 great ancient clans. That's why the bloodline talent appeared in the 10 great ancient clans. When the Ancestor God realm warriors open up the external incarnation, it is equivalent to a second self. Shuexiao wanted to rely on the incarnation to kill you. Mu Fengchen smiled and said, however, this guy underestimated you. His external incarnation is incomparably powerful. In the realm of the gods, it is at least as powerful as the Divine Master realm. However, in the immortal world, it is suppressed by the rules of the world and can only be at the peak of the immortal Emperor realm. Otherwise, you would have died 10,000 times. Yes. Mu Yun knew that this was because Shuexiao had underestimated him. Moreover, her father was always in the immortal world, so Shuexiao did not dare to act rashly. However, when Mu Qingyu left, it was too late for Shueshao to kill him. However, you got lucky. After absorbing his external incarnation, you immediately ascended to the realm of the gods and even obtained the Blood Clan's bloodline talent, soul control. Mu Fengchen said lightly, you now have the Shepherd's devouring bloodline, the Blood Clan's soul control bloodline, and an additional bloodline power that has a certain purification ability. The fusion of these three bloodlines is a miracle. In the entire realm of the gods, I have never heard of such a talent. Mu Yan smiled faintly and nodded. How do I subdue this Wanxiang pagoda? Simple, drip a drop of blood to recognize its spirit. Mu Guifan spoke at this moment. Regarding divine artifacts, his right to speak was obviously greater than Mu Fengxiao and Mu Fengchen. Mu Yan immediately dripped a drop of blood essence and integrated it into the Wanxiang pagoda. Buzz, suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out, and Mu Yan's consciousness appeared in the depths of the Wanxiang pagoda. This pagoda only had one floor, but this floor seemed to be tens of thousands of feet high. The entire pagoda was glittering with countless divine artifacts and divine pills hanging in the air. Seeing this scene, Mu Yan was stunned. The height of this pagoda made one's expression change, and the good things inside were even more shocking. From void spirit pills to spirit strengthening pills, from void spirit artifacts to spirit strengthening artifacts, there were tens of thousands of items. Mu Yan calmed herself down and looked at the pagoda. With a casual wave of her hand, a heavenly spirit artifact appeared in her hand. At this moment, Zhao Yanming and Mu Bufan's eyes were filled with astonishment. Subdued? Yes. Mu Yan nodded and said with a smile, I originally thought that I had already made a big profit, but now it seems that I have really made a big profit. This trip was worth it. Big brother Mu, there's also a long sword here, but it's rusty and I can't tell if it's good or bad. Oh? Mu Yan took the long sword and looked at it. It was rusty, but the body of the sword was still straight and sharp. At a glance, it gave people a feeling of sharpness. Spirit strengthening artifact. Mu Yan's expression changed. This spirit strengthening artifact long sword seemed to be far from simple. That's right, keep this sword well. It might be of great use. Mu Yan said and held the long sword. Bang, at this moment, a bang sounded. Outside the courtyard, figures suddenly appeared at this moment. Those figures scattered and occupied the entire small courtyard. Mu Yan, you really found the problem and found the location of the treasure here. A voice sounded, looking at Mu Yan and suddenly speaking. Feng Xingyuan, seeing the person who came, Mu Yan smiled and said, it seems that you really haven't given up. Mu Yan, everyone was discussing together, but you came here yourself and took the treasure for yourself. Aren't you too selfish? Cui Mingho of the Celestial Alliance also said coldly. Everyone was discussing together, but you decided on your own. Do you have any regard for us? Chu Feng of the Battle Alliance also spoke. At this moment, the disciples of the Heavens Alliance, Battle Alliance, Fengyun Alliance, Sage Monarch Alliance, and Shrouding Heaven Alliance had all gathered. Among them, the members of the Snow Alliance and the Shadow Alliance also arrived one by one. When everyone saw Mu Yan, their eyes were filled with caution. Who said that I took it for myself? Mu Yan looked at everyone and waved the long sword in her hand. I just found this sword. I followed the traces of the spatial treasure and found it here. But you guys, I just found it and was about to discuss it with everyone, but you guys came to criticize me. It seems that you guys have been paying attention to me all this time. As soon as these words came out, a trace of suspicion appeared in everyone's eyes. They didn't believe that Mu Yan would be so kind-hearted. You don't believe me? Mu Yan swung the long sword and stabbed it into the ground. This sword is a vitality-strengthening divine artifact. I just found it, and now I'm handing it over. As for what's inside, I still don't know. Mu Yan waved her hand and said, if you don't believe me, everyone can go in and check it out. Vitality-strengthening divine artifact. Seeing the long sword, everyone's eyes suddenly revealed a deep look of curiosity. Not to mention them, even the 9 elders and sect master of the sect would covet the longsword of the firmament divine artifact level. A monarch god coupled with a vitality-strengthening divine artifact had the ability to overturn rivers and seas. I just found the long sword. Now that I'm handing it over, it's enough to prove that I accidentally found the problem, right? At least you know what's good for you. At this moment, Feng Xingyuan walked forward and was about to grab the long sword. Bang, however, at this moment, a sword aura suddenly shot out. Feng Xingyuan. Cui Mingho of the Heavens Alliance sneered. What? Do you want to take it all for yourself? Mu Yun has already handed it over. Everyone's intentions are clear. Treasure, let's split it equally after searching. You, what? You just said that Mu Yun was selfish. Now, you want to take it all for yourself? Humph, I'm not. Everyone, just continue to search. Immediately, the disciples of the three great alliances and four major alliances hurriedly rushed into the courtyard and rooms and began to search. However, in the end, everyone came up empty-handed. The only thing that attracted everyone's attention was the longsword, which was a solid godly artifact. After searching for a while without any results, everyone stared at the longsword again. There must be some kind of treasure in this strange scene. A single energy consolidating divine artifact was enough to make everyone fight to the death for it. It seems that everyone knows that this divine sword is probably related to the scene we saw earlier. Since that's the case, why don't I take this divine sword back and study it first? Feng Xingyuan spoke again. Feng Xingyuan, how can you say such shameless words? Chu Feng couldn't help but scold. Think about your own abilities. If we are talking about understanding divine weapons, my Fighting Union's disciples are several times more knowledgeable than your Feng Yun assembly. What are you? If we want to bring it back to study, it should be my Fighting Union. Chu Feng, aren't you overestimating your Fighting Union's disciples? What? Not convinced? If not, then let's fight. The two didn't agree and immediately showed signs of fighting. Don't be rash. Cui Mingho pulled Chu Feng back and whispered, there are still two other assemblies here. Li Yuan and Xianxia won't let go of the sword so easily. The scene was silent. Mu Yun placed his hands behind his back and stood on the spot with a faint smile on his face. Although this energy-stabilizing divine weapon was precious, it was pitifully inferior to the Wanxiang Pagoda. He didn't care at all. However, Mu Yun knew that this sword was priceless to the disciples here. It was even valuable to the old antiques of the Kenshin sect. Then what do you think we should do? Feng Xingyuan looked at Cui Mingho and Chu Feng and said coldly. The current situation was very clear. The Heaven Alliance and Fighting Union were working together. Feng Xingyuan, on the other hand, was working together with the Shrouding Heaven Society and the Sage Monarch Society. If Cui Mingho and Chu Feng didn't know what was good for them, he didn't mind fighting and snatching it. This sword naturally belongs to my Fighting Union. You have to agree whether you want to or not. Chu Feng said firmly. If there are any problems, I will share them with everyone. I, Chu Feng, am a man of my words. What a joke. Li Yuan laughed out loud. So what you're saying is that if you can't figure out anything, then this divine sword will belong to you, Chu Feng. Why not? Why not? Xianxia also shouted, Chu Feng, this is the continent of a different dimension, not the Kenshin sect. If you want to rely on Luo He to support you, you have to see if it's possible. A bunch of trash. I don't want to waste my time with you. I want to see who dares to make a move. As Chu Feng finished speaking, he reached out with his hand and grabbed the divine sword. Let go. How could Feng Xingyuan allow him to act so recklessly? He immediately attacked. At this moment, Cui Mingho naturally wouldn't sit idly by. Immediately, the two sides, two alliances, and three guilds began to fight. Mu Yun looked at Zhao Yanming and Mu Bufan beside her, waved her hand and said, let's go. You're leaving just like that? At this moment, Qing Yuanyuan's clothes fluttered, and a burst of fragrance swept over. Mu Bufan couldn't help but take a few more glances. His gaze stopped at Qing Yuanyuan's chest, and a wave of emotion surged in his heart. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, do you think it's possible for me to snatch it? That's right. As a middle-stage heavenly god, I can deal with any one of them. However, I don't have the ability to deal with a group of them. You're a member of the Shadow Alliance, and Wu Tianji will help you. Together with the Snow Alliance, we'll definitely be able to protect this longsword. Qing Yuanyuan said meaningfully. So what if we can protect it? Mu Yan shook her head and said, won't the Snow Alliance, the Shadow Alliance, and Wu Tianji still have to fight for it in the end? As soon as she said that, Qing Yuanyuan was tongue-tied. She didn't want to give up this energy-consolidating divine weapon, but Mu Yan clearly didn't have the heart to fight for it. Shu Kong, Shu Yi, are the two of you just going to watch? Qing Yuanyuan looked at the two of them. If we join forces, we won't be inferior to Cui Mingho and Chu Feng, as well as Feng Xingyuan, Li Yuan, and Xiao Xingkai. Mu Yun has a good attitude towards this energy-consolidating divine weapon. Are you willing to let it fall into the hands of others? Even if we manage to snatch it, how are we going to split it? Simple. Qing Yuanyuan nodded and said, let's find a place and send 3 disciples of the same cultivation level to fight. The winner of 2 out of 3 rounds will get this divine sword. How about that? Shu Kong and Shu Yi looked at each other and nodded after hesitating for a moment. Mu Yan stepped back and said, this matter has nothing to do with me. If you want to fight, then fight. There's nothing else here, so I'm leaving. As soon as Mu Yan finished speaking, she left with Zhao Yanming and Mu Bufan. Send someone to follow him. See if he's really leaving or if he's just trying to reap the benefits. Yes. Qing Yuanyuan looked at Mu Yan's departing gaze and couldn't figure out what she was thinking. However, at this moment, the battle was getting more and more intense. Whoever held the divine sword would become the target of everyone. Qing Yuanyuan, Shu Kong, and Shu Yi looked at each other and immediately joined the battle with their subordinates and disciples. At this moment, Mu Yan left leisurely and came out of the main hall. The 3 figures walked along the main hall and left this place. What was the point of staying here after getting to Wanxiang Pagoda? At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. As the sound of something breaking through the air faded, a figure appeared in front of Mu Yan and the other 2. Zhao Yanming and Mu Bufan immediately became cautious. Brother Mu. Wu Tianji appeared at this moment and looked at Mu Yan. You're here? Mu Yan waved her hand and said, let's go. There's nothing worth staying here for anymore. They can fight among themselves. It's good to fight to the death. Yes. The 4 figures gradually went further and further away. With the appearance of the divine sword firmament divine artifact, not to mention the 4 major alliances and the 3 great conventions, even the other disciples were eager to make a move. The divine artifact was a magical item that even divine lords racked their brains to obtain. Among them, the strongest was only at the early heavenly god realm. Most of them were at the earth god realm. To them, a divine artifact was like a crown in the eyes of a beggar. This matter gradually spread throughout the entire alternate dimension. Everyone was so excited that they went crazy and began to fight for the path. Half a year's time quietly passed. In the alternate dimension, between a mountain range, 2 figures reached the peak and faced each other from afar. Wu Tianji was dressed in a white robe and had an extraordinary aura. He held a long sword in his hand and looked opposite him. Mu Yan was dressed in a long black robe. Her slanted hair covered her eyes slightly and she looked very cold. Sun Righteous Sword Technique. With a low shout, Wu Tianji's figure rose into the sky and slashed out with his sword. Sword chi whistled and the wind moved with it. The trees between the mountain peaks instantly fell. What Wu Tianji used was one of the 3 major divine arts of the Kenshin sect, the Sun Righteous Sword Technique. It was powerful and filled with yang qi. It could even rely on the power of the sun to release a scorching attack effect. Seeing Wu Tianji's full force attack, Mu Yan waved her hand and slashed out with her sword. Sun Reflecting Sword. With one slash, the high-level sword soul was directly activated. In the entire mountain peak, the blazing sword chi between the 2 of them swept out even more terrifyingly. Boom boom boom, in an instant, a series of explosions rang out in the valley. Mu Yan's figure finally stood firm. On the other side, Wu Tianji's face was slightly pale. I'm not fighting anymore. Wu Tianji suddenly stopped and said bitterly, after advancing to middle stage heavenly god, I thought I could exchange blows with you. I didn't expect that I would be no match for you at all. With your sun reflecting sword and high-level sword soul, even my sun righteous sword technique is no match for you. Alright. Mu Yan waved her hand and looked to the other side. She said, Zhao Yanming, you do it. Ah? Zhao Yanming was stunned and said, I think I'll pass. Bufan, you do it. You're thick-skinned and can take a beating. Me? I can't, I'm not doing it. Mu Bufan snorted. I haven't recovered from my injuries from a few days ago. Brother Mu's sword moves are sharp. With his high-level sword soul, I can't even take one slash. Seeing the three of them shirking their responsibilities, Mu Yun scolded jokingly and flew down. The three of you, I think I've beaten you too lightly. Landing, Mu Yun shook her head and said, in this half a year, all of you have improved. The trial should be over. In 2 years it'll be the four-sex martial arts competition. If the three of you don't seize the time to improve, how can you participate in the competition and get a good ranking? You should get a good ranking. Wu Tianji said bitterly. You're too strong. If you cultivate our sect's 3 great divine arts, you'll be even more terrifying. 3 great divine arts? What 3 great divine arts? Jade Green Ninth Heaven Sword Technique, Sun Righteous Sword Technique, Jade Frost Nine Palaces Sword Technique. Wu Tianji said longingly, I'm suitable to cultivate the Sun Righteous Sword Technique now. Just this sword technique alone is already difficult for me to grasp. However, if it's you, I think all 3 sword techniques won't be a problem. I can give it a try. Mu Yun smiled. As the saying went, it was never a burden to have more skills. His Amaterasu Yang sword was powerful enough. In addition, he had comprehended the Yunyuan Heavenly Path sword technique. At the same time, he also had a fist technique, the primeval heavenly fist. Mu Yun could be said to have thoroughly comprehended the 4 moves of this fist technique in this half a year. However, what Mu Yun did the most in this half a year was to comprehend the Wanxiang Pagoda. At this moment, the Wanxiang Pagoda had grown to a height of 10,000 feet and stood inside the Heaven-Fall underworld diagram. The cracks on the pagoda's body expanded and turned into strange and complex runes. This pagoda was built by the Blue Luan Sword Saint for the purpose of condensing an avatar. The materials and construction methods were all top-notch. Moreover, it also had supreme transformations. Although it was damaged now, it wasn't a hindrance. After all, Mu Yun was only at the intermediate heavenly god realm. In just this half a year, Mu Yun had comprehended 1 layer of the Wanxiang Pagoda's magical effects. Wanxiang Void Formation, this formation constructed a void image. Once one relied on the Wanxiang Pagoda to cast the Wanxiang Void Formation, there would be countless transformations in the formation. Heavenly God Realm cultivators would be confused when they entered. Mu Yun now felt that the layers in his body were progressing. Everything was done in an orderly manner. Buzz, at this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded above the entire continent in the different space. A vortex appeared above the 4 people's heads. Looks like the trial is over. Mu Yun raised his head and took a step forward. He said indifferently, when we return to the Kenshin sect, there should be a lot of things to do. The 4 people looked at each other and directly left. A burst of light flickered, and the world spun. 4 figures appeared on a square. Seems like all of you have gained a lot this time. Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng waved his hand and said with a smile, now, disciples who have advanced to the heavenly god realm, come up to the stage. As soon as the Grand Elder finished speaking, he waved his hand and Mu Yun felt a bright light rising above his head. He strode out and walked towards the stage. At this moment, other figures walked out one after another. In the past half a year, Mu Bufan had successfully entered the early stage heavenly god realm with the support of Mu Yun's life force, as well as many elixirs and teachings. Zhao Yanming was also at the early stage heavenly god realm a long time ago. Upon closer inspection, there were more than 30 auras that had reached the heavenly god realm. However, most of them were at the early stage heavenly god realm and only a few of them had reached the mid-stage heavenly god realm. Seeing this, Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng's face was filled with joy. The trial this time was too worth it. There were more than 30 titular disciples in this sect. That's right. Second Elder Lu Yunfeng was dressed in a grey robe and said with a smile, although there were losses in this trial, it's still a great fortune for the sect to have more than 30 titular disciples. There's no gain without sacrifice. Ninth Elder D, he said, these children must be baptized by flames in order to grow up. Otherwise, how can the sect become powerful if we need them to protect it in the future? Yes. All the elders nodded in agreement. The Grand Elder looked at the 30 over disciples and said, "All right, this time, all the disciples who have entered the heavenly God realm will have their own independent mountain peak and will be the titular disciples of the Kenshin sect. These disciples can go to the heavenly book pavilion in the sect and choose a complete book of the Jade Pure 9 Heavens sword art, Sun Righteous sword art, and Jade Frost 9 Palaces sword art." The moment he said that, the tens of thousands of disciples below exclaimed. These 3 sword arts are 5th grade divine arts. It said that they were passed down from the mainstream of the Kenshin sect. That's right, the Kenshin sect became famous because of this. How enviable. They can choose a complete book to cultivate from the heavenly God realm to the divine Lord realm. Wouldn't that be easy? Don't be envious. They are titular disciples. We should strive to reach the heavenly God stage as soon as possible. The disciples below were envious. Not only that. The Great Elder said again, this time, everyone has improved. Then, the top 100 rankings of the Heavenly Spirit list will also change. Everyone will rest for a month. After a month, the inner sect disciples will compete to determine the rankings. As long as you are ranked in the top 100, you will be able to go to the Heavenly Book Pavilion to choose a deity art that you like. No contribution points are required. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Kenshin sect's martial arts field was filled with cheers. Even though they had yet to reach the heavenly God realm, they had still reaped great rewards from this trip. In this competition, it was time for them to show off their skills. Jade Clear 9 Heavens sword art, Great Young Righteous sword art, Jade Frost 9 Palaces sword art. Muyun muttered to herself, pick one of these 3 sword techniques. I'll be able to see what it is. The sword art he was currently cultivating was called the Amaterasu Single Yang sword. The second was the Single Yuan Heavenly Dao sword. In fact, these 2 sword techniques only had 2 styles. Among them, the Single Yuan Heavenly Dao sword was filled with countless changes. However, the more sword techniques he cultivated, the more powerful the Single Yuan Heavenly Dao sword would be. Therefore, if the 3 sword techniques were good this time, he did not mind cultivating them. Alright, everyone, disperse. The Great Elder said again, all of you have worked hard this time. Have a good rest. Titular disciples, follow 9th Elder D. He to the Heavenly Book Pavilion to comprehend the 3 sword techniques and choose the one that suits you the most. Farewell, Elder. Farewell, Elder. Immediately, the 9 elders turned and left, leaving only Dihi behind. Dihi looked at the 30-odd titular disciples and said, not bad, all of you have improved. Very good. With that, he waved his hand and collected the identity badges of the 30-odd disciples. Immediately, the badges were arranged according to their cultivation realm. Muyun was in the first row. Alright, follow me. Everyone followed the 9th elder and left, entering the sect. The outer sect had a special heavenly book pavilion, and so did the inner sect. However, at that moment, they were walking towards the depths of the inner sect. There, mountain peaks were hundreds of meters tall, as though they were made by nature. The pavilions and towers looked extremely beautiful. On the mountain peaks, there was an otherworldly scenery with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. These are the mountain peaks where the titular disciples reside. After choosing the God techniques, you can choose your own mountain peak. There are spirit gathering formations on every mountain peak. Cultivating in the spirit gathering formations will yield twice the results with half the effort. 9th Elder D. He explained continuously along the way, not having the demeanor of a high and mighty elder at all. Muyun understood as well. Whether it was a true God realm outer sect disciple or an earth God realm inner sect disciple, in the eyes of the seated elders, they were all ordinary. Only the titular disciples were the true core of the sect. If a calamity descended, the titular disciples would be the mainstay. In the sect, there are far more than 100 peaks for the titular disciples. However, there are too few disciples who have reached the heavenly God realm, so there are many vacancies. Rest assured. The 9th elder said, there's one more thing. It's very troublesome to manage a mountain peak. You can recruit outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples to live on the mountain peak and help you manage it. However, there are only 100 outer sect disciples and 10 inner sect disciples. Remember, this is the sect's rule. The Heavenly Book Pavilion is up ahead. The ninth elder pointed to a mountain peak in front of him and said. That mountain peak was 1,000 meters tall, surrounded by clouds and mist, showing the phenomenon of swallowing clouds and spitting out mist. There was a faint aura of devouring dragons and crouching tigers. Surrounding the mountain peak were pavilions. To be precise, those pavilions were embedded into the mountain peak, which was why there was such a scene. Seeing this scene, everyone was somewhat amazed. As one of the 4 overlords of the South River region, the Kenshin sect had a population of more than 10 billion. To be able to control billions of people, as expected of the Kenshin sect. Follow me in. The ninth elder strode forward and was about to enter the mountain peak. Swish 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 swish, however, at this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. From the side, numerous figures suddenly flew over. Upon closer inspection, there were a total of 4 figures. The 4 figures all had different appearances and postures, but all of them had powerful auras. Feng Xingtian, Yunji, Qinyu, Xianxia, what are you 4 doing here? Seeing the 4 of them, the ninth elder frowned. Of those 4, Feng Xingtian and Cloud Season were the chancellors of the Wind and Cloud Society, Qinyu was the chancellor of the Shroud Heaven Society, and Sage Heart was the chancellor of the Sage Monarch Society. The ninth elder was a prudent person. He had never liked the disciples of the sect to form cliques for personal gain. However, due to the general trend, the other elders did not pay much attention to this matter, and it was difficult for him to manage it alone. Therefore, although he didn't like this matter, he couldn't put an end to it. Therefore, he had never been nice to the leaders of the alliance. Ninth elder. Among the 4 people, a young man in a black robe walked out. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Greetings, ninth elder. I heard that the disciples who went out for training have returned, so I want to meet a disciple." Qinyu, who do you want to see? Mu Yun. Qinyu's expression was cold, and his pair of phoenix eyes emitted a cold-killing intent. You mean Mu Yun? The ninth elder stroked his beard and said with a smile, this time, Mu Yun improved rapidly and reached the mid-stage heavenly god realm. She is also the one with the best performance among all the disciples. Oh? Qinyu nodded and said with a smile, then, which one is Mu Yun? He swept his gaze across the 30-odd titular disciples. At this moment, Li Yuan of the Shroud Heaven Society was also among the crowd. At this moment, Li Yuan was extremely terrified. This time, President Qinyu's younger brother, Qin Han, was dead. He would probably be punished. Originally, he wanted to fight for the origin-strengthening divine artifact Divine Sword and was prepared to make up for it with his merits. However, who would have thought that after the people from the 3 great alliances and the 4 great alliances took action and fought for it for half a year, the Divine Sword disappeared. In fact, the disciples of the 4 great alliances all thought that it had been snatched by someone else and hidden. However, they couldn't find it. At this moment, Li Yuan felt weak. Senior brother, why are you looking for me? Mu Yun walked forward at this moment, cupped her hands, and said with a smile, I am Mu Yun. You are Mu Yun. Before Qinyu could speak, another young man took a step forward, and his aura crushed over. Peak Heavenly God Realm, the man in green robes directly crushed Mu Yun and shouted, You are the one who killed Wang Liang? Do you know that Wang Liang is my man? Your man? Mu Yun looked at this person and said in surprise, so it's the president of the Sage Monarch Society, senior brother Xianxia. Sorry for the disrespect. However, senior brother Sheng, it seems that all the disciples of the sect are disciples of the Kenshin sect. In other words, they are also members of the Kenshin sect. How did Wang Liang become your man? Enough. The ninth elder spoke at this moment and frowned. The 4 of you, instead of cultivating in your own mountains, came here to flaunt your strength. Do you still have any respect for an elder like me? We wouldn't dare. Qinyu, Xianxia, and the other 3 immediately bowed and cupped their hands. Ninth elder, this kid killed many of our Kenshin sect's disciples during his trial in the alternate dimension. I hope that you will investigate this matter thoroughly. Qinyu. The ninth elder immediately shouted. Don't forget that you killed more disciples than him during your trial. This is the sect's trial. It's normal for disciples to kill each other for treasures. If you were convicted, you would have died thousands of times already. When these words came out, Qin Yu's face turned pale. The ninth elder had never liked the sect union. It would be strange if he wasn't angry when he saw the four of them. All right, all of you, back down. The ninth elder snorted. I still want to take them to choose 3 sword arts. Ninth elder. Feng Xingtian said coldly. You are the ninth elder. We don't dare to offend you. But you should know that people will eventually die. Are you threatening me? The ninth elder, He, roared angrily. He pointed his hand, and 2 of his fingers formed a sword. With a swoosh, he stabbed it directly at Feng Xingtian. Feng Xingtian was a late-stage heavenly god. How could he withstand an attack from a divine lord, even if it was a simple attack? This was the power of the divine lord realm. Even if it was only the divine lord realm 1 origin, after establishing the primordial spirit and transforming the soul sea into a small person, it was the true unity of man and soul. The unity of man and soul and the creation of the primordial spirit. A divine lord realm martial artist's strength was at least 200,000 dragons of power. How could a mere late-stage heavenly god compare to it? Feng Xingtian's face turned pale and he did not dare to say anything else. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at them without a change in expression. When he killed Wang Liang and the others, he knew that the 3 major alliances would definitely seek revenge on him. If it was before, he would have been wary, so he joined the Shadow Alliance. But now, he had become a titular disciple. Even the Emperor Alliance and the Battle Alliance had to follow the sect rules if they wanted to deal with him. At this point, Mu Yun was no longer worried. And Feng Xingtian, Yun Ji, and the others could not threaten his life with their current cultivation. On the other hand, they might become stepping stones on his path in the future. Damn it! Yun Ji cursed in his heart. There's nothing despicable about it. Qin Yu said coldly, if we were like Tian Fengxiao and Luo He who were about to reach the Divine Lord Realm 1 origin, ninth elder wouldn't dare to do this. In the end, we're still not strong enough. That's right. Xianxia also snorted, this kid killed many of our disciples. It's a slap to our faces. If we don't kill him, how can we get rid of him? Don't worry. The 4 sects martial arts competition is coming soon. In 2 years, we'll reach the perfected heavenly god realm and even break through to the divine lord realm 1 origin. This Mu Yun will definitely die. That's the only way. He's now a titular disciple. Unless he leaves the sect, we can't do anything to him. The 4 of them did not look good. At this moment, ninth elder was also angry. Remember. Ninth elder said in a muffled voice, you're now titular disciples. You don't have to be afraid of other titular disciples. As long as what you do complies with the sect rules, if anyone dares to deal with you, just find the 9 elders and we'll uphold justice for you. Yes. Everyone nodded. As for Li Yuan, Xiao Xingkai, Feng Xingyuan and the others, their eyes were filled with killing intent as they looked at Mu Yun. Even their backers had stepped in and could not target Mu Yun. Now that Mu Yun had reached the level of a titular disciple, she was indeed not easy to deal with. Follow me. The 9th elder stood on a platform, and more than 30 figures followed him. Buzz, in an instant, there was a flash of light, and more than 30 figures appeared at the peak of the 1,000-meter-tall mountain. This is the most important place in our Kenshin sect's heavenly book pavilion. Elder Jiu said, entering this place without the permission of the sect is a crime punishable by death. As Elder Jiu spoke, a command medallion appeared in his hand. Suddenly, the entrance of the cave in front of him suddenly opened up. In that instant, Mu Yun felt at least 4 auras that were not weaker than the 9th elder's flashing past. It seemed like it was impossible to barge into this place even if he wanted to. Come in with me. As soon as the 9th elder finished speaking, he stepped inside. The inside of the cave was brighter and warmer than the outside. Look carefully. Elder Jiu waved his hand, and 3 walls appeared in front of more than 30 people. These 3 walls are the 3 great divine arts that our Kenshin sect was founded on, the clear jade 9 heavens sword art, the righteous sun sword art, and the cold jade 9 palaces sword art. These 3 sword arts are all 5th grade divine arts. In the entire South River region, they are the top divine arts, enough for you to cultivate to the 5 elements divine lord realm. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can reach that realm. In our South Rudra region, the Divine Lord realm is divided from 1 to 9 elements. The strongest is only at the 5 elements Divine Lord realm, such as our sect master and the 3 from Sky Pass Valley, 9-star Pavilion, and Dark Nether Hall. Now, you can browse the mnemonics and some moves of these 3 sword arts, but in the end, you can only choose one. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. This way, if they saw the mnemonics and moves of the 3 sword arts and recorded them, wouldn't they be able to cultivate them all? As if seeing through everyone's thoughts, Elder Joe smiled and said, "Don't think too much. These 3 divine arts were left behind by our Kenshin sect's old sect master. In the past, not even the old ancestor of the Kenshin sect had such a sword art. The old sect master discovered these sword arts by accident. When these 3 sword arts were discovered, they were engraved on the steel. You'll have to look at them for at least 10 days to half a month before you can remember them. Even if you finish looking at them now, you won't be able to remember them." Hearing this, everyone naturally didn't believe him. They were all heavenly gods, and could be said to have photographic memory. How could they not remember? Everyone immediately looked at the 3 walls. But with this look, they were all dumbfounded. They couldn't help but admit that they really couldn't remember them. The moves that they saw, they could still remember 1 second, but the next second, they had already forgotten them. How could they cultivate like this? I'll let you look at the attributes of the 3 sword arts. Once you've made your choice, tell me, and I'll naturally tell you how to cultivate them. Elder Gio said again, "Let me introduce the 3 divine arts to you. The power of each of the 3 divine spells is different. Among them, the most powerful one is the Jade Clear 9 Heavens sword technique. This sword technique is divided into 9 moves and it emphasizes on purity. Cultivating this sword technique requires an extremely pure state of mind. Next is the Great Sun Righteous sword art. It has 7 moves. The Great Sun Righteous sword art emphasizes 2 words. One is yang, and the other is righteousness. To use this sword art, you must have righteousness in your body. You must have righteousness in your heart. Even if you kill someone who is indebted to you, you must have righteousness in your body. As for yang, it's the Great Sun Righteousness is the essence of this sword art. Next is the Jade Frost 9 Palace sword art. This sword art is divided into 5 moves, and it's very suitable for disciples who have a cold attribute physique or have been cultivating cold attribute divine arts. Alright, next, take a look for yourselves. I'll give you half a day. After Elder Gio finished speaking, he sat aside and calmed his heart. Elder, I've made my choice. I choose the Jade Frost 9 Palace sword art. A disciple immediately said, I've been cultivating a cold attribute sword art. The divine sword in my hand has a cold aura, and it's suitable for this sword art. Alright. Elder Gio nodded and said, to cultivate a sword art, you must not only be strong, but also suitable for yourself. Your 7th elder, Xianxia, is in the same realm as me, Sir Gadi Yuan. However, he cultivates the Jade Frost 9 Palace sword art. Although I cultivate the Great Sun Righteous sword art, his strength is higher than mine, and he's ranked above me. Thank you, Elder. Although these 3 sword arts are different, they're all 5th grade divine arts. As long as you can cultivate one of them to the peak, you can become a powerful divine realm expert like the sect leader. After Elder Gio finished speaking, he said, let me impart the divine art to you. Impart a divine art, everyone was puzzled. The 9th elder took a step forward and pointed his finger at the token in his hand. A bright light flashed, and the image of an ice soul appeared on the Jade Frost 9 Palace's sword art. It fused into the forehead of the disciple and disappeared. At that moment, the disciple stood up and bowed. Chi-he, how do you feel? A disciple couldn't help but ask. I feel that the sword art is in my mind. However, I can only feel it, but I can't express it. This is the power of these 3 sword arts. Elder Gio stroked his beard and smiled, alright, you've made your choice. Now, go to the Matter Pavilion and choose your own mountain. Yes. The disciple left the place excitedly. The 3 divine arts were the foundation of the Kenshin sect. Naturally, they were highly protected. Even the divine arts were passed down in such a brilliant way. It was enough to see how important the 3 divine arts were to the sect. Then, some disciples couldn't wait to face the sword arts. It didn't take long for each disciple to choose their own sword technique. Zhao Yanming smiled bitterly and said, I originally thought that the three of us would each choose a sword art and learn all three of them. Now, it seems like I thought too much, yeah. Mu Bufan said helplessly, it seems like we can only choose one that suits us. Mu Yun, what do you choose? Brother Mu will definitely choose the Jade Frost Nine Heavens sword art. His swordsmanship is so powerful. He will definitely choose the most powerful one. Mu Bufan said with a smile. That's not necessarily true. The difference between the three sword arts is not that big. I think that the Sun Righteous sword art and the Jade Frost Nine Palace sword art are more suitable for him since he has the heavenly fire and heavenly water. The two of them were arguing. For a moment, neither of them gave way to the other. Let Brother Mu say it himself. Alright, let's see who's right. The two of them turned to look at Mu Yun at the same time. Brother Mu? Brother Mu? However, at this moment, Mu Yun was staring at the three stone walls. She was in a daze and did not know what to do. Look, I knew that he would choose the one that suits him the most. Zhao Yanming said with a smile when he saw that Mu Yun was looking at the Jade Frost Nine Palace sword art. No. Look, Brother Mu has changed. At this moment, Mu Bufan saw Mu Yun looking at the other side of the wall. Eh? However, the two of them stared at Mu Yun for a while. Seeing that Mu Yun did not move, they chose their own sword arts. Then, the two of them chose their own sword arts. Mu Bufan was not good at swordsmanship. However, the Sun Righteous sword art was mainly about pressing forward with an indomitable momentum. Hence, he chose this sword art. On the other hand, Zhao Yanming chose the Jade Frost Nine Palace sword art. At this moment, Mu Yun was still in a daze. There were only a few figures left in the cave. The ninth elder had been paying attention to Mu Yun all this while. When he saw that Mu Yun still did not know what to choose at this moment, he could not help but walk up to her. At this moment, Mu Yun suddenly turned around. Have you chosen? Yes, ninth elder. Mu Yun bowed and said, I choose the Jade Frost Nine Palace sword art. Huh? Ah? The ninth elder was stunned. Zhao Yanming and Mu Bufan were also surprised. Mu Yun actually chose the Jade Frost Nine Palace sword art? The ninth elder was also very surprised. Mu Yun, are you sure you want to choose the Jade Frost Nine Palace sword technique? The Sun Righteous sword technique and the Jade Clear Nine Heavens sword technique are also very powerful. I can see that you are very talented, and your speed of advancement is very fast. Your swordsmanship is not bad. Maybe you can try to cultivate the Jade Clear Nine Heavens sword technique? Hearing this, the remaining disciples were all astonished. What was going on? When the disciples were choosing the divine skill, the ninth elder kept telling them not to be greedy and to choose the one that was most suitable for them. Now that Mu Yun was choosing, the ninth elder indeed said to choose the best one. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. Elder, I have already thought about it. Mu Yun cupped her hands and said, I will choose this divine skill. Hearing this, the ninth elder originally wanted to dissuade her, but when he saw the other disciples looking at him, he finally nodded and pointed his finger directly into Mu Yun's mind. In an instant, the Jade Frost Nine Palace sword technique's mantra was transmitted into Mu Yun's mind. Zhao Yanming and Mu Bufan were also in a daze at this moment. Let's go. Looking at the two of them, Mu Yun smiled faintly. The three figures left the cave together and went to the affairs pavilion to choose their own main peak. At this moment, Mu Bufan finally could not hold it in anymore. Big brother Mu, why did you choose the worst one? Mu Bufan could not help but ask. The worst one? Mu Yun shook her head and said, who told you that the Jade Frost Nine Palace sword technique is the worst one? Moreover, even the worst one is a 5th grade divine skill. It is enough to start cultivating now and reach the level of Divine Lord 5 elements. But, Mu Bufan still wanted to say something, but he did not know where to start. But the Jade Clear Nine Heavens sword technique is even more powerful and powerful. Zhao Yanming said. What you said makes sense. Mu Yun nodded with a look of agreement. Then why did you? It's okay. I have already mastered all 3 sword techniques. It's okay. I chose the Jade Frost 9 Palace Sword technique just for the elders to see. What? As soon as he said this, Mu Bufan and Zhao Yanming were both stunned. He had already mastered all 3 sword arts. This was impossible. The two of them had tried it earlier, but it didn't work. It was impossible to remember those sword techniques. Otherwise, wouldn't the 3 great sword techniques of the sect have long been obtained by outsiders? Look, you guys don't believe me. Mu Yun shrugged and smiled bitterly. Don't tell me you remember it because of your bloodline? Zhao Yanming asked in astonishment. He had also used his bloodline talent just now, but it was not enough. He could not decipher the secret on the stone tablet. That's not it, Mu Yun shook her head. She looked into the distance and said, when I saw those 3 sword techniques, the strangeness of those 3 sword techniques unconsciously appeared in my mind. Perhaps, there is someone who can dispel my doubts. Who? Shui Yuanhang. Mu Yun indeed did not know why. When he saw the 3 sword techniques, everything about the 3 sword techniques unconsciously appeared in his mind. They were firmly engraved in his soul sea and could not be removed. This was indeed very strange. Just now, the 9th elder said that these 3 sword techniques were obtained by the old sect master and were the inherited sword techniques of the Kenshin sect. Since that was the case, Shui Yuanhang should know why. Let's choose our mountain first. Yes. The 3 of them arrived at the affairs pavilion. Naturally, an elder led them towards the mountain. The 3 of them were all titular disciples at this moment. Even the elders of the affairs pavilion had to treat them respectfully. I'll choose that one. Mu Bufan pointed into the distance. The 3 of us will choose together. Mu Yun said. Yes. In the Kenshin sect, the mountains of the titular disciples were mostly hundreds of meters tall. This was because the source of the Sword God mountain range that the Kenshin sect occupied was a spirit vein. This spirit vein ran through everything in the entire Sword God mountain range. Therefore, every titular disciple's mountain was not naturally formed. Instead, it was a mountain refined by the sect with great means to communicate with the spirit formation underground. Spirit chi continuously gathered at the top of the mountain to provide for the disciples' cultivation. Only the overlord of the South River region could do such a thing. But even so, only the titular disciples were qualified to enjoy it. If the inner sect disciples wanted to rely on the spirit vein to cultivate, they had to pay contribution points. Moreover, the spirit vein's spirit chi was inferior to that of the titular disciples. As for the outer sect disciples, it was even more impossible. They were not qualified to rely on the spirit gathering formation to cultivate. When the 3 of them chose the mountain, the elder chuckled and said, since the 3 of you have already chosen, please give yourself a title on the stone tablet at the foot of your mountain. Give myself a title? Zhao Yanming was stunned. That's right. The title of the titular disciples is given to their respective mountain ranges. The sect is responsible for recording it. So that was the case. He had always thought that it was the sect that named it themselves. Zhao Yanming looked ahead at this moment. His figure flew up and landed at the foot of his mountain. Sure. With a wave of his hand, a sword chi condensed. Zhao Yanming said indifferently, I'll call myself Shifeng. Then I'll call myself Extraordinary Peak. Mu Bufan excitedly rushed to the foot of his mountain to write. At this moment, Mu Yun arrived at the foot of her mountain. A stone tablet stood upright. It was about 12 meters tall and had a smooth surface. Yun. Mu Yun waved her hand, and the word Yun suddenly appeared. Seeing the word Yun, he suddenly thought of a fragment that he had awakened in the depths of his memories. His mother carried him, who was still a baby, and said happily, let's name him Yun. I hope that our child can be as free and unrestrained as the clouds in the sky. He could only vaguely remember that face and couldn't see it clearly. As for what happened back then, he didn't know. What kind of restriction did his mother cast in the end? Whether she was alive or dead, he didn't know. As for his father, what exactly did he experience when he left the God realm? Why was he so strict with him? However, at this point, Mu Yun understood one thing. The bitterness in his father's heart over the years was probably 1,000 times greater than his. How mentally and physically exhausted must his father be to bear the pain of his family being separated from him? For his son, he made his son go through the tribulations of 3 lifetimes. As he watched his son suffer step by step, the bitterness in his heart was probably even deeper. Since we're father and son, we naturally have to bear it together. I also want to see what kind of amazing woman could make my father infatuated with her back then. Muyun smiled and muttered to herself. Throwing away the distracting thoughts in her mind, Muyun now understood the path she was going to take from her grandfather. 9 Origin Divine Lord Realm. 3 Soul Divine Lord Realm. 7 Soul Divine Lord Realm. The 5th Divine Lord Realm and the peak of the Ancestral God Realm had to go through even more tribulations. Master. Zhao Yanming flew over at this moment and landed beside Muyun. He whispered, "Look around our 3 mountain peaks." Huh? Just now, I saw Xianxia from the Sage Monarch Society, Li Yuan from the Shrouding Heaven Society, and Feng Xingyuan from the Fengyun Union. They're all around us. There's also Tian Feng Xiao from the Tianzi Union and Chu Feng from the Fighting Union. Oh? Muyun pursed her lips and smiled. It seems like they're prepared to watch our every move. It seems like these guys haven't given up yet. It doesn't matter. If they don't give up, then they'll die. A smile appeared at the corner of Muyun's mouth as she looked around. At this moment, a figure flew down from the sky. Brother Mu. Wu Tianji chose the divine art earlier and came directly to this mountain peak. It just so happened that he wasn't too far away from Muyun and the others. When he saw Muyun and the others, he came over to greet them. I see that you've chosen the sun-righteous sword art. You've cultivated this sword art before. However, you were only an inner sect disciple. How were you qualified to cultivate it at that time? This, if it's not convenient to say, then don't say it. No, no, no. Wu Tianji said in a low voice, because my grandfather is the 3rd elder, Wu Chen, one of the 9 great elders of the sect. My grandfather cultivates the great young righteous sword technique. I was influenced by him and cultivated a little bit as well. Your grandfather is one of the 9 high elders, Wu Chen? Zhao Yanming and Mu Bufan were stunned. Let's talk at the peak. It's not convenient to talk here. Wu Tianji smiled and said, each mountain peak has a special array to maintain it. That's why the sect allows every disciple to write their own title. It's considered an acknowledgement of ownership. From then on, this mountain peak will be better controlled by each disciple. The mountain peaks are protected by arrays. Even if you're not here, your own mountain peak won't be disturbed. As Wu Tianji spoke, he ascended the mountain peak. Muyun looked at the scenery halfway up the mountain and at the peak. She immediately felt relaxed and happy. The 4 figures arrived at the peak. Immediately, the scenery of the other mountains around them could be seen. If this mountain peak is exposed, won't everyone see what we do clearly? Mu Bufan looked around and said. There's a cloud array that can block it. Wu Tianji explained. With a thought, Muyun activated the array. At this moment, looking outside, it was still very clear. However, looking inside from the outside, it was instantly misty. That's right. Muyun nodded. Wu Tianji smiled and said, this huge mountain peak can accommodate at least 300 to 500 people. It's time for you to find some people. I haven't had the time to do it yet. Looking at Wu Tianji, Muyun said, you have something else to say, right? I'm here to ask you, when can you let me see the old sect master? See the old sect master? Muyun pondered for a moment and said, in a few days, wait for me to make arrangements. All right. The 3 of you have just been promoted to titular disciples and don't know many things. Let me explain it to you. Wu Tianji said, in our Kenshin sect, the sect master's words are unique. However, the sect master doesn't usually appear. Most of the time, it's the great elder Gu Chunfeng, the 2nd elder Lu Yunfeng, and the 3rd elder Wu Chen who handle most of the sect's matters. What about the other elders? Mu Bufan asked. What's the grand elder's attitude then? The grand elder obeys the sect master's orders. Upon hearing that, Muyun understood. It seemed like the elders on the 9 seats were all different. What about the 7 elixir refinement masters of the Elixir Academy? I'm not sure yet. Wu Tianji smiled bitterly. The 7 masters are all active in the Elixir Academy. The matters of the sect are usually handled by the 9 elders. The 7 masters have extremely high statuses, but I'm not sure about their attitudes. After all, I don't know much about the Elixir Academy. It seemed like the Elixir Academy did have a high status in the Kenshin sect. Mu Yun nodded. I have a rough understanding of the situation. As for the specifics, we'll talk about it after you trust me and I trust you. I'll still say the same thing. If I find out that you have ulterior motives, don't blame me for being heartless. I won't. Wu Tianji's eyes lit up. If the old sect master was truly not dead, the truth of the matter would most likely be revealed to the world. At that time, the matter between the current sect master, Shujiani, and Heaven Passage Valley would be exposed. The disciples of the sect would know the truth and would know how to choose. The few of them chatted for a long time before Wu Tianji returned to his mountain peak. Brother Mu, it's still early. Why don't we go to the inner and outer sect and choose some disciples? Yes, that's good too. Mu Yun nodded. The three of them set off and arrived at the inner sect. Many inner sect disciples would fight to the death for a titular disciple to recruit inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples to their own mountain peaks. The moment the three of them appeared in the inner sect, a figure arrived. The three of them had already changed into the attire of titular disciples and there was a purple sword imprint embroidered on their chests. It was easy to recognize them when they arrived at the inner sect. Hello, senior brothers. The figure was dressed in a light silver robe and looked thin and tall. His face was slightly sallow, but he was full of energy. Who are you? Hello, senior brother. My name is Xianxia. The young man cupped his fists. Senior brothers, you've been promoted to titular disciples. Are you preparing to find some inner and outer sect disciples to serve you as servants? How did you know? Mu Bufan asked in surprise. Jiang Zijian smiled and said, many senior martial brothers have already arrived today. The three of you are considered late. You really live up to your name. Zijian, I'm recommending myself. Zhao Yanming said cautiously. Senior brother, there's no need to be so cautious. I'm Jiang Zijian. I've been in the inner sect for 5 years now, but I'm still in the late-stage Earth God realm. With my talent, I'm afraid I have no hope of becoming a heaven god in my lifetime. Therefore, the factions in the inner sect are not interested in me. Jiang Zijian smiled bitterly and said, I've already recommended myself several times, but each time, I've been rejected by people. Mu Yun looked at this person and found it quite interesting. Since that's the case, how do you know that I won't fire you? Senior brother, you're wrong. At the very least, you should at least give me a chance to explain my strengths, right? Jiang Zijian hurriedly said. He didn't know where to place his hands. He looked confident, but he was nervous. Alright, tell me about it. I've been in the Kenshin sect for 10 years. It took me 5 years to reach the Earth God realm. It took me another 5 years to reach the late-stage Earth God realm when I was promoted to the inner sect. Jiang Zijian smiled bitterly and said, therefore, my talent is poor, very poor. However, I've been in the Kenshin sect for 10 years. I know a lot of things. I can be senior brother's eyes and ears. I have many sources of information. As long as I have contribution points, there's no news that I don't know. Oh? Mu Yun smiled and said, if that's the case, then tell me the origin of the Kenshin sect's burial sword mound. Hearing this, Jiang Zijian's brows suddenly flashed with a hint of astonishment. Senior brother, the burial sword mound is related to the secrets of the Kenshin sect. How could I possibly know such things? Jiang Zijian's expression turned gloomy after saying this. It seemed like there was no hope. Forget it then. If you spout a bunch of nonsense, I really wouldn't dare to believe you. Since that's the case, help me find 2 inner sect disciples and 10 outer sect disciples to my peak, Yun Peak. Mu Yun said indifferently. Really? Why? You're not willing? I'm willing. Senior brother, what do you think of me? You can do it too. Mu Yun nodded and said, I want people. 10 outer sect disciples and 2 inner sect disciples. They can't join any alliance and can't be involved with any alliance. Yes, I understand. Jiang Zijian cupped his fists and went to look for people. What's the hurry? Mu Bufan said, help us recruit people too. 10 outer sect disciples and 2 inner sect disciples. Me too. Alright. At this moment, Jiang Zijian only felt that happiness came too suddenly. Initially, he did not have much hope. However, in the end, 3 new titular disciples wanted to recruit and leave it to him. Although it was only 30 outer sect disciples and 6 inner sect disciples, this was still a huge task. Although he did not know why Mu Yun only wanted 10 outer sect disciples and 2 inner sect disciples, he definitely had his reasons. Jiang Zijian knew that he should not ask what he should not ask. Mu Yun and the other 2 turned to leave. However, right then, a commotion broke out. You ungrateful thing. My elder brother has been promoted to a titular disciple and is a core member of the Kenshin sect. You're unwilling to be my elder brother's attendant? A shout suddenly sounded. At this moment, Mu Yun frowned. Xianxia, you better know that you're only an inner sect disciple. The recruitment of inner sect disciples by titular disciples is voluntary. If I'm unwilling, are you going to force me? A cold voice sounded slowly with impatience. When he heard that voice, Mu Yun felt that he had heard it somewhere before. It was very familiar. Is that so? Xianxia's voice sounded again as he sneered, if you're unwilling, then, don't even think about seeing that damn husband of yours. What did you do to Yi Qiu? A voice filled with anger sounded instantly. Yi Qiu, right, Mu Yun was suddenly stunned. That was Ling Yueshuan's voice. To tell you the truth, Yi Qiu went out to train and hasn't returned yet. Don't you know? Xianxia said coldly, I advise you to go to my elder brother's peak obediently and serve him well. Otherwise what? Right at this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind Xianxia. 3 figures pushed their way through the crowd and arrived. The person in the lead was Mu Yun. It's you. Seeing Mu Yun, Xianxia was furious. This guy had caused the disciples of the Sage King Assembly to suffer heavy losses and lose their reputation. Now, he had become a titular disciple. Seeing Mu Yun, Xianxia was furious. I'm asking you, otherwise, what? At this moment, Mu Yun took another step forward and looked at Xianxia. With this step, Xianxia's breathing was blocked. Mu Yun was a mid-stage celestial god, and he was only a perfected earth god. Compared to Mu Yun, the difference was like heaven and earth. There are plenty of women like her. If you want one, I'll give it to you. Xianxia was terrified at this moment. Even his elder brother, Xianxia, was no match for this guy, let alone him. Stop. What do you want? I'm a titular disciple, and you're an inner sect disciple. I have the right to teach you and correct you. Mu Yun said coldly, now, let me ask you, where is Yi Qiu? What Yi Qiu? I don't know. You're lying. Ling Yuxian shouted, my husband entered the mountain range 10 days ago to look for a medicinal herb. You were the ones who captured him. Ling Yuxian was dressed in a light blue dress that wrapped around her beautiful figure. At this moment, she looked rather mature, like a slender and elegant wife. The moment she saw Mu Yun, Ling Yuxian was also very surprised. Mu Yun had just been promoted to titular disciple, so Ling Yuxian did not know. Don't slander me here, bitch. I can't be bothered with you. Xianxia scolded and turned to Mu Yun. He cupped his hands and said, Senior brother Mu, I'll take my leave. I told you to stop right there. Mu Yun. Xianxia shouted, don't push your luck. Not only do I want to push my luck, I want to push my luck. Mu Yun waved her hand and a fist force swarmed out, locking Xianxia's body. Cracking sounds spread all over Xianxia's body. A scream sounded as Xianxia shouted, Mu Yun, although you're a titular disciple, this is the Kenshin sect, not your own house. I'm an inner sect disciple, you can't kill me. Who said I was going to kill you? Mu Yun waved her hand and a violent aura pressed down. Stop. Mu Yun was about to attack when a shout sounded. Xianxia had already arrived by the time the shout was over. He was celebrating his promotion in high spirits when he suddenly heard his subordinate report that Mu Yun was teaching his younger brother a lesson. Mu Yun, you're really arrogant. Xianxia was furious. I'm arrogant? When Mu Yun heard that, she pondered for a moment and nodded. That's true. I'm a titular disciple and have the right to teach an inner sect disciple who doesn't follow the rules a lesson. Xiao Yuanzi bullied a disciple of the same sect and forcefully brought this inner sect disciple, Ling Yuexian, to your mountain peak to serve. I'm teaching him a lesson, right? Not only am I going to teach him a lesson now, I'm going to teach him a lesson tomorrow. Every time I see him in the future, I'll teach him a lesson so that he won't be able to get out of bed for a year and a half. How dare you? Try and see if I dare. Mu Yun exerted force with her palm, and cracking sounds were heard again. She controlled her strength very well. It was not enough to kill Xiao Yuanzi, but it was enough to make him lose a lot of his foundation. Mu Yun, what are you trying to do? What am I trying to do? At this moment, Mu Yun's expression was cold as she said, "Where is Yi Qiu?" Yi Qiu? What Yi Qiu? Xiao Xinkai looked at Mu Yun in confusion. Are you still pretending? Mu Yun exerted force with both hands, and the sound of bones cracking was heard again. Stop first, I'll ask him. You knocked him out, how can you get an answer? It's fine. Mu Yun said indifferently, if he fainted, I have 100 ways to wake him up. Xiao Yuanzi, let me ask you, where is Yi Qiu? Xiao Yuanzi's face was instantly filled with horror when he heard this, and he said, I don't know. He left the mountain range 10 days ago. At that time I was still training. I only said it to scare her. Stop it. Xiao Xinkai was in a complete panic. This Mu Yun was simply a lunatic. In the past 3 years, in the alternate space continent, this guy did not care about the consequences at all. He was now a titular disciple. If he killed Xiao Yuanzi, the sect would definitely not bear to punish him severely. His brother would have died for nothing. Xiao Yuanzi, where is he? Tell him. Big brother. Tell him. Xiao Xinkai roared, do you want to die or live? 10 days ago, he entered a goat head valley in the west of the Sword God mountain range. He seemed to want to undergo some transformation in the valley, so a few disciples imprisoned him there. Xiao Yuanzi immediately spoke. Suddenly, Xiao Yuanzi felt that his arms were torn apart at that moment. Blood flowed out. His arms had actually been torn off by Mu Yun. You. I already told you, but you still hit so hard. This isn't called hard. I don't have time to care about you now. Xiao Yuanzi, if Yi Qiu is in any danger, I'll make you die with him. Mu Yun's cold voice immediately rang out. Mu Yun, you, and you, too. Xiao Xinkai was about to speak, but Mu Yun directly shouted, if anything happens to my disciple, you 2 brothers will be buried with him. Disciple? Xiao Xinkai was stunned. When did Mu Yun have such a disciple? At this moment, Mu Yun directly left with Ling Yuexian. Why did you appear in the Kenshin sect? We had no choice. Ling Yuexian smiled bitterly, back then, we entered the 18 states of South Shui and met Yu Dongqing and the others. Unfortunately, everyone was not doing well. Later, Yi Qiu and I came to the center of South Shui region, in a city near the Kenshin sect. By chance, we entered the Kenshin sect. In these 3 years, we went from outer sect to inner sect disciple. Ling Yuexian said it simply, but Mu Yun knew that there were many hardships in it. We'll talk about the details later. Mu Yun said slowly, stay on my cloud peak now. You can't leave. I'll go and find Qiu. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she left immediately. Zhao Yanming and Mu Bufan wanted to follow, but Mu Yun stopped them. You two, help me take care of Ling Yuexian. Yes. Although the 2 of them really wanted to leave with Mu Yun, they still had to obey Mu Yun's orders. Without another word, Mu Yun put down everything in her hands and immediately headed to the western part of the Sword God mountain range. Sheephead Valley, Mu Yun knew about this place. After entering the valley, it was divided into 2, one on the left and one on the right. It looked like a sheep's head, so many disciples in the Kenshin sect knew about it. However, this place was extremely dangerous. Ghostly scenes would often appear. At this moment, Mu Yun stepped into the valley carefully. At the same time, Xiao Yuanzi looked at his reattached arms and felt pain in his heart. Bear with it a little longer. Xiao Xinkai glared at him and said coldly, this 100 meridian replenishment ointment was bestowed by the president, senior brother Xianxia. It can even regrow a severed arm. You're reattaching your arms. It won't hurt in a while. But it'll take at least half a year to recover. Damn it. Xianxia could not help but clench his fists. Immediately, a heart-wrenching pain spread throughout his arms. Big brother, we can't let this matter go just like that. Xianxia roared, this Muyun is really too much. Then what do you want? Xianxia snorted. Now, he's a titular disciple. Do you still want to fight him? Why can't I fight him? Xianxia snorted. Are my arms going to be crippled for nothing? Shut up. That Muyun, not to mention me, even the president can't do anything to him now. If you want to die, don't drag me down. Big brother. Xianxia could not help but shout that Goat Head Valley has always been filled with a ghostly aura. Which disciple who entered the valley came out alive? I'm afraid Yiqiu is long dead. Look at Muyun. It's obvious that he's very concerned about his disciple. He must have gone deep into the valley to investigate. Let's bring a few disciples outside the valley and wait for him. When Muyun comes out, if he's seriously injured, we'll immediately kill him. If he's fine, then we'll just retreat. Hearing this, Xianxia was obviously tempted. Senior brother Xiao, big brother Yuanza is right. A disciple immediately said, let's wait for him. If Muyun is fine, we'll retreat. If Muyun is seriously injured, we'll kill him directly. It can be considered as avenging the Sage Monarch Guild. Xianxia looked at them and struggled in his heart. Alright, let's do that. Xianxia suddenly made up his mind and said, immediately find a few disciples who are more familiar with that place. I'll go find senior brother Luhan and senior brother Chou Qianyu. Both of them are middle-stage heavenly gods. Nothing will go wrong with them. Big brother, if Muyun is seriously injured, won't they take all the credit? What do you know? Xianxia scolded, Muyun is a centipede. She's dead but not dead. It's safest to have Luhan and Chou Qianyu block her for us. Big brother is right. Alright, things will change if we delay. Let's do it now. Yes. Immediately, a few figures hurriedly left. Xianxia calmed himself down. Finally, he made up his mind and flew up. At this moment, Muyun arrived at Goat Head Valley. The wind howled angrily, and ghosts wailed and wolves howled. The entire valley gave off an extremely gloomy feeling, as if the ghostly aura from the 9 heavens and 10 earths had spread out. Seeing this scene, Muyun had an ominous premonition in his heart. He knew very well that Goat Head Valley was a dangerous place. In the Kenshin sect, many disciples who cultivated some ferocious techniques would come here to train themselves, using the ghostly aura here to enhance their strength. However, many disciples never returned. Yiqiu definitely did not come here unintentionally. He was probably doing it on purpose. The ghostly aura here might be of great help to Yiqiu's holy ghost body. However, the holy ghost body was extremely dangerous. Every time the ghost body grew and transformed, it required a great amount of ghostly aura. However, if the body could not withstand it, it was very likely that the ghostly aura would devour it. It had been 10 days. Muyun did not know if Yiqiu could survive alone. Thinking of Yiqiu, Muyun felt extremely guilty. In his previous life, he was the immortal king of the immortal world. He loved Yunlang more than Yiqiu. However, in the end, Yunlang betrayed him and worked together with Shuexiao to deal with him. However, Yiqiu worshipped him as his faith. When Muyun saw Yiqiu again, he could never forget that scene. Yiqiu sat alone in the deep cave at the bottom of the sea for 10,000 years, just to wait for his master. Just because of his master's reprimand, this child was a little silly, so silly that it made one's heart ache. Something can happen to anyone, but not you. Muyun clenched his fists and stepped directly into the deep valley of Goat Head Valley without hesitation. Woo-woo, deep roars rang out one after another, deafening even the apathetic. Not only that, but there was also a chill in the gloomy aura. This chill was not from the body, but from the heart. It was emitted from the bones, making one's body tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, Muyun was operating the blue sky underworld diagram in his body. Compared to the fairy extermination diagram, the underworld diagram was completely under his control, and it had yet to give birth to an artifact spirit. Therefore, he could directly use the various magical effects of the diagram. On the other hand, because of Guiyi's existence, he could not completely control the fairy extermination diagram. At this moment, the branches and leaves of the world tree emitted drops of vitality. The rich origin energy rushed into Mu Yun's body, causing the chill in his bones to weaken a little. Mu Yun walked step by step into the valley. The deeper he went, the more dangerous it was. "You're courting death." Suddenly, Mu Yun felt that he had already reached the deepest part of the valley. However, it was still gloomy, and the sunlight could not shine in. But at this moment, a low roar suddenly sounded, and a figure charged over. That person was dressed in a long black robe. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were blood red. Sharp fingernails were exposed on his 10 fingers, and there were traces of blood. There were more than a dozen corpses around that person. They looked like they had just died a few days ago, and their blood had run out. Obviously, it was done by the black-robed man who appeared in front of him. "The more people who die, the more ghostly aura there is, and the stronger I become." The black-robed man's voice was hoarse at this moment. He waved his hands and charged towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun threw out a punch, and with a bang, the figure was sent flying back by Mu Yun's energy. Not only that, the force was continuously increasing and condensing. Each wave was higher than the previous one, and it caused the black-robed man to retreat step by step, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Mu Yun immediately followed. She took a step forward and locked onto the black-robed figure. "Yi Qiu." But suddenly, when she saw the figure on the ground, Mu Yun's feet slipped, and her strength weakened. But that man took this opportunity to grab with his claw. With a puff, a bloody mark appeared on Mu Yun's chest. But at this moment, Mu Yun turned a deaf ear. Looking at Yi Qiu in front of her, she felt even more guilty. "Good disciple, I am your master, Mu Yun." Mu Yun looked at Yi Qiu and comforted him, "Don't be afraid. Your master is here. No one will dare to make things difficult for you." Mu Yun waved her hand, and a majestic aura immediately trapped Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu looked like he was in the great circle of the earth god realm, but it was not difficult for Mu Yun, who was in the middle heavenly god realm, to subdue him. Mu Yun shot out 4 divine power ribbons from her hand, and they directly imprisoned Yi Qiu on the ground. But at this moment, Yi Qiu was still looking at Mu Yun with hatred in his eyes. "Kill, kill, kill." Low roars sounded one after another, and Yi Qiu seemed to have gone crazy. "Holy Ghost body." Mu Fengchen suddenly said, "This kid's Holy Ghost body has started to transform." Transform? That's right. The Holy Ghost body is an extremely ruthless sacred body in the world. Warriors who give birth to this ghost body are all decisive in killing, and their hands are stained with the blood of billions of lives. Mu Fengchen said calmly, "Your disciple will definitely become a murderous demon in the future." "Then what should we do?" Mu Yun said worriedly. End of chapter 1844. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.